Jiang Ning snapped upright from the bed the moment she opened her eyes, sweat streaming down her forehead, her gaze dazed and steeped in despair. Her chaotic consciousness was jolted awake by the scene before her. Was this the apartment she had lived in before the apocalypse? Ding dong ding dong. One notification after another chimed in succession. She picked up the phone from the bedside table. September 14th, 2029, 932 a.m. There were more than a dozen unread messages, all about the super typhoon Kaidao that was expected to make landfall along the coast in the early hours of the 17th. With winds forecast to reach level 16 to 19 and torrential rains lasting for several days. Jiang Ning was bewildered. Had she not already died in that man-eating lightless apocalypse? Was this some nightmare born from her unwillingness to accept death, a terror she had fallen into at the brink of demise? Ding dong. Another warning message came into the latest timestamp, read 937 a.m. Jiang Ning pinched her arm hard, the sharp pain reminding her this was no dream. She had truly been reborn. She had been reborn 3 days before the super typhoon that opened the curtain on the apocalypse. No, more precisely, there were only 2.5 days left. Jiang Ning felt no joy. Instead, an endless exhaustion surged up from within. Typhoons, torrential rains, floods, extreme cold, and heat earthquakes, each calamity had been a purgatory. What was there in such a world worth reliving? Yet, since she had come back, was she supposed to simply sit and wait for death? No, absolutely not. She splashed cold water over her face. In the mirror, a young, beautiful woman looked back at her, features still full and tender, untouched by the haggard struggling of the apocalypse. For a moment, everything seemed almost beautiful. Her tired gaze dropped to the jade pendant hanging around her neck. She had worn it ever since she was abandoned at the hospital as a newborn. Later, young Weizong had coaxed it away from her to give it as a gift to the campus belle Su Mengao. 3 years into the apocalypse, Su Mengao was still exquisitely pristine, her clothes spotless, her skin fair with a rosy glow, as though she remained in a world of flourishing prosperity. Once when Jiang Ning was so starved she fainted, she caught from the corner of her eye Su Mengao taking an ice cream from that pendant and leisurely licking it. A thought seemed to strike Jiang Ning. She picked up a razor blade, sliced open her fingertip, and let the bead of blood fall onto the pendant. The pendant burst into a brilliant light. When she opened her eyes again, she was already standing inside an apartment without a front door. Apart from running water and electricity, there was no furniture at all. It was a two-bedroom, one living room unit of about 80 square meters with a ceiling height of roughly 3 meters, and adjoining the balcony was a 10 square meter garden of dark soil. Suspended in midair in the living room was a luminous timer, 01 hours, 56 minutes, 13 seconds. This was the very space that had allowed Su Mengao to live so exquisitely, yet it had been tricked away from her hands. After leaving the space, a house now appeared in her mind. As long as she focused her consciousness, she could sense everything within it. To clarify the space's functions, she conducted a test with boiling water and discovered that aside from the balcony and garden, every other area possessed a preservation effect. Objects could be stored and retrieved through her consciousness, during which the timer remained still. Only when a person entered did the countdown begin. Time was pressing, and she had no leisure to delve into its deeper mysteries. Since she had been given a second life, and now held a space in her hands, she had to seize the chance to overturn her wretched fate. In her previous life, she had survived only 3 years at Jiang Ning, had no idea what further disasters lay ahead, so she pulled out her phone and went online to search for types of natural catastrophes. When she saw the densely packed answers, she nearly dropped dead on the spot. Staying alive was unbearably hard. Pushing aside her excess emotions, she took out pen and paper and began drafting a supply list. Jiang Ning had grown up in an orphanage. Though it appeared harmonious on the surface, the struggles beneath were fierce, gradually shaping her into someone self-interested, who refused to suffer losses. Born without a sense of security, she collected cardboard and trash in primary school, took part-time jobs in middle school, tutoring, doing homework for others, cleaning toilets. She would do any work as long as it paid. She ranked among the top in both the high school and college entrance examinations. Even after being admitted to a medical program and reaching her sophomore year, she was still tutoring 5 senior year students, charging 200 yuan per lesson. A born moneyhound, Jiang Ning pulled in business, selling insurance, and ran a small video channel. As long as it was not illegal, she dared to do it. Over more than 10 years, she saved a total of 200,000 yuan in her bank account, planning to use it as a down payment for a home after graduation. Now all of that had become meaningless. She was supposed to attend specialized classes that afternoon and tutor students that evening, but none of it mattered anymore. Jiang Ning sent messages via WeChat to the parents saying she was ill and hospitalized and would be unable to tutor for a long period, hoping they would promptly find replacements, and asking to settle the remaining fees. The tutoring fees were settled every half month, and those parents were all well off. Two of them even sent 500 yuan get-well-read packets, bringing her a total of 6,000 yuan in income. Jiang Ning did not forget to remind the parents that a once-in-a-century super typhoon was imminent, advising them to stock up on food and emergency medicine. With disasters coming one after another, her medicine list alone filled 3 dense pages, and many drugs were not only expensive, but nearly impossible to buy in regular pharmacies. She snapped a photo and sent it to Zhang Chao, a pharmaceutical sales representative, and also her childhood friend, with a message: "A loaded new client needs these urgently. Everything must be delivered tonight. Please give me a bone-crushing discount." Zhang Chao replied almost instantly, "Got it." Less than 5 minutes later, his call came through. "Ning, this list of medicines is way too strange. Are you sure you're not joking? The money's already been transferred. The client has only one condition: the goods must arrive tonight." She had no time for idle chatter. After hanging up, she transferred 50,000 yuan with a note: "Settle up later if it's more or less." There was too much to prepare. Grabbing her keys, Jiang Ning headed out. By chance, her gaze fell on the limited edition pair of brand new AJs on the table, and she practically wanted to find a block of tofu and smash herself to death with it. She had always lived with a hard-headed realism, yet the moment she encountered Yang Weizong, it was as if she had been bewitched. To pursue him, she foolishly moved out of the dorm and rented an expensive school district apartment, even lining up at a flagship store in the early hours just to buy him those AJs. Her own shoes had never cost more than 300 yuan, yet she spent over 8,000 on a limited new pair for him without the slightest ache in her heart. And in return, what did she receive? He accepted the gift and demanded the pendant, neither accepting nor refusing her confession, and even took the campus belle out to feast on the food she had stocked up during the typhoon. In 3 years of disasters, he never once extended a helping hand. When she was brutally beaten and slaughtered by demons, he merely watched with cold eyes. Had she known, she would sooner have fed those AJs to a dog than give them to him. This time she was determined to see how he and Su Mengao would manage to stay so radiant without her hoarded supplies and without the space. The super typhoon had raged for half a month, followed by 3 continuous months of torrential downpours, leaving the entire city submerged. Jiang Ning's rented place on the 18th floor had escaped flooding, yet life had still been miserably wretched. Leaving the residential compound, she stopped at a roadside breakfast stall and ate her fill. Without pause, she went to a car rental shop and leased a box truck, then drove straight to the AJ flagship store. The staff were astonished by her request for a return. This was a limited edition new release, with countless customers waiting to grab a pair. It practically sold itself. She got back more than 8,600 yuan, enough to stockpile rice flour, oil, and grains to last 2 or 3 years. Who needed a man then? She drove to a street lined with door and window shops and ordered 2 of the thickest stainless steel doors, each fitted with a 3-bar vertical and horizontal lock sturdy enough to withstand a sledgehammer, the total, including installation, exceeding 6,000 yuan. To save time, Jiang Ning had measured all the dimensions before leaving home. The shopkeeper worried she might have measured incorrectly, but once he heard the residential compound and building number, he readily agreed. He had handled plenty of orders there and knew the layout well. "If you need it rushed, we can install it the day after tomorrow," he said. Right across the street was a glass shop. Jiang Ning chose the thickest explosion-proof glass at 600 yuan per square meter, and likewise scheduled installation for the morning of the day after tomorrow. Let them pound, let them smash. In this lifetime, no one would be allowed to break in with a blade and bully her again. After paying the deposit, Jiang Ning rushed to the largest outdoor equipment store in the city center. The industry had become fiercely competitive, and the store was running a massive clearance sale before closing, slashing prices to the bone. Some items were marked down to as low as 20% of their original price. It was the perfect time to pick up bargains. She chose 2 assault boats, 4 rubber dinghies, earthquake and fire emergency kits, tents, fire axes, climbing ropes, binoculars, radios, waterproof flashlights, high-capacity solar chargers, and more. When it came to life-saving supplies, she refused to be careless and insisted on top quality. Seeing a big spender walk in, the shopkeeper enthusiastically recommended items like insulated jackets and sleeping bags, saying that there was a store-wide promotion with guaranteed quality that would surely satisfy her. Jiang Ning pulled a face of disdain. "Do you have anything that can withstand minus 60 or 70 degrees? The shopkeeper was startled. "This is the South. In winter, people can still wear short sleeves. I'm about to head to the Arctic for scientific research," she said. Realizing she was not joking, the shopkeeper immediately contacted his peers. Turning back to Jiang Ning, he said, "There are polar-grade cold-resistant suits and mummy sleeping bags. Used together, they can definitely withstand those temperatures, but they're rather expensive and currently stocked out of province." The supplier ran an online shop, and the customer reviews seemed good. The shopkeeper could arrange express delivery, immediately guaranteeing arrival by tomorrow afternoon. Jiang Ning ordered 2 sets of each and spent over 6,000 yuan. She spent another 12,000 at the outdoor store loading an entire car full of goods and slipped them into her spatial storage while no one was watching. The assault boats required diesel, but diesel was not sold to private individuals. Jiang Ning went to an auto repair shop to buy a fuel siphon and some barrels. She then drove to several nearby gas stations, filled her car to the brim, and in remote spots, without cameras, used the siphon to transfer the fuel into the barrels. After a few trips, she had obtained 500 liters of gasoline. The apocalypse would be chaotic, rife with bloodshed and violence. She next headed to a security supplies store. "Boss, I'm going to aim my Leica," she said. Hearing this, the boss produced his best stock from the back. "The scenery over there is something else. You really shouldn't skimp on protection." She took 3 sets of anti-slash and anti-stab suits and 2 sets of bulletproof vests. Without pausing for breath, Jiang Ning drove to the largest clothing wholesale market on the outskirts of the city. She bought down jackets, military overcoats, cashmere sweaters, thermal underwear, scarves, gloves, socks, non-slip snow boots, lightweight sneakers, insulated shoes, and slippers. She purchased everything she could think of that might come in handy, caring nothing for brand names and only for durability. She spent 12,000 yuan in the clothing market, then rushed to the adjoining daily necessities wholesale mall. She bought air conditioner quilts, down quilts, and especially thick cotton quilts, 3 each of the Ajin and Tenjin ones, and requested that all of them be packed into vacuum compression bags. She stocked up on shampoo, body wash, laundry detergent, sanitary pads, tissues, toothpaste, and toothbrushes, thermos flasks, lighters, rubber hot water bottles, and more. She bought 20,000 disposable heating pads, a precious lifesaver in extreme cold. An online merchant specialized in rare old items like glass kerosene lamps and waterproof, windproof hurricane lamps, antiques from the 60s and 70s. She bought 5 of each. "Do you have kerosene?" she asked. They did, though it was hard to sell, and the shop had only 100 liters in stock. Jiang Ning bought all of it and asked the shopkeeper to throw in wicks. These lamps were far more durable than candles. She added alcohol stoves, solid alcohol fuel, and portable gas stoves to her haul. Remembering there would be electricity in her spatial storage, she also picked up several induction cookers. She bought insecticide, disinfectant, water purification tablets, floral water, and anything else that occurred to her, spending a total of 20,000 yuan. Next door was the fruit wholesale market. She bought apples, pears, watermelons, kiwi fruit, bananas, hami melons, carambolas, summer black grapes, table grapes, and around 20 kinds of fruit, in total burning through another 6,000 yuan. By the time she left, the wholesale market's night had already fallen. She noticed several missed calls, all from Zhang Chao and his messages, saying the goods were ready. Jiang Ning drove to the front of his company building. There were more than 20 large cartons stacked there, filled with antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, iodine, medical alcohol, gauze, and even tetanus vaccines. These were life-saving medicines in times of natural disaster. Although she spent over 40,000 yuan on them, the purchase eased some of her gnawing anxiety. Zhang Chao transferred her a 2,000 yuan commission. "Your list was so miscellaneous that many drugs weren't in stock. I had to source them from colleagues," he explained. "I'll deliver these first, and in a few days I'll treat you to a big meal," Jiang Ning said from the driver's seat. She reminded him, a strong typhoon is about to hit. "Stock up on fuel and grain at home." Zhang Chao paid it no mind. There had already been more than a dozen typhoons that year, every time the thunder was loud but the rain light. After storing the medicine in her spatial space, Jiang Ning headed to the food street near the university town and ordered barbecue, beer, and fried rice noodles. The food street was packed, filled with young students and couples everywhere. Their faces brimmed with the vitality of youth, utterly unaware that a natural catastrophe was about to descend. The barbecue would take some time, and Jiang Ning's gaze was drawn to the glowing red charcoal. In the rush, she had nearly forgotten something crucial. She immediately asked the stall owner for the contact information of vendors selling charcoal coal briquettes and LPG cylinders. She called each one, hoping to have goods delivered the next day. Unfortunately, her luck was bad. Those shops were all in low-lying areas, and the authorities had ordered them to move their stock. They had no time to take private orders in the coming days. All 3 vendors happened to be in the same area. Jiang Ning abandoned even her barbecue and drove there at once. Charcoal was cheap but bulky. Glancing at her spatial storage, she decided to take only 500 jin of smokeless, high-temperature charcoal, along with charcoal stoves and fire starters. A single gas cylinder could last 2 months, so to guard against a possible power outage in her space, she bought 10 cylinders. Coal briquettes burned slowly, but that year a nationwide power shortage coupled with trade sanctions involving the kangaroo country had sent coal prices soaring. Each briquette cost 2 yuan. Gritting her teeth, she ordered 2,000 of them. It was nearly 9 o'clock when she returned to her apartment. After a brief rest, she entered her space to sort through the chaotic pile of supplies. To save as much room as possible, she stacked the gas cylinders, coal briquettes, and charcoal all in the kitchen. She stripped away unnecessary outer packaging from everything and stuffed all bulky fluffy items into compression bags, stacking them layer upon layer all the way to the ceiling. Money flowed like water. She had spent more than 120,000 yuan in a single day, just enough to fill the small room and kitchen occupying an estimated 50 cubic meters. Just as she finished tidying up, she was suddenly kicked and her entire body was thrown out of the space. Stunned by the kick, Jiang Ning was left speechless. She tried to re-enter, only to be blocked by an invisible barrier. Damn it, the space had swallowed her supplies. Jiang Ning was startled and quickly used her consciousness to check. The space was intact and the supplies were also present. She attempted to use her thoughts to retrieve an item, and a coal ball appeared in her hand. She scanned the area with her mind and discovered that the light and shadow timer was at 0. Jiang Ning suddenly realized that the space could only be accessed for 2 hours. 2 hours. Well, it's better than nothing. After taking a shower, it was already past midnight. Jiang Ning glanced at the space, and the new 2 hours had been credited, which allowed her to relax a bit. Lying in bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time, she had no choice but to find melatonin to aid her sleep. She slept uneasily and dreamed of being chased and attacked by a group of people with rust-covered knives striking heavily at her. Jiang Ning was startled awake, drenched in cold sweat. At 5 in the morning, the sky was still dark outside. She entered the space to calm her nerves by checking the stored supplies, which helped her settle her mood. Not wanting to sleep any longer, she grabbed her car keys and headed to the largest agricultural wholesale market. As dawn broke, the wholesale market was bustling with traffic. Jiang Ning arrived at the vegetable section and bought fresh goods still dewy. Winter melons, pumpkins, lotus roots, red and white radishes, eggplants, green beans, bitter melons, celery, tomatoes, all requested in quantities of 100 jin, while potatoes and sweet potatoes were ordered at 200 jin. She also ordered 100 jin each of ginger and garlic, which could be both planted and used as seasoning. In extremely cold weather, a bowl of ginger soup could very well help someone survive. As she looked and bought, she didn't miss anything except for leafy greens, spending around 4,000 yuan in total. By the time she had breakfast, it was nearly 9 o'clock, and the flow of people in the wholesale market had decreased significantly. Jiang Ning compared prices among 3 stores for staple food, ordering 100 bags of rice at 50 jin each, 50 bags of flour at 50 jin each, and 500 jin each of white flour, egg noodles, rice noodles, and sweet potato flour, along with 200 jin each of yellow beans, red beans, green beans, black beans, and peanuts, plus 50 barrels of soybean oil, peanut oil, and sunflower oil. Spending less than 3,000 yuan, she negotiated with the shopkeeper to receive 3 bags of rice for free. Just these supplies would last her for 30 years. While the shopkeeper was preparing her order, she walked over to the seasoning section. She ordered 10 barrels of soy sauce, vinegar, and white liquor, each 20 L, 30 jin of star anise, fennel, cinnamon, Sichuan pepper, and black pepper, a 300 jin each of brown sugar, white sugar, and rock sugar, and 3,000 jin of salt in 1 jin packages. Grains are crucial in the apocalypse, but salt is even more vital. Without replenishing salt, the body cannot sustain itself. In the 3rd year of the apocalypse, she witnessed someone trade a pack of salt for 30 jin of grain. 3,000 jin hardly takes up space, and when resources become scarce, she could use it for trading. If not for the lack of space, she would have wanted to stockpile dozens of tons. After loading the goods, she drove to a secluded corner without surveillance to store the supplies in the space before heading to the frozen food section. She ordered 10 large boxes each of steamed buns, flour rolls, red bean buns, molten buns, brown sugar buns, and xiaomai. Concerned about the quality of meat in ready-made meals, she also ordered 200 jin of frozen dumpling wrappers, planning to pass the time during the flood. Next, she went to the dry goods section, where she purchased shiitake mushrooms, deer antler mushrooms, tea tree mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, kelp seaweed, red dates, dried vegetables, and various flavored sunflower seeds, spending over 1,000 yuan again. Arriving at the meat section, Jiang Ning found a stall that supplied food to the school cafeteria. The owner greeted her warmly, saying, "What do you want, little Jiang?" Before the typhoon approached, the heat was stifling and there wasn't much meat left at the stall. At this time it was no longer fresh, but the prices were very reasonable. She ordered 200 jin each of pork belly, sliced meat, lean meat, spare ribs, beef, lamb, and rabbit meat, along with 100 ducks and 100 chickens, 50 geese, as well as pig and cow entrails. The owner was astonished. "Little Jiang, are you joking?" His wife worked at the slaughterhouse and Jiang Ning had referred many clients to him for commissions, saying, "My relative is hosting a banquet, so just give me a good price." Do we even need to say how close we are? This deal won't cost you a dime. I'll give you a 30% discount. Buying meat was very expensive. Only recently had pork prices dropped, but beef and lamb remained high, so sourcing from acquaintances was the most economical. When it was calculated to be nearly 3,000 yuan, Jiang Ning didn't bargain, but made another request for 2 bone cleavers and a pig-killing knife. Defensive weapons were essential, but she had neither time nor connections, so she could only grasp at straws. The owner was shocked. "What do you need these for?" "Don't worry, I'm not going to commit murder or arson." Considering the profit and their friendship, the owner readily agreed. Next, she went to the fish stall and ordered 100 fish, specifying that they should be gutted, but not cut into pieces, and she would come back to pick them up after they were prepared. She ordered 3,000 chicken eggs and 1,000 duck eggs, thinking that perhaps the natural disasters would end someday, and she also requested 2 trays each of chicken, duck, goose, and quail eggs, all fertilized eggs, while purchasing a small home incubator. Thinking of the garden in her space, Jiang Ning went to the seed store and requested vegetable seeds, all with short growth cycles, such as lettuce, rapeseed, water spinach, and various other kinds. The seeds were very cheap. Spending 500 yuan was enough for decades of food. With only 10 square meters of black soil, but utilizing 2 balconies, Jiang Ning's gardening DNA was awakened. She also bought planting pots, hose, shovels, and cultivation soil. With hopes for the future, she sprinted to the fruit tree seedling area, ordering 3 seedlings, each of apple trees, grapevines, oranges, and other varieties, all mature plants. Meat is a consumable, and as the natural disasters continue, let alone ordinary people wanting fresh meat, even the wealthy have no resources. Jiang Ning bought a pair of breeding rabbits. Our rabbits can be fed with vegetables and reproduce quickly, which would definitely satisfy her meat cravings. Jiang Ning enjoyed marinated dishes and cold dishes, ordering 200 jin of frozen chicken and duck feet and 100 jin each of duck intestines, duck kidneys, and chicken hearts. Spending money like water made her feel very distressed, but thinking of the supplies piling up in the space, there was also an indescribable sense of satisfaction and confidence. She spent the entire day at the agricultural wholesale market, and when Jiang Ning came out, the streets were brightly lit and bustling with activity. The most exciting part of the day was just beginning. Jiang Ning walked into a restaurant and ordered braised ribs, steamed meatballs, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, thoroughly enjoying a hearty meal, making sure to pack any leftovers. It was still early when she returned home, and she hurriedly organized the space, filling the large room to the brim, placing vegetables and fruit tree seedlings in the living room while keeping the breeding rabbits on the balcony. Jiang Ning left a bit of cunning as she exited the space when there were still 10 minutes left on the timer. Just as she came out, the 2 breeding rabbits were kicked out, landing on the ground with a thud, nearly injuring themselves. Jiang Ning, first feeling gloomy, then ecstatic. It seemed that not only did the space have a time limit, but as long as she was not inside, other living beings could not remain either. This meant that no one could take them away. In a good mood, she sat down to check for any gaps in her supplies. She had purchased everything she could think of, leaving about 2,000 yuan in her account. With only the living room and bathroom left in the space, she had a lot more to prepare if she wanted to survive in extreme disasters, and she didn't plan to continue stockpiling space-consuming supplies. Opening the food delivery app, she ordered from those highly rated restaurants that she had previously wanted to try but hesitated to indulge in 20 dishes, including oil-braised prawns, hakka, salted chicken, stuffed tofu, and donpa pork, with 10 portions of each. She also ordered dozens of items, including youtiao soup, dumplings, pan-fried dumplings, hand-grabbed pancakes, beef pancakes, shangjian bao, grilled skewers, marinated dishes, roasted meats, milk tea, and more. Spending over 1,000 yuan, she selected all items to be picked up at the restaurant at the agreed time to ensure freshness. Although she was exhausted, she still wanted to see the city's final splendor. In the afternoon, she received a notice that school would tentatively be closed for 3 days to prepare for the impending strong typhoon, with specific resumption dates to be announced later. The students cheered with joy, inviting friends to enjoy nightlife and celebrate before the typhoon's arrival. The southern coastal region experiences dozens of typhoons each year, and each time they hope for school closures. This time their dreams finally came true. Jiang Ning felt the same, but they didn't know that this time it was for real. They would never have to attend classes again. Enjoying barbecue and beer, she continued to pick up supplies with a complicated mood. After returning, Jiang Ning felt that she had forgotten something very important, but for a moment she couldn't recall what it was. As the clock struck midnight, the timer updated to show 130 minutes remaining. This meant that time could be accumulated. Jiang Ning was overjoyed. One should not underestimate every second, for it could be a lifesaver in crucial moments. She decided that she would never enter the space unless there was an extraordinary situation, planning to save the time for extreme cold or earthquakes. With food at hand and a safe space, her confidence in the impending natural disaster grew. Having had a dreamless night, she was awakened by a phone call the next day. The installer for the stainless steel door had arrived. "Miss, you have a stainless steel door installed at home. There have been thefts in the neighborhood lately, so I need quality security." The master craftsman chuckled helplessly. The safety of the heavenly lock requires drilling into both the ceiling and the floor. Are you not afraid of damaging the house? It's fine, safety is the most important thing. The landlord was working in another city, and there had been no news from him even when the house collapsed during the earthquake, so remodeling was not a problem. The team installing the explosion-proof glass arrived shortly after, both parties busy. Without pause, the sound of drills echoing. To avoid disturbing the neighbors on a weekend, Jiang Ning sent a message in the group and then issued a red envelope. Opening the app, she continued to order food online until her money was spent. In less than 2 hours, the door and glass were installed. Jiang Ning settled the remaining balance, looking at her fortified apartment with a sense of relief. The phone rang, and thinking it was the food delivery, she was surprised to find it was Yang Wei-song. "And Ning, it's my birthday party today. When will you arrive?" On the other end of the line, Yang Weikong's voice was gentle and bright, accompanied by the lively laughter of many people. Jiang Ning sneered, "Fine, just wait." He clearly liked Su Mengao, yet intentionally teased her, drawn to her surprise gift and the desire for a lucky charm. Through the phone, she could hear Su Mengio's sweet and delicate voice. In her past life, she had offered herself on a platter, and Yang Wei-song had ignored her entirely, and now he was suddenly courting her. Jiang Ning's alarm bells rang. How could Su Mengao know that her pendant possessed a space? From Yang Weikong's demeanor, he likely did not know the secret of the phone call was instigated by Su Mengao. Taking the key, Jiang Ning headed downstairs. Yang Wei-song lived on the 8th floor, and sounds of merriment echoed from his room. Jiang Ning descended directly without any hesitation. The weather was still oppressively hot, but the prelude to a strong typhoon was already upon them, the street filled with howling winds. A new text alert notified her that the typhoon was expected to arrive at 9 o'clock tonight. Jiang Ning was shocked at how could it be early. She went to the school library to find some medical books to continue her studies during the disaster, as well as books on martial arts and mental strength. In the vast library during the flood, countless precious books would be submerged and lost. Just thinking about it made Jiang Ning feel heartbroken, yet she was powerless to do anything. She avoided the cameras, stacking the desired books together with others, stealthily placing them into the space. Stealing books was wrong, but the library would soon be submerged and countless books would be destroyed. Books are the essence of human civilization. She could not take them all, but if the disaster ended someday, she could donate what she took from here. Yang Wei-song called again, and without a word, Jiang Ning blocked him. Leaving the school for a large supermarket, she took the elevator to the top floor parking lot, carefully browsing before heading back down. Faced with an array of goods, she bought nothing, but wandered back and forth on the second floor several times before driving to another location. The car rental company called to say that due to the early arrival of the typhoon, the company would close, and the car needed to be returned by 3 o'clock. Jiang Ning agreed verbally, but when returning the car, it was already 4 o'clock, and the typhoon howled incessantly, causing everything to rattle. The boss was a nice person. After a successful inspection, he refunded her 2,000 yuan deposit. Natural disasters do not occur overnight. They provide a buffer time, but unfortunately humanity did not seize it. Jiang Ning kept cash on hand for emergencies and did not continue to squander her money. Back in her apartment, she grabbed her computer, tablet, and phone, downloading materials non-stop: various movies, music, life skills, recipes, offline maps, disaster first aid, and more. Suddenly a logistics notification popped up on her shopping app, and Jiang Ning realized with a shock that she had forgotten about the polar cold-proof clothing she ordered online. It was supposed to arrive yesterday evening, but due to the boss delay in shipping and courier delays, the package had just arrived at the collection point. She immediately called the delivery station, and they replied that the typhoon was already here and they could not deliver now. They would have to wait until after the typhoon to deliver, but if it was urgent, she could come to pick it up before 6. Outside, the howling winds were fierce and the trees in the neighborhood swayed violently. When the typhoon and rain arrived, the delivery point would be submerged, and without the polar cold-proof clothing, it would be impossible to survive in -60 or 70 degrees. The ride-hailing app had no drivers available, and Jiang Ning gritted her teeth and rushed downstairs, scanning for a shared bicycle, pedaling furiously towards the delivery point. It was a 2-kilometer distance, and against the wind, she could barely open her eyes as trash and cardboard were swept into the sky. Panting, Jiang Ning arrived at the delivery point, her hair disheveled. On a day of a typhoon, deliveries were delayed, and there were mountains of packages piled up everywhere. Without taking a moment to catch her breath, Jiang Ning rolled up her sleeves and frantically searched. Thankfully, the package was large enough. After searching for over 10 minutes, she finally found it. Outside, the typhoon was intensifying, the sky dark and oppressive. One could mistake it for night. Jiang Ning gritted her teeth and left with the large package. Just as she stepped out the door, a gust of the typhoon swept in, and she was lifted off her feet. In the blink of an eye, a man standing by a car swiftly reached out and grabbed her. The man had a solid stance, pulling the disheveled Jiang Ning back. Jiang Ning hurriedly thanked him, but her voice was swallowed by the wind. The man glanced at her saying, "The typhoon is here, it's not safe to hold the package." Not expecting the strong typhoon to arrive so quickly, Jiang Ning had no choice but to retreat into the store, continuously refreshing the ride-hailing app, while also adding a red envelope and a tip. However, there were still 300 people ahead in line, and not a single driver was accepting rides. The man took many packages, filling his entire Hummer. Seeing her anxious expression, he hesitated slightly and asked, "Where do you live?" Under the lights, Jiang Ning could finally see his appearance, dressed in a black t-shirt and jeans, in his early 20s, with a neat haircut, sharp jawline, and a ruggedly handsome face. He was tall, at least 185 centimeters, with long legs that seemed almost unreal. Jiang Ning thanked him again, but the man appeared indifferent, saying, "It's just a small favor. I live in Jinrong community, can you give me a ride? I can pay for the fare." The man nodded and opened the car door. The back seat was packed, and when Jiang Ning opened the front door, she found a little girl sitting in the passenger seat. The girl was about 4 or 5 years old, with a timid, pale face, wearing a pink dress, and her black grape-like eyes gazed at her. The man spoke, "Daughter, let your sister hold you." In this apocalyptic world, who still cared about traffic violations? Jiang Ning held Daudu on her lap while the package was shoved by her feet. The strong winds howled, but the Hummer drove steadily. The heavy sky was filled with branches torn from trees, and the tin roofs rattled as they were blown away. In the distance, a girl in a dress clung tightly to a utility pole, her lips moving as if crying for help. The disaster was officially underway. 2 kilometers is quite close. It only takes a few minutes to reach the entrance of the community. Jiang Ning handed over 2,000 yuan, thanking him for his act of saving a life despite breaking the rules. Seeing him refuse, Jiang Ning didn't insist, reminding him as she got out of the car the typhoon might cause water and power outages. "You should stock up on rice flour and oil while you still can." Pushing open the car door, she rushed into the community against the wind, holding the package. As heavy raindrops fell like bullets, Jiang Ning awkwardly wiped her face while exiting the elevator, only to find Yang Weitsong and Su Mengao standing at the entrance of the apartment. The two had likely been waiting for a long time. Yang Weikong's face showed impatience, while the campus belle Su Mengao smiled sweetly, her white dress making her look pure and otherworldly. "Why did you just come back?" Yang Weikong's tone was impatient. "We've been waiting for you for a long time." Seeing the two of them, Jiang Ning couldn't help but recall the bullying she had faced in the apocalypse, along with their cold indifference as she was slaughtered by demons, instantly feeling irritated and upset. In her past life, she could blame no one but herself for her foolishness. If she wanted to suck blood and seize the golden finger in this life, then let them wait. What she had endured in despair, they would experience doubly. Jiang Ning's expression was cold. "Is there something you need?" She had always been extremely warm towards him, but now her indifference caught Yang Weitsong off guard, and he instinctively asked, "Why didn't you come to my birthday?" "We're not that close, so why should I go?" "You." She had clearly been pursuing him, and had long mentioned wanting to give him a gift he liked. Of course, he wasn't there for the gift. It was Su Mengao who was interested in her and wanted to get to know her. Su Mengao looked Jiang Ning up and down, smiling as she said, "Junior sister." Jiang Ning replied coldly, "I don't know you, so don't call me that." Su Mengao appeared slightly awkward, but still maintained her sweet tone. "Today is senior brother's birthday. We are all alumni gathering together, right?" The birthday celebration had long past noon, and inviting her to the 8th floor was merely to seize the golden finger. "Are you deaf?" Jiang Ning scoffed. "Didn't you hear me say we're not close? Why should I care about his birthday?" Not expecting her to be so harsh, Yang Weitsong felt his pride hurt. "Jiang Ning, what do you mean? You wear a couple's ring with her, yet repeatedly invite me to your house. Are you trying to play both sides? Don't get any foolish ideas, I have no interest in you at all." Yang Weitsong was furious, his rage boiling over. "Mingyao, let's go." But Su Mengao didn't want to leave. "Ning, the situation is like this. We came to celebrate senior brother's birthday, but due to the typhoon we can't go back. Can I stay at your place tonight?" "Are you sick?" "I've already said we're not close." Yang Weikong's face darkened as he warned, Ning, watch your words. I speak as I please. If you have guts, don't come provoke me." Yang Weitsong pulled Su Mengao away, but she stubbornly refused to leave, forcing a smile as she said, Ning, your pendant is beautiful. Where did you buy it?" Jiang Ning took off the pendant. "Do you want it?" Su Mengio's eyes lit up. "Can I have it? I really like it." Jiang Ning let go and the pendant fell to the ground. She stomped on it hard a few times and the pendant quickly shattered into pieces. After the space binding, the pendant lost its original luster, becoming dull and utterly useless. The human heart is treacherous, and not destroying it in front of them, who knows what Su Mengao would do. "Your fondness makes me feel disgusted." With the pendant destroyed, Su Mengao was shocked and exclaimed in fright. Seeing his girlfriend bullied Yang Weizong was furious and hurled insults at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning's expression turned fierce. Get lost. If you have the guts, don't come and obstruct my view. Yang Weizong's face was ashen as he dragged Su Mingao away in anger. Only then did Jiang Ning open the stainless steel door, hurriedly entering the house to unpack the delivery. The extreme cold-resistant clothing was thick, feeling soft and warm against her body. The mummy sleeping bag was stitched from several layers of down, absolutely top quality. She would rely on them to survive the extreme cold. Outside, the wind howled and the sky was dark. Securing the doors and windows, Jiang Ning took out a large white plastic bucket to collect water, filling it up while not forgetting to place a few buckets in the bathroom of the space. As the typhoon and heavy rain approached, the community would soon face water and power outages. Regardless of the howls and roars outside, Jiang Ning busied herself in the kitchen, constantly washing rice, cooking, washing vegetables, and stir-frying. Braised pork, chicken with mushrooms, boiled fish, and beef brisket with radish were all made in large quantities, placed into pre-prepared stainless steel bowls, steaming and stored in the space. Taking advantage of the typhoon and heavy rain just arriving, every household was stocking up on supplies, and she needed to quickly prepare heavily flavored dishes. In the future, she wouldn't dare to casually cook lest it attract attention. Steaming buns and dumplings, making flour rolls, and shumai, the gas stove and induction cooker were both at full blast, and she didn't stop until the early hours of the morning. After changing out of her greasy clothes and taking a hot shower, she collapsed into bed. She was drowsily awakened by the sound of a drill. Jiang Ning pulled aside the curtain, and outside the sky was gloomy with the typhoon and heavy rain raging. Thinking it was still dark, she checked her phone and saw it was already past 9 in the morning. WeChat notifications bombarded her. The community group and class group showed 99 unread messages, with many people celebrating the arrival of the typhoon knife. As office workers no longer had to endure the 996 grind and students could go home for a break. In the group, many shared images or videos of the devastation caused by the typhoon. Trees uprooted luxury cars, smashed a tornado slicing through a tin factory. Many began to realize something was wrong, lamenting that they hadn't stocked up on food, saying they rushed to the supermarket after work only to find that the vegetables were all gone, with only old pickled vegetables left on the shelves. The sound of drilling continued, seemingly coming from next door. Jiang Ning felt a bit confused. In her building there were 3 households on each floor, but the other 2 units were completely unoccupied. In her past life, floodwaters reached the 2nd floor, and residents forced out by the disaster didn't wait for rescue, so they had the idea to break into the empty unit next door. At first they coexisted peacefully, but as food became scarce their gazes grew darker with scheming, and they attempted to pry open Jiang Ning's door in the middle of the night multiple times. This time she bought a fire axe. As long as they dared to pry, she would dare to swing it. Not only was there the sound of the drill, but there also seemed to be the voices of children. Jiang Ning opened the door and stepped outside, only to see the door of Unit 1801 wide open, the brand new stainless steel door leaning against the wall, and a young man in light-colored casual clothes drilling into the wall. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he turned around. Jiang Ning's expression was one of shock. It's you. Jiang Ning never expected that not only had a new tenant moved into 1801, but it was also the young man who had helped at the delivery point. He was slightly surprised, nodded at her, and continued his work. The man was handsome and aloof, tall and lean, with muscular lines faintly visible beneath his clothing, exuding an aura of explosive power. Jiang Ning felt her scalp tingle. After exchanging greetings, she hurried back to her room. This life was different. Not only had the typhoon arrived early, but there was also a new neighbor. What kind of normal person would install 3 stainless steel doors? It would be best if everything could go smoothly, but one must not lower their guard. While his actions were commendable in the face of natural disasters and the moral decline of the apocalypse, who could guarantee that he would remain true to his nature? After locking the door, brushing her teeth, washing up, and finishing breakfast, the sky was slightly brighter, yet still heavily overcast. Jiang Ning stood on the balcony as the howling, furious typhoon relentlessly battered the walls, and the torrential rain pounded against the shatterproof glass. In just one night, the streets were inundated with rainwater. Many vehicles were submerged, and those in low-lying, turbulent areas were swept away by the flood. The rain obstructed visibility. The distant landscape was shrouded in gray and shadows, the sky growing increasingly somber, like invisible dark hands compressing the entire city in their grasp, grinding it down mercilessly. 3. In the vicinity of 24, did anyone feel the oppressive force of the natural disaster? Jiang Ning held a telescope, standing on the balcony, surveying the city below. The streets were submerged, dark clouds hung low, and whirlpools connected the heavens and the earth, rapidly spinning to suck in rainwater, trees, cars, and everything else, as if it sought to devour all of creation. Tornado. Jiang Ning was utterly shocked, watching helplessly as the tornado instantly severed the elevated bridge. Lightning struck trees, igniting fires, only to be quickly extinguished by the downpour. Were there tornadoes in her past life? Jiang Ning had no memory of them, feeling increasingly that many things were different, seemingly heading in a worse direction. Her phone buzzed incessantly. Annoyed by the noise, she turned off the internet and busied herself in the kitchen, washing and chopping without pause. She blanched frozen chicken and duck feet to remove the bloody taste, took out various seasonings to prepare braised dishes, and handling pork and beef offal was also time-consuming. After enduring the smoke for too long, Jiang Ning lost her appetite and simply made a tomato and egg noodle dish for lunch. As she turned off the range hood, she vaguely heard a child crying. She paid it no mind, packed the household trash, and tossed it outside. Just as she was about to return to her room, she heard the crying coming from next door. Having only studied medicine for a year, she was hardly an expert, but she understood more than others that the child's cry was unusual. After hesitating for a moment, she knocked on the door of 1801, saying "Dodo." The 3 thick stainless steel doors were soundproof. After knocking for a long time with no response, she was about to turn away when she heard the door click open. After some time inside, the door finally opened, revealing a tear-streaked, timid face with some vomit not fully cleaned from the corner of her mouth, her face unusually flushed. "Why is Dodo crying?" Jiang Ning reached out to touch her head, which felt alarmingly hot, and clear mucus dripped from her nose, indicating a high fever from a cold. "Where's your father?" "My brother is missing." The voice was hoarse and tearful, her small hands wiping away tears. "My brother doesn't want Dodo anymore." "Doesn't want anymore." It seemed she had been abandoned. Looking at the 3 impregnable stainless steel doors, Jiang Ning gently stroked her head to comfort her. "He might just be out for something. He'll be back soon. How about we go to your sister's house first?" The 5-year-old child was afraid in the unfamiliar environment, but she remembered the sister in front of her and hesitantly nodded in agreement. Taking Dodo home, she measured her temperature, which exceeded 39 degrees Celsius. Jiang Ning found cold medicine suitable for children, containing ingredients to reduce fever. After giving her the medicine, fearing the parents would worry, she wrote a note and stuck it on the door of 1801. Listening to the raging typhoon outside, Jiang Ning couldn't help but feel curious about her neighbors. In such weather, going out was tantamount to seeking death. The typhoon was occasionally accompanied by lightning. The television signal was lost, and she saw Dodo curled up on the sofa, appearing extremely terrified and restless. Jiang Ning couldn't help but recall her childhood, seeing other children being loved by their parents, while she could only curl up in bed holding a pillow and cry when she was sick, feeling abandoned by the entire world. Not knowing how to care for a child, she could only take out her tablet and play downloaded cartoons for Dodo. The cartoons were indeed captivating, and the lethargic Dodo perked up a bit. Jiang Ning sat beside her, scrolling through her phone. Several avatars lit up, one of which belonged to Yang Wei-song. Ning, I was rude yesterday. Please don't be angry." It made sense. He had so many people celebrating his birthday, and there were still 7 or 8 guests at home, with gatherings consisting of snacks, beer, and cake, and they would never cook, hence there was no food to stock. Even if there were instant noodles and biscuits, they couldn't satisfy so many mouths. Jiang Ning glanced at the time. It had been an hour since the message was sent, and it was definitely time to ask for food. Several friend requests had come in, all of which she ignored after Yang Wei-song's message. 2 parents from tutoring classes sent messages thanking her for the reminder that allowed them to buy food at the supermarket in time, otherwise their families would have gone hungry. One of them even sent a red envelope to show their gratitude. Jiang Ning did not accept it. Even if she did, there would be no opportunity to spend it. Continuing to browse the group messages, some showcased seafood feasts, others talked about eating hot pot and drinking Lafite during the typhoon, and some displayed their stocked goods from large refrigerators. There was a lot of competition, and some even played a relay game, completely unaware of the dire consequences their actions would incur. After half a month of typhoon and rain, even if the government had the intention to rescue, the harsh reality wouldn't allow it. Once food became scarce and life was endangered, these people would quickly become targets for plunder. For every post showcasing their supplies, there were also cries for help. The number of such posts was considerable, mostly from young people who relied on takeout to survive, who usually spent lavishly and never cooked at home, having piles of clothes and face masks but no food. Yesterday at the supermarket, all the instant noodles were sold out. Could any kind-hearted person spare some? I didn't manage to grab any either. I bought 2 bags of flour, but I have no pot at home. Someone started it and many followed suit. Someone even invited a beauty to come over for hot pot, but unfortunately, they were not in the same building. Many were just spectating, and very few were genuinely helping. Until someone proposed a trade, offering 5 pieces of face masks in exchange for a bag of instant noodles, there were soon responses. With so many messages, Jiang Ning quickly scrolled down and saw a shared video of a car being swept into the flood, firefighters risking their lives to rescue only to be instantly engulfed by the surging floodwaters. There were many such videos, some showing successful rescues while others depicted complete devastation. Jiang Ning felt a wave of oppression wash over her as she was about to exit the phone, but unexpectedly Yang Wei-tsong popped up again. Without even blinking, I blocked him. Less than a minute later, the phone rang with an unfamiliar number. I could tell it was my classmate Yang Wei-tsong or one of his friends. Starting over, Jiang Ning refused to be a fool, unwilling to be considered defeated over a single grain of food. She turned off her phone and noticed Dodo asleep on the sofa, curled up, even restless in her dreams. I checked her temperature. It had dropped to 38 degrees. Wealth should not be flaunted. With Dodo around, I couldn't continue making delicacies. Jiang Ning ate the clumped tomato and egg noodles, yet found them remarkably delicious. The balcony had an escape window while the rest were covered with frosted window film. Light could shine in, but the outside could not see what was happening inside. Jiang Ning took out the planting pots and cultivation soil, pulled out several pounds of potatoes, and cut the sprouted ones into pieces. She first mixed them with wood ash to adhere to the cut surfaces before planting them in the pots. She planted nearly 20 pots, all arranged on the balcony of her space. Then she planted several pots of garlic, green onions, lettuce, Chinese cabbage, and so on. She took out a hollow hanging hook and hung the planting pots on the iron railings. As long as she took care of them, she could achieve the freedom of growing vegetables. Before she had time to wash her hands, there was a loud knocking at the door. Jiang Ning, Jiang Ning. The voice was unfamiliar, likely a classmate of Yang Wei-tsong. It seems they are really starving. Jiang Ning, you love cooking the most. Could you spare something for us? We can buy it from you too. We'll pay double. No, how about 5 times? Friend request accepted. I'll transfer you the money now. I mean, we are all friends, and we will meet again in the future. Do you really have to be so ruthless? Through the 2 stainless steel doors, the noise wasn't particularly loud, but the conversation outside became increasingly unpleasant, and someone kicked the door in anger. Jiang Ning grabbed a kitchen knife and swung it open, shouting, "Who kicked the door?" 3 boys stood outside, who cheered upon hearing the door open, knowing full well that Jiang Ning was infatuated with Yang Wei-tsong. They couldn't let their idol starve. They had finished all the snacks last night and had gone hungry both in the morning and at noon. They really couldn't hold out any longer. Now they only had a few bottles of beer, which only made them hungrier. Yang Wei-tsong said Jiang Ning was quite peculiar, having a habit of hoarding things, leaving many expired items uneaten, living like an old lady. They often mocked her behind her back, but they never expected to stumble upon her now. Before they could say anything, a knife came swinging at them, making them hurriedly jump aside, suddenly furious. Jiang Ning, have you gone mad? Jiang Ning blocked the doorway, her expression icy. Get lost. I don't have a son as shameless as you. The crowd was stunned, and when they reacted, they shouted, Jiang Ning, what the hell do you mean? Since I'm not your mother, why should I care about your food and drink? Jiang Ning displayed her fierce demeanor, brandishing the knife at them. Kick the door again, and I swear I'll chop you up for a dish to accompany my drinks. Having survived for 3 years in the apocalypse, I've fought and killed, seen the worst of humanity. Seeing her killing aura, they were shocked to the core. We are all friends, and besides, we're not refusing to pay. Don't think that just because there's nothing to eat at my house I'll feed you, even if there was. What do you think I don't know about your gossip behind my back? Jiang Ning surveyed them, looking down on me like this. If you have the guts, then don't come looking for me. How can you be so spineless after just 2 missed meals? The crowd turned red in the face, trembling with anger. Tell Yang Wei-tsong, don't hug the campus beauty on one end and come to me for food on the other. Eating soft rice while pretending to be high and mighty, how shameless. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I'll expose it on the school forum and in the community group. Let's see if he still has any face left. You've got guts. They had only gone hungry for 2 meals, and even a big man cared about his pride. Besides, Jiang Ning was going crazy with the knife, her eyes fierce, like she was about to devour someone, likely stimulated by Yang Wei-tsong and Su Mengjiu's relationship. Let's see how this plays out. After dropping her harsh words, they left in shame. Jiang Ning said nothing and plunged the knife into the wall, scaring them into running away. After making such a scene, they wouldn't dare to come back for a while. Jiang Ning closed the door only to find Dodo had been awakened, tears welling up in her eyes, wanting to cry, but too scared to do so, shivering on the sofa. The child was not in a good state, likely having suffered deep harm. Throwing the kitchen knife back into the kitchen, Jiang Ning softened her voice. Dodo, don't be afraid, those were bad people and sister chased them away. She touched Dodo's forehead. Her fever had subsided. Hearing her stomach rumble, Jiang Ning asked, do you want something to eat? Dodo nodded, then shook her head. Where's brother? 1801 hasn't returned yet. Jiang Ning made an excuse to busy herself in the kitchen, bringing out a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge from her space. Dodo was very hungry, eating while glancing at her as if afraid she would suddenly get angry. So sensitive, there must be disharmony at home. Gently ruffling her hair, she handed her a lollipop. Thank you, sister. Dodo was very well behaved, quietly snuggling up on the sofa. Jiang Ning opened her phone to scroll through, and when she reached the latest messages, she saw Yang Weizong asking for help in the group. Yang Weizong was sunny and handsome, popular at school, good at disguising himself, and many students rented in the community. Handsome guys quickly attracted responses from pretty girls. I have bread and a self-heating pot here. If senior brother needs it, feel free to come and get it. Clicking on the pretty girl's avatar revealed a tenant living on the 12th floor. Jiang Ning vaguely remembered her, as she seemed to be from the accounting department, petite and lovely, also a fan of Yang Weizong. One was willing to hit, and the other was willing to suffer, and there was nothing more to say. However, she might not have anticipated that it wouldn't just be Yang Weizong going over, but a whole group of people. This was a swarm of locusts, leaving no grass in their wake. Jiang Ning had seen her coming home with groceries, as she likely cooked regularly, so there should be food stored at home. If she were sharp enough to realize after being mooched a couple of times, she could still limit her losses in time. After thinking for a moment, she sent out a message in the group expressing her hunger. With her pride not being enough, no one paid her any attention. Then she made a request to trade 20 yuan for instant noodles or bread, but to her surprise, still no one responded. Outside, the typhoon raged. The old glass of the neighboring unit shattered, and the fierce wind howled into the house, causing water to accumulate in the streets. It turned out to be a unseen-a-century-strong typhoon, and many felt a bit uneasy, the group chat lacking the morning's hustle and bustle. Dodo fell asleep again, and Jiang Ning covered her with a blanket to prevent her from catching a chill. Continuous knocking sounded. Dodo. Only after confirming it was 1801 did Jiang Ning open the door. 1801 was wearing a raincoat, soaked all over, holding the sticky note she had placed on the door. Is Dodo at your place? Jiang Ning nodded. Dodo has a cold and fever, cried until she vomited and almost choked on her esophagus. I gave her medicine and her fever has already subsided. You can take her back and continue giving her cold medicine. 1801, surprised amidst her urgency, asked, are you a doctor? I know a little. 1801 came in and touched Dodo's forehead. Thinking she was going to take Dodo away, unexpectedly 1801 suddenly spoke, sorry for the trouble, I'm Hua Yishan, just moved here last night, and I have nothing at home. The typhoon won't likely stop anytime soon, I need to go out to get some supplies. Can Dodo stay here temporarily? I'll come back to pick her up tonight. Jiang Ning was astonished, in such a big typhoon, can you really go out? There's nothing at home, just be careful. Jiang Ning hesitated for a moment before agreeing, knowing he had enough supplies to keep himself safe. Going out to do something is better than plotting against her. 1801 glanced around the living room. Thank you for taking care of Dodo. It's the least I could do, you helped me yesterday as well. Jiang Ning, being cautious by nature, had already stored away his supplies. At the kitchen contained only some low-key winter melons, pumpkins, and cabbages. Hua Yishan nodded and left. With the culinary plans delayed, Jiang Ning turned on the bathroom light and took out the unwashed intestines from the storage space to continue his efforts, only to suddenly face a power outage halfway through. After closing the door, she swiftly entered the storage space. The electricity was still on in the space, and amidst her joy, she felt a newfound confidence against the dark post-apocalyptic world. Human nature is unpredictable. Even when facing a child, Jiang Ning remained particularly vigilant and cooked cabbage noodles for dinner. Since she couldn't eat eggs due to her cold, she added a piece of ham sausage, much to Dodo's delight as he enjoyed the meal. Having grown accustomed to it, Dodo was no longer fearful, proclaiming, sister makes delicious food, brother ruined the rice. 1801 was only in his early 20s, so it's normal for him not to know how to cook. Seeing her appetite was good, Jiang Ning added another half bowl for her. By 6 o'clock the night had completely fallen. The Jinrong community was situated on higher ground, but the floodwaters still reached the main gate. The group chat remained lively, though fewer people shared their meals. The rampant typhoon and power outage finally instilled a sense of fear, spreading a tense atmosphere. Jiang Ning raised the price for instant noodles to 30 yuan, yet no one responded. Partly because they were neighbors and such talk could make future encounters awkward, partly because they were also scared and had started to be cautious about this cursed weather. With the power cut, the entire city plunged into darkness, the once brilliant lights no longer visible, and an intangible unease followed. Jiang Ning drew the curtains and turned on the solar-powered lamp. Dodo was frightened and instinctively clutched her clothing. Not being accustomed to taking care of children, she could only continue playing animated shows on the tablet. Around 8 in the evening, 1801 returned. He wore a dry, casual outfit and carried a bag of items. Jiang Ning, thank you for taking care of Dodo. The bag was quite heavy, containing a bag of potatoes, 2 cabbages, 2 pounds of noodles, a box of cold medicine, an alcohol stove, and solid alcohol tablets. Hua Yishan reminded her, with the power cut there's a chance the water supply might also stop, you should stock up on some. Jiang Ning thanked him and after some polite refusals accepted the items. Once he left with Dodo, she quickly secured the doors and opened the gas stove, preparing braised intestines, spicy stir-fried intestines, sweet and sour ribs, corn soup with ribs, drunken goose, and stir-fried beef with green peppers. After a flurry of activity until the early hours, she stepped out to dispose of kitchen waste and noticed water stains on the hallway floor. The footprints with water stains faded at 1801's door. Did he go out during the day and venture out again at night? 3 large stainless steel doors, ignoring the danger, were used to stockpile supplies day and night. Not only did he remind her to stock up on water, but the items he brought were also quite valuable. Back in her room, Jiang Ning fell deep in thought. This 1801 was not simple. The rain brought a slight chill, and she slept comfortably. Outside it remained dark and Jiang Ning continued to sleep soundly. When she finally woke up, it was already past 10 in the morning. She walked to the balcony and saw a dull gray outside of the sky and water merged indistinguishably. There were faint noises coming from the base of the building, and when Jiang Ning looked down, she discovered the water had already flooded into the community, reaching the first-floor residents. Since the power outage yesterday, the group chat had quieted down considerably, yet there were still people posting pictures showing water level rising to the ankles of several residents. The emergency numbers were unreachable, and even if they were connected, it was useless, as the duty posts were already submerged. The residents, cursing and flustered, hurriedly moved their belongings upstairs. This area is close to the university town, and there are rarely empty houses. Those who don't live there will rent them out. Some savvy individuals were already asking in the group chat if anyone could temporarily take them in. Normally, it wouldn't be a problem and neighbors could help each other, but now not only was the power out, but there was also no gas supply in the morning. With rescue efforts unable to reach them, who would dare take in others? It's easy to invite someone in, but difficult to send them away. What if they don't leave? Living arrangements are a problem, and what about food? The greatest fear is that helping someone could lead to enmity, and the group chat fell silent. The first-floor residents were frustrated. They couldn't block the hallway, could they? With a relentless downpour and typhoon, how could anyone stay in a damp hallway? Adults can make do, but how can children? Many were unwilling, so they began searching floor by floor, knocking on doors to ask. If absolutely necessary, paying to stay like at a hotel would also be acceptable. Residents either remained silent or stated that their homes were full and could not accommodate anyone. When the door was knocked again, Jiang Ning was surprised by the rapid response from the first floor, only to find it was 1801. He had just woken up as well, looking slightly tired. I replaced the door at my house. Is it okay to install the old one at the stairs? Jiang Ning was more than willing and quickly lent a hand. The two collaborated to install the old door at the stairway entrance on the 18th floor. Although it was said to be a helping hand, most of the work was done by 1801, while Jiang Ning only assisted slightly and even received a key in return. When the first-floor residents came looking for it, they saw that the stairway door was already green with algae, cursing as they turned and walked back down. Jiang Ning listened to the commotion from above, thinking it was quite good. It saved a lot of trouble and danger. This door temporarily blocked a lot of trouble, but it wouldn't be a long-term solution. Later, she would have to install her own door as well. Others are not foolish. If they suddenly install 2 doors, anyone could guess that there were supplies on the 18th floor. Once they swarm in, no matter how many doors there are, it won't hold them back. When the extreme cold comes, it won't be too late to take the door out again. With the gas supply cut off, Jiang Ning pulled a gas cylinder from the storage space, fiddled with it for a while to set up the stove, and then secured the doors and windows to continue cooking. Even if the smell wafted outside, it would be washed away by the rain. However, it was quite uncomfortable for her. The kitchen was damp and greasy, resembling a sauna, leaving Jiang Ning drenched in odors. If she didn't cook now, she would be even more afraid to light a fire later. After a spicy hot pot meal, she broke into a sweat, feeling refreshed from the spice. The water level continued to rise, already reaching half the depth of her calves. To avoid anxiety, Jiang Ning turned off her phone and took a comfortable nap before heading into the storage space to clear land. Staring at the painfully low number on the timer, she rolled up her sleeves and got to work. Time is life. Wielding the hoe with vigor, her delicate hands quickly developed blisters. Though 10 square meters seemed small, it was particularly exhausting to turn over. After leveling the ground, Jiang Ning divided it into 4 sections, sowing different vegetable seeds in each, not forgetting to plant a few eggplant and green pepper seeds along the edges for future planting. With such a small patch of land, it had to be used wisely without waste. The time in the storage space synchronized with the outside, but it seemed indifferent to the seasons. After some thought, she also planted a kumquat and an old grape seedling in the corners. In a rush, she still spent 2 hours feeling as if she was cutting into her flesh out of regret. Upon exiting the storage space, she discovered the water had stopped rising and the internet was intermittent, making the whole world feel as if it was on the verge of halting. The water in the space has not stopped. Jiang Ning continues to fill it. The 3 families on the first floor occupy the corridors of the second, third, and fourth floors, making the original residents feel quite suffocated. However, considering that everyone is having a hard time, they chose to remain silent. But soon someone couldn't hold back and garbage was thrown everywhere. Occasionally people knocked on the door asking to enter the house to use the toilet. With the water cut off, residents could only find ways to fetch water from the balcony, unwilling to let outsiders in. Irritated, the residents on the first floor resolved their issues in the corridor, moving the mess upstairs. It seemed they were determined to make others suffer just as much. This led to numerous conflicts, and the sounds of quarrels echoed from the stairs. In the group chat, the atmosphere was similarly charged, filled with grievances and hostility, with no trace of the previous calm before the storm. Jiang Ning's phone kept buzzing as the persistent Yang Weizong continuously sent friend requests. Even after being blocked, he resorted to sending text messages, and even Su Mingao joined in the commotion. The latest message read, "Ning, let me explain, Mingao and I are just ordinary friends." It seemed that the supplies on the 12th floor were running low, which made Yang Weizong so relentless. It appeared he definitely had supplies himself. If it weren't for the door installed on the stairs, he would have likely rushed up by now. Jiang Ning scrolled through the group messages and indeed saw a girl from the 12th floor asking for help, willing to trade items or pay. With the water, electricity, and gas all cut off, there was still no news of rescue. After finally getting through on the phone, they were informed to stay inside the building and not go out, but she could never connect again afterward. The meteorological department predicted that the typhoon would last 4 to 5 days, and now it was already the 5th day. Instead of stopping, it had intensified. Several households in the community reported broken windows, and the interiors were in disarray, with an elderly resident collapsing from a heart attack. Surrounded by floodwaters, rescue calls went unanswered, and frantic family members cried in the group chat asking, "Is there any medicine for heart disease? We've run out at home. Even quick-acting heart-saving pills would do. Help! Save my dad." The voice was filled with despair and hysterical helplessness. Jiang Ning had stocked up on quick-acting heart-saving pills, but the patient was in Building 15, several hundred meters away from her unit, and the message was sent an hour ago. Standing on the balcony, she vaguely saw something floating in the water. Using binoculars to take a closer look, it turned out to be a corpse. The group chat mentioned it was someone from Building 3, who had starved for 2 days and wanted to take the risk to go out in search of food. Unfortunately, bad luck struck before he could swim out of the community, as he was struck by lightning while in the water. Was there such a thing in her past life? Jiang Ning wasn't sure. Her phone had long since died, and she had starved to the point of drinking rainwater for sustenance. Looking at the unfamiliar world outside, she felt a heavy blockage in her heart, only to turn around and see green sprouts emerging from the planting pot. The seeds she had sown had broken through the soil, sprouting pale yellow and green shoots. This new life unexpectedly lifted Jiang Ning's spirits. She squatted down to pet the breeding rabbit eating its feed and noticed that the mother rabbit seemed to have gained weight. When she reached out to touch it, the belly felt hard and swollen. Pregnant. She must have been pregnant when she bought it, she just hadn't realized at the time. The gestation period for meat rabbits is 30 days, judging by its belly, it was likely that the babies would be born just as the typhoon ended. Jiang Ning was delighted and couldn't help but reward them with 2 carrots. For lunch, she had spicy hot pot while sipping pineapple beer and binge-watching a drama, completely oblivious to the troubles outside. After washing the dishes and just about to take a nap, Dodo came over and knocked on the door, 3 long and 1 short. Having recovered from her cold, the little one seemed much more spirited, her hair tied up in messy little pigtails, clearly the work of Unit 1801. She handed over a rosy apple, her innocent smile lighting up her face. "Sister, this is for you." "Thank you," Jiang Ning replied, declining the gift and gently advising, "Dodo, good things should be kept for yourself. When you eat, don't let others see, or they might take it away from you." Such an innocent child would surely attract the attention of others when the end of the world comes. Not for anyone else, just for sister. Dodo was no longer shy, stubbornly holding the apple. "We have plenty at home." Jiang Ning was left speechless. How could they manage with such a poor environment? She wondered how Unit 1801 raised them. "Don't tell anyone else," Dodo promised, covering her mouth. "I'll only tell sister." Jiang Ning, both amused and exasperated, accepted the apple and returned her 2 milk candies. Her WeChat dinged, and it was a message from Zheng Weili. "Ning, the water has flooded halfway up the 1st floor. If it reaches the 2nd floor, would it be convenient for me to borrow a room from Liu?" Zheng Weili was a strong athlete, the National College Student Sonda Championship winner, and Liu Ye's cohabiting girlfriend. Liu Zhangchao and Jiang Ning were all orphans, having grown up together. Liu was weak and Zhangchao was frail. Even so, they formed a group to bully her, but after getting beaten up severely, they settled down. Liu was insecure, resembling a porcelain doll with delicate features, chased by girls since childhood. He unexpectedly fell for Jiang Weili, who had a more masculine appearance, and after a love-at-first-sight encounter he reached out to flirt, claiming that hugging her to sleep made him feel particularly safe. Jiang Weili cherished him like a treasure, afraid he would melt in her mouth. The four would occasionally gather, and their relationship was fairly good. In her past life her phone had died. In this life, she insisted on keeping the network on, just waiting for Jiang. Sister Weili, the landlord's belongings occupy one room, and I really can't make room here, but Unit 1803 is empty. You and Lu can move over, but you need to hurry. If the second floor really does flood, I fear someone might take it away then. After a long wait, she finally received a reply, okay, keep an eye out for me. With the typhoon and heavy rain accompanied by lightning, it was only when one was cornered that they would take the risk. Jiang Weili was just asking in advance. Naturally optimistic by nature, she now saw only half a floor submerged, and it might not necessarily reach the second floor. In fact, it had already flooded beyond the second floor, but Jiang Ning couldn't divulge this information. Anyway, the house had become available. At mealtime, Unit 1801 came looking for Dodo. To her surprise, Dodo was unwilling to leave, saying, "No, I don't want to eat the food my brother made, it gives me a stomachache." Hua Yishan looked embarrassed. "I followed the recipe to cook today. Your brother said the same thing yesterday." Dodo was traumatized and feared the food sister's cooking is the best. This left even Jiang Ning feeling awkward. "I just boiled noodles in water, what's so delicious about that?" Hua Yishan did not indulge her. Dodo. He had sharp features exuding an aloof and distant aura. When his expression turned serious, he radiated a cold and imposing presence. Dodo instantly wilted, lowering her head and obediently following him out. As they reached the door, Hua Yishan turned around and said, "Jiang Ning, the garbage in the stairwell hasn't been cleared by the property management. Should we discuss it?" The garbage hadn't been collected for several days, and even when the lids were closed it still stank. Jiang Ning had been thinking of finding an opportunity to deal with it, but unexpectedly 1801 brought it up first. With the property management suspended, residents from other floors had been throwing garbage down. Jiang Ning certainly had no objections and pinched her nose as she tossed bag after bag of garbage down. Jiang Ning mentioned that Jiang Weili might be moving in. 1801 had no objections, but there were only 2 keys. This was not a problem. The key issue was that Jiang Weili was strong and had repeatedly come to her rescue during the apocalypse. Once she even gifted her 2 gene of noodles. Even in such a harsh environment, she was willing to share life-saving food. Her character was certainly reliable. Unfortunately, she had never seen her again, and no one knew if she was dead or alive. Even if there was no shortage of food, surviving in the chaotic apocalypse alone was a foolish fantasy. Especially those solitary, seemingly weak girls who would be the first targets when resources ran out. No matter how strong one was, one could still fall victim to unforeseen circumstances. If given the chance, she wouldn't mind finding partners. Jiang Weili was someone she wanted to seek out and repay, but she would also remain vigilant. After returning home, taking a shower, and changing clothes, she had prepared many flavorsome dishes these days. All combined, they would be enough to last 4 to 5 months. In the coming days, she could make lighter dishes like dumplings, noodles, a treasure porridge, and mung bean paste, allowing her to finally take a break. The typhoon continued, the heavy rain eased a little, but the water level continued to rise. 2 days later, the entire first floor was submerged. Jiang Ning stood on the balcony observing several people daring to swim out of the community. The terrain here was relatively high and the water flow was not very strong, but outside was a different story. Whether those who swam out could return depended on luck. Jiang Weili sent a message stating that she had decided to move over immediately. She lived in Unit 3 with Lu Yu, just about 50 meters away from Jiang Ning's building. Feeling somewhat uneasy, he took a pair of binoculars to watch. About half an hour later, an inflatable rubber boat appeared in the water. The boat was carrying some items. Liu was paddling with a paddle while wearing a disposable raincoat, and Jiang Weili was submerged in the water, dragging the rubber boat and swimming forward with all her might. Jiang Ning took out the trash and planned to go downstairs to meet the two. As he descended to the 12th floor, he coincidentally ran into Su Mengao coming out of Unit 1202, wearing a polka dot dress that did not quite suit her. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, her eyes lit up. Ning. It had only been 5 days, yet she had already lost her former goddess aura. She was not only thinner, but also looked quite haggard. Jiang Ning ignored her and continued down with the trash. "Ning, are you mad at me?" Su Mengao caught up, her voice sweet and delicate. "If I did something wrong, you can point it out." Jiang Ning warned with a dark expression, "Stay away from me." However, she seemed not to have heard, eagerly following Ning. "Actually, my relationship with Senior Yang is not what you think. We just get along well. I feel we have a strong connection." Jiang Ning stopped and threw the trash he was holding at her. "Are you deaf or just stupid?" Caught off guard, Su Mengao was hit squarely. Her beauty faded in an instant, and in a fit of anger, she shouted, "What are you doing?" "Su Mengao, I don't care about your schemes with others, but don't set your sights on me." Her words made the girl from Unit 1202 standing at the door change her expression, her mood swinging like a roller coaster. What scheme do I have against you? Even a goddess with great self-restraint couldn't hold back. We're alumni, just saying hello when we meet. If you aren't scheming, why do you act like a lapdog that can't be shaken off? You keep adding me on WeChat, what do you want? You. Su Mengio's face flushed and she immediately shouted, your home is piled high with stuff, while others are starving, why don't you take some out to help those in need? A clever diversion, Jiang Ning pulled out a kitchen knife hidden in his clothes and swung it towards her face. Which of your eyes saw my family's stuff piled high? Like leeches after sucking one dry you find another. Who isn't hungry? Why should I give you life-saving food just because you have a big face and spread your legs? Even in extreme cold, she has been with several men using the stolen space to exploit their resources, managing to live glamorously in the filthy and grim apocalypse. As for whether it was voluntary on her part or whether young Weitsong allowed it, that remains unknown. In a collapsing order, trading one's body for food is not a rare occurrence. Su Mengao screamed and retreated, hitting the wall, her face pale and trembling. She never expected Jiang Ning would come at her with a knife, leaving her momentarily shocked and speechless. The commotion was too loud and neighbors hearing it opened their doors. Jiang Ning ignored their gazes and continued down the stairs, hearing Su Mengao burst into tears. In the delay, Zheng Weili swam over through the storm. In the face of a great disaster, one is fragile. A distance of only 50 meters almost cost her half her life. Jiang Ning helped Liu climb through the window, then several backpacks and luggage bags followed, and finally Zheng Weili, who was soaked in the water. The residents on the second floor were also busy moving, as life without water and electricity was harsh. Even with rice flour and oil, there was no way to cook. Some used liquor as fuel, some chopped furniture for firewood, while others, driven to madness, resorted to eating raw rice and suffering from diarrhea. Seeing several sturdy bags thrown in from the window, many people's eyes lit up, especially when they saw the inflatable boat. An elderly lady quickly walked over, smiling and asking, how come you're moving with so many things? What do you have? With a smile on her face, her eyes were full of calculation. Seeing her reaching out, Liu, panting, quickly placed the items by his feet to prevent her from touching them. The luggage was off-limits, so the elderly woman tried to grab the inflatable boat. Young man, we've been stuck here for days without food or drink. Can we borrow the inflatable boat to find something outside? We can't let anyone starve, especially the children. The inflatable boat was a life-saving tool, and Liu couldn't agree, but the elderly woman reached out to snatch it. When she pulled at it, the weak Liu almost fell. In a moment of panic, he pulled the air valve, causing the inflatable boat to deflate. What's wrong with you, young man? Everyone is suffering together. Why don't you lend a hand? Zheng Weili was pulled up by Jiang Ning, and seeing her boyfriend being bullied was instantly furious. She stepped forward and pushed the elderly woman. What are you doing? With her strong push, the elderly woman stumbled back 5 or 6 steps before hitting the wall, almost falling down the stairs. Her 2 sons immediately rushed up. If you won't lend it, why are you hitting people? They came up swinging their fists at Zheng Weili, trying to take the initiative to teach her a lesson. Seeing that they were male, Zheng Weili wasn't going to hold back. She punched and kicked, and the 2 of them tumbled down the stairs, splashing into the water on the first floor. The elderly woman, about to scream as she sat on the ground, saw both of her sons fall into the water, and she no longer cared about throwing a fit, quickly rolling and crawling down to pull them out. Others watching began to criticize. They were just asking, did you really have to hit them? With everyone envious and eager, the inflatable boat was lent out. Would they be able to get it back? Jiang Ning had anticipated this situation, otherwise he wouldn't have brought a knife down. Zheng Weili snatched the kitchen knife and pointed it at them, shouting, try to touch my things. With her short hair and a slightly raspy voice, at first glance one might think she was a man. After knocking down 2 of them, those with a grievance had the will but not the courage. They shouted but dared not approach. There was no need to engage in a war of words. Jiang Ning led the 2 upstairs with the bags. Liu was dejected and Zheng Weili was also in a bad mood. A storm had not only upended the entire world, but had also shattered people's perspectives, leaving them all looking fierce and ravenous. Upon seeing the stainless steel door on the 18th floor, Zheng Weili paused. Ning, you're still impressive. It's the neighbors' doing. I just got a bit of luck from it. Liu, with dark circles under his eyes, said, if we had known, we would have moved earlier. We haven't slept well these past few days. They shared the toilet and had people trying to break in at midnight. Jiang Ning asked with concern, you haven't run out of food, have you? We got lucky. Just before the typhoon, someone mistakenly placed an order with the wrong address, and the supermarket delivered several large bags of supplies. 2 bags of 10-kilogram rice, several large bundles of noodles and rice for machete, pickled vegetables, and fermented tofu, a portable gas stove, solid alcohol blocks, an inflatable boat, and a solar charger. The order was placed anonymously, and before the 2 could figure it out, the typhoon arrived. Normally, they relied on either the school cafeteria or ordered takeout, occasionally cooking instant noodles. With no key for room 1803, Jiang Ning contemplated finding a tool to pry open the door, only for Luyu to produce a strangely shaped single hook from his pocket, and after tinkering with the lock for a few minutes, successfully open it. Startled and sweating, Jiang Ning felt an immediate sense of insecurity about the two doors of the house. Zheng Weili chuckled awkwardly, saying, "It's not that we don't have a way, and he has been fiddling around in there for 2 days." The 1803 apartment had 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, spacious and well-furnished with high-quality furniture covered in cloth, suggesting that the owner had enough money but chose not to rent it out. Intruding into someone's home was illegal, and Zheng Weili felt a twinge of unease, discussing with Luyu, "We are only temporarily staying here. Let's try not to touch their things and restore everything before we leave." Choosing a room with fewer furnishings, the two of them began tidying up, with Jiang Ning lending a hand. The apartment was quite nice, except the balcony wasn't enclosed with glass, merely surrounded by invisible stainless steel wire, resulting in water everywhere. With a bag and a half of rice left, Jiang Ning noticed that the noodles and rice vermicelli were nearly depleted, just barely enough to last until the typhoon passed, so she abandoned the thought of assistance. She prepared portions for Luyu and Zhang Chao, fearing that being too conspicuous might raise suspicion, so she only provided the basic supplies, leaving the distance they could cover up to their own efforts. After tidying up, seeing that the two were utterly exhausted, Jiang Ning called out and returned to her room. Being neighbors inevitably meant visiting each other, so she hid away anything that shouldn't be seen and enjoyed a lavish meal at noon. The meal consisted of cordyceps flour chicken soup, braised pork ribs, stir-fried water spinach, and a slice of Qilin watermelon. After her afternoon nap, she realized the internet was down. Feeling gloomy, Jiang Ning began to exercise. Her physical fitness was decent. She had joined several clubs in university, including Taekwondo, Tai Chi, military self-defense, and she learned Sanda from Zheng Weili. While her techniques were varied but not refined, she excelled in understanding. After 2 hours of intensive training, drenched in sweat and exhausted, she felt an indescribable sense of comfort all over. To survive and thrive better than others, one must continually improve oneself. Jiang Ning made a plan, dedicating 2 hours daily to exercise, 3 hours to studying traditional Chinese medicine, and another 2 hours for self-learning basic surgical knowledge. Her space was filled with over 100 books, all borrowed illicitly from the school library, which she could gradually study over the years. She also took psychology books, intending to learn them quickly. Aside from those who died from natural disasters, there were not many normal people left who could survive until the end of the world. Many had committed suicide, self-harm, or sought revenge against society. Jiang Ning's mental state was also affected. She felt irritable, anxious, and repressed. Therefore, she had prepared a substantial amount of antidepressants, hoping they would not have to be used. Though the glass was tightly sealed, the room was still damp. Jiang Ning bought many large compression bags to store unused clothes and bedding, hanging damp clothes out to dry on the balcony of her space. The black soil was mysterious. Although time synchronized with the outside world, the vegetables grew significantly better, and the potatoes in the planting pots had begun to sprout, with the grapevines also showing signs of budding. After exiting her space, Jiang Ning found several thick plastic boards to cover the various sewer openings, then placed stones on top to weigh them down. On rainy days, cockroaches proliferated, especially later when the insect plague continuously emerged, making it easy for them to crawl up through the sewers. As the floodwaters rose, flushing the toilet became particularly challenging. Those on higher floors fared better, but residents on the second and third floors had already started complaining in the group chat before the internet went down, saying their toilets were overflowing and urging those above to show a bit of civic responsibility and stop flushing things down. In fact, the higher floors were not without their issues. While they could barely flush, the stench kept rising, making the situation unbearable. To be safe, Jiang Ning prepared many black plastic bags for addressing her physiological needs. However, thinking about throwing them down to the floor below made her hold back, intending to resolve it in her space. Just as she was about to cook, Zheng Weili knocked on the door. After sleeping for a day, the two felt much more energetic. Zheng Weili arrived with alcohol wipes, surprised to find Jiang Ning fully equipped with vegetables growing on the balcony and rabbits being raised, nearly dropping her jaw. Ning, no wonder Luyu said you could survive alone in the desert. I also got lucky. A few days before the typhoon, I helped Zhang Chao place an order. He's a wealthy second generation who is obsessed with doomsday games, and I prepared a lot of medicine for him. When I delivered it, he conveniently gave me a survival package. I ordered several items, including inflatable boats and emergency kits for earthquakes. Zheng Weili and Luyu were both stunned hearing you say that. Makes it feel like the end of the world is really upon us. It's not just the two of us thinking that way. Actually, when the typhoon first hit, posts online exploded. Having lived for nearly 20 years, I've never experienced such a massive disaster. Moreover, the affected areas aren't just in the southern coastal regions. The key issue is that until now there hasn't been any news of rescue. Who wouldn't be scared? Liu expressed suspicion, wondering if the wealthy second generation had received news in advance. Otherwise, how could things be so coincidental? In the building where he lived, there was a young man living alone who already had depression. After running out of food for a few days, he began to show signs of mental instability and jumped from the building, drowning. What they were experiencing now was no different from the end of the world. He suddenly asked, "Do you have any contact with Zhang Chao?" No. Jiang Ning shook her head. She had converted her commission from selling medicine into supplies, placing anonymous orders online for home delivery. As for what happened next, it was up to him. Zhang Chao was quite loyal, spending generously on outings, and as a friend he was above reproach. However, he was too starved for love, always seeking older partners, and anyone who advised him would provoke his irritation, leading Jiang Ning to give up on him. He has a new girlfriend now. Luya's smile was somewhat forced. She's over 10 years older than him, divorced with 2 kids, a 10-year-old daughter and an 80-year-old son. That woman was clearly someone from a rough background, just looking for a meal ticket from Zhang. Jiang Ning was speechless. Is he looking for a girlfriend or a mother? Who knows? Liu sighed wearily, coming out of an orphanage. Who doesn't have some issues? He is the same, being mocked as a pretty boy living off someone else's income. Zhang Chao had fallen before, but he never complained. Jiang Ning felt she couldn't judge, hadn't she once foolishly idolized Yang Weizong. Everyone has choices. All she could say was that as long as they were happy, it was fine. In her last life, she had never met Zhang Chao before. She died not knowing if he had survived in the cruel end of the world. While the two chatted in the living room, Zhang Weili suddenly shouted from the balcony, "Hurry, hurry, a tornado." Jiang Ning stepped out to see her, looking shocked and panicked, her eyes wide, as if she had forgotten to breathe. Following her direction, Jiang Ning saw a massive tornado appear in the ominously dark sky. No, it was a double tornado. Jiang Ning breathed heavily and hurriedly picked up the binoculars to take a look. At the same time, in the same location, 2 tornadoes with similar shapes rotated in completely opposite directions, spinning like giant shredders, uprooting trees, collapsing buildings, and tossing cars like toys thrown into the sky. Even the floodwaters were continuously sucked in. The 2 tornadoes quickly approached the high-speed swirling air, resembling countless sharp sawteeth, crushing everything in their path. Zhang Weili exclaimed, instinctively covering her mouth. The 2 tornadoes violently collided, merging as they fought, forcefully shredding a skyscraper and devouring it, leaving no trace behind. The 30-something-story skyscraper completely vanished in less than a minute. The merged tornado rampaged again like a spoiled child, throwing a tantrum, smashing everything without a care for the consequences. In her lifetime, it was the first time Jiang Ning witnessed a double tornado. Its destructive power was more than twice that of an ordinary tornado, but fortunately its duration was only half. Yet in just these few minutes, it could leave the city in ruins. Jiang Ning didn't blink, her gaze fixed on the disappearing skyscraper. In her past life, she wasn't sure if double tornadoes existed, but she clearly remembered that the skyscraper had not been destroyed. She had even searched for supplies inside during the extreme cold, only to find it long looted by survivors, leaving behind nothing but devastation. But now it had been utterly destroyed. Given a second chance, Jiang Ning's confidence stemmed from the supplies stored in her space and her accurate predictions of natural disasters, yet things had changed. As the tornado disappeared from sight, even Zhang Weili, usually so optimistic and cheerful, found it hard to breathe. Her cold hand tightly grasped Jiang Ning's. "And Ning, is this still a typhoon? This world feels so strange, as if there will never be a chance to return to the prosperity before the typhoon arrived." The double tornado not only devoured and destroyed skyscrapers, but also targeted an area densely populated with a mix of commercial and residential buildings. Would those people still have a chance to survive? Liu, with a grave expression, sighed. "The name of this typhoon really fits. It feels like it will chop this city to pieces. It doesn't matter if we don't want to, at least we would die together." Jiang Ning, filled with dog food, thought, Natural disasters are already terrifying enough without having to endure displays of affection. Zhang Weili, who was punching, had solid muscles. Not only was her waist thicker than Liu, yes, even her thighs were more robust, creating a scene too discordant for Jiang Ning to handle. Just as she wanted to remind the two to go show their affection at home, a heart-wrenching cry came from the opposite building. Living on the top floor, Jiang Ning looked up and saw a woman standing on the rooftop, holding a 4 or 5-year-old child in one hand and cradling a baby in the other. The woman, disheveled, stood against the pouring rain, screaming hysterically, "You are a bastard. I will haunt you even as a ghost in my next life." The child, terrified, cried loudly, struggling to keep his eyes open against the rain, desperately pulling back on his mother. Mommy, I'm scared." Zhang Weili was shocked by the scene before her. Is she going to jump off the building to commit suicide? And she's bringing her child along. She opened the escape window, poked her head out, and shouted to the opposite side, "Hey, you need to calm down. The typhoon will pass. You have 2 children, and if you don't live for them, who will? You can't be so selfish." The violent rain and wind drowned out Zhang Weili's voice. Many people hiding in their homes witnessed the scene and yelled towards the rooftop, hoping the woman would come to her senses. Then the woman ignored them and leapt down with the children. Someone from Building 2 ran up to the rooftop to try to save them, but it was too late, watching helplessly as the mother and her children fell. Splash. A huge splash erupted. The child struggled in the water. "Help, mommy. Help." Liu covered Jiang Wei's eyes, preventing her from witnessing the cruel scene. The earlier double tornado had taken countless lives in an instant, but it was still too far away to see clearly. The visual impact was nowhere near as shocking as what was unfolding before them. Jiang Wei couldn't comprehend, wasn't it just a typhoon? How could life not go on? Even if the mother had lived enough, the child's life was just beginning. How could she take that away? The water surface returned to calm as the typhoon roared back again. Liu closed the escape window, pulling the dazed Jiang Wei back into the living room. Jiang Ning was fine. She had seen bloodier and crueler scenes in her past life, and it only got worse as time went on. Without a strong will, not everyone could survive. "I know that woman from earlier. It's true she relied on men, but having grown up in an orphanage and witnessed the harsh realities of life, Liu's ability to cope was clearly stronger than Jiang Wei's. Her husband was out there keeping a mistress, secretly fathering a child, and using the family savings to buy houses and cars for the woman outside. Before the typhoon, there were some elderly women gossiping downstairs, and he overheard a bit. The woman jumped off the building in despair, suffering both betrayal and loss. That man probably didn't even return during the typhoon. Let alone a woman raising 2 children alone. Even he and Jiang Wei were exhausted. Besides the natural disaster, there was also the ugliness of human nature. She likely saw no way to survive and jumped, unwilling to leave her children to suffer in this world, seeking solace through this act. He looked bewildered. Will this natural disaster really end? It seemed he was asking Jiang Ning, yet also questioning himself. After 2 consecutive disasters, his mood had dropped to an extreme low as Liu and Jiang Wei returned to the next room. Jiang Ning closed the door, listened to some soothing music, adjusted her mood, and took out a dish of braised beef with radish, mushroom stewed chicken, and garlic stir-fried lettuce. She found a light-hearted comedy to watch, eating while passing the time. The typhoon continued, the sky darkening as it approached dawn. She didn't know what 1801 had taught Dodo, but the little girl came to knock on her door almost every day, and recently she was very punctual, always coming after lunch. "Sister, can I see Xiaobai and Hui?" Today, she had her hair in a bun, tilting her little head with a smile at Jiang Ning handing her a chicken egg. The child's pure and bright smile could heal a bad mood. Her eyes, like dark grapes, seemed to be the brightest stars in the sky. Dodo loved rabbits and often squatted on the balcony to watch, as she had even named the 2 breeding rabbits. The balcony was glassed in, and the cage was lined with cardboard, keeping the rabbits fairly clean. Jiang Ning picked one up and brought it to the sofa for her to play with. "Xiaobai is pregnant, and you can't touch her belly. Is she going to have babies?" Upon receiving the answer, Dodo hugged Xiaobai and giggled. "Can I raise a..." "Rabbits breed quickly. A single litter can have over 10, but I might not be able to raise them all. If your brother agrees, I can give you one." Hearing that her brother had to agree, her little face immediately fell, unable to hide her disappointment. Judging by her clothing, 1801 took good care of her. Even on rainy days, she wore new clothes, but Dodo seemed a bit afraid of him. Indeed, 1801 had a stern and aloof demeanor, which could be intimidating to children. Accidentally, Jiang Ning noticed bruises on her arms, and she was instantly shocked. Not just her arms, but there were bruises on her legs and waist, and even on her forehead. It was shocking to behold. "Dodo, what happened to your injuries?" "Brother did it." Dodo lowered her head, petting the rabbit. Although 1801 is indifferent, he is unaware of his violent tendencies, especially towards children. Seeing Dodo's expression, it seems she has become accustomed to being beaten. No wonder she runs to her every day. Perhaps she is trying to avoid her perverted brother. "Why does he hit you?" Even though it is someone else's family matter, child abuse is truly excessive. Jiang Ning did not inquire about her past, but from her observations, the fearful and retreating gaze, along with a somewhat ingratiating personality, reminded her of her own unpleasant childhood memories. "Dodo, is he your real brother?" Thus she did not refuse this child. "Brother taught me to fight." Dodo rubbed her bruised arm and flashed her a sweet smile. "I got hit because I didn't dodge, and I also accidentally fell." Only now did Jiang Ning realize that Dodo had been practicing boxing these past few days for as long as 5 hours every day. "Sister, let me show you my punches." Without waiting for Jiang Ning's approval, she moved to a spacious area and struck a pose. Once a timid and shy little girl, she suddenly transformed into a fierce fighter, standing tall and straight as if a different person. She was performing military boxing, executing the moves with precision and power, her posture exceptionally sharp and her eyes fierce and spirited. Jiang Ning was stunned. She was actually practicing better than her. Children need praise, and Jiang Ning complimented her a couple of times. Dodo was incredibly shy, saying, "Sister, you are so nice." Her brother never praised her no matter how well she performed. Her body was covered in bruises, clearly a result of harsh training. What does it mean to have a child of 4 or 5 years undergoing such intense training on a typhoon day? 1801 had not appeared in her past life. Could it be that he knows the end times are coming and is rigorously training Dodo to equip her with survival skills? Dodo's movements were precise. This level of skill cannot be learned just from videos. At her age, she was already quite sensible. Jiang Ning chose not to pry further and remained vigilant. Despite Dodo coming often, she never rummaged through things or asked for food, indicating she had been well brought up. Moreover, she never came empty-handed. Jiang Ning took out the herbal medicine she had prepared earlier and applied it to Dodo's bruises, saying use hot water to soak it tonight. After playing outside, Dodo kissed the rabbit and reluctantly left. The past few days downstairs have been quite lively, with people arguing, cursing, and fighting at the slightest disagreement. The terrible weather and harsh living conditions have made everyone filled with hostility. The previous residents on the 9th floor argued with the tenants crowded in the hallway on the 2nd floor for half the day, almost resorting to knives. When they woke up early in the morning, the 9th floor discovered thieves had entered their home, leaving little food behind. The typhoon seemed endless, and this was their lifeline. Which heartless beast would do this? The 2nd floor residents were just crowding at their door, either borrowing pots or asking to use the restroom. If a thief had come in, they would have definitely noticed. The two families would not back down, shoving and cursing at each other, only calming down after a long time. The 9th floor wasn't the only one affected. Other floors experienced similar incidents. Even if homeowners were awakened, it was too dark at night to see clearly, while the robbers wore masks to cover their faces. It wasn't just 1 or 2 thieves, they were raiding in groups. Even if there were people in the hallway, they didn't dare to move in the face of a glaring knife, their expressions complex and dim, even flickering with a glimmer of glee. Those who were robbed deserved it. Who told them to have supplies and not be willing to share, forcing others to resort to violence? Now it's fair, let everyone starve. Others who heard the cries for help also lacked the courage to come out and assist, only able to push refrigerators or sofas to barricade the rooms tightly, pleading for them not to intrude. For a moment, the apartment building was filled with smoke and chaos, with some of those who had been robbed putting on masks and using knives to rob others. Evil along with the raging storm grew recklessly. Jiang Ning adjusted her schedule, eating dinner before dark and going to sleep, setting an alarm for midnight, then waking up to do various physical training. After just 2 days, she heard noises outside. Pressing her ear against the door, she confirmed someone was stealthily picking the lock. These days have been chaotic and insane, with several groups knocking on the door during the day asking if there was any food to borrow, as the children were starving. After being trapped for 10 days with water, electricity, and gas all cut off, who still has supplies? Even if someone did giving to one family and not the other, those starving would swarm and divide it among themselves. Taking out a butcher's knife from her space, Jiang Ning put on night vision goggles, quietly opened the inside door, and then swiftly pushed open the outer door. Outside, someone was stealthily picking the lock, not expecting to be suddenly confronted. The one with the hook was unable to scream as his mouth was covered, his abdomen suddenly racked with intense pain. Jiang Ning stabbed him several times and then pushed him aside to approach the second one. As a flashlight shone, and seeing the blood-soaked knife in her hand, the man was shocked and instinctively tried to flee, but Jiang Ning grabbed his collar and knocked him to the ground. There were 4 of them picking the lock in the dark, and the other 2 turned to run, only to bump into a towering shadow. Before they could make a sound, their necks were twisted with a snap. They didn't even have a chance to fall, their bodies were thrown out of the window. Jiang Ning looked up at the sound, seeing a tall shadow skillfully killing and disposing of the bodies. While surprised, the knife fiercely slashed towards the second man's neck. The man tightly covered his neck, opening his mouth, but unable to scream, his body desperately thrashing. In the apartment building, it was rumored that 1802 had plenty of supplies, not only beautiful, but living alone. They crept in the dark, not only to seek food, but also to have their way with her. After all, she was a college student, young and tender enough to draw blood. But he never expected that such a beautiful girl was actually a demon. Jiang Ning tore off the man's mask, only to find it was the same person who had moved to 1803 in her past life and had attempted to break into her room multiple times. This is the evil of human nature. Even if given a second chance, he would choose to commit evil again. Jiang Ning scoffed, the knife unhesitatingly plunging into the man's heart. She stood up with the knife, alertly watching the man not far away. Although visibility was poor at night from his build, he seemed to be. 1801. He walked over, dragged the lifeless man to the window, and tossed him out. Seeing her standing still, her expression tense, he softly said, "You did nothing wrong. A people like this are a disaster if left alive." Is this comforting her? He seemed unfazed by tonight's events, calmly killing and disposing of bodies, his deep gaze revealing no ripples. Jiang Ning had speculated about his identity. From his demeanor and posture, he seemed like either a soldier or a policeman. But now he looked more like a cold-blooded killer. Whoever he is, at least for now, he posed no threat to her, and even helped with killing and disposing of bodies. Jiang Ning nodded, agreeing with his statement. If they really let them go, who knows how many more people would suffer. She wiped the blood off her face, used a mop to clean the hallway, while 1801 quickly repaired the broken door lock at the stairway. The two did not speak, each returning to their own rooms. Jiang Ning entered her space to take a shower, soaking and cleaning her bloodied clothes. After experiencing something so bloody, she lay on her bed feeling exceptionally calm and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, she woke up to find the water level had risen significantly. Jiang Ning stood on the balcony enjoying fried dough sticks and soy milk for breakfast. The fried dough was golden and crispy, the soy milk rich and fragrant, making the meal particularly enjoyable and uplifting her spirits. The water was filled with all kinds of household garbage, various colored trash bags floating in the water, and visibly mixed with several corpses drifting away with the flood. During breakfast, she saw several people jumping into the flood to swim out. Without exception, they were all braving the storm to find food. People go out every day, but Jiang Ning has never seen anyone come back. Perhaps someone did, but she just didn't see them. The stairway door suddenly banged again, but Jiang Ning ignored it, brushing her teeth and rinsing her mouth to clear the taste of food. Close to noon, Zhang Weili came by saying, "Aining more and more people are knocking on the door. We need to be cautious these days." Zhang Weili had lingered by the staircase that morning, having overheard last night a young woman living alone on a lower floor had her door forcibly broken open after midnight and suffered repeated assaults. Her assailants wore masks and no one knew their identities. "You and Lu should stay vigilant. Our floor is no longer safe." Last night's commotion had been audible enough, yet Jiang Ning wondered why Zhang Weili hadn't noticed, until she caught sight of the faint marks on her neck. Then everything became clear. They'd overexerted themselves, slept like the dead. With water, electricity, and gas all cut off and no diversions to pass the time, physical exertion became inevitable. In this apocalyptic era where natural disasters raged unchecked, mere survival was arduous for adults, and pregnancy for a woman spelled catastrophe. Jiang Ning flushed with embarrassment. How could she, who had never even tasted pork, broach such a subject? Utterly at a loss, she circled the issue cautiously. "Sister Weili, isn't there a competition coming up for you next month?" "Yes," Zhang Weili replied, her expression clouded with dismay. "Who knows when this accursed weather will end? It's thrown my entire training schedule into disarray. I can only practice haphazardly indoors. Yesterday, I even used Luyu as a punching bag just to satisfy an itch." She still dreamed of competing, so she must already be taking precautions. Jiang Ning decided she'd wait until both women fully accepted the reality of the apocalypse before offering advice. On her way back, she glanced briefly at the tightly shut door of apartment 1801. At dawn, before the intruders could even ascend the stairs, Zhang Weili hammered fiercely on Jiang Ning's door. When Jiang Ning opened it, Zhang stood barehanded, while Liu gripped a knife, and simultaneously the door of apartment 1801 swung open. Confronted by the united residents of the 18th floor, the lockpickers flinched, then quickly regained composure, brandishing threats. "Hand over your food quietly, or our blades won't spare you." Jiang Ning's voice turned icy. "Who said we have any food? Don't waste our time. Why else would you barricade?" The ringleader waved his knife. "We're starving, we'll die if we don't eat. Yet you all look plump and radiant, holed up behind closed doors, gorging yourselves while ignoring our suffering. What kind of people are you? Enough talk. Surrender your supplies now or we'll leave you lifeless." In truth, Jiang Ning ate only until 8's full, her energy drained rapidly by intense training. She avoided unnecessary contact, yet everyone else bore the hollow cheeks and sallow pallor of starvation. Vitality and spirit radiated from her, impossible to conceal. These people had starved past the point of moral restraint. Reasoning with them was like playing lute to cattle. Jiang Ning refused to waste words. "Fine, try taking it by force." She shot Zhang Weili a subtle glance. Though only a few knocked, unseen figures lurked in the shadows. If they failed to make an example of these men tonight, others would come relentlessly. Zhang Weili understood instantly, instinctively shielding Luyu behind her. Enraged by the 18th floor's audacity, the intruders kicked open the stainless steel door and charged forward, knives raised. Jiang Ning sidestepped and slashed downward at the leader. Ever since witnessing the mother and her 3 children leap from the building, Zhang Weili had carried a suffocating weight of suppressed grief, and now facing these scum, her fists itched for violence. She darted aside and landed a heavy blow to the man's abdomen. He tumbled down the stairs and crashed hard against a door, collapsing motionless onto the floor. Meanwhile, the resident of apartment 1801 remained rooted, then swiftly dislocated the attacker's arm. Shrieks erupted across the floor, gruesome, piercing, unnerving in the black stillness of night. Jiang Ning struck repeatedly, each blow deliberately avoiding vital organs, yet blood gushed forth, relentlessly splattering the floor in shocking crimson. 6 had come. 3 were grievously wounded and the other 3 had their arms wrenched from their sockets and lay near death from Jiang Wei's brutal assault. Liu hadn't even gotten a chance to raise her hand. Jiang Ning stood at the stairwell entrance gripping her blood-stained blade. Do you want food or your lives? The leader clutched his spurting arm, howling in fury and pain. You've committed murder. It's illegal. Illegal. Jiang Ning ripped away their face coverings. Though she couldn't name them all, she recognized most. 2 had even been active members of the neighborhood WeChat group, once polished and prosperous, now masked and monstrous beneath the cataclysm. She pulled out her phone and snapped their photos. Go ahead, call the police. Let's see whom they arrest. Unprepared for the 18th floor's unified resistance, and utterly powerless to fight back, they caved under pressure. We had no choice. We're desperate. You're unharmed, so just let this go, pretend it never happened. How brazen they'd been moments before. How craven they were now, collapsing to their knees in abject supplication. Had this been solely Jiang Ning's affair, she might have silenced them stealthily, but this was a coordinated act of intimidation. She turned to the occupants of apartment 1801 and Jiang Wei. Both nodded silently. You're lucky today. Next time may not go so well, get out. The commotion was so fierce that no resident on any floor dared open their door. Jiang Ning and the others left the bloodstains uncleaned, simply closed the door and ascended. Liu, having just witnessed the terrifying precision of apartment 1801's resident, seized the moment to introduce herself. Hello, I'm Liu. I moved in just a few days ago. Your combat skills are extraordinary. What line of work are you in? Hua Yishan, the stoic man with an impassive face, only spoke upon reaching the doorway. Guess. Liu stared speechless. Jiang Wei caught on immediately and tugged her boyfriend's arm. Let's go home. This man clearly wasn't some street thug. His background likely ran deep. Probing carelessly could invite danger. The deterrent effect proved potent. For several days straight, no one dared bang on the stairwell doors again. Jiang Ning drew the curtains early. The typhoon still raged, roaring and battering the windows and doors with such fury that the entire building seemed to sway. The typhoon had arrived prematurely and had now persisted for 15 days without showing signs of abating. Her worst fears had materialized. The calamity was escalating, its end wholly uncertain. Yet life pressed on, one day at a time. Xiaobai's belly had swollen dramatically. Her appetite was staggering. When Jiang Ning teased her with cabbage leaves, she noticed bloodstains on the cardboard. She gently palpated the rabbit's abdomen. Xiaobai trembled restlessly. Labor was imminent. A new life born amid disaster, soon to become spicy rabbit head, cold served rabbit, braised rabbit, dry pot rabbit cubes, shredded cold rabbit salad. The thought alone made her mouth water. Soon the first kit emerged, tiny, barely centimeters long, scarcely larger than a newborn mouse. When Dowda visited, Xiaobai had already delivered 6 kits. Quietly, Dowda slipped 2 wilted cabbage leaves from her pocket. Xiaobai's babies, eat up. 10 kits meant 12 mouths to feed, a daunting challenge. Feed alone wouldn't suffice, yet relentless typhoon rains had persisted for over 2 weeks, casting the sky in oppressive gloom. The cabbage on the balcony, starved of sunlight, had yellowed. Had she not secretly transplanted it into her spatial realm to cheat nature, it would have withered long ago. Inside the space, however, the greens thrived, lush, vibrant, soothing to behold. That very morning, unable to resist, she'd harvested some chickafeather mustard greens, blanched them, and tossed them into noodles. Homegrown, delicious beyond compare. 2 fruit saplings had also taken root, especially the old tea tree now sprouting tender buds. Jiang Ning reminded herself everything was moving in the right direction. Caring for the rabbits, training, reading, napping, life remained rich and full. She'd formed a new habit. Each morning, the moment she opened her eyes, she listened to the wind outside. With repetition, she'd grown nearly expert at interpreting its tones. On the 18th day, something about the wind's timbre felt subtly wrong. Jiang Ning stepped onto the balcony in her pajamas, the typhoon still appearing quite intense, yet the wind's strength was noticeably diminishing while the rain was increasing. The 2nd floor was completely submerged, with water creeping up to the 3rd floor, and the hallway was in chaos. The hand-grabbed pancake she had for breakfast, wrapped around a fried egg, ham, vegetables, and ketchup, was still crispy and warm, its aroma spreading across her taste buds. Jiang Ning had prepared over 100 of these in storage, enough to last her for quite some time. They were delicious, albeit a bit oily. She poured herself a cup of honey pomelo tea and began sipping while flipping through her sophomore pharmacology textbook. Around 10 o'clock, there was a knock at the door. She initially thought it was Jiang Wei, but to her surprise it was 1801. Jiang Ning was somewhat taken aback. He was usually reclusive and silent, and even though Dodo often came to her, she had hardly exchanged more than a few words with him. Immediately she became alert. Hua Yishan's stern face revealed tension. Dodo is sick, can you treat her? Jiang Ning was astonished. What illness? Fever, vomiting, diarrhea, and saying strange things. Even though a hospital visit was necessary for sickness, the typhoon and heavy rain made it impossible to go out. Jiang Ning clarified up front. I can help take a look, but I only know a little, so don't place too much hope on me. Thank you. Considering his desperate situation, Jiang Ning reluctantly agreed and went back inside to grab a folding fruit knife to tuck into her pocket. Entering 1801 for the first time, the three-bedroom apartment was quite spacious, with excellent lighting and layout. The living room was furnished with vintage furniture, kept clean and orderly, far superior to her own chaotic space. In this day and age, there weren't many boys who could manage household chores. Looking up at the balcony glass, it was newly installed with double-layered tempered glass complemented by a triple-layer stainless steel door, making the whole house feel like a fortress. Ahem, it was clear that her perspective had not broadened. Retracting her gaze, Jiang Ning approached Dodo's room. Dodo not only had a fever but also developed rashes, her two bright black eyes now dull and lifeless. Sister. Taking her temperature, checking her pulse, observing her body covered in bruises. While her medical skills were rudimentary, it was sufficient for the moment. Jiang Ning looked at 1801. Dodo's body is weak. Moderate exercise can enhance physical fitness and increase immunity, but she must not exert herself too much. She wasn't sure how 1801 trained Dodo, but judging by her bruised body, it seemed he had overdone it. Short bursts of intense training had led to a stress response in her body, weakening her immunity and causing disorder, resulting in the fever, vomiting, diarrhea, and rashes. Knowing he wouldn't be good at taking care of children, she was surprised at how poorly he managed. Upon learning the reason for Dodo's illness, Hua Yishan looked guilty. I didn't take good care of Dodo. Seeing the horrifying bruises on her sister's body, he struggled to comprehend. Dodo never complained of fatigue, and when he massaged her forehead with bruises, she would smile and say it didn't hurt. He brought over a medical box filled with various medications. Jiang Ning, which of these can be used? If all else failed, they would have to risk going to the hospital. Jiang Ning rummaged through the medicine box, unexpectedly finding it quite well stocked, most of it being for children. The illness was relatively simple, a symptomatic treatment would suffice. Jiang Ning picked out medicines for treating colds and gastrointestinal issues, while also applying a belly patch on Dodo. Once Dodo recovers, we need to nourish her body and gradually build her strength back up. Unable to bear seeing her bruises, she went home and fetched half a bottle of bruise ointment, saying, apply it 4 to 5 times a day, massaging it will enhance the effect. Hua Yishan thanked her. Dodo is prone to bumps and bruises. I happen to have some herbs. Could you help me identify which can be used to make infused liquor? Despite his inability to care for a child, his reserves were substantial. He took out 2 large bags of Chinese herbs from another room, all individually packaged and moisture-proof. Jiang Ning selected a dozen types, all for promoting blood circulation and reducing bruising. Store them in a glass jar, mix with a liter of white liquor, and seal for half a month before use. Seeing Korean ginseng, she set it aside. This can also be infused. When the weather gets cold, a sip will not only warm the body, but also replenish qi and blood, though it's best for children not to drink it. Rock candy infused in white liquor is also excellent, as it can not only clear heat, but also nourish the kidney and blood. Enough said. A teaching the apprentice can starve the master. Dodo fell asleep quickly after taking her medicine, though she occasionally mumbled incoherently. Sick children are pitiful, with tears hanging from their eyelashes, her pale little mouth continuously murmuring, Mommy, I want mommy, daddy. Hua Yishan sat at the bedside, gently wiping her tears, his tone filled with guilt, as he comforted, Dodo, don't be afraid, your brother is here. Confirming with a glance, he was indeed a brother who cared for his sister, just lacking the right methods. Just as he reached the door, he was stopped by 1801, who handed him a package of noodles. Thank you for treating Dodo. The noodles had only cost a few dollars before the disaster, but in the apocalypse they could extend life for several days. Jiang Ning accepted them without hesitation, feeling justified. Back home, she took out the glass jar filled with rock candy mixed with white liquor. I keep teaching others, but forgot about this myself. On cold days, sipping a cup by the fireplace was an indescribable delight. She also took out several pounds of grapes, washed them, and set them on the balcony to dry, intending to use them for making fruit wine. Upon leaving her storage space, she clearly felt the typhoon had changed again. It wasn't just her who noticed, many others had as well, with some shouting and cheering at the windows. They couldn't contain their excitement, feeling that the disaster was about to end. In a good mood, Jiang Ning prepared a serving of boiled fish paired with fragrant soft rice. She couldn't bring herself to throw away the plastic lunchbox after eating, although her storage had plenty. These would soon be non-renewable resources, and they could be washed and reused. She was in a deep sleep when she was awakened by the roaring sound of motors. It was the speedboats, along with firefighters wearing orange and yellow life vests. The typhoon wasn't over yet, but its intensity was rapidly diminishing. A careful navigation could avoid the wind and waves. After a full 18 days without contact with the outside world, just as people were running out of supplies, the dawn of hope finally arrived. Upon seeing the speedboats, many people broke down in tears, exclaiming, "Rescue is here, the government hasn't abandoned us, sob, sob, sob." They cried and laughed, feeling both helpless and excited, constantly wiping their tears. There were only 3 speedboats, yet they represented the hope of survival for everyone. The loudspeaker announced, and the firefighters reassured the residents of each building, "Everyone, please do not panic. We will not abandon anyone in need of rescue. We will go through the buildings, so please quickly gather your essentials, prioritizing the elderly and children for evacuation." This rescue operation only targeted users in lower floors that were submerged, yet many residents rushed downstairs, surrounding the firefighters. "Comrades, our house is still standing. What should we do about food and water? I haven't eaten for 3 days. I've been relying on rainwater. Can you bring us some food?" "Yeah, why did you come empty-handed? Doesn't the government provide us with assistance? We are all taxpayers. Without our taxes, how can you support yourselves?" The crowd grew larger and more chaotic, and the questions became increasingly absurd, shifting from initial gratitude to resentment, with an air of confrontation brewing over the lack of accountability. Jiang Ning called Jiang Ning to go downstairs and check the situation. The rice was all eaten, and although there was still a bag of rice left, the gas was used up, leaving only a few alcohol blocks. To conserve fuel, they soaked the rice every day and put it in a thermos, then poured boiling water into it, tightening the lid to steam it before drinking. Not only that, but the damp weather left her clothes wet, causing her to develop gynecological issues. If possible, Jiang Ning and Li wanted to go to the shelter, where the food and accommodation surely wouldn't be great, but at least they would have enough to eat and hot water right. The typhoon and heavy rain far exceeded the meteorological department's predictions. "Even our place is flooded up to the 3rd floor. Other areas must be even worse." Jiang Ning shattered her hopes. How much food is still floating on the water with everything soaked? Given the water level, the gym and library are also submerged. Irrelevant departments will probably have to requisition hotels or office buildings as rescue sites. With so many people crowding in, issues of eating, drinking, and sanitation will be a problem. The typhoon had passed, but the heavy rain did not stop, and the floods would likely continue for months. In the past, many low-floor residents went to shelters, but after a couple of days they returned, saying that everywhere was overcrowded, and not only was it difficult to eat and sleep, but even finding a place to rest was impossible. There were robbers, thieves, and fights, creating chaos everywhere. The government had to provide disaster relief while also dispatching people to search for food. In the end, if they could not find anything, they would have to salvage from underwater, but food soaked for so long would be spoiled, and being able to fill people's stomachs to even 30% would be a good outcome. Jiang Ning felt heavy-hearted, but decided to go down and take a look at what if there was good news. Jiang Ning did not go. She went next door to check on Dodo. The condition had improved, putting the half-hearted doctor in a good mood. An hour later, Jiang Ning returned dejectedly. The fire department only rescued residents whose homes were flooded, and they were also unclear about large-scale rescue efforts. Jiang Ning encouraged her, "It's okay. If heaven doesn't save us, we save ourselves. We must rely on ourselves." That's right. It was useless to be disheartened, and Jiang Ning reignited her hope. The typhoon has stopped, and the heavy rain might stop soon too. Living means there has to be hope, right? But the rain not only did not stop, it intensified, and the sky was heavily. By 5 o'clock in the evening it was dark, but the typhoon had basically stopped. Apart from the sound of rescue boats constantly shuttling back and forth, the entire city was enveloped in a terrifying silence. Jiang Ning had her dinner early, and then set an alarm clock starting from 10 o'clock at night. It would ring. At around 1 in the morning, the fire department had finished relocating the trapped residents. Jinjiang community was incredibly quiet, with only the sound of rain. She took out her anti-cut and anti-stab suit and put it on. The fabric felt similar to autumn clothes. She used a blade to scratch the sample fabric hard, and it indeed did not tear, showing excellent quality. Feeling cold, Jiang Ning put on a coat, then a rain suit, and quietly opened the door to go downstairs. The corridor had no residents, but it was filled with garbage, and the smell was unbearable. Reaching the 3rd floor, she climbed onto the protruding narrow extension platform by the window, took out an inflatable boat in the dark, brought waterproof goggles and a lithium battery miner's lamp, and paddled towards the distance. The rain was heavy, the water flow rapid, and the entire city had become unrecognizable, with only the high-rise buildings still above the water looking very foreign. Jiang Ning was well prepared. Over these days, she had not only observed the water flow, but also memorized the landmark buildings along the way. Even so, it was still hard to move through the rain, and it took nearly 2 hours to reach the large supermarket she had visited before the typhoon. Although the supermarket was only 2 stories, it was situated at a higher elevation, and the supermarket floors were much higher than residential buildings. The flood barely reached the 2nd floor. After some effort, she successfully beached the inflatable boat on the driveway. After securing the boat, she walked along the driveway to the top floor parking lot. The parking lot was spacious, filled with cars. Most were luxury vehicles like Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Ferrari, and Lamborghini. Fengchun had many wealthy people. It seemed that the affluent residents nearby were afraid their luxury cars would be flooded and had moved them to the top floor parking lot before the typhoon. Jiang Ning held a flashlight, sweeping it across the rows of cars. Her gaze was tightly drawn to a large RV. Just by looking at the logo, she knew it was a multi-million-dollar luxury RV with bulletproof body and glass explosion-proof and wear-resistant tires, and crucially, it was a dual-fuel model with foldable solar panels on the roof. In a world where energy was scarce, gasoline was a controlled military and political commodity. Not everyone had the means to obtain it. The RV was a mobile home suitable for travel and long-term living. This vehicle before her fulfilled all her fantasies. Jiang Ning took out an electronic jammer from her space. This was the latest black technology that she had spent a fortune on in the black market. She placed the jammer on the car door, pressed the button, and after a few minutes it emitted several beeping sounds followed by the sound of the car lock unlocking. Successfully unlocked, Jiang Ning opened the car door. The RV was spacious with a kitchen, living room, bathroom, and 2 bedrooms, even equipped with a washing machine, and the interior was incredibly luxurious. There were very few items inside the car. Judging by the decorations, it must have been bought not long ago, but unexpectedly, the natural disaster benefited someone else. Jiang Ning was very satisfied and took advantage of the darkness to store the car in her space. Not rushing into the supermarket, she took out a siphon and oil drum, emptying the fuel tanks of all the other cars. The fire escape door on the top floor was locked, so she took out a large pair of pliers to cut it off and began to walk down the stairs. Emerging from the fire escape door, she was in the clothing area on the 2nd floor. The water had nearly risen to her knees and many clothes were soaked. Space was limited, so Jiang Ning casually grabbed some clothes from the women's area before running to other sections. She came out into the discount promotion area filled with brands of tissues, fizzy drinks, mooncakes, chips, seeds, bathing products, etc. Across was the home appliances section. Refrigerators, air conditioners, and washing machines were all soaked. She picked out some small appliances from the shelves: yogurt maker, ice cream maker, bean sprout machine, small frying pan, etc. Everything she thought could be useful in the future was tossed into her space. Next was the daily necessities area, where she selected high-end air conditioning quilts, down quilts, and kept tossing bed sheets, quilt covers, and pillows into her space, along with various sports shoes and Martin boots. Various brands of skincare products, masks, eye creams, essences, etc. Then she reached the cigarette and alcohol counter with Moutai Wuliangya, XO Martel, red wine, beer, cocktails, countless brands, both expensive and cheap. All these would be valuable in the apocalypse and would be hard to come by at high prices later. After collecting everything above the water, Jiang Ning took out a window-breaking tool. The glass of the counter had shattered, and she fished out the items soaked in water. Various brands of expensive cigarettes were completely swept clean, though it was a pity about those soaked. Fortunately, the tea leaves were sealed and all placed on the shelves. Westlake, Longjing, Pure, Tiguanyan, Xinyang, Maojian, regardless of price, were all non-renewable resources. She left not a single item. Just this area alone was about to take up nearly 10 cubic meters of space. However, it was okay. Before she left, she had cleared out her space, moving the planting pots from the balcony, the vegetable and fruit trees from the living room, and the charcoal from the kitchen, freeing up around 150 cubic meters. The flood was rising quickly. These items would be submerged before dawn. If the spatial volume could increase by 2 zeros, Jiang Ning would rush to scour the city. Instead of helplessly watching survival supplies sink, humanity is engaged in a more brutal struggle for existence, fighting over a moldy piece of bread. Reality is harsh. Jiang Ning can only look after herself. She regained her focus and continued to race against the flood. Shampoo, body wash, soap, sanitary napkins, disinfectant. Milk, yogurt, formula, alpaca milk, soy, milk powder, cereal, lotus root powder, lily soup, white sugar, rock sugar, brown sugar, and more. The water had risen to her thighs. She had no time to check labels or be picky. Her hands swiftly swept across the shelves. Anything was better than feeding the flood. Various canned goods, dried fruits and snacks, chocolate, energy bars, biscuits, cheese, chicken legs, chicken wings, duck necks, beef jerky, mutton chunks, flavored dried tofu, spicy strips, bamboo shoots, and more. The space filled visibly. After stocking up on a large quantity of noodles, Jiang Ning headed to the instant food section, where there were all kinds of instant noodles: river snail rice noodles, sour and spicy noodles, and hot dry noodles. However, due to the typhoon, only a few remained, especially the old pickled cabbage flavor of instant noodles. She didn't hold back and didn't mind the foot odor. In her previous life, she had gnawed on tree bark and eaten guanine soil to survive, and in the end, she had to use a stick to dig when she went to the bathroom. Arriving at the seasoning section, she immediately stocked up on necessities: peanut oil, corn oil, olive oil, tea oil, and blended oil, as there was really no space left. Soy sauce, oyster sauce, vinegar, cooking wine, all large capacity and space-saving. Laogan ma, olive vegetables, dubanjiang, fermented tofu, canned sugarcane. There were dozens of brands on the shelves, and she swept past them all. Seeing something she liked, she fished it out of the soaking water to avoid waste. Next were various ingredient packs: boiled beef, sauerkraut, oil, red oil, hot pot, Orleans, chicken wings, salt-baked chicken powder. She passed many without really seeing them. The water had risen to her waist. Although she was wearing a rain suit, she still felt cold, and it was particularly inconvenient to walk. But this was the last chance for a big haul. It was better to grab more now than to fight for a bite to eat later. Unfortunately, the first floor was flooded, or else there would be precious resources. When the water level reached her chest, she already felt like she was floating, and most items were either submerged or floating on the surface. Collecting supplies became more difficult, but fortunately the space was already quite full. Even the toilet was nearly stuffed. Just as she was about to grab some puffed snacks floating on the water, a glimmer caught her attention, not far away. Jiang Ning was surprised to find someone else engaged in $0 shopping. As the flashlight beam shone, she hurriedly hid behind the shelf, fully alert. She didn't know how many people had come, and with the water there wasn't much room to maneuver. If a fight broke out, she might suffer losses. Besides, she had nearly cleared out the important supplies on the second floor. If her space was discovered, Jiang Ning couldn't afford that risk. She took out a portable diving mask from her space, put it on her face, and quietly swam towards the fire escape. The flood was seeping into her rain suit, making her body feel incredibly heavy. She held her breath while swimming and only surfaced for air when she couldn't hold it any longer. From the sound, it seemed only one person had come. Jiang Ning breathed a sigh of relief and used all her strength to push open the fire door, heading up the stairs towards the top floor. There was no one on the top floor, while the second floor was already half flooded. As she left, Jiang Ning took a glance at the Hummer she fancied in the parking lot. It was the same model as the one from Unit 1801, with a high chassis and plenty of horsepower, and its appearance was extremely intimidating. It could easily knock an ordinary SUV aside, truly a battle vehicle in the apocalypse. Unfortunately, the space simply couldn't accommodate it. In comparison, she chose a more comfortable and multifunctional RV. She patted the car hood, feeling as if she were cutting into her flesh. Soon these vehicles would all be submerged and swept away by the flood. Oh, what a shame. The water level was rising rapidly, and the current was becoming turbulent, making it easy to be swept away in a rubber boat. Jiang Ning had no choice but to take out the speedboat. There were many obstacles underwater, so she was afraid to go too fast. The entire city had fallen into darkness, and the visibility of the waterproof mining lamp was limited. She could only move slowly through the water. The speedboat was easy to operate, but the noise of the motor could easily alert others. Fortunately, the typhoon had just stopped and the government was actively conducting rescue operations. Even if nearby people heard it, they would think it was the fire department's rescue. Jiang Ning didn't return to the apartment. Instead, she raced against time to another location. The 3-kilometer distance took half an hour in the dark with the slow speed of the speedboat. In a 6-story electronics commercial building, the flood had already submerged the 3rd floor. Jiang Ning used a window breaker to shatter the glass on the 4th floor and climbed in, heading straight for a solar technology company's storefront. It was still the promotional flyer she had received before the typhoon, featuring the latest solar generator. She had specifically come to the store to learn about it: efficient solar panels, off-grid power generation, flexible frequency inverters, capable of both efficient solar power generation and fast charging with municipal power. Most importantly, the battery box could hold up to 100 kilowatt-hours. A full 100 kilowatt-hours could power several air conditioners or heaters at once. Of course, the price was also quite beautiful, 680,000. Jiang Ning couldn't afford it, but remembered the storefront. Compared to it, other generators were nothing but scraps. Confirming that the mall was empty, she took out a crowbar and violently pried at the rolling shutter door. The storefront wasn't large, and she immediately rushed towards the new generator placed in the center. The display only had the battery box and inverter. After prying open the door to the back storage, she found another unit of the same model and unhesitatingly packed it in. The solar panels and brackets took up a lot of space, and since other areas of her space were full, she could only place them on the balcony. Afraid that the accessories would get damaged, she took everything that remained. Seeing that there was still space on the balcony, she took several mobile battery boxes. Although their storage capacity was much lower, being able to charge directly was already quite good. The mall had many expensive appliances, but there was no more space left. It was already past 5 in the morning, and she needed to return before dawn. The current was getting stronger, and Jiang Ning was maneuvering the speedboat against the wind in the heavy rain. As she approached Jinrong Community, she turned off the motor and paddled to the base of the building, where the water was calmer, switching to the rubber boat in the dark. The sky was about to brighten, and she could already see things vaguely. Just as she paddled to the window of the unit building, she noticed an additional rubber boat. No, it was a speedboat. There was someone on the speedboat placing items into the window. From the silhouette, it was a man, and upon turning around, he spotted Jiang Ning. There was no time to hide. Jiang Ning immediately became alert. However, it seemed that the man's speedboat was loaded with plenty of items. In this era, those with abundant supplies were the least safe. Seizing the moment while her vision was blurred, she placed her hand behind her and pulled out 2 backpacks from her space, then paddled towards him. With that physique and height, there was no one else but 1801. Even though he was wearing a raincoat and a mask, she could recognize him at a glance. No wonder he raised Dodo to be so fair and tender. It turned out he was getting free supplies every day. As fellow practitioners, there was nothing awkward between them. 1801 also recognized the masked Jiang Ning and nodded at her in greeting through the pouring rain. After securing the speedboat, he reached out to help. Jiang Ning, not wanting to be overly polite, handed over the 2 waterproof backpacks and extended her hand for him to pull her up, then carefully stowed the rubber boat. No one spoke as they carried and lifted their loads upstairs. With so many supplies, it was likely that 1801 would have to make several trips, so Jiang Ning casually helped him carry 2 bags. Upon reaching the 18th floor, they exchanged glances and decisively turned away, quietly unlocking the door with a key. After dropping off their things, Jiang Ning drank a bowl of warm ginger tea, changed out of her wet clothes, and hurriedly took a shower and dried her hair. It was already dim outside, and 1801 had finished moving his supplies. She wiped the water stains off the corridor and then knocked on Zheng Weili's door. The 2 of them thought they were being robbed and came out with knives. Jiang Ning handed over 2,000 yuan and lowered her voice, saying the typhoon has stopped. You should quietly go out as soon as possible and not let others notice. The supermarket on the slope of the university town has 4 floors, and being at a higher elevation, it should still be dry. I remember the owner's family lives in the supermarket, so they might open for business. Don't worry about how expensive things are, I'd just buy enough durable food. She had intentionally gone around on her way back and saw the lights of the supermarket from afar with several speedboats parked outside. This disaster was unexpected. Both the supermarket and the wholesale market were submerged by floodwaters, and it was highly likely that even the national grain storage base in the city had been flooded. Nearly all the food was underwater, and even if the military and government intended to rescue, it was difficult to cook without rice. Thus there was simply no rescue. Things quickly turned chaotic outside, with people smashing and grabbing all for a chance to eat and survive. Jiang Ning remembered clearly that in her previous life this supermarket was taken over by the government, opening early with purchase limits, and citizens could only buy with cash on a first-come first-served basis. In the era of electronic payments, who still had the habit of using cash? How many people would rush to withdraw cash before the typhoon? Thus those who couldn't produce money but wanted to survive had no choice but to resort to violence to rob. The police carried firearms, but who truly dared to shoot at hungry citizens? With only a few bullets, who would they shoot? There were people everywhere. They didn't want to commit crimes, but large sums of money were merely numbers, either in banks or in Alipay, and they couldn't access it. Jiang Ning only received the news in the afternoon. Holding a plastic bucket, she swam to the supermarket, only to find it had been completely looted, with shocking bloodstains on the ground and walls. Zheng Weili came to her senses. Can the supermarket really open? I can't be sure, but it's better than waiting aimlessly, Jiang Ning urged. You should go early. Once they wake up and come to their senses, there won't be anything left for you. Zheng Weili, as if awakening from a dream, went back with Lu Yu to change clothes and came out. Ning, let's go together. I still have a bag of rice at home. I won't go this time. Jiang Ning found an excuse. Besides, if we all leave, what if someone comes to rob us? You spend all your money. I wouldn't mind if you could share some of— Yes, let's go quickly and come back soon. Zheng Weili was confused. Ning had already provided the money, so how could she still ask her to go out? I'll consider the money a loan from you. If we buy something, well, split it in half. Yes, let's go quickly and come back soon. Zheng Weili was confused. Ning had already provided the money, so how could she still ask her to go out? I'll consider the money a loan from you. Locking the door, Jiang Ning couldn't afford to rest and began organizing the packed space. The solar power storage box remained in the space while other components were moved to the larger room of the rental apartment. She poured out a large pile of supplies scavenged from the supermarket, removed the excessive packaging that took up space, and then sorted and sealed them into large plastic bags or cardboard boxes. Important supplies were placed in the space, while snacks and other non-essentials were left in the rental apartment, which would free up dozens of cubic meters later. Jiang Ning transformed into a compression genius, focused on organizing the more than 100 cubic meters of precious supplies. Not knowing how long she could survive, these supplies should be enough for her until her normal death, but who knew what would happen afterward? If given the opportunity, who wouldn't want a better life with more varied food and entertainment? It's always wise to prepare for the unexpected. In her crazed state, she even packed the RV, organizing a batch of essential supplies to fill its interior space. Time flew quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was past 9 o'clock, and it felt particularly lively downstairs. The typhoon had stopped, but the rain was heavier. With the threat reduced, young people who could swim were crossing the sea, some carrying buckets or basins, others donning life jackets, and some even carrying wooden planks. Fengcheng is a fertile land in the south, and although industrial development has progressed rapidly over the decades, there are still many mulberry fish ponds in the suburbs, with water networks crisscrossing everywhere, and many local villagers have wooden boats. Some were paddling wooden boats into the community to look for long-lost family or relatives, while others even carried the ancestral temple's dragon boat out as a group to search for people or supplies. There were rubber boats and speedboats, but they were very rare as this was not a water city. Who would keep such things at home without reason? Jiang Ning was timing her observations, standing on the balcony, watching the situation in the community, occasionally searching for the figures of Zheng Weili and Lu Yu. About half an hour later, the familiar color of the rubber boat appeared with items on board. Just as she was about to go downstairs, unexpectedly several men suddenly swam out from Building 3, heading straight for the rubber boat. Their movements were swift, but the two reacted quickly as well. Lu Yu paddled desperately while Zheng Weili raised her paddle to strike at their heads. Jiang Ning took a knife and stepped outside, only to find that 1801's door opened at the same time. Hua Yishan was dressed in casual clothes, his expression still indifferent. "I'll go with you." Many had their eyes on the 18th floor, and they all understood the principle of mutual destruction. Jiang Ning did not refuse, and the two hurried downstairs. The water had already flooded to the 4th floor, and many people were gathered at the stairway hoping to go out in search of survival. Watching Zheng Weili's rubber boat draw closer, especially with supplies that could save lives on board. One by one, their eyes were filled with reluctance and anger, even hatred, as they watched the two being robbed. Human nature is such that people do not fear scarcity but inequality. When everyone is suffering from disaster, why should you shine while others starve? Not only did they not help, but they even wanted to wait for the two to get close before robbing them. Jiang Ning carried 2 knives, a slaughtering knife in his left hand and a bone knife in his right. With a cold expression, he pushed through the crowd and stood by the window, refusing to let anyone pass. 2 sharp knives stained with dried blood frightened the onlookers into stepping back. Someone unwilling to back down was about to lecture, but unexpectedly Hua Yishan also stepped forward. The two stood perfectly symmetrical like coal-faced reapers. Jiang Ning scanned the crowd, taking in everyone's expressions, and coldly said, "Don't preach your damn morals. Anyone who dares to insult me or try to rob, I will chop 1 if 1 comes and chop 2 if 2 come." The notorious reputation of the 18th floor was known throughout the building. They were all villains. These brutes enjoyed their meals and drinks, unwilling to share even a bit. Last time they were robbed, several were injured and 1 even died from excessive blood loss. Yesterday, someone secretly reported to the firefighters, but the firefighters only handled rescues, saying it was not their responsibility and that they could report it once the flood receded. Seeing Jiang Ning's stance, no one dared to speak. They were afraid that if they said the wrong thing, this madwoman would really come at them. Zheng Weili was no pushover. She had knocked over several men, and the two finally swam to the window below. Jiang Ning was on guard against the people inside the building while Hua Yishan helped move things. 2 bags of 20-pound rice, 1 bag of 10-pound flours of noodles and wet vegetables, 2 packs of candles, and 3 large boxes of alcohol blocks, along with fermented black beans and chili sauce. Not much, but it was earned at the cost of their lives. Li was so exhausted he could barely stand, and Zheng Weili had been cut on the arm, blood staining her clothes. The onlookers gazed with greedy calculations, yet no one dared to step forward to rob. Yang Weizong and Su Mingao blended into the crowd, their expressions filled with complex disdain. The two wanted to get closer, but they knew Jiang Ning would not respond. Still, someone couldn't help but ask to borrow a rubber boat, saying they could pay for the rental. The 4 ignored them and with fierce expressions carried their things upstairs. Behind them came the sound of women cursing, and many joined in cursing the cold-hearted and ruthless 18th floor. Zheng Weili was exhausted and could barely speak. Back at the 18th floor, Jiang Ning fetched iodine bandages and anti-inflammatory medicine. The wound wasn't very deep. She disinfected it and bandaged it. This trip had scared both of them, their spirits still floating in midair. They thought the apartment building was chaotic enough, but little did they know the outside was even worse. The two arrived early in the rain, stowed the rubber boat in their bag, but soon many people came. The crowd became denser with people packed tightly, and they finally managed to wait for the supermarket to open. Not only did the prices of rice and flour soar 20-fold, but people continuously surged in, grabbing anything they saw, regardless of whether it was on the shelves or in others' hands. With no internet, the supermarket only accepted cash. Those with cash were naturally happy, while those without could only use gold necklaces and bracelets as payment. The collection process was slow and complicated, leaving those without money to simply grab and run. Police were on the scene firing guns. Initially, the crowd was subdued, but there were just too many without cash. With limited supplies, the second wave quickly surged, charging in to rob, leading to utter chaos. Everyone was afraid, fearing that the supplies they had just fought for would be snatched away by others. Zheng Weili and Liu took advantage of the chaos to run outside, but the water was filled with people looking like a pot of dumplings. They kept rushing at them, some trying to steal supplies, others aiming for the rubber boat. No matter how good Zheng Weili was, her fists could not compete against 4 hands. Not only were the supplies partially robbed, but her hand was also scratched, and some despicable ones even stabbed the rubber boat. If it weren't for the puncture-resistant rubber boat, we probably wouldn't have made it back. The overly unfamiliar world made Zheng Weili doubt humanity, tiredly leaning against Liu. Jiang Ning didn't know how to comfort her. The apocalypse had only just begun. Before the two could catch their breath, there was a knock at the door downstairs. Goodness, a large group of people, at least dozens, crowded in such a way that even the 17th floor corridor couldn't accommodate them. Jiang Ning frowned. Did these people want to force a robbery? Zheng Weili's supplies were earned at the cost of her life. They dared not seek survival outside, but set their sights on the 18th floor, clearly wanting to pick on soft persimmons. Heart-weary, no one wanted to speak, silently taking their knives downstairs. For pairs of eyes filled with murderous intent stunned everyone, leaving them fearful yet unwilling to leave. They thought that dozens of people against 4 might still have a chance, suddenly emboldened. A middle-aged man with glasses stepped forward, wearing a full smile as he spoke. Please don't misunderstand, we mean no harm. Jiang Ning's face remained cold. What is it? Hello, my name is Jian, and I have been elected by the neighbors as the building leader. I wanted to discuss organizing a group to go out and look for supplies. He smiled, but the 4 remained silent behind the door, forcing him to awkwardly explain. The government hasn't provided any rescue so far. Everything outside is in chaos. Going out alone to find supplies is very dangerous, and even if we find some, we could be robbed on the way back. Therefore, we discussed and decided to choose those skilled to go out together, at least to look out for each other. Do you have a boat or a rubber boat? That's why I'm discussing it with you. Jian chuckled awkwardly. We are all neighbors. It wouldn't hurt to look out for each other in times of disaster, right? The first half of the statement is soft, while the latter half is a threat. Jiang Ning paused for a moment. Wait, let us discuss. She exchanged glances with the 3, then moved to the window to discuss. What are your thoughts? Zheng Weili, with her fiery temper, couldn't stand threats. If they want to rob the rubber boat, they must step over her dead body. It's a good deal to drag a few along with them. Those unafraid of death can come. These people are more cunning than a sieve. Should we lend them the rubber boat? Liu is more rational. A hero does not suffer immediate losses. If we push them too hard, we will be the ones to suffer when they come rushing. Zheng Weili disagreed. No way. If we let them succeed this time, it will be endless in the future. Jiang Ning asked 1801, what about you? I don't care, you decide. It's impossible to look for supplies together. Even if we find some with so many people, it wouldn't even fill the gaps between our teeth, and there will be more calculations later. Why not lend it to them, and let them go find a boat? Jiang Ning expressed her thoughts. There are quite a few outdoor supply stores in the city. As long as they go early, they might find a speedboat or a rubber boat, then they won't just focus on what we have. Ning, your reasoning makes sense, but it's so chaotic outside now. What if the rubber boat gets stolen or damaged? What will we do then? Don't forget, I also have a rubber boat. Hua Yishan spoke up. I have a speedboat. Liu. Zheng Weili. Having lived again, Jiang Ning was deeply aware of the duality of human nature. I don't want to give, but remaining stubborn is not a solution. The safest option for us is to let them go out and find resources. When people are truly starving, they will completely lose their rationality. When faced with life and death, there's nothing they won't do. Zheng Weili finally agreed. Jiang Ning came down and said to Jian, there's no need for a joint search for supplies, but I can lend you the rubber boat for a day. However, I suggest not rushing to find food first. We should think of a way to find a boat. Jian didn't expect the 18th floor to agree to go out together. It was merely a strategy, first proposing an impossible request and then settling for a compromise. He came specifically to borrow the rubber boat. All right, thank you very much. However, this is a one-time loan. What if you lose or damage it? We are all neighbors. Don't talk to me about being neighbors. Do you think you can bully us just because you have more people? Jiang Ning spoke bluntly. This is our lifeline. Lending it is a courtesy, not an obligation. Don't think you can take advantage of us just because you have the numbers. If you really provoke me, killing one won't be a loss, and killing 2 will be a profit. Anyone who isn't afraid of death can come forward. Survival is human instinct. They indeed have the numbers, but who would be foolish enough to offer themselves up for slaughter? The 18th floor has killed before, and for a moment no one dared to speak. Jian looked at them, feeling furious. Just moments ago they were all talk, but now they had turned into turtles, withdrawing into their shells. Yet at this point he could only harden his resolve. After all, his wife and children at home were starving. By taking the lead in this matter, he would likely obtain more resources, and in the future with him as the center, many things would become easier to handle. If it gets damaged, we will compensate you for it. Words are not enough. A written agreement is necessary. Jian was furious, but after some thought he gritted his teeth and agreed, fine. It's just an old rubber boat. Once we borrow it, what's to stop us from not returning it? If a flood occurs and we end up at the police station, we can compensate her later. After reaching an agreement, Zheng Weili went to write the contract and both parties signed it. Upon receiving the rubber boat, He Jian was as happy as a Buddha, showering them with many flattering remarks before signaling everyone to disperse. He Jian, Jiang Ning called to him, "The rubber boat is borrowed by you. If anything happens, I will only hold you accountable." "That's only natural." Jiang Ning smiled at him. "You live in 1303, with a wife and 2 children, and your elderly mother has foot problems, right?" He Jian was stunned, his face turning pale. Feeling a chill run down his spine, he quickly replied, "Rest assured, we will take good care of the rubber boat." With so many calculating faces around, how much resources could a rubber boat bring back? As long as the distribution is uneven, chaos will ensue. Let's just fight among ourselves. Back on the 18th floor, Zheng Weili returned 2,000 yuan to Jiang Ning. "I originally wanted to pay, but the supermarket was too chaotic. We just grabbed what we could and ran without any chance to pay. I didn't spend the money, so why would I take yours?" Jiang Ning directly refused. "Besides, this is what you risked your lives to retrieve. You can't calculate it this way. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to get any supplies, and even if we did, we wouldn't be able to bring them home." Both of them held firm in their stance, and Jiang Ning had no choice but to accept. In the end, she had no choice but to take 2 packs of noodles and some alcohol blocks along with dried vegetables, unwilling to take anything else. After she left, Liu discussed with his girlfriend, "That person from 1801 seems cold, but he actually appears quite righteous. We are being watched now, we need to stand together. Besides, without his help today, we wouldn't be able to keep our things safe." Zheng Weili agreed. "Shall we send something over?" This could be considered a formal introduction, and in the future they could look out for each other. Liu packed 5 kilograms of rice and went to knock on the door of 1801. Jiang Ning stood on the balcony watching the rubber boat row out of the building. 6 men sat in it, each wielding a stick as a weapon. People from other buildings were envious and did indeed consider coming up to rob them, but upon seeing the sharp weapons in their hands, they hesitated. Someone from 1801 came to knock on the door asking, "Do you know where there's gas?" Jiang Ning not only knew but had also been there. "I have a rough idea, but that area is low-lying. Before the typhoon hit, we were instructed to relocate, so there might not be any now. Even if there is, it would be underwater. The community uses pipeline gas, and there are practically no liquefied gas bottles. Portable gas and alcohol blocks are not durable. In simple terms, even if we find rice and flour, we have no fire to cook it." Jiang Ning had some resources, but not enough to expose himself easily. "There are a few small restaurants at the entrance of the community. I've seen them using gas bottles. Why not find a way to get some?" Liu immediately chimed in, "What we lack most right now isn't food, shall we go see? But we have to be quick, if we wait until they come to their senses, there won't be anything left." Hua Yixin had no objections, and the few of them quickly reached an agreement. When Zheng Weili stepped out, he frowned. "What if we leave and someone breaks in? That is indeed a problem. We are not afraid of the front yard being lit, we are afraid of the backyard catching fire." The group discussed again, with each household sending 1 person, while Zheng Weili stayed behind to guard and take care of Dodo, and Hua Yixin took the speedboat and gasoline. Dodo was a bit afraid of Zheng Weili, but bravely nodded. "Brother, come back early with sister." Hua Yixin patted her head and softened his tone, "Okay." Thus, while the majority went out to forage for food, the 18th floor took the opportunity to search for liquefied gas. When the speedboat's engine roared to life, it immediately attracted a lot of attention. Some who still had thieving thoughts even dared to come over, but unexpectedly the speedboat made them see stars moving so fast that they could barely see the back of the boat. Several small restaurants were submerged in the flood, but it wasn't hard to find something at the entrance of the community. Jiang Ning took out a portable diving mask and a waterproof mining lamp, but the situation was a bit awkward. Liu, who was weak and sick, couldn't go into the water, and even if he could dive, he lacked the strength to pry open doors. The water was over 10 meters deep, and prying open a door was time-consuming and exhausting. Jiang Ning's lung capacity wasn't enough either. Hua Yixin picked up the diving mask. "I'll do it." After putting on the diving mask and headlamp, Jiang Ning tied a rope around him, saying, "The current is strong. If there's a problem, pull the rope." As 1801 dove down, the 2 of them did not dare to be careless, taking up sharp sticks and staying alert, guarding against anyone suddenly rushing out to rob them. The flood was murky, and Liu looked at something not far away with surprise. "Ning, what is that?" Jiang Ning gazed at the approaching floating object and, upon prodding it with a stick, realized it was a corpse. Initially, it was shocking and nauseating, but after seeing more, she grew accustomed to it. By the time she left, several bodies were drifting in the community. Jiang Ning was counting the seconds, and after a minute, the rope in her hand remained unresponsive. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. 4 minutes. The growing unease in her heart led her to tug on the rope twice, but there was still no response. For an ordinary person, staying submerged for over a minute was already remarkable. Even though 1801 was skilled at diving, 4 minutes was still too long, right? She sensed something was wrong, and just as she was about to tug on the rope, the water's surface erupted with a splash. 1801 surface saying, "I checked several shops and all the doors have been pried open. Everything inside has been cleared out." Cleared out? Who is so capable? Liu expressed her disappointment. "We can't find the liquefied gas bottles. Even if we find something, we can't cook it." They had already moved quickly, but unexpectedly someone had gotten ahead of them. It seemed they were still too young and lacked life experience. Jiang Ning glanced at 1801. These snack shops had been submerged on the second day of the typhoon. Even if some shop owners had relocated, it was impossible for all the shops to have been pried open. The floodwaters were murky and swift, making it nearly impossible to succeed without diving masks and good swimming skills. Unless these shops had been broken into when the disaster first struck. She had an inkling of a suspicion now. "We can only try our luck at the liquefaction station, hoping the shop owners haven't completely cleared out." Having come this far, there was no reason to return empty-handed. They could only try their luck at the liquefaction station. Jiang Ning took out her phone from a waterproof bag and showed the offline map to the two of them. "It should be around this area. There seems to be a large banyan tree at the entrance." It was about 6 or 7 kilometers from Jinrong community, not particularly far, just a bit secluded. After clarifying the location, the three of them set off towards the liquefaction station in their speedboat. The suburbs were filled with bungalows, all now submerged in water, making the area feel exceptionally desolate. Along the way, they encountered firefighters rescuing trapped civilians. Upon seeing the speedboat, they hurriedly grabbed a megaphone and shouted, wanting to commandeer the boat to rescue those in danger. This rare flood disaster had left rescue equipment grossly insufficient. Hua Yishan paid no heed to them, and the three sped through the floodwaters. The city had transformed into a vast ocean indistinguishable in direction. Jiang Ning used binoculars to observe. "Go straight, and then right as something green is poking out of the water. It should be the banyan tree." Slowing their speed to approach it, indeed, was the leaves of the banyan tree. Such a tall banyan tree, now only its treetop remained green. They got into the water and tied the speedboat to the banyan tree. Jiang Ning pointed in a general direction, and Hua Yishan donned a diving mask and submerged into the water. After more than 2 minutes, Hua Yishan resurfaced. "I found it, but the liquefaction station has a roll-up door and a sliding iron door. Prying them open won't be easy." As he spoke, he asked Jiang Ning to retrieve the folding pry bar from his bag. Liu was speechless. Why did he lack professional equipment? Jiang Ning had gear in her spatial storage, but couldn't access it as they were in a team. Seeing that 1801 had a simple diving mask, rope, and tying rope, she decisively tied the rope and wore the mask, saying, "I'll go down to help. Keep an eye on the surroundings and tug the rope immediately if anything seems off." Liu nodded. "Be careful." The floodwater was icy cold as Jiang Ning dove into the water, using the waterproof light to swim towards the liquefaction station while taking out the steel clamp. From a distance, she saw a faint light and quickly swam over. Hua Yishan stood in the water straining to lift the roll-up door, but the water resistance was overwhelming. Jiang Ning swam closer, reaching out to help push it upwards. Their eyes met, and they exerted strength in unison. Slowly the roll-up door began to rise, revealing the sliding iron door behind it. Hua Yishan took the steel clamp from her hand, cut the chain on the door, and then together they pulled the door open. It was very dark inside. Just as they were about to swim in, a shadow suddenly darted towards Jiang Ning. Hua Yishan reacted swiftly, pulling her away just in time as the shadow whizzed past her head, quickly swimming upwards. A flashlight beam swept over, revealing that it was a liquefied gas bottle. Not just one, many liquefied gas bottles floated out one after another, competing to rise to the surface. Jiang Ning instinctively reached out to grab one, but quickly recalled that these should be empty bottles. A filled liquefied gas bottle has a considerable density and wouldn't float easily. She took out a bright waterproof flashlight, scanning the pitch-black surroundings and vaguely spotting several bottles resting in a corner. She swam over and reached out to lift one, but it wouldn't budge at all. Hua Yishan, with his great strength, lifted a liquefied gas bottle out of the building and forcefully tugged on the rope tied around him. Liu grabbed the rope and pulled upwards. The two quickly surfaced. Jiang Ning climbed onto the speedboat, and together they lifted the heavy liquefied gas bottles aboard. It seemed the owner hadn't managed to relocate everything. "You all catch them up there. I'll go down and bring up the others." After taking a breath to rest, Hua Yishan again submerged into the water. The water pressure was too heavy, combined with holding his breath made him uncomfortable. Jiang Ning sat on the speedboat catching her breath. Liu vigilantly scanned the surroundings with the binoculars and suddenly said nervously, Ning, someone is coming." Jiang Ning stood up and indeed saw a speedboat swiftly approaching through the rain. It was hard to see clearly, but there were at least 4 or 5 people. Liu tugged on the rope with all her might while Jiang Ning searched for a weapon to defend herself. Hua Yishan surfaced, dragging a liquefied gas can. By the time he flipped onto the boat, the opposing speedboat had already approached, manned by 6 burly men wielding sharp steel pipes. This liquefaction station is under our control. Those who know what's good for them should hand over everything you've salvaged. Big brother, we don't have diving masks. Another laughed gleefully. That's simple, I just make them salvage everything and hand it over. Exactly, and leave the speedboat and other supplies behind, or we might consider letting you go. Left green dragon, right white tiger. Each of them was heavily tattooed, clearly part of a gang. Especially as society fell into chaos, it had turned into a world of savages. They completely disregarded the trio's thoughts, as if everything was already within their grasp. Luya's face turned pale, tightly gripping the pry bar and staring at them. Jiang Ning reached into her pocket. All right, come and take it. Little sister, just wait, the big brothers will be right there. They emitted lewd laughter, slowly approaching in the speedboat, their eyes on Jiang Ning like hungry wolves. Just as they were less than 10 feet away, Jiang Ning was about to pull something out, but unexpectedly Hua Yishan was faster, directly bang with 2 shots. Hua Yishan held a modified nail gun in his hand. The speedboat deflated visibly, and the tattooed men screamed in fright, with several losing their balance and falling into the water. The current was swift, and 2 were quickly swept away. One was swimming towards Jiang Ning and the others, and she picked up a wooden stick to strike at their heads. You foul woman, do you want to die? Help, I can't swim. Hua Yishan continued to shoot at the speedboat, mercilessly hitting the tattooed men, causing them to wail in despair, and soon the speedboat began to sink, sending everyone into the flood. Jiang Ning was like playing a whack-a-mole game, showing no mercy as she smashed their heads. Such scum were everywhere, burning, killing, and looting, eradicating humanity. Killing them now could provide countless others a chance at survival. In the chaos, a wooden stick was grabbed and a bald thug swam over, intending to tear her apart. Jiang Ning exerted force, pulling him over, and without hesitation the sharp knife struck. Accompanied by a scream, blood sprayed out, and the man, losing his grip due to the excruciating pain, was instantly swept away by the flood. Liu was completely shocked, his body stiff, as if carved from stone. Knowing that Jiang Ning could fight, he had teamed up with Zhang Chao, but never expected her to be so ruthless, decapitating others as easily as slicing a watermelon. The tattooed men completely disappeared into the torrent, and amidst the vast expanse of rain, everything was washed clean. After resting for a moment, Hua Yishan continued to dive into the water. 1 person lifted, 2 carried, working together in the torrential rain and flood. They were lucky to find a total of 12 liquefied gas bottles, which could last them a long time if shared. To their surprise, they also found 3 double-burner gas stoves at the liquefaction station. They weren't sure if they could still be used after being submerged for too long, but they decided to take them back regardless. The liquefied gas bottles were quite large, and while the speedboat could barely fit them, their round shape meant that any slight jolt could send them tumbling into the water. Jiang Ning took out an inflatable boat from her large backpack, inflated it, and tied it securely to the speedboat, dividing half of the liquefied gas bottles between them and securing them with rope. Exhausted and drained, she pulled out 6 chocolate bars and distributed them to the 2 for energy replenishment. After regaining their strength, they set off back in the speedboat. Hua Yishan and Li led the way while Jiang Ning sat in the inflatable boat. It might seem easy to collect the liquefied gas bottles, but safely transporting them back was far more challenging. It was only natural to draw envy from others. As expected, they encountered others looking for supplies on the way, and upon seeing them loaded with so many liquefied gas bottles, their eyes gleamed with greed. Unfortunately, they only had the kayak, and they couldn't keep up. Near the city area, they nearly collided with a dragon boat crewed by 20 men. Thankfully, Jiang Ning had been cautious, using binoculars to survey the surroundings, allowing 1801 to take a timely detour. Upon successfully returning to Jinrong Community, 1801 did not slow down, but instead accelerated, drifting smoothly to a stop at the building. Liu, who had been flung into the water, exclaimed, "Wife, save me." At the window, Zhang Weili was already waiting. The 4 of them quickly moved the liquefied gas bottles into the building. A few people heard the noise and opened their doors to look, but faced with the fierce residents on the 18th floor, no one dared to entertain any ill intentions. While moving upstairs, they bumped into an elderly lady. "Little girl, where did you get these liquefied gas bottles?" From underwater, Jiang Ning replied honestly, "You can give it a try if you have the means. It would be best if everyone went out to collect more instead of fixating on these few bottles on the 18th floor. After 4 trips, they finally moved everything. Zhang Weili pulled Jiang Ning into the room. "I heard from Liu that these were all brought up by Hua Yishan, and he even provided the speedboat and gasoline. How should we divide them?" Jiang Ning thought for a moment. "I suggest we divide them evenly. But won't he feel shortchanged? He did provide the speedboat and gasoline, but without me and Liu, he wouldn't have been able to salvage them alone. And don't forget to consider yourself in this arrangement. If it weren't for you staying behind, who would have helped him take care of his sister and watch the house? Just as he left, others would have raided it." Zhang Weili regained her focus. You do think ahead, but will he agree? Let's ask him later. If he believes he deserves a larger share, then we can negotiate how much is appropriate. Jiang Ning wasn't greedy. Her space didn't lack liquefied gas bottles, but absolute fairness and team cooperation was impossible. This time Hua Yixin did indeed contribute significantly, so it's reasonable if he takes a couple more bottles. But what if he demands 7 or 8 bottles? If you refuse, he'll be upset. If you agree, it'll be uncomfortable when it's your turn. Next time, if it's her and 1803 doing most of the work, how should that be handled? Everyone has a different scale of fairness. It's impossible to satisfy everyone, and sooner or later conflicts will arise. It's better to establish clear rules from the start. Not wanting to strain relationships with her neighbors, Jiang Ning decided to observe Hua Yixin's attitude before making further decisions. If they were compatible, they would gather; if not, they would part ways. Hearing Jiang Ning's point, Zheng Weili found it reasonable. If his demands aren't excessive, we can continue collaborating. If he tries to take too much, we'll find our own supplies and maintain a nodding acquaintance. After discussing, the two went to the corridor and Jiang Ning looked at Hua Yixin. How should we divide these? Hua Yixin glanced at her. 3 families share equally, what do you think? Zheng Weili and Liu had no objections, so each family received 4 bottles of liquefied gas, ensuring they wouldn't have to worry about supplies for a year. Dao woke up, ran out barefoot from 1803, and joyfully leapt into Hua Yixin's arms, saying, "Brother." Despite still being wet, Hua Yixin took a step back and patted her head. "Are you being good?" "I am." Dao looked up at him, her eyes sparkling. "I listened to sisterly." After saying that, she pounced on Jiang Ning. "Sister, I want to see the bunny." Jiang Ning smiled and opened the door to let her in. After changing out of her wet clothes, she drank some red date ginger tea to warm up and lay down on the sofa to rest. Around evening, He Jian knocked on the stairwell door, smiling as he returned the inflatable boat. "Thank you, Miss Jiang, for the reminder. We actually found a few inflatable boats on time." Jiang Ning ignored him and focused on checking the inflatable boat. Seeing her silent, He Jian awkwardly said, "I heard you salvaged quite a few liquefied gas bottles. I wonder where you found them." "In the water." "Which water area?" "At the liquefaction station." He Jian chuckled and asked, "Are there any left?" Jiang Ning shot him a glance. "Wouldn't you rather just ask me to give you a bottle?" "Look at what Miss Jiang is saying. I was just asking." He adjusted his glasses. "In any case, thank you all. If you need anything in the future, feel free to come to us. As long as you don't cause trouble, everything can be negotiated." Not wanting to deal with too many matters downstairs and worried about Zheng Weili's safety, Jiang Ning knocked on the door of 1801. "I have a stainless steel door. Should we install that as well?" Hua Yixin had no objections, and the group quickly got it done. After pulling the curtains and turning on the solar lights, Jiang Ning took out spicy shrimp, grilled skewers, fried rice noodles, and beer to treat herself well. She left a liquefied gas bottle in the kitchen for appearance's sake. When it came time to cook, she would use the mobile power station, saving the other resources for later when conditions were not favorable. She had tested it specifically, and all the power stations could be charged quickly in her space. It was truly reliable. She continued sorting and organizing the supplies gathered from the supermarket, working until late at night before turning off the lights to rest. Today was indeed tiring but fulfilling. While her space was not lacking in supplies, she needed to improve herself and gain survival experience to endure harsher natural disasters. The next day, the outside became lively. The speedboats and inflatable boats on the street were noticeably more. Whether out of greed or necessity, many masked individuals emerged to cause trouble. Without the internet or surveillance, the darkest sides of their humanity were fully unleashed. Various noises filled the air with wails and what seemed like gunfire mixed in. Gunfire. Jiang Ning perked up her ears, realizing she hadn't misheard. The returning residents were murmuring, "Someone was killed. Soldiers are killing people." Indeed, after the chaos of yesterday, the military and political departments promptly adjusted their strategies and decided to deploy the army to maintain stability. Unlike the police, the military does not hesitate to use firearms. Their mission is to safeguard the country's tranquility. Jiang Ning recalled that in her previous life, the army was also mobilized, executing a group of evildoers with an iron fist, which ultimately stabilized the situation. She observed outside with binoculars and indeed saw the military personnel in green on the assault boats patrolling with live ammunition. The sporadic sound of firecrackers echoed throughout the morning, making the world feel much quieter. The gas stove soaked in water wouldn't ignite. After fiddling with it for half the day, Liu disassembled the portable gas stove and replaced several parts before finally getting it to work. He was very pleased to find a sense of value and took the initiative to offer to cook for Jiang Ning and room 1801. The two invited Jiang Ning to dinner as a thank you for providing them shelter. Stir-fried potatoes with laoganma and dried vegetables. The potatoes were brought by Jiang Ning and had already sprouted. She cut off the sprouts and blanched them in hot water. The meal was simple, yet Jiang Weili and Liu were nearly brought to tears. In these past 20 days, it was the first time they had eaten fragrant soft rice and enjoyed a comfortable hot shower. The feeling of being full was truly wonderful, and they felt rejuvenated. Ning, without you we might still be crammed in the shelter. Today was simple, but when things return to normal, I'll treat you to a lavish meal at a 5-star hotel, Jiang Weili said, clinking her glass of plain water with a serious expression. Sure, if the opportunity arises. While eating and chatting, Liu spoke up, with the army appearing, things outside have stabilized quite a bit. I've heard the government is allocating supplies to the department store and citizens can buy them in limited quantities based on need. Shall we go tomorrow? Yes, but we need to go early. Liu continued, by the way, many people have gone underwater to salvage supplies today. Liu continued, the largest supermarket near us is packed with people, but it's too deep for ordinary people without equipment. I've heard several have been swept away. Some skilled divers have managed to salvage a few items, but most are spoiled, yet they can't bring themselves to throw them away. Sigh, if it weren't for Ning's reminder we would be starving now, Jiang Weili sighed. The department store opened at 8, and they set the alarm for 6. After tidying up a bit, they left at 6:30. Room 1801 didn't go, so the task of guarding the house naturally fell to him. It was still dim at 6:30, but many people were already out, taking an hour to reach the department store. Entering directly from the 4th floor, the water world was damp everywhere. Looking up, the crowd was a sea of heads. The mall was on the 6th floor, but the line had already extended to the 4th floor. Some had reportedly been lining up since last night just to secure a chance to enter. There were soldiers patrolling with live ammunition on site. Due to the harsh measures taken yesterday, despite the noise, no one dared to cause trouble. The 3 hurried to line up. As time passed, more and more people poured in. At 8 o'clock sharp, the doors opened, allowing 50 people in at a time for only 5 minutes, clearing the area punctually. The purchasing limits were extremely strict, with each person allowed only 2 jin of food, and purchases had to be made in cash with an ID. 3 hours of waiting for 5 minutes of shopping. In such an expansive mall, not only did they have to compete in speed, but they also needed stamina. The 3 agreed that rice and flour were the most filling, and they should avoid instant noodles and snacks. As Southerners eat, rice and flour is hard to store in humid weather. Jiang Ning chose rice, while Jiang Weili and Liu each opted for 2 jin of everything. 100 yuan per jin. Don't complain about the price, even if you have money you can't buy it. The quality of the rice was average, but having it was already good enough. It would only get more expensive from here on out. Later, even the paper currency would be worthless and feel hard to wipe with. With a large population infringing, the rice and flour would soon be snatched up. The government would gradually release more, but they would all be salvaged and dried from the water. Not to mention that spoiled food is bad for health. Even if you want it, you won't be able to grab it. 2,000 yuan isn't much, but Jiang Ning decided to spend it all. Jiang Weili was worried about the rubber dinghy breaking and thought of buying another as a backup, but it was marked at a shocking price of 10,000 yuan. Laogan and dried vegetables had also skyrocketed in price. The cost and risk of going out were too high. The 3 pulled together a few items and spent the 2,000 yuan, but it didn't fill their bags much. The line outside was growing longer, while the rice and flour in the mall were running low. While going down the stairs, she inadvertently saw Yang Weizong and Su Mengao also waiting in line, holding hands closely together, while the girl from room 1202 stood behind them, looking gaunt with sunken eyes and appearing listless. Looking at her, Jiang Ning couldn't help but think of her past self. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, Yang Weizong instinctively released Su Mengio's hand and smiled, wanting to greet her. Jiang Ning coldly turned her face away, pretending not to see. After exiting the mall, they boarded the rubber dinghy to leave. Seeing that it was still early, Liu reminded them Zhang Chao lives quite close. Why don't we go check on him? The second day after the typhoon struck, there had still been contact, but then there was no more news. Jiang Ning thought for a moment and agreed. Aside from his poor taste in women, Zhang Chao was not too bad as a friend. In her past life, she had been rescued by Jiang Weili, and throughout her life, she had only 2 friends, Liu and Zhang Chao. If conditions allowed, she still wanted to lend a hand. After an hour, they reached the neighborhood where Zhang Chao lived, finding the 8th floor based on memory. After knocking for a while, a woman's voice came from inside. Who is it? Looking for Zhang Chao. There's no one by that name, you must have the wrong place. The 3 had helped when Zhang Chao moved, so it was impossible to have made a mistake. The woman's voice sounded older, likely belonging to a middle-aged woman. Mom, who is it? A boy's voice came from inside. Strangers, wrong door. Jiang Ning frowned, sensing something was off. But no matter how much she knocked, the people inside ignored her, instead disturbing the neighbors. Seeing an old lady open the door, Jiang Ning hurried over to ask, Grandma, is Zhang Chao living next door? The old lady had a complex expression and shook her head, unwilling to say anything. Liu had a bad feeling and took out 3 liang of rice from his bag. After hesitating for a while, the old lady finally let the three of them in. You must be looking for that refined young man who speaks quite humorously, right? Liu nodded eagerly. He's a good young man, but he's quite foolish. He brought trouble upon himself and got— As the old lady spoke, she shook her head. When the typhoon first hit, that woman came over with her parents and 2 children. The young man took the risk to pick them up. At that time I thought they were siblings, but who knew that just a few days later he was kicked out. He knocked on the door several times, but that woman refused to open. Zheng Weili clenched her fists tightly while Jiang Ning and Li were at a loss for words. Eventually, having no choice, he stayed in the hallway. He was only taken away on the day of the rescue. The shelter was divided by area and the trapped residents of the neighborhood were taken to the Fengcheng Hotel for placement. Liu couldn't imagine how Zhang Chao had survived these past 10 days. How could there be such a despicable woman? What do we do now? He was so angry that it felt like his liver was hurting. Remembering Zhang Chaos encounter, Zheng Weili was furious, shouting, beat him up and kick him out. Although Zhang Chao acted foolishly, the medicine Jiang Ning needed was hoarded with his help, not only complete in variety, but also cost-effective. As a friend, Jiang Ning couldn't stand by, especially since Zhang Chao had taken a hit for her during their childhood fights. In unison, Zheng Weili kicked the door and shouted, listen, you inside, you have 1 minute to come out, or don't blame me for being rude. However, the only response she received was silence. Jiang Ning took out a crowbar and handed it over. Zheng Weili, with great strength, made the crowbar clatter loudly. Suddenly a voice came from behind them. A couple in their 50s holding hands with an 8 or 9-year-old girl came up the stairs carrying a heavy rubber boat bag. Seeing the bag, Jiang Ning immediately recognized it as the one she had anonymously bought for Zhang Chao. This brand was professional grade. Ordinary people would have chosen a standard one. In other words, this family not only drained Zhang Chaos resources, but also occupied the supplies she had purchased. Jiang Ning walked over, grabbed the girl's collar, and dragged her to the door, saying, if you don't open the door, don't blame me for killing your parents along with you. As she spoke, she brandished a knife, scaring the girl into tears, crying, Mommy, Mommy. The couple rushed forward, stomping their feet and shouting, murder, murder. Shout, scream as loud as you can. Let everyone in the building know that you have usurped someone else's home and are forcing them to desperation. Alone, a woman couldn't possibly drive Zhang Chao out. This family was in cahoots. Although the girl was only 8 or 9 years old, she was completely aware. In the apocalypse, children could smile at you while plunging a knife into your heart. The more innocent the smile, the dirtier the heart. They might not want it, but hunger would force them into choices. Don't ask Jiang Ning how she knew, as she had been stabbed. The door finally opened, revealing the sallow face of a middle-aged woman who angrily shouted at the three, what are you doing? I've already said I don't know Zhang Chao. If you keep causing trouble, I'll call the police. Zheng Weili swung a heavy punch. Screw you. The woman fell to the ground, bloodied and missing a few teeth, while a boy in the house screamed and picked up a water cup to throw at them. The furnishings in the house, the clothes in the cupboard, all belonged to Zhang Chao. The boy lunged at her fiercely, but Jiang Ning slapped him and slammed him hard against the wall. Regardless of the adults' actions, the 2 children were well fed. Yet they survived solely by consuming Zhang Chaos resources, showing no gratitude, and even sought to drive the owner of the home out to save their own meals. When he approached, he wore a fierce expression with no remorse whatsoever. What did this mean? He was aware of the situation, even participating, yet felt no shame. The woman howled at the top of her lungs while the couple jumped around theatrically, but it was all in vain. Others were starving half to death and had no time to care about anyone else's plight. Zheng Weili, a seasoned fighter, knew where to hit to cause the most pain without risking life. After a few punches, the woman howled no more, resembling a dead dog as she was thrown out. She coldly stared at the couple, saying, I don't hit the elderly, but if anything happens to Zhang Chao, I'll make your whole family pay. The house was in complete disarray. The supply package Jiang Ning had sent was reduced to just a few pounds of rice, 2 bags of salt, and hardly any oil used. Liu packed everything into the bag, also taking some of Zhang Chaos' clothes, gathering anything urgent. The old woman, relying on her gender, fearlessly lunged at Liu to snatch the supplies, but Jiang Ning kicked her down, saying, he doesn't hit the elderly, but I do. After searching them for keys, Liu locked the door, not forgetting to take the rubber boat. Without the rubber boat, there was no way to survive. The old man wouldn't let go until Jiang Ning pulled out a bloody butcher's knife. The family finally felt fear, their faces pale and bloodless, cowering in the corner. Jiang Ning stared at the middle-aged woman, saying, you're quite toxic, Black Widow. After saying that, she grabbed the woman by her collar and threw her out the window. Liu Yu. Zheng Weili. The 2 elderly people clutched the child, wailing, while Jiang Ning left without blinking an eye. Sitting in the rubber boat as they departed, the Black Widow struggled to swim not far away. What a pity she could swim. How to deal with her was a decision for Zhang Chao to make. If she continued to act foolishly, there would be no need to save even friends. After all, this was an apocalypse and no one's life was more important than their own. Liu discussed with Zhang Weili, contemplating going to Fengcheng Hotel to search. Jiang Ning's mood was complicated, but remembering the bricks Zhang Chao had taken for her, she reluctantly agreed. Upon arriving at Fengcheng Hotel, it was overcrowded with staff surrounded by citizens seeking refuge. The municipal system was paralyzed and the water was filled with household garbage alongside victims who were starving with hardly any hot food or water available, filling the air with a foul stench. Liu struggled to squeeze through, finally emerging breathless after more than half an hour, saying the accommodation is arranged by area. Zhang Chao should be on the 14th floor. Further details couldn't be extracted as the hotel was packed with thousands of people and the network and electricity systems were completely down. Jiang Ning's ears buzzed from the noise. Let's find a way to search. The hotel was vast with dozens of guest rooms on each floor, and the dimly lit corridors felt especially dark. Yet, even in the darkness, there were many people in the hallways, and one had to be careful not to bump into or step on anyone. Upon reaching the 14th floor, Jiang Ning took out her flashlight. She thought it was overloaded to have 5 or 6 people in a room, but to her surprise there were over 10 people crammed in, and the bedding was dirtier than rags with a filthy pungent smell permeating the air. It was too dirty. Zhang Weili nearly vomited, saying, "This environment is too poor, isn't it?" There was no alternative. With so many low buildings and large factories, the relevant departments had done their best. She thought they would have to knock on doors one by one, but due to the overcrowding and stagnant air, all the doors were open, and many people were even gasping for air in the hallway. As the three ascended, countless pairs of eyes quickly focused on them. Although it was dark, Jiang Ning could sense a lot of hostility. If it weren't for the military's deployment with armed guards maintaining order below and the previous tough waves that had dealt with the shelter, the three would truly not have dared to enter. Even so, they dared not show any slack. They searched room by room, noticing many faces that appeared numb and devoid of vitality. Zhang Weili felt heavy-hearted, but other than sighing inside, there was nothing she could do. After searching over 20 rooms, they finally found Zhang Chao. He stood by the window, staring blankly at the rain outside. Originally not plump, he looked even thinner now, and his clothes were so dirty that the color was unrecognizable. Having grown up together and shared the same underwear, Liu recognized him at a glance, calling out Zhang Chao. After calling several times, the person by the window finally turned around, staring blankly at the people at the door. Zhang Chao looked at the three of them. After a long pause, he managed to tug at the corners of his stiff mouth, trying to smile, but it looked worse than crying. He was in a terrible state, covered in dirt and grease. Men express their emotions quite differently from women. Jiang Ning and Zhang Weili did not go in, leaving Liu to accompany and converse. The conditions in the shelter are too poor. Liu suggested he come to Jinrong community. We now live next to a Ning in a 3-bedroom 2-living room apartment. You can move in with us, and we will figure out the rest later. Jiang Ning called Zhang Weili to the end of the corridor by the window. What are your plans? Zhang Weili didn't want outsiders to disturb them, but given the special circumstances, friends should help each other. Without Jiang Ning, she and Liu would also have to stay in the shelter. Liu is actually quite sentimental. He has only you and Zhang Chao as friends. Besides, who doesn't encounter difficulties? The flood will eventually recede, so let him stay with us. The food at home is enough for 2 or 3 months. If necessary, we can find other ways later. Zhang Weili is simple-minded and doesn't think too much when speaking or acting, especially since she firmly believes the world will recover. While the two chatted by the window, Liu and Zhang Chao walked out of the room. Zhang Chao approached them, forcing a stiff smile. Weili, I need to trouble you. Zhang Weili slapped him on the shoulder. We are friends, just treat us to a good meal when the flood recedes. They left on a rubber boat, and Jiang Ning handed a pack of biscuits to Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao thanked her, tearing open the packaging and devouring the contents, tears welling in his eyes. Liu also contributed the last of his rice balls. Don't worry about it. Jiang Ning was in a worse situation in his past life, and no one has it easy in this. Returning to Jinrong community, everyone was exhausted. Jiang Ning took out 2 pounds of rice and other supplies bought from the supermarket. Zhang Chao, don't think I took advantage of you. When the flood recedes, you have to pay me back 100-fold and give me an extra 1 commission on future orders. With a snobbish tone and teasing manner, Jiang Ning was still the familiar self, showing no disdain for him. Zhang Chao breathed a sigh of relief. I'll give you a 2 commission. What about me? Liu protested. You have to cover my and Weili's morning tea for a year. Sure, it's on me. He opened the door, changed his shoes, and collapsed onto the bed in his pajamas, staring blankly at the ceiling. Unlike Liu and Zhang Weili, Zhang Chao, who works in sales, has much better insight. She must guard the secret of her space and cannot reveal any clues. For the next 2 days, no one went outside. Jiang Ning spent his time reading and training while hiding inside to sort and organize, exhausting himself to the point of nearly breaking his back. He finally finished clearing all the goods he had swept from the supermarket, piling supplies up to the ceiling. The big room was locked, the key hidden in the space. During this time, Jiang Weili came over once. While chatting, Jiang Ning asked about Zhang Chao. How is he doing now? He barely speaks and sleeps all day in his room. Jiang Weili sensed something was wrong. He must have been deeply hurt by that woman, and reality is so harsh. Do you think he will fall into despair? Hasn't he always acted like it whenever he breaks up? He should be fine in a couple of days. While searching through the cupboard, Jiang Ning took out a bottle of white liquor. This is from the last time I helped him with an order. His company sent it as a client gift, and he conveniently gave me a share. Let him drink it, and he should be fine. Men need to vent their feelings. Don't be fooled by the fact that Zhang Chao is an orphan. He has come from such a place and is more resilient than the average person. Jiang Weili thought for a moment, and after accepting it said anxiously, the typhoon has passed for several days. Why is it still raining? The rain not only continues, but also rises, creating a suffocating sense of panic. Who knows? It might rise to the 18th floor any day now. Jiang Weili replied. It really is frightening. The next day she slept in only to be roused by knocking on the door. Jiang Weili came to call them. Zhang Chao finished a whole bottle of white liquor last night and got dead drunk, but this morning he seems to have come back to life. He wants you to come over to discuss something. After changing clothes and shaving, Zhang Chao looked much cleaner. He gazed at everyone with a serious expression. I think the apocalypse has come. Jiang Ning's heart sank, and he couldn't help but look at him. Don't you all think this is very unusual? Zhang Chao sat upright, beginning his analysis. An unprecedented typhoon with rain falling, as if the heavens had opened. I heard a lot of news while in the shelter. The government has been tirelessly salvaging resources from grain and oil wholesale markets day and night. The bread or rice balls we eat are made from those grains. Even if our country doesn't cultivate, there is enough food stockpiled for 2 years of consumption. Why must they salvage spoiled grains from the water for us to eat? Moreover, they only provide us with enough to fill 3/10 of our stomachs, while the rest must be dried and stored. Liu was taken aback. It rains heavily every day, and food cannot be brought in at all. No, don't underestimate the strength of the nation, Zhang Chao stated firmly. If only the southern coastal areas were affected, aid would have arrived long ago and less. This is a nationwide disaster, even a global catastrophe. Before the internet was cut off, Zhang Chao followed the news and browsed forum posts, and many places in other provinces were also affected. A simultaneous outbreak of major disasters. What else could this be if not the apocalypse? Even if the flood recedes one day, it won't be possible to return to normal in a short time. This is why the government is urgently salvaging and storing supplies. After hearing this, Jiang Weili and Liu felt uneasy. Many people have gone out to salvage in the past few days. Why don't we go out and try our luck? Zhang Chao looked at Jiang Ning. Ning, what are your thoughts? The water is too deep. Even professional divers find it difficult, let alone ordinary people without equipment. Jiang Ning directly denied it. Even if we are lucky enough to salvage something, we may not have the ability to bring it back. It's better to think of ways from the water. But the shopping malls have already been swept clean. There won't be anything left for us. Jiang Ning reminded, we don't necessarily have to find food. As long as we have something in hand that others don't, we can exchange it for food later. Drugs, Zhang Chao suggested. Everyone is looking for supplies in the malls and underwater now. We can search in office buildings. Office buildings usually contain little supplies. Liu shook his head. In our unit building, someone already swept the office buildings yesterday. The office buildings in the urban area are almost cleaned out. The office building where my company is located is relatively remote. The waterway there is complex, and with this water level, even rubber boats cannot pass. Some people may have speedboats, but they don't have gasoline, so they can only circle around the city. Jiang Ning agreed. Zhang Chao and I are familiar with that area. We can try our luck. If we can find the medicines from his company, our lives will be much better later on. A company isn't a warehouse, but there is an exhibition hall, and the quantity of medicines won't be too much. However, it will be a significant gain for a small group. Moreover, it seems there is more than one pharmaceutical company in that office building. Even though they had stocked supplies in advance, it was only worth 50,000. Who would complain about having too many medicines? At a critical moment, a single pill could save your life. So they needed to act quickly. Once others regained their senses, there would be no room for them. After hearing this, Jiang Weili and Liu felt a sense of urgency. Why don't we discuss it with 1801? He has a speedboat. Without delay, Liu knocked on the door of the good neighbor in the apocalypse. After considering it for a moment, Huaishan agreed to go look for medicine. As always, Jiang Weili took care of the base while watching the kids. Although Zhang Chao proposed the theory of apocalypse, Jiang Weili still had her own concerns. Deep down, she was reluctant to believe it, and after much hesitation, she said, you guys are mainly looking for survival supplies and medicine this time. As for other things, please consider your own needs. Not saying it outright, but those who understood understood. Jiang Ning certainly grasped the implication and quickly added, if we find medicine and survival supplies, we will split them evenly. Personal requests for other needs don't count, but it's best not to occupy too many group resources. It was better to clarify, and no one had any objections. A speedboat and 3 inflatable boats could carry a lot of supplies back. The only concern was being outpaced by others. It was 20 kilometers to Zhang Chaos Company, and the 4 of them boarded the speedboat to brave the rain. As expected, the water flow became more complex as they reached the suburbs and the wind picked up. Even the best sailors could not navigate the wooden boats and inflatable boats. Hua Yishan was technically skilled, steadily maneuvering through the intricate waterways, and amidst the gloomy weather a few towering office buildings came into view on the water's surface. Zheng Chao pointed in a direction, and the 4 approached the office building, seeing through the glass on the 5th floor an office submerged in the flood. The office looks quite tidy, it should still be untouched. He took out a hammer and struck the glass hard, causing the flood to surge inside. Once the water stabilized, they walked into the office building to secure the speedboat. Fortune smiled upon them. The vast office building had yet to be looted. With clear goals, they headed straight up the stairs to the 12th floor where Zhang Chaos Pharmaceutical Company was located. Using a steel cutter to remove the lock, Zheng Chao reached his workstation first, and with a sigh of relief saw several large boxes piled behind him. I was supposed to deliver goods to the pharmacy that day, but the typhoon hit, and they notified me of a delay. So I brought the goods back to the company instead. The goods were quite varied, including anti-inflammatory and antibacterial medications, rheumatism medicine, cold medicine, and so on, totaling dozens of types. The pharmaceutical agency was small, with only a dozen people in the sales department. The exhibition room was filled with assorted medications, including those for high blood pressure, blood sugar, and blood lipid control. Although the quantities weren't large, the variety was impressive enough to fill several large boxes. Jiang Ning suggested, given our limited space, let's open the packaging and just take the medicines. This way we can save at least 3/4 of the space. Sure, I know the uses for all the various medicines, and I can sort them out for you when we return. They began dismantling the packaging while Jiang Ning searched the workstation, finding coffee biscuits, various snacks, tea for men, flour tea for women, and a self-heating pot. While the quantity was meager, they made sure not to miss anything useful. The pantry was stocked with beverages, milk, tea packets, bottled water, and they even took the express deliveries from the front desk, ensuring nothing useful was left behind. They stuffed what they didn't need into their space. The medicines filled 2 large travel backpacks, making it a fruit. After hiding the other supplies, the group took the medicines to the 15th floor. There were 3 pharmaceutical companies in the office building, and they prioritized gathering supplies from all of them. The second company also had a significant amount of medicine. Zheng Chao looked at the large refrigerator in the exhibition room and regretfully said, this company primarily distributes vaccines. These are all good items, but unfortunately we can't take them. Through the glass, Jiang Ning saw several types of vaccines, including those for smallpox, tetanus, rabies, meningitis, HPV, and influenza. The refrigerator had a built-in battery that could keep it running for a month during power outages, but once taken out, the vaccines couldn't be stored at room temperature. Jiang Ning took a glance and said nothing, continuing to gather supplies. After raiding the 3 pharmaceutical companies, 1 inflatable boat was filled to the brim. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the hungry group sat down to eat, enjoying a lavish self-heating pot, coffee, milk, tea, and various trendy snacks. Listening to the rain outside, savoring the delicious hot pot, the aroma wafted through the office building, making it truly a delightful experience. We have enough medicines, but the food is indeed scarce. There are still a few trendy live streaming sales companies in this building. Let's go take our chances. Without hesitation, they continued prying open doors. Unexpectedly, the first company was a cosmetics and skincare sales company. Zhang Chao and Lui were uninterested, but Jiang Ning's eyes lit up. All the major skincare brands, cosmetics, lipsticks, face masks, and luxury creams were piled up everywhere. Jiang Ning was not polite and began tossing the expensive items into her bag. Lui thought of bringing some for Zhang Weili, so she also picked a few items. The men were uninterested, only looking for survival supplies, and so they headed to the second trendy company. Ning, hurry up, we're waiting for you upstairs. Once they left, Jiang Ning swept everything into her space. Unfortunately, the second company was a women's clothing retailer with various dresses, skirts, shoes, and bags. Liu picked a few items for Zhang Weili, and Jiang Ning also chose several pieces. The third company was finally a food retailer, but it was all snack types: beef jerky, lamb jerky, nuts, various breads and pastries, trendy drinks, and even ice cream, but unfortunately it had all melted in the refrigerator. These took up space, filling several large black plastic bags. Oh, and they didn't even skip the garbage bags from the cleaning room. Those would come in handy. Time flew by and efficiency was too low with their current method. Jiang Ning suggested splitting up to collect supplies on different floors to save time and enhance efficiency. There were a total of 15 floors on the water surface. Jiang Ning was responsible for 3 floors, while the 3 men each handled 4 floors. Jiang Ning was assigned floors 12 to 15 and decided to start from the 15th floor downward. Upon reaching the 15th floor, she returned to the earlier pharmaceutical company and collected all the vaccines from the refrigerator. The space could preserve them for as long as needed. Time was tight, so she decided to target larger companies first, quickly eyeing a well-known home appliance company's office in Focheng. The product exhibition hall was vast, filled with air conditioners, washing machines, refrigerators, smart rice cookers, and various stylish appliances, brimming with technological appeal. The country would build bases in various locations in the future. She heard some were quite nice, and since the space had solar power generators, Jiang Ning decided to select a few favorite items just in case they were needed later. If they weren't needed, it wouldn't matter, she could simply throw them away. A 6-figure double-door refrigerator, 5-figure air conditioners and washing machines, multifunctional air coolers, automatic cooking pots, ice makers, rice cookers, bread machines, soy milk makers, wireless vacuum cleaners, dryers, and more. Jiang Ning loved cooking but hated washing dishes, so she decisively collected several dishwashers. These took up a lot of space, but fortunately she had cleaned out her space in time. The large company had good benefits, and the pantry was filled with many items, not to mention milk, snacks, and beverages, along with a good amount of grains, red dates, lotus seeds, and even shark fin and bird's nest, likely meant to entertain clients. Unfortunately, all the fruit had gone bad, leaving only a pile of withered lemons. Next to the pantry was a bakery that prepared snacks for employees, stocked with plenty of milk, flour cake, mixed eggs, condensed milk, and dried fruits. The refrigerator contained red wine and steak, but sadly the steak was also spoiled. Jiang Ning didn't need these and didn't want to occupy Liu Yu and Zhang Chaos survival resources, so she packed everything useful. She didn't neglect the workstations either, keeping useful items and throwing things that were inconvenient to take out into her space, such as wire sockets and various tools and books. While unpacking deliveries, she discovered 2 pairs of ice skates and thought they might come in handy during extreme cold, so she tossed them into her space. Dragging out 2 large deliveries from under the workstation, she saw that the delivery slip didn't indicate the contents, so she cut it open. To her surprise, 2 large boxes were filled with condoms. 2 large boxes contained a total of at least 3,000 pieces. Jiang Ning looked up and glanced at the workstation sign, Wang Meng. Respect to the brave warriors who are always ready for battle. Jiang Ning had never eaten pork, but she knew that it was in high demand in the apocalypse, making it a valuable commodity for trade. Without hesitation, she tossed them into her space, only to remember something and quickly gathered a handful to stuff into a black plastic bag. After sweeping the 15th floor, she moved on to the 14th, where the vast area housed only a single technology information company. The boss probably made a fortune. The employees enjoyed excellent benefits, with the pantry stocked with high-end snacks, self-heating pots for overtime work, and the fridge filled with steaks, pork chops, and lamb chops, which almost made Jiang Ning gag when she opened the door. After finishing in the pantry, she headed toward the boss office. It seemed to belong to a charismatic CEO, as the office alone spanned several hundred square feet, complete with an office hall, reception room, lounge, and a personal collection gallery. Are CEOs of today so willful? To have a collection gallery in the office. The fortified gallery piqued Jiang Ning's interest, and with all her strength, she pried the door open, stunned by the sight before her. The door opened to reveal an antique display rack with a Tang sword hanging in the center, its scabbard adorned with ancient patterns and lavish silver plating. Jiang Ning took it down and unsheathed the sword, which gleamed coldly. It felt substantial in her hand, but not overly heavy, clearly a fine weapon, much better than a butcher's knife. She raised the sword and struck a wooden box, slicing through it as easily as cutting tofu. This was no ordinary blade, it was a divine weapon. The display rack held numerous antiques, blue and white porcelain vases, hat cylinders, colored glazed plum vases, apple-shaped urns, tripod furnaces, and inkstones. Jiang Ning knew little about these items, but anything collected by a CEO alongside the Tang sword could not possibly be cheap. The signs of age suggested they had been eroded by time. In chaotic times, gold is valuable, while in prosperous times antiques hold worth, yet in the apocalypse, even a piece of bread was more precious than these artifacts. Nevertheless, they were quite pleasing to the eye, and she could take them back as decorations since they wouldn't occupy much space. On the left side of the rack hung several pieces of calligraphy, all by renowned ancient masters, each easily worth 7 to 8 figures. However, Jiang Ning noticed a corner piled high with Mount I liquor. The 1982 5-star brand in a yellow glazed porcelain bottle had a market price of up to 500,000 per bottle, and there were exactly 10 bottles. The 2002 Feitian brand 6 bottles per case, each valued at 700,000, had 10 full cases. The 2010 Feitian brand 12 bottles per case, each worth A0000, had a staggering 50 cases. This was no longer just liquor, it was art. Jiang Ning thanked the CEO and swept all of it into her The willful CEO had a wide array of hobbies with a collection that was truly diverse, including a diamond-studded Patek Philippe watch, and even professional high-end diving equipment, the MTUE brand, which was the most expensive limited edition. When Jiang Ning searched for diving masks, she had seen this one valued at 980000. With floods expected to last for months and unsure if natural disasters would recur, she accepted it without hesitation. In a transparent glass cabinet lay a 5-star golf club. Jiang Ning had worked a summer job at a golf course and knew this club was worth 180000, equivalent to 108000. She emptied the collection gallery, not even sparing the display rack, which could be used as firewood in the frigid cold. Additionally, in an inconspicuous corner there was a safe. The safe that could fit into the collection gallery surely held something extraordinary. The lounge had a kitchen, an enormous refrigerator stocked with French foie gras, beef, caviar, black truffles, golden abalone, Iberian ham, 1982 Lafite steak, salmon, and more. The fridge was not only full but also had a built-in battery keeping all the ingredients fresh. Apart from thanking the boss, Jiang Ning had nothing else to say as she stuffed both the ingredients and the fridge into her space. The Tang sword and the golf club were the best weapons for the apocalypse. Jiang Ning didn't want to hide them, so she packed them into a bag and slung it over her shoulder. The 14th and 15th floors had abundant supplies, and she collected meticulously, rifling through boxes and cabinets, leaving no delivery package unsearched. The 13th floor was relatively messy, housing a high-tech incubation base filled with a myriad of new startup companies. The incubation base was quite poor, the kind where even the underwear had to be worn inside out, making it hard to find any supplies. Jiang Ning was exhausted and breathing heavily, having eaten a few energy bars before continuing to pry open. At a nanofabric company, the storefront appeared small, displaying various clothing fabrics, while in the center of the sample room a glass display case showcased a simple yet confident silver-gray autumn shirt, priced at 19,080,000. Robbery does not work this way. How can consumers be so easily exploited? With a determined heart, Jiang Ning moved closer to take a closer look. Nano-temperature clothing, it claims to maintain a constant temperature of 25 degrees. Intrigued by this claim, Jiang Ning smashed the glass with a hammer and took the clothing in her hands. What a joke about the constant temperature, it felt no different against her arm. However, it was exceptionally soft and smooth, clinging to her skin like it was as if she weren't wearing anything at all, somewhat resembling silk fabric. Rubbing and checking, it felt quite breathable. Jiang Ning decided to take it for the price of 198000. At least she could try it on later. If it weren't for the apocalypse, she would never have the chance to wear something so expensive. She collected all the fabrics and even found 10 rolls of temperature-regulating fabric in the sample warehouse, which should be great for making intimate clothing. Having only searched half of the 13th floor, Zhang Chao had already finished on his side and came over to help. Upon seeing the Tang sword and golf club on her back, his eyes nearly popped out, and after a moment he gave her a thumbs up, saying, "You're amazing." Just lucky ran into it. The sky had darkened, and they needed to hasten their pace. Jiang Ning urged him to move the supplies downstairs to load the inflatable boat. Zhang Chao was exhausted, but complied obediently. With poor visibility in the dark, Jiang Ning was too tired to stand straight, but for a better life in the apocalypse, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Before long, Liu also came to help, and they all had decent gains. After asking around, it seemed impossible to load everything with just the 4 of them, especially with the heavy supplies. The inflatable boat likely wouldn't be able to carry it all. She sent Liu to help move supplies, and then took out the packed inflatable boat from her space, carrying a bucket of 5L gasoline. After passing the bright road, she would also have her own inflatable boat in the future. On the 13th floor there weren't many supplies left, and as Jiang Ning dragged the heavy box outside, she called out, "Liu, come see what I found." An inflatable boat, haha. Liu's eyes nearly popped out. "Ning, your luck is incredible." "Yeah, it must have belonged to a water sports enthusiast. I didn't expect it to turn out to be a bargain for me." Such poor acting. As it got dark, Liu couldn't see her expression clearly and shared with Zhang Chao, who was moving things. Chao Ning found an inflatable boat. With this, there were 2 inflatable boats and 3 rubber boats on the 18th floor, a substantial asset. "It's just that the gasoline is too little. We probably won't get far." "No worries, we can figure out how to gather gasoline later. We can go wherever we want in the future." The 4 of them moved and carried, getting all the supplies to the 5th floor. Having cleared an entire building, they indeed found quite a lot of supplies. Not to mention 1 trip, even 2 trips wouldn't be enough to carry it all. Everyone was eating high-calorie self-feeding pots, casually discussing their respective collection statuses. Excluding the miscellaneous snacks and drinks, Jiang Ning gathered the most grains, while Zhang Chao swept the family storage area, acquiring over 100 pounds of yak jerky, rhodiola, saffron, matsutake mushrooms, cheese, and more. Liu found several bags of wuchang rice and huaishan, located a liquor distribution company, acquiring dozens of boxes of alcohol. Adding it all up, the most was bottled water. This was a necessity that couldn't be discarded. After all, drinking rainwater constantly was not a viable option. After some discussion, they decided to first bring back medicines, meat, alcohol, rice, and grains, followed by instant noodles, spicy hot pot, and bread, leaving the bottled water and drinks for last. Additionally, each person took some items they needed. The inflatable boat belonged to Jiang Ning, and there were also a tang knife, a golf club, and skincare products. Liu took some clothes and shoes. Zheng Chao collected electronic products, game consoles, and watches. Hua Yixin carried a stuffed doll, children's books and paper, and pens, clearly for Dodo. Everyone had their share, trying to minimize the use of communal supplies. While moving items to the inflatable boat, Liu chatted saying, "I found a seed store, but unfortunately they sprayed pesticides, so we can't eat them. Otherwise, we could take them back just in case." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 pairs of eyes stared at him in unison. "Well, what's wrong?" Zheng Chao hesitated. "The whole world is flooded. If this truly is the apocalypse, seeds will be worth more than medicines." Liu then realized he had made a foolish mistake. Should we take them back? This was rather obvious, and he continued loading supplies as Jiang Ning and Zheng Chao ran upstairs to carry more. When they reached upstairs, they were startled to find a station of a certain Longgao technology, whose founder was the great person who ensured the Chinese people had enough to eat. The station wasn't large, mostly consisting of new hybrid rice varieties with a total of about 500 to 600 pounds, along with many hybrid vegetable varieties, hydroponic technology, and nutrient solutions. It was incredibly valuable, and Jiang Ning didn't even spare the documentation. The two made several trips back and forth. On the last trip, she deliberately walked slowly, concealing the laboratory's computer in her space, which contained precious literature and data that might greatly aid in the future restoration of a civilized society. After all the fuss, it was already past 9 in the evening. The inflatable boat from 1801 was tied to 2 rubber boats, and Jiang Ning's was secured to one, mutually estimating the power and weight capacity as they sailed towards the Jinrong community in the dark. Jiang Ning piloted the inflatable boat, while Liu sat beside her, keeping watch with binoculars. The binoculars had night vision capability, allowing them to observe and avoid obstacles as well as guard against sudden attackers. Loaded with supplies, they moved at a slow speed. Upon reaching Jinrong community, the two skillfully turned off the engine and dimmed the mining light to the lowest setting, rowing back to the apartment building. At this hour, nearly everyone was asleep, but they still had to be cautious. With so many supplies, it was easy to attract unwanted attention, and they walked barefoot to avoid making noise. Zheng Weili came down to help, and they spent nearly an hour moving everything. Concerned that Zheng Weili might not be able to guard the supplies, Hua Yixin asked Jiang Ning to stay while the 3 of them rushed back to the office building to finish moving everything overnight. The supplies were piled in the living room of 1803, appearing particularly chaotic, yet it evoked an indescribable sense of satisfaction. The 2 didn't bother to rest, grabbing a stool to sit and sort through the items, dividing them into 4 equal portions, while those that couldn't be divided were set aside. The second trip still wasn't finished, with plenty of drinks and bottled water left, so 1801 and Zheng Chao had to make another trip. By the time everything was lifted to the 18th floor, it was already 1 in the morning. Everyone worked overnight to distribute the supplies. Jiang Ning collected quite a bit of medicine, grains, beef, alcohol, 10 pounds of wuchang rice, over a dozen boxes of bottled water, 7 or 8 boxes of milk, and 2 large sacks full of snacks and instant food, along with many other miscellaneous items. In short, there was no need to worry for half a year. The only trouble now was the seeds they had brought back. They knew seeds were precious, but aside from Jiang Ning, none of the others had any knowledge. Moreover, the heavy rain made conditions too humid, and improper storage would spoil them quickly. Jiang Ning thought for a moment, "How about I take care of the storage? Let's see if we can grow hydroponic vegetables, and then I'll teach you all." It wasn't greed, or rather, in the apocalyptic world where disasters frequently occurred, high and low temperatures were unsuitable for plant growth, and there was simply no opportunity to plant. If seeds were kept too long, they would spoil. The space could preserve freshness, and she genuinely wanted to save these precious items. If future researchers could develop suitable places for planting, she could anonymously donate them. After all, the space was only 10 square meters of black earth, and the seeds she prepared couldn't all be planted in her lifetime. The others had no objections and even helped move the items into her home. "A Ning, whether we can achieve vegetable freedom depends on you now. I'll just try it, I can't guarantee success." Exhausted, she washed up and fell asleep immediately. Staying up late was hard on the liver, and when she woke up around noon, she still felt dazed. After a day of junk food, she woke up feeling parched. Even her body was protesting. Jiang Ning took a serving of rice, steamed pork ribs, and stir-fried vegetables, feeling indescribable satisfaction as she ate, finishing off with a bowl of medicinal chicken feet. Perfect. After eating and drinking enough, she entered her space, but was nearly scared out of her wits by the scene before her. What is this space? Jiang Ning was shocked by the sight. The supplies were still hers, but the space had expanded. 2 bedrooms and 1 living room had turned into 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. No, it wasn't just a 3-bedroom layout. The area had also increased. The master bedroom had expanded by about 5 square meters, the second bedroom by 2 square meters, and the living room, bathroom, kitchen, and balcony had all increased in size, adding approximately 10 square meters. What surprised her even more was that the garden had doubled in size from 10 square meters to 20 square meters. What did this mean? Not only would there be vegetable freedom, but also fruit freedom. She quickly took a ruler to measure, estimating that it had increased by around 50 square meters, about 150 cubic meters in total. Amidst her joy, Jiang Ning was puzzled at how could the space suddenly expand. Could it be because it was filled to the brim? No, last time it was almost bursting, and it hadn't grown. There must be some other unknown reason. Confused and pondering, she wondered if the time spent in the space would increase with its expansion. She eagerly looked at the light-shadow timer, having accumulated over 20 days, but after deducting the time already spent, there were only a meager 36 hours left, which was truly heartbreaking. There was a daily tally, but the time had not increased. There was no choice but to continue organizing. Rolling up her sleeves, she moved and organized the space's supplies, filling the extra spaces in the master and secondary bedrooms. While tidying up, she felt that something was off. It was only when the boxes of mutai were moved that Jiang Ning suddenly realized what happened to the antiques collected last night and the antique display cabinet. After searching around, she confirmed that they were gone. The mutai diving suits, watches, and safe were all still there, but the antique books and paintings were missing. Could it be that these ancient items possessed a spirit which caused the space to expand? It should be, after all. The pendant she wore was also made of premium jade. But why was the antique display cabinet gone too? Jiang Ning sat on the sofa pondering the secret of the expanded space when Zheng Chao came over to knock on the door. Perhaps the hunger experienced during the typhoon was too profound, and now he had a strong sense of crisis regarding food as the 3 of them rapidly consumed their 2 portions of supplies. Waking up from a nap to see the water level rising again confirmed that the apocalypse had truly arrived. Yesterday, I only searched my company's building, and there are still 2 more next to it. Should we take them down while we can? It's better than letting someone else have it. Initially, she intended to fill the apartment and let things go, but now there was an additional 150 cubic meters, and Jiang Ning suddenly became interested. Food wasn't in short supply, but having food alone wasn't enough to survive well in the apocalypse. Having treasures could be a crime, or perhaps having food would make one die faster. Like the tang knife and golf club she found yesterday, they could help her protect herself better against the cruelest demons. If one day she fell into the water, the diving equipment might just save her life. Moreover, if she could find more spiritually endowed items, perhaps the space could expand even further. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning readily agreed. Thus Zheng Chao went to knock on the door of room 1801. There were no objections from 1801, and everyone immediately began packing their things to set off. Despite being low-key, they still attracted others' attention, and the glances they received were complex. Jiang Ning understood that no matter how careful she was, they had still been discovered last night. So what? It was taken back by their own ability. The water flow in the city was relatively stable, and to remain low-key and conserve gasoline, they did not start the motor, but rode away instead, only to find themselves being targeted. To exit the community, they had to pass by buildings 8 and 9, when suddenly a thick rope was violently pulled up by the muddy flood. Room 1801 reacted quickly, hastily, using the oar to block it, or else they would have tripped over. If they had started the motor, both the people and the assault boat would have been overturned in the water. In a moment of distraction, several men suddenly jumped out from buildings 8 and 9, all wielding weapons and swiftly swimming toward the assault boat. These people clearly intended to do something big. Jiang Ning stood up dark-faced and drew her tang knife, swinging it forcefully at the man swimming over. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the man's arm was severed, blood staining the flood red. Just killing one would— Without hesitation, Jiang Ning aimed for his head. If it weren't for today's incident, she wouldn't have known that the 18th floor was being eyed by so many. It was just a joint effort from buildings 8 and 9, but who knows how many were hiding in the dark watching the fire. The 18th floor had already been treated as a fat sheep. Once they showed defeat or cowardice, they would swarm up to the top floor and divide the supplies, even leading to the deaths of Zheng Weili and Dodo. Thus there was no retreat. Once one showed mercy, it would be an abyss of no return. Lu Yu and Zheng Chao were physically weak, but they also came to this realization. The world had changed. It was no longer a lawful world, but one of the survival of the fittest. Those sharp weapons would kill, and they could not sit idly by. The two raised their paddles and smashed them toward the heads of their attackers, daring anyone who didn't want to live to come over. Jiang Ning swung her knife, repeatedly turning the water near the assault boat. Red of the wounded with severed arms screamed and flailed, but were soon swept away by the flood. Having injured 5 or 6 of them, the remaining few were frightened and turned to flee. Remembering the tragedy of her past life, Jiang Ning's eyes reddened as she coldly ordered chase them down. We can't let them escape. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu rode desperately while Hua Yi took out a dart gun. His aim was very precise. Even as those men floundered in the flood, he still managed to hit one with each shot. Complete annihilation. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao panted heavily. Are we heading back now? We can't, Jiang Ning said as she cleaned the tang knife. Going back now would show weakness and let them know that Sister Weili isn't doing well. If we go out again next time, they'll swarm the 18th floor. Lu Yu was extremely anxious. He knew Zhang Weili could fight, but how many could she take on barehanded? Jiang Ning is right. We should go quickly and return quickly. Although anxious inside, Lu Yu gritted his teeth and left paddling. Once out of the city, the assault boat's motor roared to life, speeding toward the suburbs. Halfway there, they saw an assault boat coming toward them. Jiang Ning looked through the binoculars and was shocked to see young Weizong standing at the bow of the boat. Su Mingao was also there along with a few boys trapped on the 8th floor. The assault boat was towing a rubber boat filled with supplies, and the faces of several people glowed with smug smiles. The two assault boats passed each other, and young Weizong gave Jiang Ning a mocking smile. Jiang Ning was indifferent that the apocalypse would hit him hard. However, she felt an ominous premonition. Today's trip was likely going to be in vain. Before long, her premonition came true. In less than a day, the remaining 2 office buildings were completely ransacked. Everywhere she looked, there were broken glass holes, desks overturned, and chaotic footprints everywhere. It seemed that the sweepers were not just a single wave. Zhang Chao was extremely frustrated. We were a step too late. There's nothing left. Jiang Ning calmly replied that may not be the case. It all depends on what is needed. Their supplies, if rationed, would definitely last half a year. By then the flood would have passed, entering a frigid, hellish apocalypse. The coldest temperatures can drop to -60 or 70 degrees. Of food isn't the most important thing. Resisting the cold is the key to survival. She subtly reminded, since we're here, why not get some firewood to take back? We can't waste this trip's gasoline, can we? Lu Yu was taken aback. We don't lack gas. Why do we need firewood? Can gas fire dry clothes? Zhang Chao almost knocked his head. The weather has been so abnormal this year. Who knows what will happen in the future? Gas will eventually run out. It's always good to stock up on more. That's right. Weili's clothes never dry. Let's get some back to dry them. The group searched upwards, finding the place in utter disarray. The office was almost entirely made of plastic, with the occasional wooden desk that was merely compressed sawdust, and a large amount of glue, neither of which could withstand fire, and both emitted toxic fumes. The other office building was similar. They only found some discarded fast food, a few boxes of bottled water, and a small amount of wood. They returned to the building where Zhang Chaos Company was located. There were many signs of intrusion, but the situation was much better. They must have realized it had already been ransacked and hurried off to the other 2 buildings to loot. Jiang Ning was not mistaken. The higher they went, the fewer traces they found. She suggested they search again in a staggered manner, as each person's focus might differ, possibly revealing overlooked areas. Jiang Ning searched through what Lu Yu had overturned yesterday, while Zhang Chao swapped with room 1801. Yesterday they had targeted medicine and food, but today's goal had shifted. With an extra 150 cubic meters of space, the overly cautious Jiang Ning wanted to fill it to books that could enrich the spiritual world, exquisite vases from the boss office, solid wood desks, wardrobes, jade ornaments from the bookcase, and mops from the cleaning supply room. She even found 20 bottles of unopened top-grade caviar and 30 bottles of Lafite red wine in a high-end Western restaurant, all still within their shelf life. She discovered a jade company. The counter was completely empty, yet there were no signs of human destruction. After a quick round, she found the manager's office tightly shut. Once again, it was a door as solid as a fortress. She took out her tools and pried it open, discovering 4 safes in the office. They likely contained jade stones, which Jiang Ning collected into her space, and also found some tea, tobacco, and wine, using her tang dao to chop up the office desk and chairs. At a branch office of a sports brand, she took back sizes suitable for team members while leaving nothing behind, sweeping everything else into her space. One company seemed to be preparing for team building, leaving several large boxes of barbecue charcoal and some outdoor cooking tools in the administrative department. After searching 4 floors, Jiang Ning returned to the live streaming company that sold clothes, collecting a batch of clothes as well as women's underwear and bras that the men felt embarrassed to take. She also quietly returned to the home appliance company from last night to collect a batch of potentially useful appliances, including an expensive massage chair worth several thousand. In places where the other 3 had searched, she slipped back in at staggered times, collecting anything usable until she filled the extra 150 cubic meters of space. To facilitate transport, all solid wood furniture was dismantled and cut to a manageable length, perfectly filling 2 speedboats and 3 inflatable boats. This time they returned early. After moving and distributing everything, it was just past 9. After today's events, the 18th floor had already gained a notorious reputation, causing residents in the building to feel a chill at the sight of a few people. They did not hide it either, carrying wood upstairs. Once the door was shut, they immediately entered the space, finding the safe securely in the corner. The living room, balcony, and bathroom had not increased in size. Could it be that the Jade Company was selling counterfeit goods? Reluctantly, she opened the door to the master bedroom. There was an extra bathroom about 10 square meters in size. The safe couldn't be opened, but there should be plenty of jade. Surprisingly, it had only expanded by 10 square meters, indicating that the upgrade conditions were still quite stringent. That's fine, she could continue searching. In the apocalypse, gold, silver, and jade were not worth much. Bartering would also work. She was awakened in the middle of the night by a tremendous noise and piercing screams from downstairs. This was quite common in the apocalypse, so Jiang Ning turned over and continued sleeping. When she woke, naturally, she had 2 red bean paste buns and some xiaomai for breakfast, and a bottle of milk left her feeling full. The weather was terrible and the cultivated vegetables were turning yellow. Jiang Ning diluted some nutrient solution and poured it on, treating it like a dead horse being used as a living horse. Checking the space with her consciousness, the timer still only increased by 2 hours, slower than a snail's crawl. With an extra 10 square meters of black soil, she planned to continue planting vegetables, stockpiling heavily first, and then planting other crops once she had enough for 2 or 3 years. Of course, she could plant saplings that grew slowly first, as those older seedlings would certainly yield a harvest next year. During this time, her physical training had noticeably improved, saving 15 minutes in tilling and sowing. 15 minutes could save a life in harsh environments. Just as she exited the space, Liu was knocking on the door outside. Upon opening it, Jiang Ning was startled to see him bruised and battered. Who did this? Liu looked a bit embarrassed. It's just that my body isn't as strong as Zhang Chaos. Weili has been training us hard since last night. She used to be reluctant to lay a finger on him, and now she was pushing him to his limits. Liu knew this world had changed. He couldn't always rely on Weili and Jiang Ning to protect him. From now on, he wanted to be a man and protect his woman. You definitely need the training. Jiang Ning suddenly remembered something, went back into the room, and brought out a black bag. I found this in the office building. I thought you and Weili could use it, so I kept it instead of throwing it away. Upon seeing the contents of the bag, Liu's expression became awkward, but then he smiled and said, "Thanks, I was just worrying about finding this." Almost forgetting the main business, he asked with a grin, "Do you know what happened last night?" "I don't know, I slept like a log. Yang Weizong and Su Mengao were robbed." Liu couldn't stand Yang Weizong trying to play both sides with Jiang Ning. Thankfully, she had pulled away in time. They returned with supplies so ostentatiously yesterday, and then at night they were targeted. Yang Weizong rented room 802, which was too cramped for so many people, and room 1202 was also filled with several. Those people first robbed room 1202. If Yang Weizong and the others hadn't rushed over upon hearing the news, Su Mengao might have been assaulted by several men. Though they drove the intruders away, by the time they returned to the 8th floor, they found that all the supplies in the room had been cleared out. Jiang Ning was astonished. A classic diversion. In these times, robbery also requires intelligence. Most of their supplies were stored on the 8th floor, but the speedboats and inflatable boats weren't taken. Jiang Ning laughed. It wasn't that they weren't taken, but that those people wished to farm them, slowly harvesting them little by little. One of them was injured and came to knock on the door earlier, hoping to get your help for treatment. Yet no matter how much they shouted, the 18th floor completely ignored them. There was also another matter. 2 people from another unit came this morning. They wanted to negotiate but were chased away by Weili. Jiang Ning found it amusing yet exasperating. The 18th floor was merely protecting itself, so how did it become a gang? Just then the bruised Zhang Chao came out. "Are we going out today?" "I don't want to go out. If you need anything you can go. I'll just stay here to watch the house. Everything we need is here. Besides, I can't find what I need outside now." Moreover, Zhang Weili and Liu have been brainwashed by Zhang Chaos' doomsday theory, feeling as if they lack everything, creating a sense of crisis. After greeting each other, the 3 went out with the inflatable boat, collecting supplies while also trying to gather information. Just past noon, 3 others came to negotiate. Jiang Ning found it annoying and wrote a notice to put on the door, "No alliances." Not to mention those with ulterior motives. Even with Zhang Weili and the others, she dared not let her guard down. After all, in the apocalypse, people's hearts are the hardest to gauge. It's not just friends or colleagues. In the darkest times, there are many who would resort to cannibalism. If it ever came to that, she'd pull away without hesitation. She had no shortage of food, clothing, and daily necessities, but regarding other desired supplies that she couldn't gather for now, it was better to think about how to expand the space first. With the 3 gone, Jiang Ning completely relaxed, taking out spicy chicken feet, shredded squid, cold dishes, and braised duck intestines, enjoying the food while reading to pass the time. It was still early, so she took out the meat filling she had prepared in advance to wrap wontons. While wrapping and binge-watching a series, she made over 1,000 wontons hearing the sound of Zheng Weili and the others returning. They brought back some wood and 2 stainless steel doors dismantled from the mall. Compared to the doors of Jiang Ning and room 1801, Liu felt completely insecure having searched for a long time in the mall before prying them back. After tinkering for a long time, they finally completed the renovation of room 1803. An extra door was installed on the staircase. To reach the 18th floor, one had to pass through 3 obstacles. Watching Liu plastering with cement, Jiang Ning curiously asked, "Where did you find this?" "I came across a construction site and climbed in to grab 2 bags." The 3 discussed going again to fetch some glass for the balcony. It was too damp with all the rain. Jiang Ning reminded get some of good quality to avoid the glass breaking in case of a typhoon. Liu deeply agreed and told Zhang Chao about several instances of glass breaking in the community. After thinking for a day, Jiang Ning still felt that the expansion of the space was related to spirituality. The reason the antique shelf disappeared should be related to the wood material. Good wood takes decades or even centuries to grow. For example, Jean Sinan would take thousands of years. The museum was flooded and the ancient artifacts had already been salvaged or relocated by the relevant departments. Gold, silver, jade, and other items would be easier to find once the flood receded. Now the only option left was wood. Wood. Jiang Ning suddenly came up with an idea. To find good wood, there are no options in the shopping mall or office buildings, and the museum has already been flooded. However, there is still one place that might offer a stroke of luck. Fengcheng is renowned worldwide as the largest furniture manufacturing base, and the International Furniture Expo Center built in Lezheng has become a 4-level landmark, hosting the Global Furniture Expo annually. This year marks the 30th anniversary, and the exhibition is unprecedentedly grand with advertisements flooding various channels 6 months in advance. Jiang Ning recalled carefully that the originally scheduled date for the exhibition should have been 3 days before the typhoon. The exhibition will last for half a month, so it has not yet concluded. What a magnificent scene the global top-tier furniture exhibition center will be. Jiang Ning was not concerned as foreign furniture rarely uses wood, but domestic vintage furniture certainly does. She had seen advertisements from a large furniture company boasting that they had crafted a 1,000-year-old rosewood bed and a complete set of furniture starting at a 9-digit price. In recent years, the cultural confidence of the Chinese people has grown, leading to a surge in vintage furniture trends. To attract attention, the expo center borrowed a piece of ebony to serve as the centerpiece. Not only ebony, but many valuable woods like Wangwali, old sandalwood, and rosewood were also brought to the expo center, seizing the opportunity to promote furniture culture globally. Zheng Weili and the others went out to collect building materials. Jiang Ning knocked on the door of room 1801, saying, "I'm going out for a walk." Room 1801 had no objections. "Be careful." Carrying a bag containing a speedboat downstairs, she coincidentally ran into Su Mengao on the 17th floor, who had come up with Yu Qingqing from room 1202. Su Mengjiao's eyes were red, tears streaming down as she cried, "A Ning, A Jian is injured. Only you can save him now. Please, I beg you, help him." Jiang Ning treated her as if she were air, maintaining a cold expression as she continued downstairs. To her surprise, Su Mengao clung on persistently, "A Ning, we are alumni. You can't just stand by and do nothing." Her voice was loud and her crying attracted the neighbors on the 17th floor to open their doors. Jiang Ning drew her knife and slashed towards her. Su Mengao screamed and dodged, half of her long black hair being cut off, falling to the ground. Before she could regain her senses, Jiang Ning kicked her to the ground. Su Mengao, with rain-soaked cheeks, was stunned, her eyes wide open, staring at Jiang Ning, who looked like a ruthless executioner forgetting to cry. Jiang Ning stepped on her chest, unyielding, saying, "If you want to live so long and throw yourself at my gunpoint, I don't mind sending you to meet Yan Wang." Her gaze was extremely cold. Su Mengao felt her ribs were about to break under the pressure, her face pale from suffocation. Yu Qingqing took a step back. "Jiang Ning, Mengao just wanted you to save a Jian. If you don't want to help, why do you have to harm her? Is she crazy? Are you also crazy?" Jiang Ning shot her a cold glance. "The 18th floor is not a hospital, and I am not a doctor. Why don't you use your speedboat to take the injured to the hospital? Do you have to find me someone who has only studied traditional medicine for a year and hasn't even learned the basics, treating everyone else as fools?" Yu Qingqing was taken aback and explained, "But our speedboat is out of fuel and it's raining heavily. Then you can just watch him die. Why do you have to blame me?" Jiang Ning's face showed derision. "You really are friends. You're unwilling to take risks and don't want to be burdened by your conscience, so you want to shift the responsibility onto me." Yu Qingqing was somewhat stunned by her words. Jiang Ning had indeed only studied medicine for a year, and the first year was mostly theoretical knowledge. However, Su Mengao spoke very confidently, and since they thought so too, she subconsciously felt the same. Now that she thought about it, she realized they had put her in a difficult position. How about this? You lend us the speedboat and we'll take a Jian to the hospital. If you want to be a saint, be one yourself. Jiang Ning walked up to her and mocked. You were tricked badly and want to drag me down with you. Yu Qingqing's face turned pale, her whole being struck by lightning, her eyes filled with complexity. Ignoring her sore spot, Jiang Ning continued down the stairs. When she reached the 6th floor, Yu Qingqing suddenly chased after her stop. Jiang Ning continued downwards. Yu Qingqing was indignant. You knew they had bad intentions. Why didn't you warn me? Who are you to me? He brought a group to your home, and you could have refused, so why didn't you? Did you really not notice, or did you just want to win his favor? Feed Yang Weizong. He brought a group to your home, and you could have refused, so why didn't you? Did you really not notice, or did you just want to win his favor? Now that you noticed, why still hang out with them? Looking at Yu Qingqing, Jiang Ning realized how foolish her past. Why didn't she tell her? Because telling her would be pointless. No one was any smarter than the other, all had their own agendas. In her past life, she had also noticed wanting to win his favor, but feeling embarrassed. Being well-fed and well-treated, a few sweet words from Yang Weizong would make her feel elated, as if she were willing to offer her heart and soul to him. If suddenly a stranger appeared claiming he meant no good and wanted to eat up all resources, saying the apocalypse was coming and urging to save food, Yang Weizong probably wouldn't even need to say anything before she would jump out and scold the person as a lunatic. Which lovesick brain doesn't act this way? So why should Jiang Ning say anything? Moreover, even when Yu Qingqing saw through their true nature, she still played dumb and colluded with them. What good was that? I didn't. If you had reminded me earlier, I wouldn't have taken out the food. Yu Qingqing, unwilling to face her own mistakes, spoke with a hint of tears in her voice. Why are you so heartless? Why didn't you tell me earlier that Yang Weizong is a beast? Tears streamed down her face as she cried uncontrollably. Jiang Ning reminded, you'd better cry louder, he might be listening upstairs. Yu Qingqing jumped in fright, instinctively covering her mouth. Look, she still wanted to continue colluding with them. No one can wake a person pretending to sleep. Jiang Ning had no responsibility or obligation. She boarded the speedboat and set off towards the expo center amid the torrential rain. Given the unknown dangers, Jiang Ning put on a life jacket with diving equipment on standby. However, she was bold, and the speedboat was driving quite well, avoiding several whirlpools along the way. Calm and composed, it took over an hour to cover more than 40 kilometers, and she could see the large and artistically designed expo center standing amidst the flood from afar. The waterways in Fengcheng are numerous. Just the expo center has several rivers converging with provincial roads and interchanges nearby, ensuring traffic is convenient. In such places, the water flow is even more complex. Jiang Ning focused intently, seeing several whirlpools ahead, and immediately accelerated to rush through. Suddenly accelerating, he drifted around a corner and charged forward. The jolt was intense, almost throwing him off balance. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize himself and successfully arrived at the exhibition center after a long detour. Though the exhibition center only had 12 floors, the exhibition halls were tall and grand in appearance. Jiang Ning circled around, but saw no one inside nor the shattered glass. According to the industrial layout, the furniture manufacturing center in Town was surrounded mostly by factories, while commercial residential areas were on the other side of the river, invisible in the pouring rain. Looking around, the entire area was flooded, with only the exhibition center standing amid the waters. The glass was thick and could not be shattered even with a hammer. Using a window-breaking tool, Jiang Ning struck several times before successfully breaking through. As a 4A tourist attraction, the exhibition center covered a vast area, but its magnificent hall was already submerged in floodwaters, yet looking up one could still see its imposing grandeur. Darkness swallowed all brilliance, and now he could only examine the various fashionable furniture around him by the beam of his flashlight. The intricate waterways effectively protected the exhibition center. Or perhaps there were no survivors needing survival supplies in the exhibition center. In any case, it hadn't been damaged before Jiang Ning's arrival. Everywhere he looked, there was furniture with nothing they couldn't create. Chinese, European, American, African, Korean, modern, postmodern, classical, neoclassical, pastoral, cyberpunk. Furniture from around the world gathered in one place, showcasing rich and diverse designs. There was nothing they couldn't create. Jiang Ning did not rush to take action, but headed straight for the furniture museum on the top floor. The exhibition center was without power, shrouded in darkness, echoing only with the sound of his footsteps. Without elevators to aid him, he climbed around until he finally reached the top floor, his feet sore and numb from exhaustion. The entire floor was filled with historical exhibits, featuring both photographs and physical displays of various woods alongside ancient furniture, whether ruined or intact. Wielding a flashlight, he navigated through various exhibition areas, and after nearly half an hour, he finally arrived at the centerpiece. A piece of wood over 4 meters long, irregularly shaped and modeled, appeared before Jiang Ning. This was ebony. It had been buried underground for thousands, even tens of thousands of years, and the erosive forces of nature had formed this plant mummy that resembled neither wood nor stone. Known as the spirit of all woods, it was hailed as the fossil among timber, with legends proclaiming that one tael of ebony was worth one tael of gold. Jiang Ning could not estimate its value. After all, no matter how precious it was, it could not fill his stomach and was worthless to survivors. The ebony was encased in transparent glass, and extracting it was no easy task. The shatterproof glass would not break no matter how hard he struck it with a hammer. Jiang Ning put on a mask, took out a chainsaw from his spatial storage, and the deafening sound echoed continuously. After considerable effort, he successfully sawed open the shatterproof glass, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Indeed, the scent of ebony was quite pleasant. With no time to waste, he hurriedly stored this treasure in his spatial storage. Continuing with the chainsaw, he found various types of furniture: wood, nanhai, wangwali, agarwood, small leaf, red sandalwood, all valuable woods encased in glass, while others were cordoned off with warning tape prohibiting tourists from touching them. Jiang Ning could not discern which had spiritual energy, so he just tossed them all into the spatial storage. As he walked, he finally spotted a 1,000-craft pull-out bed made from red sandalwood. Exquisitely carved, it was stunning and beyond reproach. However, in the darkness, it appeared somewhat eerie and terrifying. Its size was too large. The living room in the spatial storage was almost occupied by the RV, leaving no room for a wide bed. She could only roll up her sleeves and disassemble it. After dismantling, she tossed it all into the spatial storage, the accompanying tables, chairs, and dressing tables, all without exception. There were plenty of ancient furniture made from other materials as well, such as Hu tables, Grand Master's chairs, and concubine chairs, along with many others she could not name. To be honest, her hands were sweating as she smashed the exhibition case's glass, even though she wore several layers of face coverings. If it weren't for the natural disaster and the end of the world, she would have feared stepping on a sewing machine in peacetime. She smashed and struck, leaving no wooden stick untouched. Jiang Ning was drenched in sweat, feeling dizzy and lightheaded. She found a place to sit down and rest, taking out chocolate to replenish her energy, and drank a can of Red Bull. Once she felt slightly better, she turned off the flashlight and stepped into the spatial storage. The space was filled with numerous pieces of old furniture, but most of them had already vanished. Jiang Ning was stunned by the scene before her. The living room was about 30 square meters, complete with a spiral staircase leading to the second floor. The kitchen and bathroom had all expanded, and the master bedroom even had an added walk-in closet. Counting carefully, there was now an extra bedroom and a study. Indeed, there were now 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 3 bathrooms, and 1 study. The spiral staircase only reached the ceiling, suggesting more room for expansion. Even more astonishing was that the black soil garden, which was only 20 square meters last time, now appeared to be 300 square meters. Jiang Ning's gamble paid off. The ancient spiritually endowed wood really was valuable. Thanks to the ebony, thanks to the red sandalwood, and to all the spirits that contributed to the space. As for those not recognized by the space, she did not plan to discard them, as they could serve as firewood during the extreme cold. This trip was exceedingly worthwhile. She estimated an additional 400 square meters, totaling 1,200 cubic meters. After exiting the spatial storage, Jiang Ning descended to the next floor. The 2 levels were filled with Chinese-style furniture, and there was too much to gather. She could only rely on her instincts to throw the expensive-looking items into the spatial storage. After exiting the spatial storage, Jiang Ning descended to the next floor. The 2 levels were filled with Chinese-style furniture, and there was too much to gather. Suddenly having an additional 1,200 cubic meters, Jiang Ning felt much more confident. As long as she could store without dying, she would hoard as much as possible. The 8th floor featured a service hall, a screening room, and a dozen restaurants, cafes, bakeries, and convenience stores likely provided for tourists and guests attending the exhibition. All the meat and vegetables were spoiled, but the restaurants had stocked up well in advance to cater to guests at the exhibition, with thousands of jeans of rice flour and various grains, plus over 300 barrels of oil, all of different varieties, along with various seasonings, tea, wine, and beverages. The refrigerator used for storing valuable ingredients was equipped with a power supply, and all 3 large refrigerators were filled with steaks, lamb chops, foie gras, Tanya blue lobsters, Parmigiano cheese, and more. To her surprise, the unexpected harvest was significant, as Jiang Ning took away the refrigerators as well. Other than the expired and moldy items, she wanted everything else from the convenience store and bakery. She took the coffee bean, sugar, milk from the cafe, and even the coffee machines. Sweeping everything up, she added over 100 cubic meters of supplies. After exploring the 8th floor, she discovered a large maintenance supply department housing 2 high-capacity generators. With such a large exhibition center, it would be prudent to have generators on hand for emergencies during power outages. To operate the generators, diesel fuel was needed. Jiang Ning searched around the machine room but found no diesel fuel. Jiang Ning pried open the warehouse of the supply department in the maintenance division and finally found diesel in one room. 160 liters per barrel with a total of 30 barrels amounting to 4,800 liters, roughly 4 tons. Coincidentally, an international exhibition coincided with a once-in-a-century typhoon, making it impossible to prepare for power outages with just this little diesel. Thus she pried open all possible places and indeed found 2 more rooms containing diesel, bringing the total to 12 tons. Both the speedboat and the RV could use diesel enough for her to use for a long time. In her excitement, she stored everything in her space. In fact, there were several solar power storage boxes in her space, but who would make such choices? She wanted it all. Grabbing her tools, she tried to disassemble the generator as completely as possible along with the maintenance department's tools and parts, packing them all up. On the 7th floor and below there were various styles of modern furniture, and Jiang Ning continued to collect it as she walked. She actually preferred modern furniture, as designers fully considered the struggles of those living in small spaces, many of which had folding functions. With an additional 1,200 cubic meters of space, Jiang Ning grabbed anything she could find, acting with extreme recklessness. Beds, latex mattresses, sofas, wardrobes, TV stands, bedside tables, and chairs, rocking chairs. She sat down to rest when tired, promptly checking her space. The wooden furniture she collected later only lost a portion. It seemed that the merchants had deep tricks, often selling sheep's clothing to sell dog meat, and her space was indeed a treasure-hunting machine. Climbing up the spiral staircase, she encountered a living room, but there were no other changes. She swept through to the 5th floor, choosing only durable and practical items, as there was no need for frills in the apocalypse. Otherwise, items taken out for exchange could easily raise suspicions. Having spent too much time at the exhibition center, she took out her phone and discovered it was already 3 in the afternoon. Leaving on the speedboat, she spotted 2 buildings under construction on her way back. Thinking of the devastation from the earthquake and the ruins everywhere, she hesitated briefly before steering the speedboat over. The buildings were completed and in the renovation phase, with many materials already delivered to the floors. Jiang Ning uncovered the waterproof cloth, revealing sand, cement, lime, powder, glass doors, and windows, tiles, waterproof coatings, and more. The renovation progress varied and the materials piled on each floor were slightly different. Sand was easy to obtain and there was no need to waste space on it. The others were difficult to regenerate. Even if the government rebuilt later, not everything could be produced. As Jiang Ning walked upward, she collected items into her space, piling everything in the black soil garden. She realized that since the 2nd floor of her space had risen, the garden's accommodating height had changed to match it. This change meant that the usable area of the garden increased from 900 cubic meters to 1,800 cubic meters. Fortunately, building materials didn't take up space, and she collected everything she found. The garden couldn't preserve its contents, and Jiang Ning remembered to collect a piece of waterproof shading cloth to cover the cement, lime powder, and waterproof coatings. Once everything was collected, she suddenly thought of the several safes left in her space. So she took them all out and began to pry them open. The alarm sounded sharply. She stuffed earplugs into her ears and gradually pried the safe doors open. The 4 safes from the jade store were empty. It seemed that her space had devoured everything. Then she pried open the personal collection of the domineering CEO, and surprisingly a gun fell out from inside. The 4 safes from the jade store were empty. It seemed that her space had devoured everything. Then she pried open the personal collection of the domineering CEO, and surprisingly a gun fell out. Even in the apocalypse, it's nearly impossible for ordinary people to own something like this. This was an unexpected joy. Although Jiang Ning had never touched a real one, she had shot rubber bullets in a school shooting club and was somewhat accurate. With this item, she could sleep more soundly, once again grateful for the CEO's contribution. Now the last safe, which she had found in the domineering office, remained. This shouldn't be a prohibited item, right? She had just pried it open and it was filled with paper. No, to be precise, it was money. A stack of 10,000, a total of 100 stacks. 1 million, all brand new bills. This was something Jiang Ning hadn't expected. If she had received this money before the disaster, she might have been using a sewing machine. Although the paper currency hadn't been declared invalid, yet it had already depreciated significantly, but better than nothing. She stuffed the money into her backpack and tossed the safe into the flood. The 18th floor barely counted as a team outing. It was not easy to venture out alone. Jiang Ning took out her phone to check the offline map, wanting to see if there were any other worthwhile places nearby. There was a commercial science and technology museum, but it was in the neighboring city of Thuecheng. Thuecheng was the provincial capital, but the commercial science and technology museum was built on the outskirts, only 20 kilometers from Le Town. Aside from continuing to expand her space, she currently had no specific needs. There was no point in hoping for ships or planes, she could only say that she would go for a walk and see if she could find something useful. After setting the route, she headed to the Wecheng Commercial Science and Technology Museum. The area was flooded and unfamiliar with the route. It took nearly an hour. The Science Museum had only 2 floors above water. Yueching was crowded and the Science Museum had been searched countless times, leaving a scene of devastation. Almost all materials beneficial for survival had been taken away. Just as she was about to leave after browsing around, the light from her flashlight accidentally swept across an orange ball. It was round like a ping-pong ball, especially bright in color with a diameter of about 3 meters. Is this an escape pod? Jiang Ning had once casually come across it in a video designed for escaping earthquakes and tsunamis. Picking up the promotional brochure on the ground, she found her guess had been correct. Made of a 3-layer aerospace-grade tested metal shell material, it could not only withstand external impacts from sharp objects, but also resist high temperatures and high-pressure environments without deforming, boasting extremely strong protective capabilities. The internal escape pod was equally sturdy, featuring high-energy welding technology, along with seat belts and shock-absorbing seat designs, allowing people to hide safely inside the escape capsule, feeling very secure. The latest upgraded version on display included equipment such as a GPS positioning system, oxygen supply, lighting, drinking water, and food. The storage of drinking water and the quantity of food depended on the internal space. A single-person escape pod could store enough for 5 days, while a 510-person pod could store for half a month. The single-person version has a diameter of 0.8 meters, while the one in front of her was about 3 meters high, likely the largest model. Jiang Ning opened the hatch, and indeed there were 6 shock-absorbing seats. The space was quite spacious, allowing her to stretch her arms and legs. It came with a mini toilet processor, and the bottom was equipped with a water buoy floating if it fell into the water. There were many sealed compartments around, likely for storing living supplies, complete with a medical first aid kit. When an earthquake or tsunami strikes, one can crawl inside to hide, isolating oneself from the external disaster. Once the catastrophe subsides, the emergency signal device can be activated, awaiting rescue personnel to arrive. From the placement, there should also be single-person escape pods, but they had already been moved away. The one in front of her was far too heavy. Even several people combined couldn't lift it. Jiang Ning tried to push it, but couldn't move it at all. She decisively stored it in her space, wondering if it would be useful when the earthquake came. Coming here today, she had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. It was already getting late and Jiang Ning decided to evacuate. Returning to the Jinrong community, the sky was overcast and nearly dark. Just as she was about to enter the community, she noticed a commotion not far away, accompanied by the sounds of fierce. With blurred vision, Jiang Ning took out a pair of binoculars. She could see a few men and women standing on 2 rubber boats wielding wooden forks and iron rods, continuously striking at the window ledge extending from the 5th floor. On the windowsill stood a wet dog, showing its sharp teeth and barking furiously at them. "Quick, kill it, and we can have meat tonight." The men and women appeared extremely excited, constantly raising their weapons, provoking the dog, which desperately dodged yet refused to back down, confronting them fiercely. The natural disaster struck unexpectedly. Everyone was caught off guard, and all the food was soaked in water, leading to countless people starving to death. Now seeing a dog, even a skeletal one, was enough to provide a hearty meal, wasn't it? This was meat after all. Who wouldn't want it? Their eyes gleamed with a greenish light, wishing they could devour it whole. Jiang Ning initially wanted to ignore it, but the moment she saw the dog's face, she trembled all over. It was Kaylee. She had named it. Kaylee was abandoned by its owner and sold to a dog meat restaurant, but it rebelled at the last moment, biting the boss and escaping. With nowhere to go, it wandered near the university town, often hanging around the small eateries across the street, frequently chased away by the shop owners. At that time, Jiang Ning was reselling dog food, and each time she encountered it, she would scatter some dog food or toss a piece of sausage. A dog abandoned by its owner is like a baby abandoned by its parents. The only difference is that humans have orphanages while stray dogs are captured and exterminated. At first, it was very cautious and resisted Jiang Ning's approach, only eating after she had walked far away. Gradually, as it became familiar, although still alert, it would peek out from behind a tree, secretly watching her. Later, it grew fond of Yang Weiting, desperately trying to get close to him, even giving up on the dog food business, forgetting all about Kaylee. The next time they met, it was during a harsh winter. Jiang Ning did not know how it had survived. All its fur had fallen out, and it was covered in oozing frostbite, so thin it was just a skeleton. Yet, even in such a state, when it saw her being bullied by several thugs, it rushed forward, without hesitation, biting them fiercely. If it hadn't lunged, a baseball bat would have struck her head. To protect her, Kaylee was beaten to death by the chaotic blows, yet it never released its grip on the wrist of the man it had bitten. She survived, but it was killed and cooked for consumption. Having been reborn, she searched for it in the vicinity several times, but could not find any trace of it. How absurd and ridiculous. She had opened her heart to Yang Weiting, yet he merely watched her get killed by demons. And the stray dog she had occasionally fed protected her with its life. Kaylay. When they met again, Jiang Ning was in tears. Without any hesitation, she rushed over in the speedboat shouting, Kaylay. The stubborn dog standing on the windowsill brightened its eyes upon hearing the sound and instinctively turned to look. In a moment of distraction, it was hit hard by a club, letting out a piercing scream. Turning around, it lunged at the assailant, biting fiercely. The rubber boat shook violently as Kaylay attacked the assailant while others came over to help, swinging their clubs. It dodged left and right, agilely jumping around. The clubs instead struck the bitten ones, eliciting their anguished howls. The other rubber boat came over, but due to the rapid current it was uncontrollable and the two boats collided. Two people lost their balance and fell into the water shouting, "Ah, help, save me." Before they could collect themselves, Kaylay leaped into the air, lunging toward the oncoming rubber boat. With its strong jumping ability, the dog slammed into a person, knocking them down. In just a few exchanges, 3 people had fallen into the water, successfully biting 2. One person drew a knife and stabbed fiercely at it. Jiang Ning drove the speedboat over, directly flipping the rubber boat while making a sharp turn, shouting, Kaylay. Kaylay pushed off the ground with its hind legs, its emaciated body leaping 3 to 4 meters, landing steadily on Jiang Ning's speedboat. The engine roared and floodwaters splashed everywhere. The speedboat rushed into the community and stopped under the apartment building. Jiang Ning's vision was blurred by the rain, and she eagerly reached out to embrace Kaylay. The dog meat stew did not happen, and several people were injured. Oh, what a stroke of bad luck. They cursed. The speedboat rushed into the community and stopped under the apartment building. Jiang Ning's vision was blurred by the rain, and she eagerly reached out to embrace Kaylay, but to her surprise, Kaylay retreated, its eyes filled with vigilance and wariness. Its condition was very poor. Its mouth was bleeding, most of its fur had fallen out, and there were many mottled scars. It was evident that this was not the first time it had been surrounded by humans in such a manner. In the apocalypse, to survive there was nothing one wouldn't do. Forget about stray dogs. Before the typhoon, many people in the community kept pets, treating them better than themselves, yet where were those pets now? Jiang Ning dared not imagine how it had survived during this time. Kaylay, don't be afraid, she tried to comfort it. From now on we will live together. As long as I have food you won't go hungry. However, it still stayed far away from her, showing no sign of relaxation in its guard. Jiang Ning had no chance to approach, let alone pet it. After thinking for a moment, she took a sausage from her bag, tore open the packaging, and threw it over. Even with food in front of it, Kaylay remained cautious, slowly approaching to sniff, then suddenly gulping it down before continuing to stare at her. Jiang Ning tore off 10 sausages before she could barely touch its head. In response to her nurturing invitation, Kaylay was unwilling, wanting to jump into the flood and swim away. Stray dogs are not only heavily guarded, but also quite intelligent. They know this is human territory, and entering means being cooked in a pot. Those foolish counterparts died that way. After finding it so hard Jiang Ning couldn't let it go, she quickly took out a chicken leg. She also pulled out some dog food from her backpack to show it. Kaylay, as long as you follow me you'll be well fed in the future. The dog food was scavenged from the supermarket. At that time she was racing against the flood, grabbing whatever she could, and only later discovered it included a lot of dog food and pet cans. Not wanting to throw it away, she thought of mixing it with rabbit feed. Little did she know, in the grand scheme of things, it was prepared for Kaylay. Kaylay's eyes were fixated on the dog food bag, seemingly lost in some memories. Jiang Ning held the dog food bag, and upon hearing the noise, Kaylay drooled. In the end it surrendered. Jiang Ning successfully brought it ashore. Her hardened heart felt like melting chocolate, smooth and sweet melting. In this filthy apocalypse, she no longer walked alone in the darkness, but found a partner with whom she could share life and death. Wow, a dog, there's a dog. Grandma, I want to eat dog meat. Upon entering the apartment building, someone quickly noticed a dog, instantly tempted to capture it for meat. Coke's fur bristled, baring its teeth as it entered an attack mode, its eyes filled with murderous intent. Jiang Ning drew her knife, saying, "Who wants to eat my dog? Step forward." Everyone was astonished. When did the 18th floor get a dog? They had nothing to eat, yet the 18th floor dared to raise a dog. Feeding the dog while not feeding them. Soon anger surged within. Nonsense, that's a stray dog from outside. Someone with sharp eyes recognized Coke, saying, "It often lies across from the neighborhood. I've seen it several times." "That's right, I've seen it too. Once it almost bit my child. If we hit it well, share it equally." Jiang Ning raised her knife, smashing the trash can beside the hallway into pieces, declaring, "If you want to eat meat you must ask my knife for permission." Imagining her chopping off heads like slicing watermelons, the crowd instinctively took a few steps back. Yet some were still unwilling, saying, "Little girl, this dog isn't yours. You can't be so domineering. It's with me, so it belongs to me. Everyone is having a hard time. How about this? Well, kill it, and you take half, while the rest of us share the other half." Others nodded in agreement. "That's a good plan. I'll let her take the bigger share, and we can just have some soup. I don't like eating dog meat." Jiang Ning sneered, swinging her knife towards the man who proposed the idea your meat should taste good. The man stumbled back, falling to the ground, his pants soaking with an unknown liquid. Damn, she really dares to kill. Fortunately, she didn't hit anything vital, but her arm was cut and bleeding profusely. Now, even with their reluctance, no one dared to ask for meat, only watching helplessly as she took the dog upstairs. Just as they pushed back those wanting dog meat, Yang Weizong charged forward. Jiang Ning, you're truly cold-blooded. He rushed out of the room, shouting angrily at Jiang Ning, are you satisfied now? A Jian is dead. Several others stood at the door, glaring at her with sinister looks, showing no intention of stopping Yang Weizong. Before Jiang Ning could respond, Coke lunged at Yang Weikong's leg. Yang Weizong never expected this, letting out a deafening scream as he swung his stick towards its head. Coke nimbly jumped aside, its eyes filled with a thirst for blood. This beast, claiming it was too dirty and full of fleas, would only be thrown into a dog meat shop by those who clean up after it. It was also because of this beast that Jiang Ning cut off its food supply, ignoring it ever since. The dog held a grudge and lunged at him again. Yang Weizong was alarmed, frantically waving his stick. Jiang Ning struck with her knife, forcing him back a few steps. Ning, are you hitting me over a dog? Yang Weizong was furious, looking disheveled, his face somewhat grim. Have you lost your mind? It's just a dog. It's a dog, but you are not a person. You caused a Jian's death and still have the nerve to complain. The thought process of such a person was truly astonishing. Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh. Did I injure a Jian? Yang Weizong. Was it me who didn't take him to the hospital, watching him die? Yang Weikong's face turned ugly as he was stumped. If it weren't for your cold-bloodedness and unwillingness to lend us money, do you even have a shred of dignity? Jiang Ning looked at them coldly. If I were you with any sense of blood, I'd take a knife and go after the one who injured a Jian. Killing one for revenge, killing two is a profit. But you all are cowards. Not only do you dare not seek revenge, but you also blame his death on me, specifically picking on women. Is soft rice that delicious? Who the hell is eating soft rice? Do you have any idea how much soft rice you've eaten? Jiang Ning mocked. Also, who gave you the courage to jump around in front of me? With that, she stabbed a knife into Yang Weikong's thigh. Yang Weizong screamed and fell to the ground while the others rushed over to help him, saying, Jiang Ning, let's talk this out, you're going too far. Jiang Ning walked upstairs, saying this time it was the leg and next time it will be the heart. Cherish your chance to live. No one dared to step forward, their faces full of resentment. Su Mingyao, with her haircut, stood behind the door, furious, her nose crooked, a bunch of useless trash. Just reaching the 17th floor, Jiang Ning was shocked by the scene before her. The door at the stairway was covered with spikes. To be precise, it was welded with countless iron nails, and the tips of the nails were facing outward. Not just one door, all three doors were like this. Not to mention people, even rats couldn't get in. Meanwhile, 3 men and 1 woman were busy welding, sparks flying, emitting a dazzling light. Seeing her approach, Zhang Chao lifted his protective mask, saying, Ning, what do you think of our fortress? While searching for materials, we found welding acetylene in the building and brought back rebar and iron nails, turning the 18th floor into an impregnable fortress, allowing us to sleep soundly at night without fear of intruders. Regarding Zhang Chao and Luya's creativity, Jiang Ning could only give them a thumbs up, not knowing what else to say. Rumors were circulating that the 18th floor had supplies. It would be strange if Yang Weizong and Su Mingyao had any contribution. Rather than living in fear, it was better to build a sturdy protective shell. 3 cobblers can outwit Zhuge Liang, perhaps that's the power of the team. Jiang Ning was quite pleased, at least she hadn't thought of this idea. Wow, you brought a dog back. Zhang Chaos eyes lit up excitedly, saying, Luyu, tonight we're having dog stew. Coke decisively turned away, tired and no longer wanting to love, walking off. Jiang Ning squatted down to comfort it, seriously saying to Zhang Chao, it's my dog. If you dare touch a single hair on it, I'll stew you first. When did you get a dog? Zhang Chao was surprised. This looks like a stray dog. Isn't it that stray dog at the entrance of the community? Liu felt it was somewhat familiar in the past. Ning often fed it. It once saved my life. Jiang Ning's expression turned serious, stating up front, I didn't bring it back for you to eat. If you dare to lay a hand on it, I won't be polite. They searched the office building for yak jerky, sausages, and hot dogs, although Zhang Chao and the others rationed their food, they weren't particularly craving meat. In this special environment, how many people had slaughtered their pets to eat? Who would waste precious food raising a dog? Food, something that can save lives. How many people starve to death every day? Not only Zhang Chao and Liu, even Zheng Weili couldn't comprehend. However, Hua Yixin made a startling remark. The shepherd dog has a good build. If trained well, it wouldn't be a problem to take on 2 or 3 adults. You really have an eye for talent. Jiang Ning couldn't help but look at him appreciatively. Just now it was surrounded by 7 or 8 people, yet it didn't let them gain any advantage, even flipping over a rubber boat. Though the exhibition center only had 12 floors, this dog possesses a remarkable sensitivity, and the way it stares at them sends chills down one's spine. We are all dog lovers, and we firmly oppose eating dog meat. Zhang Chao was the first to relent. Ning, please make it stop looking at me like that. He felt so scared. Zhang Weili understood her feelings, but as a friend she still advised Ning, under normal circumstances I would absolutely support you, but this is a special time and most of the food has been ruined by the flood. We were quick to react and managed to stock up a little, but yours will last at most 6 or 7 months. We don't know what the future holds, and the key is that large dogs consume a lot of food, so you must consider this carefully. Don't regret it one day when you find yourself out of food, for then it will be too late. To me it is not just a dog but Jiang Ning gently comforted the anxious Kailei. If we run out of supplies we can find more. I will not abandon it. Zhang Weili was not meddling, she just wanted to ensure that Ning had thought it through. Bringing Kailei inside, Jiang Ning took out dog food from her space and soaked it in goat's milk. The goat's milk was purchased from the supermarket, and she found its taste off-putting, but now it was perfect for Kailei. After preparing a large bowl of dog food, Kailei's once sunken belly finally swelled. It stood before the sofa staring intently at Jiang Ning, and suddenly tears began to flow from its eyes. Unprepared, it felt an unexpected surge of hope. As it cried, Jiang Ning, who was sitting on the sofa, was completely caught off guard. She hugged Kailei and wept, pouring out a lifetime's worth of fear, unwillingness, loneliness, and despair. The dog's head rested on her shoulder, emitting a soft whimpering sound. Kailei was also crying, grateful that she did not discard it like the previous owner did, but instead she offered comfort and delicious food. Could it trust humans one more time? Woo-woo. One person and one dog cried together for a long time. After crying, Jiang Ning felt no longer lost or afraid. Reborn, she hoarded supplies simply to survive, to live a little longer. But now it was different, and not only did she want to live well and long, but she also wanted to protect Kailei. Once she calmed down, she began to inspect Kailei's body. It was covered in shocking old and new wounds, and it had a severe skin disease with various patches of sores, and its head was black, looking extremely ugly. Jiang Ning gave it anti-inflammatory medicine and took out a shaving tool to shave off the dog's fur. She disinfected the wounds with iodine and then sprinkled Yunnan Bio on them. Without pet medication stored away, Jiang Ning rummaged through the medicine box to find a similarly effective ointment and gently applied it to Kailei. Kailei did not resist, but it kept trying to lick it with its tongue. So thin it was just skin and bones, and without its fur it looked even more pitiful. Jiang Ning found her number 7 jersey to put on it and stroked its head, saying, "Once I fatten you up you'll be handsome." Jiang Ning was not worried about supplies, as she had enough stored in her space for both her and Kailei to eat until they died. Besides, she also had the black soil garden for planting. The ground was wet, and without a dog bed, she threw down some cardboard and found a dirty-resistant lazy sofa from her space. Kailei instinctively knew this was its own dog bed without any need for teaching. So soft and so comfortable, it finally had a home. It lay in the bed exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Ning carried her large backpack and knocked on the door of 1801, then gathered at 1803. In front of everyone, she opened the heavy backpack. Zhang Chao and Louis were astonished, counting the stacks repeatedly. 1 million. Jiang Ning nodded. "I found it in the cashier's office of an office building when I went out today." If this were before the disaster, it would be crazy for a few people not to get excited, but now facing such a thick stack of money, they felt utterly depressed. Having money now is useless. Rice has skyrocketed to 500 yuan per jean, and each person is only allowed to buy 1 jean a day, and that is still harvested from the water and dried. It can be eaten, but whether it will cause death is uncertain. How can one spend such a large amount of money? It would grow mold in their hands. Jiang Ning warned them it's already quite good to still be able to buy food now. It may not be available in the future. We can't even buy it now. Liu is eager to gather information. They say it's limited purchasing, but the truth is that the amount released daily is very little, and many who line up at midnight can't buy anything. However, there are scalpers selling food outside, also harvested from the water and dried, already selling for 2,000 yuan per jean. How ironic that 1 million can only buy 500 jeans of food. Do you have a way in? The government is cracking down on speculation, and if caught the money will be confiscated, but not everyone has connections. Money will only become less valuable. More and more barter is happening, and one day money may become worthless. We need to think of ways to spend it tomorrow. How can we spend it if we can't buy food? Whatever the department store sells we will buy. Jiang Ning guided them towards the extreme cold. It's already October. We used to wear short sleeves, but now we need blankets to sleep. If this rain continues into winter, how will we survive? However, the clueless trio responded, "All right, we'll go to the department store tomorrow and grab whatever we can find." 1801 remained silent, its deep eyes revealing no emotions. This person seemed to be part of the group, yet was cold and vigilant. Its eyes were sharp like an eagle, seemingly able to see through one's heart, which made Jiang Ning uneasy. After leaving 1803, just as Jiang Ning was about to enter her home, Ho Yishan suddenly spoke up. "Jiang Ning, can I discuss something with you?" "Please go ahead." I used to be a special police officer, but I moved here after retiring due to injury. Ho Ishan explained. When on duty, I often worked with police dogs, so I have some experience in training them. The Belgian Malinois you brought back belongs to a new breed of police dog. This breed not only has good physical abilities, but its obedience and combat strength are even better. If it can be trained, its combat capability can rival that of several adults, which would be extremely beneficial for the 18th floor. Jiang Ning was surprised, as she had suspected at first that he had a military or police background, but after witnessing him kill without blinking, she dismissed that thought, considering him either a professional killer or a mercenary. She never expected he was a special police officer. Based on his explanation, he must have just recently retired. How could he kill without a second thought? Doubts remained, but everyone had their secrets. As long as he didn't do anything harmful to her, Jiang Ning would not pry. She retracted her thoughts. What are your conditions? Even knowing that Kaylee is no match, one still hopes for it to become stronger. After all, no one can resist the temptation of dog meat under the threat of hunger. Thus, Kaylee must grow stronger. Hu Yishan's request is quite simple. I'll help you train the dog, and you teach Dodo to read. Jiang Ning was somewhat dumbfounded. Dodo is both smart and well-behaved. You can teach it yourself. Hu Yishan's expression was a bit unnatural. I can't teach it to be literate. Training a dog is much easier. Jiang Ning felt a bit awkward. All right, then let's exchange. He would help her train the dog, and she would teach Dodo to read. As soon as the door opened, a shadow pounced, its low whimpering voice revealing agitation and unease, its paws incessantly scratching at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning patted its head. It's all right, I'm not leaving. Stray dogs are hard to appease, so she fed it a piece of ham sausage. Yet it remained restless, following Jiang Ning wherever she went, refusing to let her out of its sight. Not only was she exhausted, but she was also ravenously hungry. The unexpected reunion with Kaylee was truly worth celebrating. A Jiang Ning took out steamed ribs, drunken goose farmhouse, stir-fried pork, and beer. Even though she wasn't hungry, Kaylee's eyes were fixed on her, drooling. Jiang Ning offered it a piece of light-flavored rib while relaxing by eating and watching a show. Kaylee was extremely eager, jumping onto the sofa and lying on her, occasionally nudging her shoulder with its paw. Seeing Jiang Ning unresponsive, it ran back to its bowl to bring it over. Master food. What a clever little creature. Jiang Ning tossed it a bone to chew on. Don't overeat. There will be delicious food every day from now on. After dinner, she still had to teach Kaylee to use the toilet. Not just Kaylee, but also that pair of breeding rabbits and a litter of kits. The balcony was enclosed in glass, but still damp, making the rabbits quite sluggish. She had to move many cardboard boxes to the toilet to make things better. Once accustomed to their surroundings, they were no longer afraid of people roaming around the house. Kaylee, upon seeing the rabbits, had a glint of predatory desire in its eyes and instinctively lunged to bite them. Jiang Ning quickly stopped it with a fierce gaze. No. From now on, whether she eats meat or porridge, it entirely depends on them. Having interacted before, Kaylee understood her temperament quite well and could only endure the itch of its teeth. Not hungry now, but would bite when it gets hungry later. Kaylee was quite intelligent. After a little over an hour of teaching it, solved its needs in the trash, lined with a black garbage bag. However, the rabbits were not as bright, and no matter how she taught them, they couldn't learn, forcing her to clean several times a day. Jiang Ning sighed. Kaylee, from now on the task of taking care of them is up to you. To be a sensible dog, helping the master with household chores. After finishing, it was already deep into the night. Jiang Ning went to bed, but unexpectedly Kaylee dragged its bed in with it. Fine, who told it to feel insecure? She understood. She woke up several times during the night, all because of Kaylee's noise. It was extremely sensitive to sounds, and would wake up at the slightest noise downstairs, guarding the stainless steel front door. A long period of wandering life had also changed the dog's nature. It wouldn't easily make a noise to alert enemies. The building may seem like a simple complex, but it holds a multitude of life's ugly truths. Around 7 in the morning, she was awakened by Kaylee's restlessness. Upon opening the door, a classmate of Yang Weizong was knocking incessantly downstairs. Jiang Ning Akong was injured by your knife yesterday and was also bitten by your dog. He now has a fever, and you need to take responsibility for this. Jiang Ning shut the door, washed up, and had breakfast. A simple bowl of pork bone soup with 2 small steamed buns. Kaylee had half a bowl of dog food and 4 small steamed buns. Just as she finished tidying up, Liu came to knock on the door, preparing for today's outing task. Spend 1 million. The corridor had a sandbag, which Liu Yu and Zheng Chao brought back for her. She could practice boxing with it, but she must never use them as targets again. Arriving at the department store by 9 o'clock, it was still crowded and queued. However, the loudspeaker announced that today's food had already been sold out, and those in need should come early tomorrow. I arrived at 12 last night. How could it be gone? I queued at 9 in the evening, and I still didn't get my turn. Suddenly wails erupted and public resentment simmered, but what could be done? Now there were armed troops stationed. Even if they rushed in, they couldn't seize any food. Faces filled with exhaustion wandered back and forth, filled with unwillingness, but ultimately left disappointed. Most of those coming to the department store were there for the food, perhaps picking up some other items along the way. Once the flow of people subsided, the vast store became eerily empty. Compared to last time, the goods were noticeably fewer. Anything that could fill the stomach was snatched clean. However, they did offer purified tap water at 10 yuan per liter, requiring people to bring their own containers. Thinking of the floating corpses in the water, Liu and Zhang Chao instantly lost interest. Most of the store was filled with electronics, clothes, quilts, and various supplies. Even if they had money, they couldn't spend it. There were only 2 rubber boats left. Liu thought about buying them as a backup, but hesitated when he saw the price of 50,000 each. Jiang Ning had a clear goal: to prepare supplies for extreme cold survival. She didn't lack for supplies, but she couldn't give them to others. They had to survive on their own. Living necessities skyrocketed in price, but clothes and quilts hadn't increased much as money needed to be spent wisely. Everyone wanted to save money to buy food. While walking around, she surprisingly spotted a mink fur coat. A knee-length purple mink coat, soft to the touch, felt very warm when worn. Glancing at the price, it was 14,999 yuan. Both men's and women's styles were available with little price difference. Jiang Ning impulsively took 7 pieces, even getting one for Kaylee, planning to alter them later. She spent 350,000 in one go, making Lu's heart bleed. How about getting something cheaper? If we don't spend now, should we keep it for toilet paper? Besides the mink coats, there were also warm cotton jackets, down jackets, windbreakers, quilts, socks, boots, thermal underwear, and so on, allowing them to buy whatever they wanted. Unfortunately, there were no pet supplies, otherwise she would have stocked up for Kaylee as well. While she was selecting, suddenly a middle-aged man walked up and whispered, "Miss, do you need grain?" He looked shifty-eyed and clearly wasn't a good person. Jiang Ning had noticed him lurking while buying the mink coat. She thought he might be a thief or a robber, but it turned out he was a grain dealer. "What kind of grain?" "Rice." "Soaked?" The middle-aged man nodded. "There's unsoaked too, but it's double the price." "What are the prices?" "Soaked is 2,500, unsoaked is 5,000. Jiang Ning thought for a moment. "How do I know if the soaked ones might kill me when I eat them?" "Don't worry, miss, we are very honest in business, never deceiving the young or the old." Saying this, he took out a handful of broken rice from his pocket, which was slightly yellow and dull in color, but did not have a strong smell. "How much do you have?" "You want as much as I have." Jiang Ning calculated, deducting her expenses. 2,000 per jean. "I want 250 jeans." The middle-aged man holding the grain was left speechless. Glancing at the man, Jiang Ning turned to find Liu and the others, urging them to try on the mink coats, saying there are only 10 pieces in the mall and the styles and sizes may not be suitable, but I really can't spend the money. Zhang Chao joked while trying on a coat. "Why do I feel like I'm being kept by a rich woman?" Jiang Ning grimaced. "Sorry, you're not my type." While the two exchanged banter, the man approached again. "Miss, if you really want it, we can negotiate." Standing together, the 4 of them felt he wasn't here to rob them. Jiang Ning explained the situation, and both Liu and Zhang Chao were very pleased. "Even sampling a piece, it feels almost the same as what we buy in the mall. Rest assured, the quality is absolutely impeccable." Having unexpectedly secured a big order, the man was excited. "I only brought 5 pounds with me, but if you want more, I can arrange it." The 4 gathered aside to discuss, with Hua Yishan expressing concerns. "We can take it, but we must be wary of them robbing us. The safest method is to conduct multiple transactions." After reaching an agreement, Jiang Ning returned to negotiate with the man. "We'll take 250 pounds, but we want to pick it up in batches, 50 pounds each day, right at the entrance of the department store. The safest method is to conduct multiple transactions." After reaching an agreement, Jiang Ning returned to negotiate with the man. "We'll take 200. Jiang Ning reserved 5,000 yuan, ensuring she had everything she needed without spending it all, and ended up grabbing an additional mink coat to make up the total. While many were starving without money or food, a wealthy person casually squandered 5,000 yuan, nearly making the cashier's eyes pop out, feeling they encountered a spendthrift. Just as they left the department store, a sharp-faced monkey eagerly approached. "Our boss agreed. We can make the deal." He glanced not far away where a masked man was carrying a heavy snakeskin bag. Exchanging glances, they walked into a secluded corner. Hua Yishan moved closer to inspect, nodding to Jiang Ning only after confirming the quality was good. Jiang Ning handed a black garbage bag filled with 1,000 yuan to the sharp-faced monkey. The sharp-faced monkey stuffed it into a large backpack and began checking quickly. The department store had military presence for stability, and no one dared to rob them. After exchanging money and goods, they confirmed the transaction time for tomorrow, and the 4 left immediately in a speedboat. The speedboat carried a substantial amount of supplies. Liu and Zhang Chao kept a vigilant watch on their surroundings, while Hua Yishan took a route avoiding crowded areas. Although the detour was significantly longer, the visibility was much better, allowing them to spot anyone approaching. Liu suddenly spoke up holding binoculars. What is that? Zhang Chao followed his gaze, seeing something bobbing in the distance. Is it a corpse? Jiang Ning took the binoculars, focusing intently for a moment. It seems to be a pig. A pig. Everyone was shocked and observed closely. It is a pig alive. Amazingly, there was a live pig. How long had it been since they had eaten pork? Dog meat was off limits, but surely pork was acceptable. The speedboat slowed down and changed course to approach the pig caught in the turbulent waters. Indeed, it was a pig, its head quite large. Pigs could swim, but they were no match for the vast flood destined to drift along with the current. The pig did not fear the approaching people, even making oink-oink sounds as if pleading for help. As they rowed closer in the speedboat, Zhang Chao leaned out and grabbed the pig's front legs. The pig squealed and struggled, but not too fiercely, likely fatigued from being in the water. The group worked together to haul the pig aboard. Despite its large frame, it was quite thin, weighing around 200 pounds. The pig lay on the speedboat, gasping heavily. Oink. Oink. Jiang Ning suddenly pulled out a stun baton, and the pig let out a couple of mournful cries before being knocked unconscious. Liu Yu. Zhang Chao. Hua Yishan said, find a place to slaughter it. We can't take it back. If someone finds out, it will be a big issue. Zhang Chao quickly regained his composure. How about we go to the construction site nearby? There's no one around, and it's not far from here. With that, they steered the speedboat in another direction. About 6 or 7 kilometers away, several buildings under construction were submerged in water. After parking the speedboat, the three men lifted the pig onto the shore, and Jiang Ning handed over the slaughtering knife. She did not participate in the slaughter. Instead, she took the opportunity to head upstairs while they were busy. The higher she went, the more construction materials she found, with plenty of cement bricks and steel bars. Jiang Ning was not shy about it. The black earth garden needed to be filled with over 1800 cubic meters, and she had to find a way to stockpile it. She took everything, as even if these materials seemed useless, now they were essential for earthquake reconstruction. Anyone could come to this place, and she was not worried that Liu Yu and the others would suspect her. Coming down from the building, the pig had already been slaughtered. With 1801 wielding the knife, Liu Yu and Zhang Chao assisted, discussing how to divide the pork. Except for Jiang Ning, everyone else was a culinary novice. 1801 was particularly disastrous, as he could slice without batting an eye, but could burn even porridge. They couldn't even handle the pork properly, let alone the pig offal, so they unanimously decided to split the pork into 4 parts, with the offal given to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was not shy about it. All right, I'll call you over to eat when I cook it. 1803 took half a pig, while the remaining half was split between 1801 and 1802. Hua Yishan asked Jiang Ning, which half do you want? The upper half, please. Though the lower half had more meat, the head could be braised and the skull made into soup. Hua Yishan felt he had benefited and cut a bit more for her while slicing. Jiang Ning observed this, but said nothing. In her own home, she couldn't display her skills. Instead, she directed them to cut the meat into smaller pieces, then packed it into black plastic bags, making it impossible for anyone to tell what was inside. Liu expressed some concern, while others notice when we eat the meat. We're on the top floor. If anything drifts, it will go up. Well, close the doors and windows tightly while cooking. Even if some escapes, the rain will wash it away, so it shouldn't be a big issue. Liu cheered. All right, let's celebrate tonight. After enduring tough times for so long, they needed something exciting. Why not do it together? If we cook separately, the flavors will clash too much. Zhang Chao loved a lively atmosphere and wanted to improve relations with the aloof 1801, we're all family on the 18th floor. Liu chimed in. How about Jiang Ning takes the lead? You're the best cook among us. Seeing that 1801 didn't object, Jiang Ning agreed. I have hot pot base. How about we have hot pot? Everyone had no objections, and just hearing hot pot made their mouths water. Upon returning to the Jinrong community, the 18th floor stirred up a commotion once again. The boat was full of supplies, making others green with envy, but they had no other options. Many wanted to band together with the 18th floor, but they simply weren't accepted. The 4 had prepared ahead of time, stuffing rice and pork into a large backpack, leaving only winter clothes and blankets visible. No matter how low-key they tried to be, many were still envious. But so what? The 18th floor was full of notorious people, especially that little girl holding a knife. Don't be fooled by the young girl's age. Her heart is as dark as night. The 8th and 12th floors both have her schoolmates, yet that woman had her ribs broken and her hair cut. The man fared even worse, being bitten by a dog and then stabbed with a knife, carried to the hospital in the morning. You really can't provoke her. Just as Zion's team returned covered in dirt, they only brought back some firewood. Everywhere they could search had been ransacked, leaving even the moldy bread snatched away. Looking at the bountiful harvest of the 18th floor, one can only sigh in admiration. How could there be such a disparity in the same building? Just as they arrived on the 18th floor, Kaylai burst out of room 1803, constantly leaping onto Jiang Ning, whining incessantly in complaint. Pooper, didn't you promise not to abandon me? You're fooling the dog. Dodo also jumped over, cheerfully hugging her waist. Sister Kaylai and I have been very good today. Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh through her tears. Just as she was about to mention the little cotton-padded jacket from 1801, the next moment she pounced towards room 1801. Brother Do really misses you. As per usual, everyone gathered in room 1803 to divide the spoils. Upon learning they had brought back a pig, Zhang Weili, while excited expressed concern the refrigerator can't be used. How do we preserve the pork? A half pig won't be finished in just a few days. We can't let it spoil, can we? Room 1801 spoke astonishingly. I have a car refrigerator with a USB interface. The meat should fit just right, but the lighting is insufficient, causing slow charging. It barely maintains. A car refrigerator. I think I have a few in storage. Jiang Ning quickly replied. The landlord seems to have one too. I'll check his room shortly. The storage issue for both of them was resolved, but the pork from 1803 shouldn't be left to rot. Zhang Chao suggested, how about you two eat some of ours first? Jiang Ning had no objections, but she knew they couldn't finish it in just a few days. You guys cut off the fatty meat to render lard tonight. We'll have hot pot, and anything left can be salted for preservation. With the rainy weather being cool, it could still be kept for a few days. Zhang Chao, tempted, asked, aren't we having lunch? You can eat, but I need to go out again to see if I can get Kaylai some dog food or something. Liu expressed concern. Should we accompany you? No need, you all handle the half pig. Worried that these life novices wouldn't know how to render lard, Jiang Ning reminded them, cut the pig skin separately, don't fry it together with the fatty meat, be careful of oil splattering. Hua Yi too watched silently, learning from the side. Returning home, Jiang Ning grabbed a serving of fish-flavored shredded pork to fill her stomach, applied medicine to Kaylai, then planned to head out. Kaylai bit onto her pant leg, afraid she would abandon him again. Jiang Ning patted its head. Just stay home and guard the house. I'll go stock up on some meat for us. The pig was carried downstream. She remembered there was a large pig farm upstream, and if it truly came from there, there would certainly be more than one pig. The upstream river had several connected mountains, making it very likely the pigs would swim over to seek refuge. With the pork stocked in her space being limited, and now needing to care for Kaylai, Jiang Ning decided to try her luck. The upstream river had several connected mountains, making it very likely the pigs would swim over to seek refuge. With the pork stocked in her space being limited, and now needing to care for Kaylai, Jiang Ning decided to try her luck. Kaylai didn't have a raincoat, so she took a plastic bag, cut a few holes, and put it over his head. The appearance was hideously unappealing. Jiang Ning stifled a laugh as she took out her phone to take a picture of the dog dressed in its plastic armor. Together they set out, driving the speedboat towards Fengshan. Fengshan isn't very high. At the foot of the mountain lies Fengshan Park, with large lakes and attractions which now sadly lay submerged beneath the water. Finding a gentle place to dock, there were indeed no people around, so they stored the speedboat in her space. The ascent had stone steps and a cement path to conserve energy. Jiang Ning decisively chose the latter, paying attention to both sides of the road as she walked up the mountain. Among the roadside bushes, she faintly spotted pig droppings that hadn't been washed away by the rain. Jiang Ning felt secretly pleased her guess had proven correct. As she walked, Kaylai suddenly barked, wanting to rush forward. Jiang Ning covered its mouth. Let's sneak into the village, no shooting please. Kaylai instantly understood, switching to silent mode, lowering its tail, and moving forward with a thieving glint in its eyes. Not far ahead, a gazebo appeared. Through binoculars, she was astonished to find 12 pigs taking shelter. Pigs are omnivores and can survive on grass, but they had likely been swept here for some time as the fat on their bodies had all but disappeared. Seeing someone approach, they seemed a bit inclined to leave, but after nudging a few times, they were too lazy to move. Since her space couldn't hold living creatures, Jiang Ning took out the most powerful electric baton, the kind that could kill with a few shocks. Entering the gazebo, she chose the nearest one to take action. The pig barely had time to squeal before it fell to the ground. The herd, startled, hurriedly fled the gazebo. Kaylai dashed ahead like lightning, fiercely herding them back. Those who disobeyed were bitten. A chase ensued in the rain between humans, dogs, and pigs. She chased, he blocked, and they had no means of escape. In less than 15 minutes, all 12 pigs were stunned. Jiang Ning gave them several more shocks to ensure their death before storing them in her space. Surprisingly, Kaylai proved to be quite the hunting dog, receiving a reward of a salted chicken leg. Kaylai, let's keep up the good work and stock up on pork for our lifetime. Eat well every day from now on. Woof. It wants to eat meat. Together, the person and the dog continued to search along the mountain. Kaylai maximized its advantage, leading the way in search of prey. Pigs are social animals, and under Kaylai's guidance, Jiang Ning quickly found the second group, this time consisting of 9 pigs similar in size to the previous ones. One person chased one dog, flanked, darting through the forest. Though the terrain wasn't steep, it was easy to slip while running. Both humans and pigs slipped, but the dog was agile, expertly heading towards Jiang Ning. With the 9 pigs captured once again, Jiang Ning, now with 21 pigs, walked with a vigorous stride. Finding the third and fourth dens in succession, they also killed quite a few stragglers, totaling 68 pigs, which could yield over 10,000 pounds of pork. After thoroughly scouring Foshan twice, no more traces of pigs were found. By now it was evening and Jiang Ning started to head down the mountain with Kaylay. As they walked, the dog suddenly bolted out like an arrow, quickly disappearing into the forest. Jiang Ning worried about its safety and hurriedly chased after it. When she caught up, she saw Kaylay frantically digging at the ground with its paws. Woof woof. It barked fiercely, its eyes filled with killing intent. Jiang Ning surveyed her surroundings and discovered rabbit droppings. This fellow often went hungry and cherished survival resources even more than she did, as evidenced by the fact that it did not spare even wild rabbits. Cunning rabbits have 3 burrows. Jiang Ning began searching nearby and indeed found a hole, quickly blocking it with mud. Before long, a gray shadow darted out of the hole and scurried away. Kaylay bolted after it like lightning, biting its neck and slamming it to the ground. After a few back and forths, the gray rabbit ceased moving. Then it proudly trotted back to Jiang Ning, presenting its catch. After enjoying the pleasure of the catch, Kaylay continued digging and pulled out a large gray rabbit from the hole. Unstoppable, it kept digging. 3 more medium-sized rabbits emerged, perfectly lined up together. Wild rabbits are not as valuable as farmed ones, and since she and Kaylay were not in need of meat, she decisively killed them and tossed them into her space. On her way back, she deliberately took a detour to the place where pigs were slaughtered, collecting all the construction materials piled up from several buildings into her space. The space swallowed the items, startling Kaylay, who widened its dog eyes. Jiang Ning patted its head, saying, "Don't be afraid, sister knows magic." Upon returning to the neighborhood, the sky gradually darkened. Countless pairs of eyes were still watching, and when they saw Jiang Ning return only with a bundle of firewood, their hearts finally found balance. People on the 18th floor are not always so fortunate. Just as she reached upstairs, Zhang Chao came out to greet her, saying, "Why are you back so late? Lu Yu and I were just about to go out looking for you." Jiang Ning replied tiredly, "I searched several places, and I didn't find even a piece of dog food, let alone a fluffy piece of bread. Everything nearby has been turned upside down. It's not easy to find anything." Liu expressed some concern. "I heard that some neighborhoods have been robbed. We need to be cautious even if we don't go out." After exchanging a few words, Jiang Ning entered the house to take off her raincoat and change clothes, pulling up the vegetables from the balcony. The vegetables had been watered with nutrient solution and had grown quite well, though the leaves were still slightly yellow, indicating a difference from normal sunlight growth. Nonetheless, given that it was a rainy day, it was impressive. Since eating only meat was hard on the stomach, she grabbed the mushroom bags filled with pleurotus and elm mushrooms and headed to 1803. The 3 of them were astonished, and not only were there vegetables, but also fresh plump mushrooms. Ning, you could participate in a survival challenge show now. I was just lucky. I happened to find a box of mushroom bags online when I moved, and I didn't expect them to actually grow mushrooms. There's nothing you can't figure out. Following Ning will definitely never go hungry. The atmosphere was quite pleasant as the few of them busied themselves in the kitchen. Before long, Hua Yixin and Dodo also came to help, bringing 10 eggs and half a pound of noodles. "Ning, it's only good when you're at home," Zheng Weili said with a smile. "It was so quiet on the 18th floor when you weren't here. Look how lively it is now that you're back." The atmosphere was good and Jiang Ning felt pleased. "Everyone wait, tonight I'll show you a trick." She took the Living Idiots group and got busy. Zhang Chao chopped ribs, Li washed lean meat, Zheng Weili picked vegetables, and Dodo hugged the mushroom sticks tightly, saying, "Sister, I also want to grow mushrooms." The little girl was adorably obedient. Jiang Ning nodded, saying, "Okay, I'll give you a stick tomorrow, but you mustn't spoil it." Dodo instinctively looked at Hua Yixin, seemingly seeking his approval, saying, "Brother." Seeing the desire in her eyes, Hua Yixin replied, "Remember to thank your sister." Dodo happily rushed over, saying, "Thank you, sister. I can grow mushrooms now." Jiang Ning rubbed her head, saying, "Take good care of them." Liu almost cut his hand while slicing the meat, leaving Jiang Ning no choice but to step in, slicing the meat thinly and marinating it with a little oil, starch, and soy sauce. She first sautéed the hot pot base in the pot, then poured it into the dual flavor pot to cook. On the other side was a light mushroom soup, into which she tossed a few scallion roots and some rehydrated dried matsutake. The living room in 1803 was spacious. The group tightly closed the windows and doors, placing the dual flavor pot on a portable gas stove. The rich and potent aroma of hot pot quickly filled the air. The few of them sat around the hot pot, their faces beaming with smiles. Just smelling the aroma made them swallow hard. The ribs went into the pot, and the marinated lean meat was ready to be taken out after just a minute. "This is so blissful," Zhang Chao exclaimed, having burned his tongue. "This meat is both tender and fragrant." The others were not shy either, quickly following suit with their chopsticks. Dodo couldn't eat spicy food, so Hua Yixin picked non-spicy pieces for her. Zheng Weili teased her, "Dodo, is Ning's cooking better than your brother's?" Dodo cautiously glanced at her brother then smiled sweetly saying, "Brother's cooking is also delicious." Come on, who doesn't know that Hui Yixin's culinary skills are inversely proportional to his looks worse than Lu Yu who is living off her. "Where's Keilei?" Zhang Chao turned to look around. Jiang Ning said while eating, "It's at home. Call it over, it's one of us now." Zhang Weili really liked the dog saying, "Keilei is impressive, it knows immediately if there's any commotion downstairs, as if it has ears that can catch the wind. It's particularly energetic, not just Lu Yu, even Zhang Chao together are no match for it. With it watching the house, we can finally get a good night's sleep." Dodo also liked Keilei and everyone agreed to call it over. In the future, they had to work together, no special treatment. Jiang Ning was somewhat moved saying, "All right." She opened the door letting Keilei bring the food bowl over. Dodo took a rib from the bowl and secretly stuffed it into Keilei's mouth. The two little ones couldn't eat spicy food so they could only scoop from the mushroom soup side, which was delicious and sweet. Zhang Chao grabbed a few cans of beer saying, "Come on, we finally had a good meal today, let's celebrate." Each person had a can. Dodo drank Sprite while Keilei enjoyed the rib soup. Lu Yu sipping beer sighed, "If it weren't for the flood downstairs, just based on this meal tonight, who would know it's the end?" Zhang Chao stirred the atmosphere saying, "Looking ahead, as long as we work together, every day will be filled with such good days." After eating most of the meat, they added kelp and winter melon into the pot. The winter melon was brought by Jiang Ning. It lasts long and won't spoil for months. The elm mushrooms were incredibly fresh, leaving a lingering taste in the mouth. The vegetables were the same, just a brief dip in the soup made them incredibly tender. None of the group had eaten vegetables since the typhoon, and now eating them felt so comforting like starving ghosts. If it weren't for Ning, I would have forgotten what vegetables taste like. The nutrient solution we brought back is great. It promotes the rapid growth of vegetables, so we won't run out of them in the future. This was indeed good news, and everyone was excited. Vegetables are great, eating them lifted everyone's spirits. While eating and chatting, they ended up adding several handfuls of noodles to the pot, filling everyone's stomachs. Despite having stocked up on quite a bit of supplies under Zhang Chaos' strict guidance, Zhang Weili and Lu Yu dared not splurge. The three of them ate until they were 7/10 full each day, mainly relying on porridge and noodles, not even daring to eat rice. This meal was so satisfying that it felt like a dream. When they woke up, the flood had receded, and it was still their familiar world. There was no apocalypse. Every night they dreamed, yet both in dreams and reality, they remained submerged in water. Today's meal released the built-up oppression in their chests, and they could gather the courage to keep going. One day this natural disaster will end, and the beautiful life of the past can return. After finishing dinner, the hot pot broth was too precious to discard. Tomorrow I would continue to cook noodles in it. During these special times, even a flavorful meal is a delight. Who cares if there might be excessive nitrate? The fatty meat had already been rendered into oil. The crispy residue weighed at least 5 to 6 pounds, which could last for a considerable time. Zhang Weili took out the remaining dozens of pounds of meat, aiming, "How much salt should I sprinkle on these?" "There isn't much salt, and if we use it sparingly, it might barely last a year. If I were to sprinkle 2 or 3 pounds at once, that would be wasteful, but using too little could lead to spoilage." Being able to catch a pig this time was sheer luck, otherwise they wouldn't even smell fresh meat during the apocalypse. However, they couldn't indulge excessively. They had to plan for their future. Seeing that all three wanted to hoard the meat, Jiang Ning finally spoke up. "The landlord's car refrigerator is quite spacious. I'll go back and render the fatty meat. I can probably manage to fit yours in too." I did consider taking a machine from my space to lend them, but their solar charger couldn't handle it. Zhang Chao and the others were happy and offered to help cut the fatty meat and render oil. In front of her, they all seemed clueless about life, yet were eager to help, hoping to avoid being scorned later. Jiang Ning dared not let them assist. "No need, I can handle it myself. You all should wash up and rest early." Upon returning home, she tossed the dozens of pounds of meat into her space, took out a multifunctional massage bathtub filled with hot water plugged in the solar power storage, and played soothing music while resting her eyes. Keilei dragged a bowl full of bones over and lay beside her, gnawing on them. Perhaps having gained the approval of the other two-legged beasts, it appeared particularly exhilarated, crunching the bones loudly. Guarding food is a dog's instinct, but Keilei liked this pooper scooper and left half a bowl of bones for Jiang Ning. Woof. Jiang Ning truly thanked it. "You can eat on your own." She tossed a piece of sausage over. The next day she woke up naturally, and 1801 went with Zhang Chao and Lu Yu to the department store to trade for broken rice. The task was simple, so they didn't bother to call Jiang Ning. In the morning she enjoyed delicious pan-fried dumplings with Keilei. Jiang Ning not only rinsed her mouth, but also brushed the dog's teeth before carrying the pig entrails to 1803. She brought a stool and helped Zhang Weili process the pig entrails. Dodo came over to join in. "Sister, let me help you." Jiang Ning feared she would get her hands dirty. "Why don't you play with Keilei?" After Kaylay arrived, the atmosphere on the 18th floor became much livelier. As long as there was any disturbance downstairs, no one could escape its keen ears. What reassured Jiang Ning was that Kaylay was a principled dog. Dodo secretly stuffed oil residue into Kaylay's mouth. The dog drooled with desire, but wouldn't eat, staring at her with its watery eyes. Woo. Jiang Ning joked it's poisonous. Kaylay was frightened and the oil residue fell out of its mouth. Jiang Ning stifled a laugh. Not poisonous, just scaring you. Go ahead and eat. The dog was angry, sniffed for a long time, then cautiously started to eat. Zheng Weili nearby laughed until her stomach hurt. Kaylay is really smart. As long as you don't nod, it can resist the temptation. This vigilance was born from the hardships of life. Stray dogs had to face not only human eviction and city management captures, but also numerous dog thieves employing all sorts of tricks. If it didn't have some skills, it wouldn't have survived this long. However, Kaylay was indeed clever and seemed much smarter than before, fully understanding human speech and even correcting her. Dahui and Xiaobai were low in intelligence, eating and pooping a lot, which made Jiang Ning annoyed and frustrated. Kaylay was quite imposing. With one bite from its mouth, it pinned them down and rubbed them harshly. You're not allowed to mess around. Then it bit their necks and dragged them to the toilet. You're pooping in front of me. Perhaps animals communicate easily. After being taught a few times by Kaylay, Dahui and Xiaobai actually learned to behave. This morning, she found them using the toilet. There were also 10 little rabbits, and Kaylay had ways to deal with them. Regardless of who messed around, it would grab Dahui and Xiaobai and scold them fiercely, baring its teeth at them. Are you going to behave? If you don't behave, you'll be in for it. Kaylay beat up the rabbits beat up the little ones. There was nothing that couldn't be learned. My dog is amazing, instantly becoming the boss of the territory now with 12 little henchmen. 1801 and the others returned around noon. Jiang Ning and Zheng Weili had already cleaned the pig entrails, prepared pig intestines, pig liver, and cut some lean meat, marinating them with spices to make pig offal, while the fatty intestines were braised and cut into pieces. She arranged today's meals clearly. For lunch, everyone would have a bowl of pig offal soup and stir-fried fatty intestines with pickled vegetables. For dinner, it would be stir-fried pig hearts with onions and pepper, pig stomach stew. The remaining odds and ends would be saved for tomorrow. The greens and onions belonged to Jiang Ning, while 1803 provided rice flour, oil, and fire. 1801 was equally generous. Every meal they brought was ample, but they also had their own considerations. None of them were stingy or calculating, which was why they could gather together. Zhang Chao ate, contentedly aiming, why don't you just cook from now on? We're just wasting things. Jiang Ning firmly refused. I won't be a housekeeper. Occasionally making a meal is fine. Why did you guys take so long to come back from trading grain? Zheng Weili asked with concern. I thought something happened to you and Ning. The grain exchange went smoothly. We thought we had time to check nearby office buildings, but ended up finding nothing. Zhang Chao recounted the events of the day. The rice in the department store has gone up in price again, and the quantity is. The sharp-nosed monkeys we traded with didn't take advantage of the situation to rob us, nor did they send anyone to follow us. This group must still have some morals. Rice priced at 2,000 yuan per pound is something ordinary people can't afford. How much can they sell in a day while risking being caught? We are their major clients. Jiang Ning checked the quality of what they brought back today. It was about the same as yesterday's. The others had no experience. Ning, how do we eat this rice? It was pulled up from the bottom of the water. Who would dare to eat it without worry? They were momentarily at a loss. Seal it well in bags and only take it out to eat when we are truly out of food. Also keep an eye out for any issues that arise from eating this grain. If there are none, we can mix some into our cooking regularly. Lu Yu deeply agreed. You really think things through, Ning. By the way, the sharp-nosed monkeys not only sell grain but also collect items. Things like tea, cigarettes, alcohol, or medicine can be exchanged. They had collected quite a bit, especially medicines. It was said that hospitals were out of stock now, and even if they had some, they were sold by the piece at astonishing prices. Having important supplies in hand undoubtedly provides more options for survival. Liu and the others breathed a sigh of relief. How about we trade for some good rice? Jiang Ning disagreed. Our expenditure of 500,000 yuan would already draw attention. We must not bring trouble upon ourselves. There is a grain shortage, but medicine will be even scarcer. When the time comes, we can exchange for more grain. There's no need to rush. After finishing their meal, Jiang Ning left with 1801. 1801 asked, can we exchange today? It seemed he was really eager to train the dog. Jiang Ning had no objections and squatted down to discuss with the dog. Kaylay, how about this? Big brother trains you every day from now on. The dog's eyes narrowed, filled with vigilance and resistance, as it stepped back 2 paces in discontent. With an aura that made it impossible for the dog to like him, 1801 was like the king of the jungle. Though spurned by the dog, 1801 did not lose heart as she bent down and said to Kaylay, you are clever and your fighting instinct is not weak, but the world outside is harsh now. You must grow stronger to protect yourself and those you wish to keep safe. Jiang Ning stroked the dog's head to smooth things over. "Kayla, you'll protect me, won't you?" The dog's eyes flicked between the two of them. It liked its current owner, and it liked the people on this floor. After all, it had just drunk their pork tripe soup. If it did not grow stronger, might it one day be sold to a dog meat shop? After a moment's thought, it yielded. The poor head nuzzled Jiang Ning's chest. It would protect her. She could not abandon it. "Don't worry, we're only separated by a wall, we can see each other anytime." Back in the room, she found half a bag of dog food and handed it to Huaishan. "Kayla is smart, but holds grudges and is stubborn. If it misbehaves, don't beat it or scold it. Just tell me." Huaishan was half amused, half exasperated. "What do you take me for?" He had been handed both a person and a dog at once. Dowdu was delighted while Kayla wore a sullen canine expression. After the exchange, Jiang Ning opened Dowdu's backpack. It held a number of children's primers and some paintbrushes, but the items were haphazard, clearly gathered in haste. "Dowdu, have you ever been to kindergarten?" Dowdu shook his head, picking at his finger. No. He was nearly 5 and had never attended kindergarten. He had been cheerful until the question made him wilt. "Sister, am I stupid?" Dowdu hung his head. "They all go to kindergarten, but I don't." "Not stupid. Dowdu is the cleverest." Jiang Ning was not a teacher by profession, but she had been tutoring since middle and high school for Paya. The knowledge of senior year she could recite effortlessly. She had never taught younger children, but it was not difficult for her. After skimming the primers, she planned the lessons start with Arabic numerals, 1, 2, 3, teach from 1 to 10, then 11 to 20, covering both writing and number patterns. Dowdu had not been to school, but had watched television and interacted with others. At his age, he learned quickly and obediently sat down to do his homework. 1801, rough in manner, but attentive to detail, even prepared a pencil case with pencils and erasers. In less than half an hour, Dowdu was writing numbers to 100 from dictation. Jiang Ning rewarded him with a candy. "Our Dowdu is wonderful." After math came language, starting with characters and pinyin. The bright child grasped things swiftly. Having assigned homework, Jiang Ning sat on the sofa, reading about hydroponic vegetables, hoping to master it soon. Dowdu finished his homework, but did not leave petting the big gray and little white dogs while chanting pinyin songs. When 1801 did not arrive on time to fetch him, Jiang Ning cooked instant noodles with ham. The little boy was overjoyed. After a nap, she faintly heard the sound of a dog running. Opening the door, she found Kayla tearing down the corridor toward the rooftop stairs, ferrying back and forth like a bolt of lightning. 1801 stood in the doorway, expression grave, signaling with gestures. Even if the dog wanted affection, as long as 1801 kept gesturing, it ran without pause. Jiang Ning frowned, worried the dog might be overtrained. Only after 50 runs did 1801 allow it to stop. Kayla panted with its tongue out, exhausted yet exhilarated. "Don't worry," Huaishan said. "Makwin are not only lively, but have tremendous endurance. 50 kilometers a day is nothing to them. Letting it rest would only frustrate it." He crouched and stroked Kayla's head. "Good dog." With training complete, there was a dried meat reward. Kayla refused to eat it and instead carried it to Jiang Ning, as if to say, "This is the rations I earned, it's for you." Jiang Ning laughed. "All right, I'll keep it for you." Returning to 1801's side, they stood at attention, and then at ease. The day's training officially concluded. During the handover, Huaishan asked, "How did Dowdu do?" "Dowdu was excellent. He's learned numbers under 100 and the alphabet. Feel free to quiz him when you get home." She was about to ask about Kayla when a commotion rose from downstairs and grew louder. From the stairwell, it appeared that people returning from the shelter intended to set up camp in the corridor, but the original residents refused. As the floodwaters rose, shelters grew increasingly crowded. With scarce food, poor sleep, and constant fear of theft, coming back to live in the corridor felt far more comfortable. But the original residents could not be expected to welcome them. Disaster was bad enough. To have strangers brazenly occupy the corridor, eating, drinking, and relieving themselves there, was unbearable. It felt as if savage wolves lived outside the door, liable to barge in at any moment. Who would not be? After all, before the typhoon subsided, such things had happened more than once. People had learned to be cautious, and were no longer inclined to be blindly charitable. No floor was willing to take them in, so they moved upward and soon knocked on the door of the 17th floor. The family from 403 looked sallow and emaciated, filthy from head to toe. They naturally made people recoil. These people were cunning, and they conspired to shove them up to the 18th floor. 403 knew the 18th floor was full of ruthless people, but they were driven to desperation. They fell to their knees crying, "Let us stay by the rooftop door, we won't disturb you. Begging me is useless." Jiang Ning would not open the door. Each unit has a floor representative chosen by everyone. If you have difficulties, go to him and have him resolve it. If he cannot handle such a small matter, he should not be the representative. The 403 family were no fools and understood at once. They led the whole family back to the 13th floor and refused to leave. "My family has lived here for decades. Let's see who dares to evict us today." If you won't let us stay on the 13th, then summon representative He wherever he tells us to live is where we—" Minutes later, He Jian stormed up furious and knocked saying that 403 wanted to live by the rooftop door and demanding the 18th floor open their door. But his knocking met only eerie silence. The 18th floor was frighteningly quiet. He Jian almost kicked the door, but upon seeing the sharp iron spikes fixed to it, he swallowed his anger. No floor was willing to yield, and 403 ultimately squatted on the 13th floor. Days passed, and the floodwaters continued to rise. Under Jiang Ning's careful care, Kayleigh's mange scabbed over and the ribbed waist filled out with 1801's brutal training. The dog even showed faint traces of muscle. 1801 drilled a hole near the top of the corridor wall and fixed a rope to train the Maquin's leaping ability. After a running start, it leapt over 2 meters with ease, biting the rope and swinging like a child on a swing. As long as 1801 did not issue a release command, it would bite down and refuse to let go. One had to admit that while 1801 had no experience raising children, she was a masterful dog trainer. Beyond the ordinary commands, it was her presence and the look in her eyes. Somehow the dog was becoming more and more like 1801. A potent aura, a cold piercing gaze. A single look, a single gesture, enough to convey everything between them. Jiang Ning felt a pang of envy. 1801 had stolen her dog. Jiang Ning felt a pang of jealousy as Hui Yixin had taken her pet dog away. Fortunately, Kayleigh recognized her as its owner and would eagerly rush into her arms after training, always carrying its food bowl whenever they went out. There was no choice. Hui Yixin's cooking was so terrible that even the dog despised it, so Jiang Ning had to prepare dog food in advance. Looking at the transformed Kayleigh, Zheng Weili expressed her disdain for Lu Yu and Zheng Chao, saying, "Look at you two, you're even worse than a dog." Despite the constant rain, everyone was busy. Zheng Weili also trained those two weaklings every day. Whether their physical fitness had improved was uncertain, but seeing their bruised faces, Jiang Ning felt they could still take a beating. She playfully tried to hit them, but they dodged nimbly. "Oh, you still want to hit us?" "No way." They laughed mischievously. Unlike the wails of despair from other floors, everyone on the 18th floor was improving. Even Dodo was making progress, having learned to recognize pinyin and recite the text about the crow drinking water. The hydroponically grown vegetables were a success. Looking at the row of lush green lettuce on her balcony, Jiang Ning smiled with satisfaction. The hybrid vegetables were robust and grew quickly with the added nutrients much larger than ordinary greens. She observed carefully every day and had not yet discovered any pests. After finishing up outside, Jiang Ning entered the space to cut Timothy grass to feed the rabbits. The grass was brought back by Fengshan along with a lot of wild grass and saplings. She planted what could be used and stored the rest away. The garden was piled high with countless pieces of furniture and building materials, but there was still plenty of black soil left. However, Jiang Ning did not plant vegetables or grains there. She had plenty of those, and planting took too much time. 2 hours a day was simply not enough. What she lacked was not food but time to live freely in the space. Thus she planted fruit trees in all the available land, which required almost no maintenance. Just as she came out of the space, she found Kayleigh scratching at the door. When she opened it, she heard someone calling for her downstairs. Jiang Ning went down to see a young man helping an elderly lady. "Hello, can you help with medical treatment?" Through the iron fence, seeing the elderly lady in pain, Jiang Ning asked expressionlessly what happened. "My grandmother hurt her back, but the hospital has no medicine left. They suggested we find a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner for acupuncture." The young man named Zheng Ping looked refined with his glasses, and his attitude was very polite. "I heard you study traditional Chinese medicine. Could you help treat my grandmother? I know a bit about acupuncture, but am not particularly skilled. Are you sure you want me to treat her?" It was hard to be sure, but the pain was unbearable, making it difficult to sit or lie down, and she couldn't sleep all night. Jiang Ning initially wanted to refuse, but then reconsidered, saying, "I can treat her, but my medical skills are limited, and I can't guarantee a cure, plus I will need to charge for it. Can I pay on credit?" Zheng Ping hesitated. "All my money is in my card, and I can't withdraw it right now. I promise to pay you as soon as the flood recedes." Fearing she might refuse, he added, "I can include interest." "I won't accept that," Jiang Ning replied. "You can pay with food instead." Zheng Ping was troubled. He hardly had any food left. Hearing about the food, Granny Zheng quickly stopped. "Her grandson, at my age, I've lived long enough. There's no need for treatment." In truth, her age wasn't that old, as she appeared to be just over 60. Survival is a human instinct. Who would willingly choose to die? It's just that she didn't want to burden her children. Zheng Ping comforted his grandmother and discussed with Jiang Ning, "Can we use something else as payment?" "Yes, but it depends on the value. I have a mountain bike that cost 18000. I've only ridden it a few times." "All right," Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. So Zheng Ping went downstairs to bring up the mountain bike. "Look, it's almost..." The transaction was successful, worth 10 treatments. Jiang Ning accepted the bike, but did not allow Zhang Ping to come up. You can come back in an hour and a half. While carrying the bicycle, he helped Granny Zhang upstairs. She was in a lot of pain, but her demeanor remained quite amiable. Thank you, young lady. No need to thank me, I charged for my services. Jiang Ning didn't let her into the house. She conducted the examination in the hallway. The back injury was due to strain and sprain, not a major illness, but it could indeed be very uncomfortable. She found a soft and comfortable bench from the space and moved it to the corridor for Granny Zhang to lie on. Seeing her in so much pain, Jiang Ning poured some medicinal alcohol for promoting blood circulation and began to massage her. Her technique wasn't particularly skilled, but it provided Granny Zhang with significant relief. After clearing the meridians, she took out silver needles to start the acupuncture. She had done it before in school, and after reviewing and practicing during this time, Jiang Ning was not the least bit timid. Her needle technique was quite steady. Surprisingly, Granny Zhang, tormented by pain and lacking sleep for days, unknowingly fell asleep. She only opened her eyes when Jiang Ning removed the needles, feeling much less pain. Young lady, I didn't expect your medical skills to be so good. Back injuries are hard to heal, especially with long-term dampness. I advise you to take good care of yourself. The space had painkillers and plasters that could speed up recovery for Granny Zhang, but Jiang Ning remained resolute. It wasn't that she was unwilling to part with the medicine, but giving some and not others would only make it known that she had medicine that would be problematic. Young lady, can I discuss something with you? Granny Zhang took off a jade bracelet from her wrist. That bicycle is my grandson's treasured possession. Could I exchange it for this? The jade bracelet looked good and should be worth quite a bit. Jiang Ning was not greedy. Your injury won't heal in just 10 treatments. Once the flood recedes, you can redeem the bicycle with money. Hearing she could redeem it, Granny Zhang felt relieved. In truth, their family was not in dire straits. It was just that the younger generation did not have the habit of spending cash, which made things tight. After finishing up, Zhang Ping arrived just in time to pick her up. Seeing his grandmother in much better condition, he did not forget to express his gratitude. Once they left, Zhang Chao opened the door. Ning, you're amazing. You can now practice medicine and make money. It's not a serious illness, just a practice. In the post-apocalyptic world, skills are also needed for survival, which is why Jiang Ning did not give up on learning. If she were to live in a base in the future, this would be her means of survival. Lu, you envied her. You really know how to choose your major. Unlike me studying software programming, which is completely useless. That may not be the case. You never know when it might come in handy. Seeing Jiang Ning excelling, Lu Yu felt a sense of crisis and turned to find Zhang Weili to practice boxing. If she couldn't apply her knowledge, at the very least, she needed to improve her physical fitness. Hua Yishan came to pick up Kailei. Seeing Jiang Ning practicing military boxing, he paused for a moment before walking in. Your movements aren't standard enough. You should raise your punches a bit higher. He was a professional, much more serious than what was taught in videos. Jiang Ning didn't refuse, as she raised her punches slightly like this. It was just a tiny bit off, so Hua Yishan came over to adjust her punches. After a set of punches, he pointed out several flaws. Aside from those in the military, it was rare to see a girl punch with such vigor. Hua Yishan felt a sudden itch to spar. How about we have a friendly match? Jiang Ning was surprised. The other party was once a special police officer. How could she not be embarrassed? But that was not her character. She believed that engaging with the big shots would elevate her skills. All right then. In fact, Zhang Weili had long wanted to challenge him, but had never found the opportunity to speak up. Unexpectedly, she stumbled upon it. After greeting each other, Jiang Ning immediately became unreserved, throwing punches to practice with him. Like a newborn calf, unafraid of tigers, their exchanges were fierce. Yet before Jiang Ning, Hua Yishan appeared to be at a master level, embodying the principle of using minimal force to achieve maximum effect. No matter how fast and fierce her strikes were, he could effortlessly dodge and counter, forcing Jiang Ning into a somewhat awkward position. Having survived 3 years in the apocalypse, and with her stubborn nature, Jiang Ning's competitive spirit was fully ignited, causing her attacks to become less formal. All the vicious techniques she had self-taught, though not refined, proved exceptionally effective when battling in the apocalypse. Kailei, delighted to see the two fighting, suddenly pounced from behind, biting onto Hua Yishan's clothes and pulling him back. A move akin to a monkey stealing a peach. Hua Yishan was caught off guard by Kailei's interference and was unable to dodge in time, resulting in a rather embarrassing situation. Jiang Ning was equally shocked as she found herself trapped in the despair of being surrounded during the apocalypse, which instantly ignited her fierce fighting spirit, causing her to instinctively resort to underhanded tactics. A strike connected. The air suddenly fell silent. The atmosphere was eerily tense. She quickly withdrew her hand, stepping back a few paces, and awkwardly turned her face away, saying sorry. Hua Yixin remained silent for a while before finally speaking. That was quite good, but don't use that on me next time. He dodged, yet not entirely. This kind of pain was indescribable. Jiang Ning was so embarrassed that she was digging her toes into the ground. This technique was indeed effective. She had used similar underhanded tactics to escape several encirclements and successfully counterattack in her previous life. However, she hadn't expected to use it on Hua Yixin in a moment of distraction. Kayley, who had been causing trouble, was equally stunned, wondering why they had stopped fighting. Hua Yixin stepped out of the living room and called from the doorway, "Kayley." Kayley tilted its head, looking at Jiang Ning, and upon receiving the approval from the one who scoops its poop, it picked up its food bowl and left. "You did well just now. When you encounter bad people, you must protect your owner." Hua Yixin patted its head in affirmation. "But I'm not a bad person, I'm your teammate." Listening to his words outside, Jiang Ning's face turned hot, wondering how they would face each other in the future. Hua Yixin said nothing and brought Dodo over. After teaching, he returned only to find that Hua Yixin's door was locked, and he took the dog out. Just as Grandma Zhang came up for treatment, Jiang Ning let Dodo stay inside to play. Halfway through the acupuncture session, Hua Yixin returned with Kayley holding a bundle of bamboo. Jiang Ning opened the bag and discovered it contained a grass carp weighing about 3 to 4 kilograms. There were many mulberry fish ponds in the suburbs of Fengcheng. It was not surprising to find fish in the floodwaters, but Jiang Ning opened the bag and discovered it contained a grass carp weighing about 3 to 4 kilograms. There were many mulberry fish ponds in the suburbs of Fengcheng. It was not surprising to find fish in the floodwaters, but what was remarkable was that Kayley had managed to catch one. This fellow was becoming increasingly extraordinary. "Do you prefer sour fish soup or boiled fish?" Jiang Ning wanted to apologize for her recklessness in the morning. "I didn't mean it, I'm sorry." Not mentioning it was better. Hua Yixin's face flushed again, his expression quite unnatural. "It's fine, I'm okay." After a moment, he added, "Dodo and Kayley can't eat spicy food. A sour fish soup is better." Upon hearing about Kayley's impressive feat, Zhang Chao and others gave a thumbs up. "My dog is amazing. Whether it's soup or meat, it all depends on Kayley now." Kayley basked in the glory. Woof. It had been a few days since they had a gathering, and since Hua Yixin's cooking skills were lacking, he took out 3 kilograms of pork belly. They couldn't always cook at 1803, as the smell would attract attention. Jiang Ning couldn't display her skills there, so they moved their base to 1801. To express her sincerity in apologizing, Jiang Ning not only cooked personally, but also brought pickled vegetables and bean sprouts. While slicing the fish posed a bit of a challenge, it was not difficult for her. The others would certainly not complain. This was live fish. Who can say they have eaten live fish nowadays? As expected, Kayley was elevated to unprecedented heights. Zhang Chao and Liu almost wanted to worship it. "Why don't we take Kayley out for walks more often? Who knows, it might catch more fish." Jiang Ning would not agree, just the two of them. They would probably still rely on the dog for protection. Life outside was tough. Wouldn't they all be greenied if they saw Kayley? However, Kayley was very excited, wagging its tail at the thought of going out. Jiang Ning was busy filleting the fish, while Hua Yixin washed the pork belly beside her. "Dodo loves to eat pork belly. Last time I didn't prepare it well, and she ended up with an upset stomach. I'll handle the cooking. Can you teach me on the side?" "Sure, no problem." She was also curious about Hua Yixin's cooking disasters. This wasn't the first time Dodo had an upset stomach. After finishing the fish fillets, she cleaned the cutting board and handed it over, only to find him holding the knife, pondering how to proceed. Slice horizontally about the size of mahjong pieces. Without instruction, things became easier and he cut swiftly. Although Hua Yixin's cooking skills were poor, he had all the necessary spices. Garlic and ginger were available, and Jiang Ning patiently taught him. Zheng Weili wanted to come in to help, but upon seeing the harmonious scene in the kitchen and recalling the two exchanging child-rearing duties, she sensed something brewing. It wasn't that she was overly sensitive, it was just that Hua Yixin was extremely indifferent to everyone except for Jiang Ning, to whom he would soften his expression slightly, and he had no words for Kayley. Thus she tactfully chose not to enter and disturb them. After cutting the pork belly to remove the blood and impurities, she blanched it and drained it, placing it in the pan to stir-fry until it turned lightly golden. Jiang Ning stood beside him giving pointers, only to notice that Hua Yixin seemed a bit tense while holding the spatula, wondering why he wasn't afraid when killing. Seeing her astonishment, Hua Yixin explained, "When I was a child, I was mischievous and insisted on helping in the kitchen. Hot oil spilled on my arm and I never stepped into a kitchen again. I only started learning to cook after bringing Dodo here. No wonder his cooking skills were so poor. It turned out he had a psychological trauma." After preparing the caramelization, he added cinnamon star anise and chili, pouring in cooking wine and soy sauce, bringing it to a boil before simmering on low heat. Recalling the awkwardness of the morning, Jiang Ning not only taught him the steps for cooking pork belly, but also shared some other home-cooked recipes. Hua Yixin listened attentively, but Dodo came over to disrupt. "Brother can't remember. He messes up even with the recipe." Being stung by the truth, Hua Yixin was left speechless. Do hugged her tightly. Sister's cooking is delicious. Both me and brother want to eat your cooking every day. Hua Yishan patted her head. Brother will learn. He truly lacked the talent for cooking, having difficulty understanding terms like a little appropriate amount and other professional descriptions in the recipe. Do has been much livelier lately thanks to you. After sending his sister out to play with the dog, Hua Yishan asked Jiang Ning, I not only don't know how to cook, but I also don't know how to take care of kids. If there's anything I need to pay attention to with Do, please let me know. Jiang Ning had wanted to say some things for a long time, but since she wasn't familiar with Hua Yishan, she had held back until he asked, so she didn't hide anything. Do is fine in most aspects, but her personality might have some issues. Hearing Jiang Ning's words, Hua Yishan frowned deeply. Do is timid and afraid of trouble. Jiang Ning shook her head. She has a pleasing personality and seems to be very afraid of making others angry, subconsciously trying to please them. For instance, she would send her eggs with cola, and when doing homework, she would often sneak a look at her, fearing that she would dislike or reject her. Not only her, but even her older brother is afraid. To please Hua Yishan, he would injure himself practicing military boxing without a word. Children like this can sometimes be quite heart-wrenching. Hua Yishan remained silent for a long time. Do is my parents' second child. They passed away in a car accident 2 years ago, and I was working out of town and couldn't return, so Do had to be entrusted to my uncle for care. Do used to be very lively and cheerful, but I never expected that when I returned from retirement she had completely changed. However, I feel that she has been changing recently. She is now brave enough to point out my shortcomings. Thank you for your correction. Jiang Ning had once suffered from a similar condition. She lived in an orphanage, always trying to please others to let them see her strengths. Not just her, but most of the children there were like that. Fortunately, they later managed to crawl out of the mire. Do needs encouragement, but more importantly, she needs to express her true emotions even if they are negative. Now in this apocalyptic world, if Do's personality and worldview are not adjusted in time, it will be very dangerous for her when facing outsiders. This is a significant undertaking that can only be explored by Hua Yishan. The braised pork was cooked over high heat until the sauce thickened its color, a bright red flavor, rich and aromatic, soft and smooth, fatty, but not greasy. Who said he was a disaster in the kitchen? Wasn't it she who turned it around? As long as the command is clear, Hua Yishan is a good soldier and continues to learn how to make sauerkraut fish from Jiang Ning. 6 people and 1 dog, 2 dishes are simply not enough. Hua Yishan took 6 eggs and 2 sausages, continuing to let Jiang Ning teach. Zhang Chao and the others were astonished by his wealth of resources. Although they envied him, they knew that discussing resources was too sensitive. They wouldn't be foolish enough to dig deeper, as misunderstandings or conflicts in the apocalypse could be fatal. He was willing to share, and they felt grateful. With 3 hearty dishes and a stir-fried bean sprout, everyone ate with great satisfaction, leaving no soup behind. Ning, how do you grow these bean sprouts? The hydroponically grown vegetables were still inedible, and Zheng Weili was itching with desire. Going without vegetables for a few days wouldn't kill her, but the discomfort in the bathroom was something only those who experienced it would understand. She was scared, but fortunately she lived next door to Jiang Ning, this walking encyclopedia. It's simple, you can grow them with just water. Jiang Ning didn't hold back either. We collected quite a bit of mung beans and red beans from the office building. There will be enough for a long time if we use them to grow bean sprouts. She briefly explained the steps and didn't forget to share the good news. The hydroponic lettuce can also be harvested in half a month. Once we collect this batch, I'll teach you how to grow it. Zhang Chao reminisced about the taste of the braised pork, unwilling to sit idle. Do you think if we go further we can find more resources? It will only get harder. Jiang Ning encouraged them to prepare for the future. I've been reading medical books, and I haven't had time to go out and gather supplies. If you have time, you can go out. It feels like it's getting colder these days. Gathering some firewood would be good. Liu teased, if I were Ning, I wouldn't go out either. I could live off my medical skills. Today, she had another patient, a child with severe stomach pain, but the parents didn't have a speedboat to take him to the hospital, so they came to find Jiang Ning on the 18th floor. The child's digestive system was upset from drinking unclean rainwater. The parents had food but were afraid to show it, eventually taking off a gold ring from their finger and giving it to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning carried the child upstairs firmly, not allowing the parents to follow. After performing acupoint massage and acupuncture, the pain alleviated significantly. She reminded the parents to boil the water before drinking it, and if possible it's best to use purification tablets. She tossed the gold ring into her space, and after a while it was indeed consumed. This further solidified Jiang Ning's belief that she could gather supplies through practicing medicine, thus there was no need to risk going outside. The space could also be a way to secure resources. The flood continued and life went on in an orderly manner. Hua Yishan completed his dog training task and saw Jiang Ning drenched in sweat as she opened the door. Do you want to spar? She certainly hoped to spar with a master, but wasn't he afraid of being outdone? Sure, he wasn't afraid of plucking the peach. What was there for her to worry about? Hua Yishan had become clever. Dodo take cola to play. The living room had been tidied up by Jiang Ning with unnecessary items removed, making it appear quite spacious. The two began to spar. This time both were much more rational. Knowing he was a big shot, Jiang Ning didn't hold back, targeting vital points, and some moves were feints. Surprise flashed in Hua Yishan's deep eyes. You have learned a lot of mixed techniques. She was indeed mixed and not specialized. Her moves were unregulated, adapting to the situation. In her past life, to survive in the apocalypse, she had learned many ruthless techniques. During their sparring, Hua Yishan could sense her aura, which was completely different from her usual self, resembling that fierce presence she had when she chopped off someone's arm that day. He appreciated her pointing out the shortcomings in her movements while adjusting them for her. Do you train on your own? Jiang Ning gained a lot from this. How about we exchange some techniques? After 2 hours of sparring, she was more formidable than he had imagined. Hua Yishan was sweating, sure. The next day, when Dodo came over, she even brought food supplies, noodles and eggs. With a free coaching, Jiang Ning gladly accepted. By the time Hua Yishan returned with cola, the eggs and vegetables noodles were already prepared. The eggs show signs of going bad, probably won't last a few more days. As they sat down to eat noodles, Jiang Ning reminded 1801, if there aren't many, you should finish them quickly. If you can't finish them, make them into salted eggs. Salted eggs have a bit of a fishy smell, but can be stored for a long time. Hua Yishan pondered, how do you make salted eggs? Clean the eggshells with strong liquor, moisten them, then roll them in salt. Wrap them in cling film, and then seal them in a plastic bag. Jiang Ning chatted while eating. Also, Dodo has eczema. You need to give her some medicine. They had brought back a good amount of medicine, but the packaging was all opened. Hua Yishan didn't know which one to use. Thank you, could you help me find it later? The meal was cooked by Jiang Ning, and Hua Yishan took the liberty of washing the dishes. The medicines were varied, and after searching for a long time, she casually applied some to Dodo. Don't scratch with your hands, it will leave scars if it breaks. Sister, you are so nice, just like my mom. Jiang Ning was amused while Kolo was whining beside her, wanting to be rubbed too. The dog was great in every way, but it was particularly jealous and never changed its ways. Whenever De Hui and Xiaobai sat beside her on the sofa, Kola would immediately come over to push them away and then burrow into her arms. Even though it had a good relationship with Dodo, it would still squeeze over to nudge her. By petting the dog's head in various ways, she finally coaxed the jealous king back to her side. When leaving, she saw Hua Yishan struggling in the kitchen, constantly rolling eggs in salt, unsure if he was putting in too much. Indeed, no one is perfect. His appearance and skills were impeccable, yet he truly knew nothing about Jiang Ning entered the kitchen, picked up a clean egg, dampened it in a bowl of rice wine, rolled it in salt, and wrapped it in plastic wrap, saying it will be ready to eat in a month. Just as she was about to take a nap, a knock on the door sounded. 1801 and 1803 were going out, and even Dodo put on a raincoat. Hua Yishan thought of taking both out for training, and seeing Kaylai so excited, Jiang Ning considered it and didn't refuse. Wait a moment. She went back to grab her makeup box and chose dark colors to apply on Dodo's face. It was not wrong to let Dodo see the harsh reality of this cruel apocalypse, but she was simply too pale. Going out like this would easily attract unwanted attention. After applying makeup to make Dodo look somewhat haggard, Jiang Ning finally felt satisfied and stopped. The dog came over wanting to be painted too. It wanted to be a ghost. Its brown-black face was ugly enough. Kaylai, whose confidence was bruised, angrily turned away and left with the instructor. After her nap, Jiang Ning prepared to give Grandma Zhang acupuncture. Grandma Zhang took out a wrapped sweet potato from her pocket, saying, "Xiaoning, my back feels much better, thank you so much." The sweet potato was still warm, but Jiang Ning didn't accept it. "I charge for my treatments, you should keep it for yourself. Rations are life, I won't take away others' chance to survive." Grandma Zhang had good intentions and insisted on giving it to Jiang Ning, when suddenly a knock on the door sounded downstairs. "I appreciate your kindness," Jiang Ning said, letting her keep it, "but if you really insist on giving it, you can use the sweet potato to offset the cost of future treatments." Downstairs, the knocking continued, and after a while a voice shouted, "Young lady on the 18th floor, I'm here to see you for treatment, please open the door." Hearing the strong voice, Jiang Ning wondered what illness she could possibly have. Annoyed by the noise, she went downstairs and coldly asked, "What illness?" A middle-aged woman in her 40s, upon seeing her, quickly put on a smile. "You must be Dr. Jiang, right?" "I'm not a doctor, just a medical student." "Dr. Jiang, I have a headache and fever, could you please take a look?" "I charge for my services." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman's smile froze. "What? I only have a headache and fever, just give me a couple of pills. Don't you spend money when you shop at the department store?" Jiang Ning, too lazy to deal with her, said, "I don't have any medicine here and can't cure your illness." "No medicine? Then can you at least give me 2 injections?" "Injections are fine, but it will cost you 5 pounds of grain." "What? You don't incur any cost for giving injections? Why do you want 5 pounds of grain?" The aunt jumped up in anger. Listen here, young lady, this isn't how you should treat people. We're all neighbors and should help each other. You've taken so many good things and now demand our life-sustaining grain. Your heart must be too dark. Jiang Ning opened the door, pulling out a knife. Say that again. What are you doing? Are you going to kill someone? The aunt was startled and quickly stepped back. I have connections in the police station. If you dare lay a finger on me, you won't be able to handle the consequences. She was so noisy that it made Jiang Ning's ears buzz. Jiang Ning swung the knife at her. There's a murderer on the 18th floor, a heartless person. Shout all you want to, look at you all round, and fool you must be here to stir up trouble after stuffing yourself. Jiang Ning remembered her as she was from out of town taking care of her grandson, selfish, and always seeking benefits, rummaging through trash bins in each building for food, even asking for unfinished drink bottles from others. You're talking nonsense. The aunt's face turned pale and her voice weakened. There's nothing to eat at home. We've run out of food long ago. They indeed had stocked up quite a bit of food. When the typhoon first hit, she had gone door to door borrowing food and managed to gather a lot, but who knew she would reveal it? She had only heard that there were medicines on the 18th floor and came up to get some. She didn't expect Jiang Ning to be so difficult to deal with. The aunt's voice was noticeably weaker. I really have no food. If I had any, I would have brought it to trade for medicine. I don't covet what you have, but if you dare to scheme against me again, don't blame me for breaking into your house. Seeing the ruthlessness in Jiang Ning's eyes, the aunt was drenched in cold sweat and didn't dare to make a fuss anymore, quickly going downstairs to hide her things. Not only did she not get the medicine, but she also made a foolish mistake. This was troublesome. Back upstairs, the acupuncture continued. Xiaoning, don't take that woman's words to heart as she speaks rudely. Grandma Zhang chatted with her. She lives right below me and loves to take advantage of others, often coming to my house to mooch food and drinks while holding her child. She didn't raise her child well either. The child would grab onto anything good and not let go, so in the end my family stopped letting them in. By the way, pay attention to the young girl who lives next door. She has said quite a few bad things about you. The one who got her hair cut off. Grandma Zhang lived on the 12th floor. She was probably referring to Su Meingao. Yes, she was inquiring about you, indirectly asking if you had any medicine. Grandma Zhang was not foolish. She knew Su Meingao had impure intentions. I told her you don't have any medicine, but she didn't believe me. Those people have also been led astray by her and seem to have a deep prejudice against you. Having lived a lifetime, Grandma Zhang had seen it all. Shouting, this disaster harms people, it drives hearts to corruption. I know you are capable, but still be cautious when coming and going. Having died once, Jiang Ning was certainly not unprepared. She was selective in treating patients. Not everyone could receive her care. Having witnessed the darkness of human nature in this building in her past life, the ones she was willing to heal were those whose consciences had not collapsed, even though many had died in the end. Thinking of Su Meingao, Jiang Ning narrowed her eyes. Grandma Zhang, what did she say about me? She didn't say it clearly, but implied it. Her words hinted that you have something. Grandma Zhang recalled another matter. She also deliberately tried to flirt with that handsome guy in your building, but unfortunately the guy didn't pay her any attention at all. Flirting with Hua Yishan. Young and crafty, she used beauty tricks, effectively deliberately faking a fall in front of the guy, but the guy was quite upright and didn't even glance at her as he walked away. Grandma Zhang was not just talking about Su Meingao. Several pretty girls in the building did the same, even using their bodies to trade for food. Just for a packet of instant noodles, they could simultaneously be with 2 or 3 men. Sigh, how did the world come to this? Zheng Ping had also been harassed, but luckily she had strict discipline and didn't dare to misbehave. Zheng Weili and the others returned just before dark, bringing back a lot of firewood and dragging a large cylindrical stainless steel water tank behind them. Kaylai was strong, dragging a big tree branch upstairs, then following Dodo, who was carrying firewood. Sister, open the door, we are back with food. The dog was very excited, constantly leaping into her arms, soaking Jiang Ning in water. Dodo had scratches on her face, probably from falling or scraping, but her eyes sparkled brightly when she smiled. She leaned in close to Jiang Ning's ear and whispered, Sister, there's meat. Kaylai found it, and it was from the brother. Oh, no wonder the dog looked so proud, waiting for her praise. She patted the dog's head and even gave it a kiss. Receiving a sweet kiss from the caretaker, Kalu was so excited that he spun around on the spot, nearly wetting himself. Dodo, not to be outdone, hugged her arm and said, Sister, it's terrifying outside, everywhere is flooded, but I'm not afraid. Dodo is amazing. After rewarding each of them with a piece of candy, Jiang Ning went downstairs to help carry firewood. The water tower was large and 3 men lifted it up directly to the rooftop. After stowing away the speedboat and the rubber dinghy upstairs, Zheng Weili opened her large backpack and took out a plastic bag containing a snake and 2 wild rabbits. We went to a faraway place where there are half-mountain villas that have already been mostly submerged. The water tower is what Ishan wanted, and he planned to return after finishing, but Kalu ran up the mountain. Worried about danger, several people hurriedly chased after discovering that Kalu was fighting with the snake. Hua Yishan acted swiftly, using a shovel to chop off the snake's head. They managed to catch several kilograms of snake meat, and everyone was very happy, but Kalu still refused to leave. Unable to outsmart the dog, the group walked further into the mountain, while picking up firewood, resulting in Kalu digging into a rabbit burrow. Ning, you've definitely found a treasure. This is no ordinary dog, it's practically become a spirit. Jiang Ning laughed. Kalu has been wandering outside for years, and its survival skills are far superior to ours. Zheng Weili was amazed. I've never seen such a clever dog, it even climbed up a tree. If it weren't for Brother Shin, it wouldn't have been manageable at all, and it wouldn't want to come back before dark. Gluttony is a dog's nature. Only a dog that has experienced hunger will have an urgent desire to hoard food. Thinking of the pig they caught last time, how could it bear to return? It was only natural for it to rush into the mountains. Jiang Ning didn't go out, but she contributed by guarding the house, and the dog was a significant contributor to their hunting, so they decided to split everything evenly. She didn't want to take advantage of this, but Zheng Weili and the others disagreed. Kalu is one of us, we cannot treat it differently. Its contributions are no less than ours. If you feel bad, you can handle the cooking, and we will help out. In the end, Jiang Ning didn't cook, but acted as the strategist, guiding Hua Yishan's culinary skills. The snake was skinned and gutted, paired with a bowl of black beans cooked in a pressure cooker. The two rabbits were plump, one was braised, and the other was spicy. They made a stir-fried vegetable dish and served it with mixed grain rice, leaving everyone very satisfied. Ning, we plan to go again tomorrow. Zhang Chao asked, do you want to join us? The wealthy residents of the villa complex have already moved out, so forget about food, but many of the furnishings are solid wood and can be chopped into firewood to bring back. Additionally, placing the water tower on the rooftop is quite good. They decided to bring back 2 more, so each household can install one and no longer have to struggle to collect rainwater from the balcony. Hua Yishan suddenly spoke up, there are quite a few water towers over there, why not bring back a few more? When the rain stops, the water supply won't recover quickly, and we need to make a water storage plan. Zhang Chao and the others were taken aback for a moment, but quickly agreed with his suggestion. He and Jiang Ning had strong survival skills, so it was wise to listen to them. Jiang Ning had no objections. Weili, we need to keep one. Who do you think is better to go? Zheng Weili, who disliked staying indoors, was feeling cooped up at home. I'll go, but Kalu has to come along. Woof. The dog agreed. I want to go too, Dodo said, excitedly raising her hand. I can help gather firewood. Hua Yishan intended to let her experience the outside world. All right, but you mustn't cry. I won't cry, Dodo said, rubbing her bottom. Brother, I didn't cry when I fell today. Thus everyone decided that Jiang Ning would stay behind to guard the base while Kalu would go out. In the middle of the night, while they were sound asleep, a loud noise suddenly erupted downstairs, continuing for a long time without stopping. Jiang Ning was awakened by the noise and saw Kalu lying still in the doghouse, so she turned over and went back to sleep. In the morning, still reluctant to get out of bed, the dog excitedly pulled her blanket. Caregiver, hurry up and get ready. Oh, we have work to do. Jiang Ning yawned and got up, feeding it chicken breast mixed with dog food, taking out ointment to apply on its skin infection, and putting on a raincoat. For lunch, they couldn't show off their wealth. It was vegetarian dog food with plain congee packed into a thermos and stuffed in a bag. Kalu carried the bag and opened the door, not forgetting to look back at her. It seemed to say, Caregiver, I'm going out to earn food. You behave and don't run around at home. Jiang Ning was amused and went forward to hug it. All right, be careful and don't be too reckless. Hua Yishan's door opened and Dodo came out wearing a raincoat. Sister, I want a hug too. It seemed that Hua Yishan had talked with her as the little one was becoming more daring to express her emotions, greeting Zheng Weili and the others one by one, completely different from the timidity and fear she had when they first met. The dog walked last, glancing back at her with a hint of reluctance. The only difference was that after training with Hua Yishan, it clearly had taken on more responsibility. Jiang Ning closed the door and went to the balcony. After a while, she saw several people and a dog paddling away in the speedboat. Just as they left, He Zion's team followed in a rubber dinghy. Not only He Jian, but also Yang Weizong and others followed, as well as other units from the building. Unbeknownst to them, the 18th floor had become a trendsetter. They were puzzled. All of them were out looking for supplies, yet why did the 18th floor always manage to return fully loaded while they couldn't even find firewood? Why was there such a gap between people? No matter, they couldn't compete or join in, so they could only find a way to follow along. Jiang Ning counted and quietly noticed that quite a few were stealthily trailing behind. Although they were being watched, she wasn't worried a Hua Yishan would shake them off. After having breakfast, she continued flipping through medical books, and around 10 o'clock Grandma Zhang came up to do acupuncture. After several days of treatment, her back injury improved significantly, and she no longer needed family members to support her upstairs. Grandma Zhang was in a good mood, holding Jiang Ning's hand and not letting go, shouting, the Su family was robbed last night. It's truly karmic retribution. It's the same family that came to ask Jiang Ning for medicine, the one with the ant throwing a tantrum. In the middle of the night, someone pried open the door and knocked her unconscious with a club, taking all the food in the house. Awakening and throwing a tantrum in the morning, she went to find Jian to make a fuss, demanding that every family open their doors for her to search. Even if Jian had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare organize people to search, especially when he heard how much food the Su family had lost. He nearly spat out blood. There were more than 200 pounds of rice flour and oil, along with a good amount of oil-cured meat, pickled vegetables, and so on. Most likely she's exaggerating, which family would hoard so much food? Grandma Jiang shook her head repeatedly. Those who kindly lent her food are furious, rushing up to confront her, saying she is the one who is heartless and deserves to have her door pried open. Jiang Ning listened from the side. You should be careful too. Grandma Jiang was shrewd. I don't have any food at home. Now I only eat one meal at noon, barely enough to fill me up. Soon it was noon, and the others still hadn't returned. It shouldn't take long to bring back the water tower, but Jiang Ning was a bit worried about Kalo and really wanted to call, but there was no signal. Every 15 minutes she would look out from the balcony. Finally, at 3 in the afternoon, she saw Hui Yixin's. She specifically counted and saw that not only was everyone there, but the dog was also standing at the front of the speedboat like a triumphant warrior riding the waves. They went downstairs to help. As the speedboat approached, Jiang Ning immediately sensed that something was off. Except for Hui Yixin, everyone else appeared exhausted. Dodo had tears in her eyes and her small face was deathly pale, clearly frightened. No one spoke, and the 3 men worked together to move the water tower. Jiang Ning stored the speedboat and carried firewood upstairs. Zheng Weili stumbled ahead, almost falling. Jiang Ning was unable to free his hands and used his body to prop her up. The two continued upward with Zheng Weili walking awkwardly, evidently having injured her foot. Jiang Ning's nose was sensitive, faintly detecting the smell of blood. Did they have a fight while out? There were countless pairs of eyes in the apartment building. Now was not the time to show weakness. Once someone discovered that the 18th floor was compromised, many would pounce like rabid dogs. Grinding his teeth, Jiang Ning returned to the 18th floor. Zheng Weili placed the firewood in the hallway, her expression full of pain. Jiang Ning supported her into the room, asking what happened. Zheng Weili had a wound on her calf, the blood staining the bandage red. It wasn't a knife wound or a gunshot, but a bloody hole. Zheng Weili cried out in pain. It was from a wild boar. Jiang Ning frowned. Did you go into the mountains again? What else can we do? Zheng Weili laughed bitterly. Everything that can keep us alive is submerged underwater. People are starving to death outside every day. When we went out today, we saw someone throwing a body from a building, and it wasn't just one. We can barely last 7 or 8 months, but resources are becoming increasingly scarce. What will we do in the future? Taking down the water tower was secondary. Today, they mainly aimed for the mountains. They climbed several mountains, and Kale did not disappoint as they managed to find a nest of wild boars, surprisingly numbering 5 each, substantial in size. After a unanimous discussion, they decided to take action. Jiang Ning felt cold sweat on his palms. Wild boars are not like farmed ones, they are very aggressive. It is indeed dangerous, but wild boar meat can save lives. Even the greatest risks must be taken. Jiang Ning took out gauze and iodine, rummaging for surgical instruments and sutures. The wound is too large and hard to stop the bleeding. Should I take you to the hospital or shall I stitch it up? It's not a serious injury, just stitch it up for me. Having often been injured from boxing, Zheng Weili didn't think much of it. Besides, there were no medicines at the hospital, so it was better to handle it at home. Having stocked up on anesthetics last time, Jiang Ning first disinfected the wound, then administered anesthesia to numb the pain before beginning to stitch. This was the first time stitching someone up, but he had practiced countless times on pork and was quite steady. Beside them, Liu Yu was terrified, his face turning pale as he tightly held his girlfriend's hand. Ning Weili's life is in your hands. Zheng Weili nudged him. You're hurting my hand. Zheng Chao rolled his eyes. Stop showing off your affection. Zheng Weili wasn't the only one injured. Both Zheng Chao and Liu had minor scratches, but they were not severe. Hui Yixin, with a bleeding scratch on his arm, comforted the frightened Dodo, who was crying. It was raining and the forest was slippery. Zheng Weili managed to kill a wild boar with her bare hands, but was gored by its tusks. Kale was incredibly brave, working seamlessly with Hui Yixin to take down the remaining 4. Zheng Chao and Liu also helped, but they were not on the same level. If Hui Yixin hadn't saved him, Zheng Chao likely would have met his end today. As a result, Hui Yixin's arm was scratched. Dodo did not participate. She was tied high up in a tree by Hui Yixin, completely terrified by the intense battle below. After stitching up Zheng Weili's wound, Jiang Ning proceeded to treat room 1801. He made a cut which wasn't particularly deep, disinfected it, and stitched up 10 stitches, then took painkillers and anti-inflammatory medication. The group sat down to discuss how to deal with the wild boar. Without a refrigerator, they couldn't store it at home. How about making jerky? Liu suggested. Last time we brought back several boxes of charcoal. Jiang Ning dismissed the idea making jerky consumes too much charcoal, and besides, how long would it take to roast 5 pigs? The entire community would smell of roasted meat. Do you remember the sharp-mouthed monkey? Zhang Chaos mind was alert. They not only sell things but also take things. We are currently short on food. How about we trade wild boar meat with them? They had successfully traded 5 times previously, and the other party had been quite trustworthy. This method seemed good and might be worth a try. The group stuffed a head of pig into the water tower, already butchered into 4 large pieces. The wild boar meat pulled out from the water tower was thick-skinned and coarse, with deep red flesh and almost no fat. Jiang Ning disagreed with bringing the whole pig over. Let's cut some pounds to test the waters first. Don't mention how much we have. If we can negotiate, we'll trade in batches. 2 people were injured and Zhang Chao and Liu volunteered to go to the department store to find the sharp-mouthed monkey. In this apocalypse, who could take care of whom for long? How far one could go depended entirely on oneself. Jiang Ning did not stop them and reminded them to be careful. Dodo, frightened, fell asleep after being comforted, and Hua Yishan carried her back to the room to sleep. Zheng Weili told Jiang Ning about the situation at the hillside villa. This time they dismantled 6 water towers and collected a lot of pure wooden furniture, as well as 2 bottles of unused gas tanks. They needed to find a way to bring these back quickly, or else they would soon be cheapened by others. The wild boars are hiding in the mountains. They should be hard to find for now. An hour later, Zhang Chao and Liu returned. We found out that the leader of the sharp-mouthed monkey is surnamed Qin. They are willing to trade grain for pig meat, but will take advantage of the situation. 1 pound of wild boar meat can be exchanged for 2 pounds of broken rice, while new rice only exchanges for 1 pound. They took 5 pounds of meat and returned with 5 pounds of new rice. Jiang Ning checked and found it was good quality silk rice. You weren't followed, were you? No, we were on the speedboat and made a deliberate detour. They really want this batch of meat. If they're trading for new rice, it's all vacuum-packed with the latest expiration date. Calling Hua Yishan over, everyone discussed the transaction. Jiang Ning agreed to trade meat for rice. It looked like a loss, but Zheng Weili and the others had no means to preserve wild boar meat, and many people couldn't even buy rice. How many would come to buy meat? Compared to meat, rice fills you up and is more sustainable. 5 wild boars, if cleaned properly, have an average net weight of 200 pounds, which could be exchanged for a lot of food. However, they still needed to keep some meat and decided to only trade 4 pigs. The 4 portions of wild boar were divided. Room 1803 took 2 portions, room 1801 took 1, and Kayleigh's portion went to Jiang Ning. Wild boar meat is lean and great for roasting, and can also be made into spicy meat sauce that can be preserved for a long time. However, whether roasting or making sauce, it is time-consuming and has a strong odor, so it is best not to do it on the 18th floor. The smell is one concern. Another is that the closed door would make it unbearable for people. Hua Yishan suggested the villa community has been emptied, why not do it there and come back? Jiang Ning happened to have the same thought. No one else had objections. Thus the 3 men packed the wild boar meat into bags, stuffed them into a large backpack, and set off on the speedboat for the trade. They didn't forget to bring Kayleigh along. At the department center, the 2 parties avoided the crowd and traded quietly amidst the silent flood. Both were on guard, afraid of each other's treachery, which was most suitable in the open flood. 202 pounds of wild boar meat were exchanged for 202 pounds of new rice, with an agreement to trade again at 7 p.m. The 3 brought the rice back, and Jiang Ning had already prepared the items: a frying pan, salt, spices, crushed chili, and overnight supplies. Worried about Zheng Weili's safety, Liu was also asked to stay. When they saw a few people coming down, He Jian smiled and blocked the stairway, saying, "Where are you all going? Running back and forth is quite exhausting. Why don't we lend you a hand, and you can just bring it back in one trip?" They had a few rubber boats in the morning, but unexpectedly got left behind. They went out every day, but the supplies brought back were increasingly scarce. The team members were becoming more dissatisfied, often jokingly comparing him to the 18th floor. "It's just a few bundles of firewood. There's no need for he to worry." Jiang Ning smiled without sincerity. "Our temple is small, and bringing back a few bundles of firewood might not even be enough for each of you to get one. Look at what Xiao Jiang is saying. A helping neighbors doesn't require taking your things." "Then we dare not agree." Seeing him being stubborn, Jiang Ning was also unyielding. "There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, is there? You've already borrowed the rubber boat. You wouldn't want to borrow firewood too, would you?" He Jian was choked up, his face turning green. These stubborn fellows better not fall into his hands. The half-mountain villa was far away. It took over an hour for the speedboat to arrive, and they were almost at the city border. Ignoring the raging flood beneath their feet, it was indeed a beautiful natural oxygen bar. The lush green mountains and forests revealed elegant and exquisite villa architectures. The low-lying areas had already been submerged, while the slightly elevated areas saw the flood creeping into the front yard, with everyone having evacuated. The collected supplies were all concentrated in the highest villa, surrounded by furniture, water towers, several unused gas cylinders, and a few scattered boxes of charcoal. Hua Yixin went with Zhang Chao to carry the wild boar, while Jiang Ning cleaned the kitchen to prepare the brine. Roasting raw meat took too long, so it was first placed in the pot to remove moisture before it was easier to roast over charcoal. Once the wild boar was brought back, Hua Yixin cleaned and cut it into strips, as per Jiang Ning's request. When the time was right, he carried a wild boar with Zhang Chao to trade. After the two left, Jiang Ning had Kaylai stand guard at the door and took out the solar power storage box, the chopper, the induction cooker, and other items from her space. The induction cooker was used to prepare the meat. The finely chopped lean meat was poured into the pot along with spices and chili and continuously stir-fried on the gas stove. To extend the shelf life, the meat sauce was cooked very dry, emitting a particularly fragrant smell. By the time the two returned, it was almost 9 o'clock. The 2 large pots of meat sauce were ready, and the thinly sliced meat was all marinated, placed in a basin to drain. Hearing Kaylai's alert, Jiang Ning quickly stored everything that shouldn't be there into her space. Zhang Chao was astonished to see that most of the work was done, almost dropping his jaw. Ning, your efficiency is astonishing. Of course, don't you know who I am? Jiang Ning began to start the fire to roast the meat. How did your trade go? At the place where we slaughtered pigs last time, we plan to finish trading these 2 heads by tomorrow morning. We received a few hundred pounds of new rice. Zhang Chao sighed in relief. Once this deal is done, we won't have to worry for the next year or 2. By then, order should be restored, right? Jiang Ning agreed. Perhaps. After surviving the extreme cold and waiting for the flood to evaporate, the national base should also be completed by then. If they were willing to go, there would still be a way out. The 3 sat around the charcoal stove, placing the drained marinated meat on the grill. To be honest, the meat evaporated most of its moisture and roasted particularly quickly. Zhang Chao took a bite and exclaimed, so salty. The weather is too humid, a salt preserves better. Teaching the 2 how to roast the meat, Jiang Ning went to marinate the pig's knuckle face and skull, which would be ready to heat up on the 18th floor to eat. Smelling the aroma of the meat, Zhang Chao couldn't help but swallow and grabbed the knuckle to start eating. Finally, they brought down a whole pot, and the 3 of them, along with the dog, enjoyed their meal with steamed buns. Zhang Chao, greedy and cheeky, said, with such great culinary skills, who knows who will benefit in the future? Jiang Ning shot him a glance and replied leisurely, anyway, it won't be you. Hua Yixin quietly ate without saying a word, but unconsciously glanced at her. Woof. The dog, feeling neglected, ran over to join the fun. Pooper scooper, look at me. Jiang Ning patted the dog's head. No one benefits, I'm only with Kaylai. Don't mess around. Zhang Chao said mischievously, you can't cross species. Jiang Ning commanded Kaylai, scare him. The dog immediately pounced over, baring its teeth as if to intimidate him. Zhang Chao quickly pleaded for mercy. I was wrong, I won't dare again, dog brother, please have mercy. Hua Yixin coughed coldly. The dog not only didn't back off, but scratched him with its paws. After a lively meal, they continued to roast meat under the night sky. 1 pound of raw meat turned into half a pound of jerky. A large bag contained about dozens of pounds, along with dozens of pounds of meat sauce, marinated knuckles, pig faces, and sauced bones. By the time they finished, it was already past 3 in the morning. Since they had to trade in the morning, the 3 simply stayed at the villa. The bedding was still there, they just had to change to their own sheets and clothes. With the dog keeping watch, everyone slept particularly soundly. When Jiang Ning woke up, Hua Yixin had already completed the trade, exchanging 4 wild boars for over 800 pounds of new rice. He cooked a pot of noodles and only left after everyone was full. Back on the 18th floor, Jiang Ning stopped Hua Yixin. Let me check your wound. He was the one carrying the banner, but had remained silent. Hua Yixin followed her into the room. Jiang Ning wanted to examine him, but found it difficult due to his height. Sit down. Before Hua Yixin could sit back down, the dog had already taken the spot. Hua Yixin sat on the sofa as Jiang Ning bent down to check, only to find the wound bleeding. Why didn't you say anything yesterday? It's not a serious injury. Daodu is still small, don't take it lightly. Without proper medical care, and often being in the water, an infection could easily lead to serious consequences. Jiang Ning disinfected and bandaged it again. Don't let it touch water in the next few days. One was sitting and the other was standing, getting a bit close. The dog stared with big eyes, tilting its head left and then right, suddenly squeezing over and extending its paw towards Jiang Ning. It wanted its paw bandaged too. Jiang Ning chuckled, go away, don't add to my troubles. 860 pounds of rice, 72 pounds of jerky, 30 pounds of meat sauce, and other miscellaneous items. Jiang Ning took her share for the dog and no longer participated in the matters of the half-mountain villa, focusing on reading and exercising at home. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu ran back and forth for a few days, bringing back the water tower and firewood. There were ongoing construction projects at the half-mountain villa, and the 2 brought back a lot of water pipes, figuring out how to install the water tower on the rooftop. Daodu was frightened and wilted, but children forget easily, and soon they were cheerful again. Hua Yishan's injury hadn't healed, but he came over every day to spar. He used one hand, making it difficult for Jiang Ning to exert her full strength, fearing she would win too easily. With a young body and strong physical quality, he reached the standard for removing stitches in just 5 days. Zheng Weili was more serious, and only had her stitches removed on the 10th day. After the incident with the wild boar, Zheng Weili no longer thought of sparring with Hua Yishan. His skills were beyond her reach. After 2 days of effort, all 7 water towers were set up. 3 were allocated to 1803, and Jiang Ning and Hua Yishan each received 2 ready to use as soon as the faucets were turned on. Jiang Ning was using spatial water, but she still pretended to fill the tanks every day. Unbeknownst to her, it had already been 2 months since the flood and the second batch of hydroponic vegetables had been planted. It seemed that Xiaobai was pregnant again, while the first litter of rabbits had grown to over a pound. Zheng Weili was restless, often rushing out as soon as her injuries healed. Jiang Ning had become increasingly lazy, always making excuses to stay in and fully embracing a laid-back lifestyle. Hua Yishan, who had always operated like a machine, finally took a break. Aside from his daily dog training sessions, he would spare 2 hours for practice, with Jiang Ning followed by cooking. While he was impeccable in many areas, his culinary skills were quite lacking. Under Jiang Ning's guidance, he managed to get by, but his dishes were far from delicious. Not bad. Congratulations on your graduation from training. Although it felt somewhat dishonest, Jiang Ning was eager to keep the spoils for herself. With plenty of delicacies stored in her space, she couldn't take them out in front of Hua Yishan. Unable to repay her kindness, Hua Yishan handed her a walkie-talkie saying, "You can contact me if you need anything in the future." Jiang Ning was taken aback. She hadn't thought of keeping one. Perhaps she had never considered that there would come a day when they would team up. "Thank you," she replied, realizing how convenient this was. If she needed anything, she could just call instead of running around knocking on doors. Hua Yishan didn't come by again. Jiang Ning and her dog had a hearty barbecue feast and indulged in some happy soda, truly enjoying themselves. In the morning, the walkie-talkie crackled to life and a voice from next door asked, "Jiang Ning, are you teaching Dodo today?" "Yes, around 10 o'clock. Why don't you come over?" Hua Yishan suggested, "While you give Dodo a quiz, I can teach you reconnaissance and infiltration techniques." Reconnaissance and infiltration techniques are serious killing arts, particularly silent kills involving neck slitting from behind, striking the throat, and twisting the neck. By the way, the most famous technique from America is the kneeling neck technique. I can't breathe. It's a classic reconnaissance and infiltration technique. Jiang Ning became interested and thought about how her living room was indeed too cramped, so she readily agreed, "All right." Reconnaissance and infiltration techniques are close combat skills that involve physical contact and grappling. Hua Yishan laid down a fall mat, and the first move was the neck twist that Jiang Ning had seen that day. He stood behind Jiang Ning, suddenly closing in like lightning. One hand reached toward her delicate neck while the other grasped her jaw. A fierce aura surged and Jiang Ning instinctively wanted to resist, but he had already pressed against her hamstring, firmly holding her neck and jaw. With just a little force, her head could easily be displaced. A sense of crisis instantly plunged Jiang Ning into memories of her past life where she had faced death. She couldn't die at the hands of those man-eating monsters. Just as she was about to strike back, a voice came from above her head, "Jiang Ning, don't be afraid, I won't hurt you." The voice was steady, deep yet firm. Jiang Ning shook off her chaotic thoughts and realized that Hua Yishan was feeling the bones in her neck, saying, "Focus, don't overthink it." The traumatic memories of the apocalypse were too harrowing. Even though everything had started anew, she still resisted physical contact with men. Jiang Ning took deep breaths, reminding herself not to confuse time and space, as what she was doing now was to improve herself. Only by becoming stronger could she avoid being bullied by anyone. Hua Yishan had already sensed her discomfort from before. He quickly withdrew his hands, saying, "I meant no offense. I'm sorry, it's my own issue." Jiang Ning adjusted herself, forcing a stiff smile. "Let's try again." Everything was different this time. Hua Yishan started again, holding her neck and explaining the joints and points of force. He twisted her neck, but didn't apply much strength. After teaching her the key points, they switched roles, but Hua Yishan was too tall. Twisting his neck felt like a dream. Jiang Ning, at 167 centimeters, was not short yet. Hua Yishan stood at nearly 190 centimeters, leaving a head's difference between them. Hua Yishan sat on a folding stool, saying, "Let's begin." This was Jiang Ning's first time closely touching a man, and she was examining with such detail. Her fingers glided over the bones in his neck here. "Not quite right." Hua Yishan took her hand and nudged it slightly. "Yes." His jawline was sharp and easy to grip, and he applied force with both hands. Being a medical student, Jiang Ning had studied human anatomy. After overcoming her psychological barriers, she spent half an hour twisting Hua Yishan's neck. Dodo finished her homework and opened the door with Cola following closely behind. Seeing the pooper scooper twisting the instructor's neck, it instantly became playful, barking, "Woof." It pounced, nudging Hua Yishan forcefully. "Pooper scooper, hurry, twist its neck." "Can a dog's neck be twisted?" "Yes." The dog kept causing trouble, making it impossible to continue the lesson. Hua Yishan squatted down to feel the dog's neck. Kola was very cautious and sensed his ill intentions, instinctively baring its teeth and growling. Hua Yishan sternly commanded, "Stand straight." Kola halted its playful demeanor and attentively followed the command. However, its body remained resistant. But when Jiang Ning touched it, it became as soft as a puddle, its tongue hanging out long as it leaned against her. "Come on, pooper scooper, hurry up." This dog seemed mischief-prone. Jiang Ning took it to the 1803 isolation area. The dog was important, but she also needed to improve rapidly. In this apocalypse, whether it was the residents of the apartment building or the survivors outside, countless people were demonizing themselves in the harsh environment. If she wanted to survive, she had to beat them to it. The lessons continued, and Jiang Ning quickly learned various techniques for twisting necks. Her comprehension was high, and she soon applied concepts to other situations. After bringing the dog back from 1803, Jiang Ning quickly ate a simple meal of fried rice noodles and sat on the sofa, pulling out an anatomical diagram to study closely. Which bone should one strike to achieve a lethal blow? Which acupuncture point, if struck, would render the body weak and powerless in a short amount of time? These were all deadly techniques. Woof. Jiang Ning came to her senses, realizing that the dog was throwing a tantrum, refusing to eat dog food and turning its back on her. "Oh dear, who made my Kola angry?" She quickly set aside her medical books, approached and hugged the dog to comfort it, saying, "My Kola is the cutest." It turned away, proudly ignoring her. After petting the dog's head for a while, she took out a braised chicken leg as a bribe. Only then did the dog forgive her, offering its neck for her to twist. "Alright, let's continue." Jiang Ning then realized that this was the reason it was upset. What a jealous dog. "Kola, no matter who I meet or interact with, you will always be the most important in my heart." This was a dog lacking in security. Jiang Ning pulled it into her arms, saying, "Survival will only get tougher from now on. The 18th floor is not a safe island. I know you want to grow stronger to protect me, but I also want to become stronger to protect you. Let's strengthen each other and always protect one another, okay?" Kola tilted its head, seemingly understanding. It blinked its eyes and placed its paws on her hand. What a big warm dog, deserving a piece of sausage as a reward. In the afternoon, Hua Yishan trained Kola for 4 hours, involving various biting and pouncing exercises, with stare running increasing to 80 back and forth. After thoroughly studying human skeletons and acupuncture points, learning reconnaissance and infiltration techniques from Hua Yishan became effortless. Hua Yishan was astonished, having never seen someone with such high comprehension. In just a few days, she had mastered everything, even surprising him during sparring by executing techniques seamlessly, making it hard for him to focus. Hua Yishan was generous, teaching not only reconnaissance and infiltration techniques, but also combat techniques and close-quarters fighting. Especially in close combat, the two tangled on the anise-lit mat, becoming a twisted mess. This was a contest of wills, both exhibiting competitive natures with an intensity that suggested they wanted to defeat each other. A pair of dog eyes nearby watched closely, ready to jump in and help Jiang Ning if she fell behind. Dodo was on the verge of tears. Brother-sister, stop fighting. She liked both her brother and sister, unsure of whom to help. In the end, Dodo clung to Kola and wouldn't let go. Woof. Let it go. Seeing the pooper scooper pinned down by Hua Yishan, Kola bared its teeth full of ferocity. Let it go, I want to take him down. Dodo couldn't hold on and Kola pounced. In the end, with the help of the dog, Jiang Ning emerged victorious, without a fight. Betrayed by the dog he had trained, Hua Yishan felt no anger. Instead, he patted its head and said, "Very good. In the future, if anyone bullies her, you must protect her." Kaylee had just been fierce, and Jiang Ning was a bit worried. Did it bite you? No, Hua Yishan praised dogs are better at distinguishing right from wrong than humans. Kaylee knows how to measure its actions. Jiang Ning also felt this was true. Dogs could sense the aura emitted by humans. Hua Yishan meant no harm, so he was not attacked. Days passed, and Jiang Ning's strength improved at a visible pace. Upon learning that she was practicing with Hua Yishan, Zheng Weili also became serious, practicing daily with Zheng Chao and Lu Yu, and the cries of despair often echoed from room 1803. After taking so many hits, Zhang Chaos' skin had toughened and Lu Yu's slim waist had completely disappeared. Now that they were physically better, the duo felt a surge of confidence. "Aining, how about we spar a bit?" Jiang Ning smiled. "All right." Room 1803 was also equipped with non-slip mats. Jiang Ning faced two opponents, while Zheng Weili acted as the referee and Dodo and Kaylee played the spectators. Zheng Weili whistled 1, 2, 3, start. Bang! Bang! Jiang Ning executed a side throw and a knee strike to the stomach. Her movements were clean and brisk, immensely impressive. The two opponents fell gloriously howling on the non-slip mats. Then there was nothing. Just nothing. Zhang Chao clutched his stomach, tears streaming down his face. You don't abide by martial ethics. Jiang Ning replied indifferently, in this apocalyptic world who cares about martial ethics? While thinking of cheering for his sister, Dodo was taken aback as it all ended so quickly. He ran home exclaiming brother-sister took down both brothers with one punch. Using moves taught by his brother, how impressive. Zhang Chao, who had just been beaten, could only respond with silence. Lu Yu, also defeated, was equally speechless. Why was there such a disparity in their abilities? They had no sense of shame. Zheng Weili was furious. It's one thing to be unable to defeat me, but you can't even withstand a single move from Ning. She thought perhaps she had been too lenient. From today onward, as Kaylai runs up the stairs, they must keep pace. The two of them turned pale. Kaylai ran 80 laps a day. How could they compare? Even if you can't defeat Ning, must you now lose to Kaylai? But Kaylai was no ordinary dog, it was a super abnormal dog. In such a short time, even muscles had begun to develop. Zheng Weili didn't care, as long as they didn't die from training, she pushed them to their limits. The 18th floor was bustling with activity, while the jealousy and resentment grew among the residents of the building. When they were outside the 18th floor, they felt envy. If they didn't go outside, their jealousy only grew stronger. Having not been outside for so long, they were sure there were plenty of supplies. They were starving, yet there was a faint aroma emanating from the 18th floor. But no one dared to take on the challenge alone, so they all sought out He Jian, pressuring him to negotiate with the 18th floor for some supplies. He Jian was unwilling to offend anyone, but starving was not a solution. His children at home were turning into big-headed babies. Floor leader, let's negotiate with them first. If they refuse to cooperate, we can bring in outsiders and take everything in one go. Exactly. How can they be so despicable? We drink rainwater to fill our stomachs every day while they feast upstairs. They roasted lamb the day before yesterday and had hot pot yesterday. Are we not allowed to live? Roast his sister. He Jian cursed in his mind. How could he not smell anything on the 13th floor while those on the 7th floor could? They were inciting trouble without a proper reason. He was not so foolish as to be easily manipulated by these people. If they truly managed to seize supplies from the 18th floor, it would be the 18th floor that retaliated against him first. However, there were indeed no paths left outside. They had to think of ways to survive inside the building. If they were going to act, they would do it together. He couldn't bear the consequences alone. He Jian decided to employ the old method of overwhelming them with numbers. With so many people in the building, could they really eliminate everyone on the 18th floor? That night, Jiang Ning had just finished sparring with Hua Yishan, drenched in sweat, when she heard knocking at the door downstairs. The visitor was wrapped up tightly, exposing only a pair of eyes. He slid a piece of paper through the gap in the door, saying, "There's danger, be careful." After speaking, he hurriedly turned and left. Wrapped from head to toe, Jiang Ning still recognized his voice, Zhang Ping. He had come to deliver a warning stating that He Jian had joined forces with the other residents to forcibly coerce the 18th floor into surrendering their supplies. Everyone gathered in room 1803, and Jiang Ning held up the note. What do you all think? Zheng Weili, with her fiery temper, exclaimed, "So what if they come? Are we afraid of them? Supplies are life. Who would willingly give up a chance to survive?" Although He Jian only wanted a portion if they conceded this time, what about next time? What about the time after that? Not just Zheng Weili, even Zhang Chao and Lu Yu disagreed. Kaylai also refused, revealing its sharp fangs and barking woof. Who dares to snatch its food? Let's do this. Thus the 18th floor unanimously voted against giving in. Want supplies? They were dreaming. If she guessed correctly, they would probably come tomorrow. Everyone knew that such incidents would become commonplace in the future. Even if they did not come, those outside would come in to rob them. No one wanted to risk their lives, but this was the apocalypse, a world that devours people. Each returned home to prepare. The next day would hold a fierce battle. Back at home, Jiang Ning took out the stab-proof and cut-resistant gear from her storage, then measured Kaylai's size. She couldn't sew clothes, but could only try to alter them, hoping to give Kaylai the best protection. Kaylai was naturally resistant to confinement, but during this time, to treat its skin condition, she had forced it to wear clothes after applying medicine, so it had somewhat adapted. Not only was its diet good, but it also received ample nutrition. It had long since shed its bony appearance, and the newly grown fur shone with a healthy glow. Having been trained rigorously by Hua Yishan, Kaylai was now a muscular dog. After taking measurements, its physique had increased significantly. After 2 hours of cutting and sewing, she finally completed Kaylai's stab-proof and cut-resistant outfit. Feeling it was still going to grow, she intentionally made the measurements a bit looser. To help it adapt early, she opened the door to let it run around. She still had a bit of talent. The clothes did not hinder Kaylai's agility at all. After eating well and sleeping soundly, Kaylai suddenly became restless, ready for a fight. She opened the door and indeed heard knocking downstairs, where He Jian was hypocritically calling out. Jiang Ning ignored him and prepared breakfast for herself and Kaylee. Soy milk fried dough sticks and hand-grabbed pancakes. After eating, she remembered to brush her teeth and rinse her mouth, then began her tasks. He Jian, hoarse from shouting, declared that since the 18th floor refused to communicate, they shouldn't blame him for getting tough. Break the door. Hearing the floor leader's words, everyone's eyes gleamed with greed, as if the 18th floor was a mountain of gold and silver. If they could pry open those 3 doors, they could feast without worry for the rest of their lives. Heaven knows how long it had been since they last had a full meal, as such suffering was torturous. In this apocalypse, why did the 18th floor shine while they lived like pigs and dogs? In an instant, they were fiercely agitated, wishing to tear the 18th floor apart. Just as they were about to pry the door open, a sudden sound of the door opening came from above. The stainless steel door filled with iron spikes slowly opened, followed by steady footsteps. For some reason, the crowd felt a tightening in their throats and instinctively grew tense. The 18th floor had indeed seen bloodshed, as they had witnessed with their own eyes. Here she comes with a pair of slender straight legs and a sharp tang dao. The 18th floor was truly ruthless, sending that cold-blooded little girl to lead the charge. She was nothing short of a beast. The second in line was said to be the national champion of college Sonda, capable of obliterating a person's head with a single punch. Look, professional Sonda gear, the gloves were bigger than a wok. Next came 2 men, one holding a baseball bat while the other, a wolf-tooth club. The wolf-tooth club was modified, a wooden baseball bat embedded with rusty sharp nails. If struck, one would surely meet the king of hell even without breaking a sweat. The final act was the height and beauty representative of the 18th floor, sporting a neat, buzz-cut, a cold and handsome face, dressed in a cool gray casual outfit with his hands in his pockets. It seemed he was not there to fight, but rather to enjoy a leisurely weekend. What was even more infuriating was that the dog had also arrived. These beasts claimed they had no food yet. In such a short time they had fattened the stray dog. Filled with righteous indignation, the crowd became increasingly greedy, regretting their earlier intentions. They should not have settled for just a third. They wanted it all. The supplies of the 18th floor, every bit of it, including that dog. In this apocalypse, dogs should have been consumed by humans, yet it was eating the food that rightfully belonged to them. Once they dealt with the 18th floor, they would use it for dog meat stew. Everyone was rubbing their fists together, secretly drooling, as if victory was already within reach. However, He Jian felt a pang of concern upon seeing the equipment of the 18th floor. They were unwilling to part with their supplies. He Lozhang, what does it mean for you to bring so many people to pry our door? Jiang Ning scanned the crowd crammed in the 17th floor corridor. There were no elderly or women and children visible. All were men, either openly brandishing weapons or hiding them beneath their clothes. In one building, various lives were on display. Some looked rosy while others appeared pallid. Regardless of their circumstances, they all had their sights set on the 18th floor. Jiang Ning scrutinized their faces one by one and indeed spotted Yang Wei-tsong and others among the crowd. He looked gaunt, his eyes filled with hunger for food, his face pale and dejected, no longer resembling the charming figure from his school days. Seeing the 18th floor's stance, He Jian felt a chill in his heart, forcing a smile as he said, "Xiao Jiang, we are here to discuss matters." "Why the grand display?" Jiang Ning, uninterested in the pleasantries, replied, "The 18th floor has nothing you want. Even if we had a few scraps, they were earned with our lives, so don't think of making any plans. Look at how you phrase that. Oh, we have no choice but to come up and borrow food from you." Despite having more people on their side, He Jian did not want to resort to violence. He attempted to retreat to advance, saying, "In times of crisis, we must unite. Those with food should contribute it, and those with strength should lend their strength. Only then can we survive right. In these special times, we decided not to abandon or give up, gathering all resources together to share food and drink, ensuring that no one in the building goes hungry. Everyone else has contributed. A 18th floor cannot expect to be special, can you?" Hearing his lofty rhetoric, Jiang Ning scoffed. "What if we don't contribute? If it comes to it, we can borrow a third of the food. Once we get through this hardship, we will repay you." He Zion's expression stiffened, forcing a smile. "If you don't believe us, we can write an IOU. No borrowing." The conversation was over and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Relying on their numbers, someone took the opportunity to threaten Lozhang. "Why waste words with them? Just pry the door and charge in." "Yes, pry the door. They were the ones who were unkind first. Don't blame us for being unjust. Xiao Jiang, I advise you to reconsider. There's no need for such a standoff among people living in the same building." He Jian felt delighted inside, but pretended to be earnest, looking troubled as he said, "You all have resources. What's wrong with giving us a little? If you insist on keeping it all to yourselves, even if I agree, they won't. You're really making this difficult for me." Jiang Ning declared. "Come, those who wish to pry the door, step forward. Let's pry it then. What are you afraid of?" The man with the crowbar, driven mad by hunger, charged at the door. Jiang Ning did not draw her sword, but instead took out an object from her pocket, pointing it at the man's head through the iron bars. "Move again, and I will shoot." A gun." She has a gun. A startled cry echoed from the crowd. Immediately, they all stepped back fearing that a stray bullet might hit them. Ziyan's face turned pale. Xiao Jiang, what are you doing? Jiang Ning coldly surveyed. What are you all planning to do? Let's talk this out peacefully. Ziyan's heart raced, terrified. Don't be impulsive. Jiang Ning smiled. Don't worry, I've never been as calm as I am today. Just trying to scare us with a plastic toy gun. A voice suddenly emerged from the crowd, deliberately sounding hoarse and deep. Jiang Ning pointed out, Yang Weizong, if you're a man, come out and stop hiding among the crowd like a coward. Yang Weizong was furious. He had tried his best to hide in the back, even wearing a hat, but still got recognized by Jiang Ning. He stepped forward with a grim face, angrily accusing, Jiang Ning, I never expected you to become like this today, so selfish and self-serving. You have food, what's wrong with sharing some to help everyone? What's wrong with being selfish? Jiang Ning smirked coldly, I didn't steal or rob, all my supplies were earned through my own efforts. How about you? Selling your body for food and always eyeing what women have on their plates. In the apocalypse, survival is the most important thing. What does face matter, and how much is dignity worth? At first it was women, but later some good-looking young men figured it out too, realizing it wasn't a big deal. Survival isn't shameful. It's unspoken among themselves, but saying it out loud is another matter. Hearing Jiang Ning's words, some unkind laughter erupted and the looks directed at Yang Weizong changed. With the apocalypse upon them, laws collapsed and morals eroded. Those hoarding a large supply of food were mostly not good people, trapped by floodwaters, and with nowhere to go they sought out thrills to pass the time, indulging in both genders. Yang Weizong, with a refined appearance, was naturally a pretty boy. It was expected for him to be looked down upon. Jiang Ning, shut your mouth and stop talking nonsense. Yang Weizong, furious, with a crooked nose, rushed forward screaming, do you really think I won't dare to hit you? As if fearing his impotent rage, Jiang Ning directly opened the door, shaking the gun in her hand at him. Come, step forward. As the door opened, the rampaging Yang Weizong instantly lost his momentum. Seeing everyone staring at him, he gritted his teeth and blustered, don't be fooled, what she has is just a plastic toy. Yang Weizong called out to everyone to join him, but his body remained as unyielding as a rock, refusing to budge even an inch. This created an awkward situation. They had wanted to force the door open, but now that it was ajar, no one dared to enter. Jian felt utterly humiliated and cursed the bunch of cowards under his breath. Facing the heat of the moment, he steeled himself and said, Jiang Ning, even if you have a gun, it only has 7 bullets. Do you really think you can hold back so many people? Everyone snapped back to reality, once again voicing their bravado. Right, she only has 7 bullets. What do we have to fear? There's nothing to be afraid of, it's just 7 lives after all. Jiang Ning looked at them with a cold smirk and said, whoever is willing to sacrifice themselves for He Lozhong, step forward. I guarantee your wish will be fulfilled. At that time he will feast and drink while your wives and children will starve to death. Jiang Ning, what do you mean by that? It means I'm asking you to choose 7 willing to die. Jiang Ning took a few steps down the stairs, pressing the cold gun barrel against He Ziyan's forehead. As the leader, you must be the first to sacrifice yourself, so let it start with you. The gun barrel was cold against He Ziyan's forehead, not at all reminiscent of cheap plastic. His heart sank, turning pale as cold sweat streamed down his face. You better not do anything reckless. The reckless one is you, the leader. You keep bringing people here to threaten the 18th floor, thinking it's a soft target. Jiang Ning's gaze was sharp as a blade. I don't seek trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. You've stirred up trouble time and again, I can only reciprocate. With that, he pressed his finger on the trigger. In an instant, all eyes focused on Jiang Ning and Jian. They could see the murderous intent in Jiang Ning's eyes as he slowly tightened his grip on the trigger. A sudden piercing scream echoed from the staircase. Someone's been killed, someone's been killed. The crowd at the staircase panicked, desperately trying to squeeze into the corridor. The gunstock crashed heavily against He Ziyan's forehead and Jiang Ning kicked him down. At the same time, Kaylee lunged forward like lightning, knocking down Yang Weizong, who was trying to escape amidst the chaos, opening its bloodied maw to bite. Cries of alarm, fleeing and dodging unfolded in the crowded corridor. Someone squeezed in from the staircase, clutching their bleeding neck tightly. They collapsed after only a few steps, twitching on the ground, their eyes bulging like copper bells, gasping for breath. Jiang Ning shouted, Kaylee. The dog was ferocious, biting Yang Weizong until he was drenched in blood before finally letting go and charging upstairs. At the moment it jumped in, Jiang Ning quickly pulled the door shut and locked it, blocking the throngs of people outside. The crush and the push resulted in several people being slammed against the door, covered in iron nails, emitting chilling and piercing screams. The sudden turn of events caught many off guard. Through the iron bars, a man with a maddened expression could be seen wielding a blood-stained kitchen knife, wildly slashing at anyone in sight and letting out beast-like howls. Haha, you all deserve to die. You will pay for my daughter's life. I'll take you all to hell with me. Some reacted quickly, pulling out knives from their clothing, but in the crowded space they struggled to retaliate without accidentally injuring their own. The madman showed no regard, his eyes red as he continued to slash wildly, turning the 17th floor corridor into a hellish scene. "Open the door, let us in. Please, we beg you, save us." Many, terrified, kept banging on the doors of the 17th floor residents, hoping to be let in to escape. Even those who had been fierce earlier were now like startled birds, frantically running into one another. Faced with death, they were all paralyzed with fear. Jiang Ning did not open the door. She coldly observed everything outside through the iron bars, as if watching a television drama. Zheng Weili clenched her fists tightly, opened her mouth, but could not utter a word, ultimately turning her head away. The madman covered in blood bore a twisted and terrifying expression, resembling a bloodthirsty beast that crawled out from hell. A few burly figures wielded knives and charged at the madman. The sharp blades struck him on the body, back, and limbs. The blood-soaked madman showed no fear, as if he felt no pain. He seemed to recognize these few individuals, screaming hysterically, "You killed my daughter, I will bury her with you." Like an unkillable demon, he fought multiple opponents while drenched in blood until all of them fell. Yet he did not stop charging through the panicking crowd with his bloodied body and red eyes like a devil wielding a scythe. Others who regained their senses swung steel pipes or knives at his head, unleashing a brutal assault. Bang! A thunderous gunshot rang out. The madman collapsed with a bullet to the head, his bloodied face revealing a gentle smile. "Don't be afraid, Daddy is here to accompany you." It wasn't Jiang Ning who fired, but rather someone behind her. Zhang Chao and Liu turned around to see Hua Yishan holding a gun. The two felt a shock in their pupils at how impressive to achieve a headshot in such chaos. Hua Yishan's expression was somber, revealing no emotion. He didn't fire again, but turned and went upstairs. A single bullet had abruptly halted the massacre. The 17th floor was filled with wails. The He Jian and Yang Weizeng, who had not been struck, were trampled and lay unconscious in a pool of blood, with no one knowing whether they were alive or dead. Kaylai was unsatisfied and wanted to rush out to fight. Every time it saw Yang Weizeng, it wanted to bite this bastard. "Help me, save me." Someone who had been cut was pleading to Jiang Ning. Injuries from cuts, tramplings, and piercings left the scene horrific to behold. Jiang Ning, being a medical student, could heal and save lives. They didn't want to die. Someone spoke up and others followed suit. "Why should we save them? If they get better, they'll just charge up to the 18th floor again." Jiang Ning turned and headed upstairs, ignoring the carnage behind her. Zheng Weili and the others were shocked, feeling a twinge of pity, but recalling how they had just been threatened, the kindness that had blossomed in their hearts was swiftly extinguished. Believe it or not, they would only forget the pain once healed. No one is born evil, but extreme environments and the instinct to survive can breed wickedness. The few exchanged glances, then silently turned and went upstairs, disregarding the furious pleas or curses from those below. The stainless steel doors closed, muffling the noise significantly. Zheng Weili snapped back to reality, "Aining, where did you get the gun?" Jiang Ning smiled and tossed what she held to her. Zheng Weili caught it, immediately noticing something was off. "Is it fake?" "Where would I get a real one?" The one from earlier was real, but Jiang Ning had swapped it with a trick. Zheng Weili examined it repeatedly. "Not gonna lie, this is a high imitation. An average person wouldn't notice. Even I was fooled by you. I stumbled upon it while searching for dog food last time. I have another one, and this one is a gift for you to scare." Jiang Ning specifically bought a few firearms while stockpiling supplies, thinking they might intimidate people at a critical moment, only to find that Hua Yishan had the real deal. In the midst of societal collapse, the core departments of the government still functioned, but the flood submerged everything, rendering their efficiency as slow as a turtle's pace, yet this matter remained under strict control. Thus she would not reveal her true weapons in front of everyone until the last possible moment. Stirring up official intervention was one thing, she also had no reason to explain to Zheng Weili and others. However, one never knows what tomorrow holds. If the situation truly spiraled out of control, she would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Looking at the tightly shut door of room 1801, Zheng Weili pulled Jiang Ning inside and curiously asked, "How does he have a gun?" "He comes from a special police background, probably has connections." "Wow, I didn't expect him to not only be able to fight, but also be a sharpshooter." "Now it's good, and not only has he taken down the crazed attacker, but he's also likely bought some time for He Jian and their group to settle down." To be honest, seeing the madman die at Hua Yishan's hands made Zheng Weili and the others breathe a sigh of relief. He was a father who was both great and pitiful. Given his severe injuries, he was unlikely to survive. Yet falling into the hands of that group of people would surely mean a gruesome end. It would be better to be free to leave cleanly and with dignity. With real guns in hand, Zheng Weili and the others felt somewhat reassured, but they still worried about being discovered. They thought a fierce battle was about to ensue, but unexpectedly a madman disrupted everything, which turned out to be a fortunate misfire. A few noticed the commotion downstairs, those uninjured scattered like birds and beasts, while the injured, seeing the 18th floor's firm resolve to ignore the dying, could only curse as they left. Soon the 17th floor fell silent. Many people had come for the standoff, but many more simply pretended to agree while having no part in the fight. The 17th floor was especially cautious, locking their doors tight, knowing they were too close to the 18th floor. If revenge came, they would be the first to suffer. However, when the city's gates burned, the innocent would suffer. When they finally opened the door, they were met with a shocking sight. The corridor was splattered with blood, and there were many corpses on the ground. Who had they offended? Why was the 17th floor always a battlefield? The three households cursed and discussed, tossing the bodies into the water, then cleaning up the bloody corridor. What kind of day is this? Are we still allowed to live? Just as they cleaned up, the relatives of the deceased charged in, learning that the bodies had been disposed of, leading to a huge argument with those on the 17th floor. Even clay figurines have their tempers. Of the pent-up frustration of the 17th floor erupted completely as they rushed into the room brandishing kitchen knives. Who the hell have we offended? Why do you always block us? We didn't kill anyone. Why are you blaming us for not opening the door? Knowing they were breaking the law, why didn't you stop them? Now that people are dead, you come looking for trouble. You should have come to take the bodies away sooner. They could still be retrieved if you want to fish them out now. The honest folks didn't lose their tempers, but when they saw several kitchen knives waving around, the relatives of the deceased dared not cause trouble anymore. Reluctantly, they could only leave cursing. Before coming up, they had calculated how much they could take, yet now the supplies were lost, and their men had been killed by a madman. How would these widows and orphans survive in the future? Heaven, please open your eyes and stop the rain. Around noon, Liu and Zhang Chao gathered some. The man who attacked with a knife lived on the 7th floor, divorced for many years, and living with his daughter. Previously, their home was broken into by a masked gang at midnight, and all their supplies were stolen. With no way out, the daughter, to survive, had to secretly sell her body. When he learned the truth, he angrily slapped her twice. The daughter, overwhelmed with shame, jumped into the flood. Having relied solely on his daughter, the man couldn't bear the shock and went mad, taking a knife to seek revenge on society. Several were killed on the spot. Some bled to death from severe injuries, while others were injured, but not severely. However, due to the heavy rain, there were no boats to take them to the hospital. They could only endure the pain at home. Yang Weizong and He Jian lay in a coma, hoping for death. This time they returned empty-handed. The enemy's morale collapsed, and the entire apartment building was filled with mournful cries. Jiang Ning thought of another matter. Those with glowing faces during the standoff were likely the masked robbers. Although the madman had killed a few, several others had escaped, making this group one to watch closely in the future. The fight didn't happen, but Kaylai was feeling uncomfortable, all over, whining and sulking. There was no other way. Ma Quan was born a fighter, and Jiang Ning could only comfort it with food. Do you have a grudge against Yang Weizong? The dog caretaker asked curiously, always going after him. Kaylai ground its sharp teeth, continuing to act proud and sulky. It harbored a deep-seated hatred for the bastards. Jiang Ning embraced the dog, his gaze gradually deepening. Just after waking from a nap, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. Jiang Ning, are you giving Dodo a lesson today? Yes, Jiang Ning replied. Today they didn't engage in conflict, but a clash would be inevitable. Only by improving oneself could they find the true path. As a knock sounded, Kaylai dashed to open the door, willingly exchanging with Dodo, carrying dog food to room 1801 for training. Dodo was locked inside by Hua Yishan, but she was not completely ignorant. Looking a bit dazed, she asked, Sister, when can I grow up to protect you and brother? Jiang Ning comforted her, study hard, grow quickly, and you'll be able to protect us soon. Dodo didn't understand. Kaylai can do it, why can't I? You and Kaylai are different. It's a dog and grows fast while we humans grow slowly. Jiang Ning encouraged her, who was feeling a bit down. Listen to your brother, he will help you grow up quickly. Only then did Dodo cheer up, secretly lifting her shirt to show her sister, actually, I think I can do it. A brother helps me train every day. Seeing Dodo's defined abs, Jiang Ning was instantly shocked. She didn't even have those yet. The child was still growing. Excessive training wasn't beneficial, but given the special circumstances, Jiang Ning didn't believe Hua Yishan was wrong. In the apocalypse, surprises could happen at any moment. Having the ability to protect oneself was crucial. Train hard, roll with it, let's see those abs. Without needing to touch heads, the awareness on the 18th floor was already high. The days ahead would be even tougher. Even through the wall they could hear Zheng Weili's punching sounds. For dinner, she and Dodo had noodles. Of the meat sauce was particularly fragrant. The walkie-talkie crackled again. Are we going to spar later? Without hesitation, Jiang Ning replied yes. Once inside room 1801, they got straight to the point and started practicing. She hadn't released her pent-up frustration from the morning. Everyone has secrets. She kept her mouth shut about the gun. Facing her fierce attacks, Hua Yishan's defense was like an impregnable fortress. After a full 2 hours, Jiang Ning felt as though she had been fished out of the water, sitting on the anise-lit mat, panting. He handed her a clean towel saying wipe yourself off. Jiang Ning thanked him, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Hua Yishan remarked unexpectedly, the recoil on that gun of yours is a bit strong, you need to adjust your grip or you might hurt your arm. Jiang Ning, taken aback, could only respond with silence. With so many people crowding around and the heavy rain obscuring visibility, she had deliberately adjusted her position, yet she was still spotted by his keen eyes. Jiang Ning smiled, playing the fool. Pull your shoulders back, lean forward when lifting the gun, and keep your elbows slightly bent. Listening attentively to the master's lesson, Jiang Ning committed it to memory, ready to practice at home. They shared an unspoken understanding, neither asking about the source. After the gunshot, the entire apartment building fell into silence. No one dared to set their sights on the 18th floor again. Life must go on. Staying cooped up every day would drive anyone mad. Zhang Chao and Li, full of confidence, knocked on the door of 1801, ready to venture out in search of supplies. As the water level continued to rise, they had lost all hope for the rain to stop. This was the apocalypse. Who knew what lay ahead? Supplies were depleting daily, with nothing coming in to alleviate their anxiety. Hua Yi agreed, and Dodo insisted on going too. The clever dog Kaylai lined up eagerly. Woof. The dog had matured and had its own thoughts. A Jiang Ning couldn't keep it from going out. Just take care of yourself. Kaylai went back inside to fetch its protective gear and a doggy raincoat. It was ready for battle. The caretaker had to hurry and help it put on its battle attire. Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh, teasing as she dressed it. My dog is going out to earn its keep again. The black dog appeared proud yet shy, waiting for its caretaker to bring back some meat. Standing on the balcony watching them leave the community, Jiang Ning took out a purple marten fur coat, measuring it to make clothes for the dog. The rain continued to pour, but the air had noticeably turned cold. Jiang Ning had a vague feeling that extreme cold was approaching. Compared to the flood, the extreme cold was far more deadly. Hounds can quickly adapt to any harsh environment, yet Jiang Ning was still worried. After all, it could be as cold as -60 or 70 degrees. Even humans wrapped up like bears might not survive, let alone a short-haired hound. Thinking of how it suffered from frostbite in her past life, Jiang Ning's heart ached. This time she absolutely could not let it endure such pain. Zheng Weili came by for a visit and was surprised to see her dismantling the fur coat. Making clothes for Kaylai. Yes, I just feel like it's getting colder every day. I was even woken up by the cold last night. Jiang Ning intentionally reminded her, first a typhoon, now over 2 months of rain. Who knows what kind of weather is coming next? We're in the south, winter isn't usually too cold here. It's not like the north where it can drop below -10 degrees. True, if it were last year, the north would already be experiencing snow. Do you think there are floods in the north? Jiang Ning asked curiously. Now that it's winter, it wouldn't be completely frozen, would it? Zheng Weili dared not imagine that would be like a living hell. Feng Cheng isn't cold. I wore short sleeves last winter. I wonder what it will be like this year. Jiang Ning hinted, I think it might be much colder than last year. Well, there's nothing we can do about the cold. We've stocked up on clothes and firewood, so we should be fine. As they chatted, she thought of something serious. The residents of this apartment building are currently in shock, but who knows what will happen in the future. You need to store your supplies separately. If the 18th floor is breached one day, they won't be raided and emptied out. This was actually suggested by Zhang Chao. They worked overnight to pry open the ceiling of the kitchen and bathroom, sealing food and medicine securely and hiding them in several places. Not just the ceiling, but even the exhaust fan ducts and the toilet tank were not spared. You can't put all your eggs in one basket, Zheng Weili said with concern. When Zhang Chao and Lu Yi return, have them help you. Aren't you worried about the rats gnawing at it? Zheng Weili was speechless. Rats. That's still better than having it stolen by someone, right? I need to figure out a way to get some rat poison or sticky traps. Your idea isn't bad. I'll try it too, Jiang Ning affirmed the wisdom of 1803. Do you think if I hollow out the sofa I could hide some food in there? Yes, why hadn't they thought of that? After sending Zheng Weili off, Jiang Ning continued sewing the fur coat. With plenty of material left over, she thought about making some for Da Hui and Xiaobai as well. These two guys had thick fur, and Xiaobai was about to give birth to her second litter. She wondered if they could survive the extreme cold. For the sake of her meat plan, Jiang Ning hoped they would survive. If things got really tough, she'd have to braise them. Everything depended on their fate. She brought the two over, measured their sizes with the fabric and hugged them tightly. They were warm and fluffy. Perhaps because of their good food, they seemed to have grown quite a bit. Especially Xiaobai, with her round belly likely carrying quite a few pups. The 3 fur coats were successfully modified, and Jiang Ning felt a surge of confidence in her DIY skills. Just having fur coats wasn't enough. Remembering that she had stocked a lot of fabric in the space, she picked some warm materials to make a few more outfits for them. As she was rummaging through the space, she picked up 2 bundles of fabric and was about to leave when she inadvertently spotted the 198000 yuan temperature regulating outfit. She casually took it out, deciding to try on this ordinary temperature-regulating outfit. Surprisingly, it felt quite comfortable, the texture soft and skin-friendly like silk. The size was a bit large, so Jiang Ning planned to wear it as pajamas. Just as she was about to take it off, she suddenly sensed something was off. With the rain and the dropping temperature today was around 21 degrees. Even in her casual sweatshirt, she could still feel the chill. Yet this thin fabric made her feel warm, enveloping her body like a layer of biological membrane. Could it really maintain a constant temperature? The temperature inside the space was higher than outside, so she quickly slipped inside. Sure enough, the warm sensation disappeared, but the comfort was akin to being naked. When she emerged again, warmth flooded her heart once more. This truly was high-tech temperature-regulating clothing. Jiang Ning thought back. At the time, she hadn't noticed its uniqueness, likely because the temperature difference wasn't significant. Wearing the temperature-regulating outfit, she turned on the gas stove, placing her hand above the flames. She could feel the heat in her palms, and her arms felt the same, but the warmth was significantly lower than what was felt in her palms. The temperature regulation was real. A constant 25 degrees was impossible. But the ability to produce such fabric was beyond impressive. If it weren't for this natural disaster, once this fabric hit the market, it would cause a technological revolution. At 198,000 yuan, it was indeed worth it. The temperature-regulating fabric had 10 meters, totaling 333 meters. The amount was quite limited, but if used carefully, even with extreme weather recurring, it would be enough for her to last through her lifetime. She decisively made 2 sets for herself, 2 for Kailei, and as for Da Hui and Xiaobai, she would use the scraps to make theirs. Not only clothes, but also gloves, socks, and neck gaiters. It really consumed a lot of fabric. The temperature-regulating clothing was invaluable, and Jiang Ning couldn't bear to waste a single thread. She rummaged through the downloaded life skills materials and successfully found a tutorial on garment design and cutting. Having learned the basics, she practiced with other fabrics. After a few days of interrupted treatment, Grandma Jiang continued to come to the 18th floor for treatment. It wasn't that she wanted to stop, but the confrontation had a significant impact, and several of the injured had died. No one dared to provoke the 18th floor, but many harbored grudges, believing all of this was caused by the 18th floor. If the 18th floor had been willing to share food, that tragedy would never have happened. Grandma Jiang spoke earnestly. Little Jiang, people's hearts have been twisted by this world. You all must be careful. Jiang Ning knew it was Grandma Jiang who sent Zheng Ping to deliver the news. Although it had little effect, she appreciated the thought. Therefore, she waived the treatment fees 3 times and gifted half a bottle of trauma medicine. The amount wasn't large, only 50 milliliters, but in the apocalypse it was already quite generous. Of course, Jiang Ning did not rule out the possibility of it being a gesture of goodwill. After all, everyone was focused on the 18th floor. One should never underestimate human nature. If the Zhang family was willing to provide some information, it could save a lot of trouble. Grandma Jiang, it has been quite cold these past few days. Your waist must not be exposed to the cold or dampness. Use the trauma medicine for massage at night and keep yourself covered with a quilt. Your injury will heal faster. In her past life, Grandma Jiang had frozen to death. Only Zheng Ping survived, but he didn't last long either. This time Jiang Ning reminded her, and if she could grasp it, she wouldn't die. Thank you, little Jiang. I will try it tonight. After saying that, she introduced a patient to Jiang Ning. The family upstairs has a son covered in eczema, scratching until he bleeds. They took the risk of going to the hospital, but found no medicine. They want to bring the child here for treatment. He isn't familiar with you, so he doesn't dare to come directly. That's why he asked me to check your opinion. Don't worry, this family is decent and won't mix with Hejian and the others. They haven't come around since the joint intimidation a few days ago. Eczema is rather complex, and relying solely on acupuncture won't cure it. A traditional Chinese medicine takes time to show results. Jiang Ning had medicine in her space, but it was impossible for her to take it out. This illness is hard to treat without medicine. You should exercise more, sweat out toxins, and improve your immunity. It will gradually get better. A casual remark, and Grandma Jiang did not press further. She wrapped the medicine bottle in cloth and tucked it into her pocket to avoid being detected by others lost in her thoughts. Little Jiang, did your dog bite a boy? Grandma Jiang asked as she was leaving. The girl next door is stirring up trouble again. I can see their faces don't look good. Oh, the young people nowadays, why are their minds so complicated? They call themselves alumni, but talk badly behind each other's backs, always coveting the supplies in others' hands. During the recent assault on the 18th floor, those guys participated, but did not reflect on themselves. Instead, they cursed Jiang Ning behind her back. If she were Jiang Ning, even if she truly had supplies, she would rather feed them to the dog than give anything to those ingrates. After Grandma Jiang left, Jiang Ning closed the door and entered her space to pull up the vegetables that had grown in her black soil garden. She took the planting pots out of the space and placed them on the balcony, bringing over a small stool to dig up potatoes. The soil and water in the space were excellent, and the pots were filled with plump yellow potatoes all round and full. With dozens of planting pots, she harvested over 100 pounds of potatoes. The sense of satisfaction from such a harvest was indescribable. Rabbits do not eat potato sprouts, so they had to be thrown into the space as fertilizer. After replanting the potatoes, just as she was about to reset her consciousness back to the black soil garden, a knock sounded on the door. The dog clad in battle armor returned from a mission standing proudly at the door with 2 black plastic bags in its mouth. The others were carrying firewood, and except for the stir-faced Hua Yishan, everyone else wore smiles. Jiang Ning smelled the fishy odor. There was no need to say more, it had gone swimming again. She picked up the heavy bags and praised the dog. Not bad, and my Kaylee is the best. Not just any kind of best. The bag contained 5 fish totaling almost 20 pounds. The other bag had 2 wild rabbits, which it had dug up from the mountain. After changing out of the raincoat and into dry clothes, everyone gathered at 1803. The urban area had long run out of supplies, and the group headed to the previously visited villa area. There was not much to find in the villa. They were heading into the mountains. They wondered if they could encounter wild boars, but unexpectedly there were no wild boars, yet they discovered a reservoir deep in the mountains. The reservoir was breeding fish, and many fish swam out with the water flow in the mountain creeks. The water was murky, making it hard to see the fish. It was Kaylee who discovered and caught them. It was unclear how many fish had been washed away, but it was certain there were still plenty in the reservoir. If we can find a way to fish them out, we can trade with the sharp-mouthed monkeys for grain and not worry about food for several years. However, speed is essential as supplies are already scarce in the urban area, and one cannot rule out that onlookers will scout the mountains. If the reservoir is discovered, they won't be able to catch anything. Everywhere was water with varying depths posing dangers. It was impractical to have Kaylee bite them one by one. Zhang Chao muttered, if only we had a fishing machine. The fish are right there, yet we can't catch them. It's really frustrating. Yu, can you make one? Chao, it's truly impossible to make one. A whole reservoir of fish. That really tempted Jiang Ning. She only had 100 fish in her space, and Kaylee was a fish lover. It was simply not enough. Grandma Zhang mentioned that her grandson Zhang Ping seems to work at the Physics Research Institute. I wonder if there's any way. The fishing machine relies on ultrasonic waves, and Zhang Ping should understand the theory. Hua Yishan spoke up. Can he be trusted? I think the Zhang family has a good character, and Zhang Ping is also filial. Asking him should be fine. Even if it doesn't work, there's no loss for the 18th floor. The others agreed. After all, the Zhang family didn't know where the reservoir was, and Zhang Ping might not be able to make the fishing machine. The men also found it inconvenient to get something to eat. Su Mengao acted all seductive and shameless. Last time she even tried to seduce Hua Yishan a Zhang Chao. The men also found it inconvenient to get something to eat. Su Mengao acted all seductive and shameless. Last time she even tried to seduce Hua Yishan a Zhang Chao, and Li probably didn't have his level of self-control. So they decided to let Zhang Weili take the lead. Jiang Ning's guess was correct. As soon as she knocked on the Zhang family's door, the door next door opened quickly. Seeing it was Zhang Weili, Su Mengao smiled innocently and sweetly. Sister. Unfortunately, it was late at night, and there was no electricity, plus she looked so thin with a pale face, almost like a female ghost. Zhang Weili couldn't stand such a wretched person. Don't shout, oh, we're not familiar. Su Mengao was not angry. Sister, what are you looking for Grandma Zhang at this late hour? This shameless person made her want to punch her. Zhang Weili ignored her and continued knocking on the door. Grandma Zhang heard the noise and quickly, Zhang Weili took something out of her pocket and handed it over. Grandma Zhang, you forgot something during acupuncture this afternoon. And Ning was worried about you, so she asked me to bring it down. Grandma Zhang was a shrewd old lady. Seeing her come down at this hour, she surely had something to discuss. All right, thank you both. Oh dear, the house is flooded everywhere. I almost slipped and fell just now, and I sprained my waist. Is little Jiang available? I need her to stretch my muscles. We don't have any food left at home. Zhang Ping has a new electronic watch that could cover the acupuncture fees. Do you think that would work? That should be fine. Zhang Weili didn't stay long and left after delivering her message. Su Mengao still wore a smile. Sister, would you like to come in and sit? Faced with Su Mengio's hypocritical invitation, Zhang Weili remained unmoved. She pushed her away effortlessly, sending Su Mengao crashing against the wall 2 to 3 meters away. Get lost. If I were a man, I would have killed you. Having sold herself her energy, still so exuberant, she was simply a wicked temptress. I cannot fathom what face she has so shameless without a bone to stand on. By the time the people from 1202 heard Su Mengio's cries, Zhang Weili was already upstairs. Back on the upper floor, she complained to Jiang Ning. Hearing her act coy makes my skin crawl. This woman is like a poisonous snake, always inciting men to charge forward. I just gave her a little push. If she dares to confront us, we could take the opportunity to deal with her, otherwise trouble will surely come. We need to think of a way, Jiang Ning nodded. Unfortunately, she had become clever hiding behind men and not easily showing herself. I initially wanted Su Mengao to endure the trials of the apocalypse, but she insists on going against us. Sorry, the knife is already sharpened. Not long after Zheng Ping came upstairs supporting Grandma Zhang. Jiang Ning got straight to the point asking, can you make a fishing device? Zheng Ping was taken aback adjusting his glasses as he thought for a few minutes, I should be able to make one, but I don't have enough materials on hand. He was a physics enthusiast with the room cluttered with various components, some bought, others scavenged from junkyards. He had even won a Life Invention Award and was a standout at the National Physics Competition. Definitely a model child. Jiang Ning asked, can you gather everything? There should be some in the experimental building, a little modification will do. The materials room is on the 8th floor, it shouldn't be flooded yet, but Zheng Ping wasn't sure if it had been ransacked. The research institute isn't particularly far, it's about 10 kilometers if we take a shortcut. Jiang Ning looked at Hua Yixin with her eyes, inquiring whether they should make the trip. Hua Yixin considered and then said to Zheng Ping, I can take you back to get it. Zheng Ping was astute as someone who could have the 18th floor waste diesel to take him for materials, certainly wasn't looking to catch just a few fish. With his family already in tight straits, he had to set conditions. If you can make the fishing device, can I get a share? His request wasn't unreasonable. A Jiang Ning would also rack her brains to find ways to survive. The water is so deep, are you sure the fishing device you make can catch fish? As long as there are fish, I can catch them. It's just a matter of adjusting the ultrasonic frequency. That's quite simple. For the freedom to eat fish, Jiang Ning agreed. Okay, but this must be kept secret. After all that had happened, the Zhong family had to be cautious. They knew what to say and what not to. How long will it take to make it? For Zheng Ping, the construction of the fishing device wasn't complex. He had worked on this topic in high school. As long as I have the materials, I can finish it tonight. Haste makes waste. Hua Yixin went back to the room to get the speedboat. The Zhang family did not belong to the 18th floor. A Jiang Ning didn't want the people in their building to know to avoid unnecessary trouble and let Grandma Zhang and Zheng Ping go downstairs first. Jiang Ning insisted on going along and Hua Yixin had no objections. She assigned a task to 1803 to cut the fish into pieces and marinate them with salt. When she returned, they could coat them in flour to make fried fish, which would last for several days without spoiling. The rabbits were skinned and had their organs cleaned out to be placed in the car's refrigerator for preservation and enjoyed slowly later. Treading lightly downstairs, Zheng Ping was already waiting on the 6th floor carrying a heavy rubber boat. The people in 1202 were busy comforting the injured Su Mengao and did not notice the movements of the neighbor next door. The speedboat quietly glided out of the community, its engine roaring in the darkness, as it headed towards the research company. After about 40 minutes, the three arrived at the Physics Research Institute. As expected, it was in complete disarray. Zheng Ping's expression changed as he rushed towards the materials room on the 8th floor. The door to the materials room was pried open and various items were strewn across the floor. Zheng Ping shone a flashlight, continuously picking things up from the ground. Research materials are different from daily life. Various components are precious to the staff, but are neither edible nor drinkable for ordinary survivors. The place was in total disarray with not much that could truly be taken. Zheng Ping sifted through the chaos, gathering a large pile of components on the table and took out his tools to modify them. I still need a few more items. I'll go to the lab to dismantle some. There are several laboratories. He took apart some items from various instruments and equipment. These machines and instruments are quite expensive, but unfortunately many have been flooded. Zheng Ping was a cold introvert, rarely expressing strong emotions, but one could sense his sorrow when he spoke these words. Indeed, the flood not only swallowed lives, but also devoured the treasures of human civilization. Jiang Ning didn't understand physics and couldn't help out while standing nearby. I'll wander around to see if there's anything I can collect. In the pitch dark, Hua Yixin wanted to accompany her, but Zheng Ping called out, can you lend a hand? This frequency converter needs some adjustments. Jiang Ning walked upstairs. The office desks that could be used for firewood door frames, and everything had been torn apart with delivery packaging thrown everywhere. She picked up a few plastic planting pots without hesitation and tossed them into the space. The computers from the research room and the instruments from the laboratory are valuable materials. Jiang Ning might not need them, but perhaps someone in the future will, and they don't take up much space anyway. After wandering through several floors, she collected quite a bit of garbage that others had discarded, along with some outlandish exhibits from the exhibition room. The research products were too far removed from daily life. A Jiang Ning couldn't even recognize them. Returning to the 8th floor, Zheng Ping had already assembled several components. He had somehow found an outer shell that resembled a frequency transformer. After rummaging through the components he brought from home and tinkering for another 2 hours, he finally succeeded in installation. The machine emitted a buzzing sound which made Jiang Ning uncomfortable, so she covered her ears and stepped back. The water is too deep, I've increased the frequency. When working, the frequency range can reach 30 meters. The waveband is harmless to humans, but fish can't withstand it and will float belly up. The only drawback is that it consumes too much power. It can only run for about 3 to 4 hours before draining the battery. With the fishing device completed, Zheng Ping asked, "Where shall we go fishing?" "You'll find out tomorrow." "Are there many fish?" Zheng Ping was a bit anxious, explaining, "If more hands are needed, my parents can help." Although supplies are increasingly hard to find, he knew that the 18th floor was capable and thus sought to earn more by working harder. No one could guarantee how many fish there were. But tomorrow someone must stay at home. In such a large reservoir, many fish would have been swept out and there wouldn't be enough manpower. At 5 tomorrow, your family should send 3 people to gather outside the community. Having sorted out the fishing device, Zheng Ping packed several components into his bag, knowing they might be useful later. He had come prepared, bringing over a dozen bags to ensure not a single item was left behind. Different fields require specialized skills, survival methods vary, and Jiang Ning and Hua Yishan did not stop him. By the time they returned to the community, it was already past midnight, and Zheng Weili and the others had not slept, with the dog jumping up to hug Jiang Ning. Zhang Chaos' stomach grumbled, "Oh, you guys finally came back. We almost starved to death." Upon entering, the room was filled with the aroma of fish with golden fried fish chunks. Jiang Ning was puzzled. "How could you starve?" Zheng Weili was both amused and exasperated, saying, "Just ask Kaylai." "Sister, I know." Dodo raised his hand to answer quickly. "The fish was caught by Kaylai, and Kaylai doesn't let the older brother and sister eat it." Such a thing exists." Jiang Ning was completely confused. How could such a cute dog be so domineering? "Woof." Kaylai tugged at her sleeve, pulling her to the dining table. A large bowl of fragrant, crispy fried fish pieces made anyone's mouth water just by smelling it. The dog stood up, leaning on the dining table, pushing the full bowl of fish towards her shoveler eat. Jiang Ning was bewildered as she looked at Zheng Weili and the others. Zheng Weili and the others had a tough time too. They had marinated the fish, but didn't wait for Jiang Ning to return. Thinking they couldn't rely on her for everything, the 3 of them pondered for a long time and finally managed to fry the fish. Little did they know Kaylai's eyes were fierce, staring at the fish pieces, not allowing anyone to touch them. It was drooling itself, but refused to let anyone near. The 18th floor was relatively democratic after all the fish was caught by Kaylai. Besides, it was now a top dog with maxed-out survival skills, and no one dared to offend it. Even if they were tempted, they had to hold back. Zhang Chao cried out in hunger, "Hurry up and eat, we're almost starving to death." Jiang Ning laughed shamelessly. "Our Kaylai is amazing, it even knows how to take care of its owner." Woof. Kaylai was excited, its eyes sparkling as if saying to her shoveler, "I'm taking care of you." Jiang Ning took a piece of fried fish and began to eat. It was crispy, fresh, and fragrant. It wasn't easy. 1803 had finally set off. Looking at the enlightened dog, Jiang Ning suddenly teased, "Kaylai, I've eaten already. Whose turn is it next?" Woof woof. The dog wagged its tail vigorously, drool dripping out. Jiang Ning understood and placed a piece in the dog's bowl. "What about next?" The dog bit the hem of Dodo's pants. One by one it allocated Zheng Weili, Zhang Chao, Lu Yu, and finally it was Hua Yishan. The dog was very satisfied with its arrangement and began to eat. Being placed last, Hua Yishan sighed. He could understand not being favored over Jiang Ning, and it was fine that the dog liked children, but as its trainer he was strict during class. Yet he never expected. He had become the appearance the dog hated the most. Hua Yishan was confused, questioning his life. Everyone laughed heartily as Zheng Weili brought out the cooked congee and they began to eat. After discussing tomorrow's tasks, they all yawned and returned home. Enjoying the dog's exclusive affection, Jiang Ning was in a particularly good mood. She took out 2 smart bathtubs filled with hot water, sprinkled some dried rose petals, played soothing music, and closed her eyes to enjoy a delightful bath time. Kaylai, with bubbles on its head, lay back in the tub, tilting its head to look at its shoveler, its bright dog eyes filled with It was also a dog that had bathed in rose petals. After the bath, it wrapped itself in a blanket and slept comfortably. In a daze, it heard a crackling sound of electricity. "Jiang Ning, are you up?" Her eyelids were heavy and a deep voice spoke intermittently. Since Kaylai arrived, her sleep quality had improved significantly. The alarm rang, waking Jiang Ning at 4:30 in the morning. Dizzily getting out of bed to change clothes, the intercom crackled again. It should be Hua Yishan reminding her that it was time to set off. She turned everything over but couldn't find the intercom. Strange, where did it go? Seeing Kaylai lying still in its dog bed, Jiang Ning complained, "Kaylai, don't just stand there, help me find it quickly." The dog remained unresponsive, lazily lounging around. "Zizi. What the hell?" It was clearly placed by the bedside. How could it have vanished? Searching on the bed, under the bed, and beside the dog bed. Move over a bit. The dog remained indifferent, continuing to lounge. Jiang Ning squinted deep in thought. Bending down, she picked it up. Good heavens, the intercom was pressed under its bottom. The caught dog blinked its innocent big eyes. How did the intercom grow legs? Jiang Ning was torn of the intercom, touched by the dog had a smell. Should she keep it? Waiting online, quite urgent. After spraying it with alcohol for disinfection and wiping it clean, she said, received, setting off now. Facing the mischievous dog early in the morning, Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh and cry. Are you guarding the house or going out? Kaylai ran to the living room and dragged over its battle dress. Jiang Ning quickly dressed it. Rushing out, Hua Yixin and Zhang Chao were already waiting while Zhang Weili held the still sleeping Dodo softly, saying to the group, be safe. Sneaking out of the community, the Zhang family of 3 waited on the rubber boat. It was dark and it was hard to see, but shining the flashlight revealed the figures of Zhang father and mother in their 40s, both looking quite refined. They tied the rubber boat to the speedboat and headed towards the hillside villa area. By the time they arrived, it was nearly 7 o'clock, with a faint light breaking through the dawn. After packing their things, they trekked through the mountains in the rain. Kaylai led the way effortlessly. A new day, time for the shoveler to continue eating meat. The visibility was poor and the mountain path was rugged. Jiang Ning slipped underfoot, her body leaning backward. Hua Yixin was right behind her and instinctively reached out to steady her waist. Be careful. Jiang Ning was firmly supported and quickly hugged the nearby tree. She couldn't help but marvel at how strong his waist was. Not only was he carrying the speedboat, but he also had to support her and the rubber boat she was carrying, truly the king of waists. Hua Yixin reminded those behind him, be careful, and the muddy slope is slippery. At the same time, he issued orders ahead. Kaylai, don't show off by leading recklessly. The next stretch of road was much smoother. Walking slowly in the rain, after nearly 2 hours, they finally spotted the vast reservoir among the mountains. Kaylai was incredibly brave, wanting Jiang Ning to take off its raincoat as it plunged into the water with a splash. A few minutes later, it emerged with a live, struggling fish in its mouth. Walking up to Jiang Ning, it placed the fish in her hands. Here, shoveler meat. There's fish there, really is fish, Zhang mother said, with a trembling voice, her eyes glued to the fish. First eat, then we work. Exhausted from the climb, the group sheltered under a tree from the rain. Jiang Ning packed the fish into a plastic bag and took out steamed buns to eat with Kaylai. Hua Yixin ate compressed biscuits while Zhang Chao had rice balls. The Zhang family took out sweet potatoes, each having one to eat, slowly, unwilling even to peel the skins. It seemed that the Zhang family was indeed running low on supplies. But so what? A grace given in rice is a grudge over a bushel. Jiang Ning had no thoughts of offering aid. They had to rely on themselves to earn. After eating to recover their strength, Zheng Ping moved the fishing machine onto the speedboat. Let's try it first. The sound is a bit harsh, so those who aren't used to it can cover their ears. Jiang Ning plugged her ears with earplugs while holding the dog tightly in her arms. Dogs have very sensitive hearing and the stimulation would be greater for them. Covering its ears, she held it tightly. Hua Yixin steered the speedboat, stopping at about 30 meters above the water surface with Zheng Ping on board. The fishing device activated faintly, producing a buzzing and piercing sound. Kaylai was a bit restless, continuously nudging with its dog head. Zhang Chao used binoculars to watch and after a few minutes exclaimed excitedly, there are fish, there are really fish jumping up. Jiang Ning took the binoculars and indeed saw fish jumping out of the water, one after another, quickly flipping onto their backs. After stopping at one spot for about 10 minutes, the speedboat paddled toward another location. Jiang Ning inflated the rubber boat and paddled over with a snakeskin bag. The dog swam ahead, constantly paddling with its paws. The flipped fish drifted with the water flow, and the 4 of them in 3 rubber boats paddled towards the bell-up fish, using paddles to scoop them into bags. The fish were not small, most weighing around 3 to 5 pounds, with some larger ones reaching 7 to 8 pounds. The reservoir was also rich in fish species, including grass carp, silver carp, common carp, Christian carp, bluegill, and tilapia. In the vast rain, several people scattered to catch fish, and visibility between them was not very clear. The reservoir was estimated to cover 30 to 40 acres. As the rainwater continued to gather, the reservoir's water constantly leaked out, washing many fish away with the current. If it weren't for this calamity, the reservoir could have yielded hundreds of thousands of fish, which would have been a great harvest. Moreover, the fishing device consumed a lot of electricity, and it was unlikely to catch many more times. The fish in the reservoir would eventually be washed away by the overflowing water, which was truly unfortunate. While filling the bag with fish, Jiang Ning took the opportunity to touch the fish in the water, collecting them into her space. Seeing the fish in the pooper's hands vanish instantly, Kaylai's eyes widened. She had performed a magic trick again. Under Jiang Ning's guidance, the dog had developed the habit of staying alert and on watch whenever she performed magic. While swimming and catching fish within an hour, they had already filled a snakeskin bag weighing about 80 to 90 pounds. Jiang's parents were diligent and had already filled 2 snakeskin bags. Zhang Chao shouted from a distance, "You too slow down or the fish are getting washed away." Hua Yixin and Zhang Ping were also catching fish with 8 bags piled under a tree weighing about 7 to 800 pounds. The worry of not having fish to eat was overshadowed by the trouble of how to get them out. "How about we catch a few hundred pounds every day?" Zhang Ping fretted. "The fishing machine's battery won't last long. Can it be recharged?" "It can be recharged, but where do we go to recharge it?" Hua Yixin suggested, "Let's exchange the fish first, then ask if they can recharge it." They referred to that group of sharp-nosed monkeys. Jiang Ning had no objections, so they discussed that each person would carry a bag of fish down the mountain and exchange them first. Not all the fish could be carried, as someone needed to stay behind to watch over them. Regardless of age or build, it had to be Jiang Ning. Once Hua Yixin's figure disappeared and she confirmed there was no one around, she moved the remaining 4 bags of fish onto the rubber boat and paddled to the center of the reservoir to activate the fishing device. Minutes later, fish began floating to the surface belly up. Jiang Ning took out a large net to scoop the fish from the water, collecting them into her space. The reservoir was abundant with fish, and they were caught timely, with each catch yielding roughly 200 to 300 fish. After activating the fishing device 5 times, they had caught over 2,000 fish, totaling several thousand pounds. When the fishing device ran out of power, Jiang Ning took out a solar-powered battery from her space. Once charged, another wave of fish was caught. She wasn't sure exactly how many were stored, but it was definitely not less than 20,000 pounds. There were so many fish that it was impossible to eat them all, so she planned to find a reason to share some with them later or exchange them for other supplies. Jiang Ning recharged half of the fishing device, then paddled along the edge of the reservoir, picking up a considerable number of dead fish that had been washed away, filling up 3 snakeskin bags. After about half an hour, the dog became alert and soon heard Zhang Chao and the others' voices. They quickly arrived at the meeting point and were surprised to see 3 snakeskin bags of fish. Zhang Chao exclaimed, "Hey Ning, where did these fish come from?" "While you weren't here, I searched along the reservoir's edge and found quite a few fish." Jiang Ning looked up and asked, "Have the trade negotiations been settled?" When this matter was brought up, Zhang Chao felt both happy and worried. They want fish, but they can't eat so many. Moreover, 2 pounds of fish can only be exchanged for 1 pound of rice, and at most we can exchange for 200 pounds of new rice. The rest needs to be compensated with other items. Understood, rarity makes things valuable, and besides, fish is generally cheaper than pork. As food becomes scarcer, prices naturally rise. It might not be easy to sell 800 pounds of fish all at once. Jiang Ning asked, "What should we do now?" "Other items, including medicines, canned goods, salt, oil, clothes, and various miscellaneous goods." Hua Yixin was willing to contribute, saying, "If anyone is in urgent need of food, I can spare my share to exchange for medicine, canned goods, or salt and oil." Jiang Ning didn't mind either. After all, 1803 definitely needed food, since all 3 of them were big eaters. The Zhang family was in even greater need, so the shares of the 2 were evenly distributed between 1803 and the Zhang family. The Zhang family wanted broken rice, so they could take a larger portion since they had to feed the whole family. Jiang Ning asked a key question: "Should we still catch fish?" "Of course, how can we not catch fish? Wasting food would bring down divine punishment." Zhang's mother already had an idea. "If they don't want them, we can catch them and eat them, making fried fish, crispy fish, preserved fish, or pickled fish. In short, there are 100 ways to eat it." On the way back, they took a shortcut, and Zhang's mother discovered a large area of wild kudzu root in the valley. They could dig it up, crush it, wash it, and the refined kudzu powder could stave off hunger. Jiang Ning. The wisdom of humanity is indeed boundless. After discussing, the fishing device was activated again. While catching and scooping, Zhang Chao frowned. "Why does it feel like there are fewer fish?" I didn't do anything." Jiang Ning took a deep breath. Hua Yixin spoke. "Ultrasound affects fish. When they sense danger, they will swim away with the current." "That's right, they seek benefit and avoid harm." After all, catching so many fish would be wasteful, and they would have to worry about how to handle them. After activating the fishing device several times, they managed to catch over 1,000 pounds of fish, but it finally ran out. Zhang Chao's smelling of fish felt nauseous even to himself. "Let's finish these fish first, then think of a way to recharge." The others had no objections and carried the fish down the mountain after filling their stomachs. Finding a shortcut made the trip much easier this time. After several trips back and forth, all the fish were moved to the villa, and after deducting the exchanged fish, there were still over 1,000 pounds. It was impossible to bring the fish back to the neighborhood, as the Zhang family would be watched immediately. Jiang Ning exchanged glances with Zhang Chao and then suggested processing the fish in the villa. The Zhang family was eager. "This method is great." Therefore, Jiang Ning and Zhang's mother stayed behind to gut the fish, while the 4 men took the fish to trade. After giving Zhong's mother a large butcher knife, Jiang Ning squatted down to scale the fish, gut them, and cut them into pieces. Kayleigh picked up a plump fish and happily gnawed at it nearby. The leftover gas from the last time they made meat sauce was still hidden in the villa. Although it wasn't much, it would definitely be enough for frying fish. Jiang Ning used the excuse of searching for supplies to pull out a gas stove and salt and oil from the chimney pipe on the second floor. Zhong's mother was extremely surprised and happily exclaimed, "You young people really know how to find things." There wasn't much oil, but they could fry a few pots before they returned. Zhong's mother was skilled at frying while Jiang Ning continued to gut fish. The fried fish smelled too burnt, all the fish pieces in the pot were overcooked, and Zhong's mother showed no signs of stopping. Jiang Ning gently suggested, "Isn't it unpalatable if it's overcooked? We need to fry out all the moisture. This weather makes it easy to go stale, and it can't be preserved for long. Frying isn't healthy, but filling our stomachs and surviving is the most important thing. Also, storage is a big issue." Jiang Ning had options, so she naturally wouldn't eat overcooked fish. Kayleigh likes fish, so we'll just fry normal ones. Zhong's mother was surprised. How could they possibly eat all this fish? Jiang Ning remained indifferent and distant. Mother Zhong would not deliberately try to get close, which could be annoying. "All right, I will fry your portion first to avoid overcooking it." Mother Zhong was indeed a master at frying. The fried fish was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, making it exceptionally delicious. Cola came running over, wagging its tail. Jiang Ning tossed a good amount to it while also urging Mother Zhong to fill her belly first. The fish was plentiful, and Mother Zhong had eaten nearly 2 fishes worth before her hunger subsided. How long had it been since she had eaten her fill? It was truly delicious, as she felt like her tongue would swallow it whole. The 18th floor indeed had some skills. Mother Zhong worked even harder, hoping they could bring their family along in the future. After frying 7 or 8 batches, the sound of the speedboat approached. Hua Yixin and the others returned, bringing oil, salt, and some seasonings. Zhang Chao, with a beaming smile and an excited tone, said, "Ning, we got another order." After trading with the sharp-tongued monkey, they thought about how the stock they had would eventually spoil, and they needed to come up with another plan. Zhang Chao, skilled at business, suggested going to the department store for some luck, as they might find new clients. Upon arriving at the department store, they learned that the government had introduced a new policy to help more citizens survive. An official market was established. Citizens in need could set up stalls at the market to exchange necessary living supplies. The market did not charge an entrance fee, but disturbances were not allowed. Anyone caught causing serious trouble would. There was an abundance of supplies for exchange with a sea of people, but food transactions were particularly scarce, mostly consisting of idle items like clothes, shoes, bicycles, kitchen utensils, etc. While everyone without exception wanted to trade for grain. Amidst the throng, the few dared not take out the fish and could only secretly search for targets. Unfortunately, aside from Zhang Chao, who had sharp eyes, the others were essentially blind to this. The Zhang family, father and son, were focused on their technical work, while Hua Yixin, being a special police officer, found it really challenging to seek out potential clients. What if they accidentally brought back trouble? It should be known that while many were exchanging goods at the market, there were also black and evil gangs involved in $0 purchases. They mingled within the crowd looking for prey to target. Thus the three waited in a corner while Zhang Chao went in to scout potential clients. Half an hour later, he emerged with 2 ragged individuals. Father Zhang looked them over and was instantly dumbfounded. Weren't these his colleagues? "Old Gao, you're still alive. Old Zhong, you're still alive." Seeing a comrade brought tears to their eyes. After all that time, it turned out to be a case of floodwaters washing away the Dragon King Temple, one's own people failing to recognize each other. However, it was a time of natural disasters and apocalypse. Even though Father Zhang and Old Gao were acquaintances, Hua Yixin and the others did not let their guard down at all. "We have fish, and they have dog food." Zhang Chao pulled Jiang Ning, eager to report the good news. "Cola won't go hungry now." The community where Old Gao lived was a housing division for government employees. Although old and dilapidated, it was filled with familiar neighbors, mostly middle-aged and elderly, with a fair number of younger children. They united to go out searching for supplies. They acted early and had incredible luck, managing to find a dog food workshop, bringing back over 10,000 pounds of dog food. These past few months, they had survived on dog food. Dog food is nutritious and hunger-resistant, but eating too much of it really makes one want to vomit, so they had to come to the market to test their luck. The local community was mostly wise, and they too were discerning various traders, never easily parting with their goods. Coincidentally, they tested each other's intentions, not expecting to meet old colleagues, which settled their anxious hearts. After some bargaining, 3 pounds of fish were exchanged for 1 pound of dog food. Father Zhang secretly scolded his colleague as a 1,000-year-old fox and lamented, "Old Gao, you weren't like this before. Your conscience must have been corrupted." Old Gao felt uncomfortable inside and choked out, "Alas, it's all due to this disaster forcing us." 3 pounds of raw fish for 1 pound of dog food seemed like a huge loss, but in reality it was not. Dog food is hunger-resistant and well-sealed for preservation, but fish will smell bad if not processed within 2 days. Zhang Chao took out half a bag of dog food saying, "We've all tried it, and the taste is quite good." Jiang Ning refused to eat and let Cola try it instead. Cola was disdainful in its heart, but considering that it was fed by its owner, it ate it with great relish. The dog food bag was particularly well sealed, probably due to excessive preservatives. Its shelf life surprisingly lasted 3 years. Mother Zhang was also very excited upon hearing about the dog food. If they were truly to trade fish for food, it would last the family for quite a while. Everyone wanted it, and Jiang Ning was no exception, especially after hearing about the freeze-dried cans for cats and dogs. Her dog deserved the best. Thus, everyone agreed to trade raw fish for dog food. The old colleagues tested the waters, knowing they both had large stocks, and ultimately decided to trade 1,500 pounds of raw fish for 500 pounds of dog food. This way there wouldn't be much fish left. But there were still plenty in the reservoir. They could scoop them up easily. Therefore, they immediately packed their tools and hid the gas stove again. The few of them ate the crispy fried fish and then divided the rest. Jiang Ning called Hu Yixin and Zhang Chao aside, saying the Zhang family contributed a lot. How should we divide this batch of goods? The Zhang family was not part of the 18th floor, although father and mother Zhang were merely laborers. The fishing gear was made by Zhang Ping, and without him they wouldn't have caught so many fish. Zhang Chao quickly thought, why not give him 1/5? 1/5 counts as his and half of that as his parents'. It wouldn't do to be too harsh, but giving too much was also not good. Jiang Ning had no objections. Then 1/5 it is. There was no habit of enslaving others. They would clarify matters face to face. Upon learning they could get 1/5, the anxious Zhang family trio was overjoyed, thinking that getting a share was already quite good. Trading 1,500 pounds, there probably wouldn't be much left, so it was better to take it all. In the dark, the speedboat dragged the rubber boat, advancing through the flood. Both parties agreed to meet for the transaction in a secluded area of the city outskirts over water. Although they had old colleagues present, one must always be cautious. Jiang Ning reminded everyone to wear life jackets and hide their weapons. As they slowly approached the trading location, Cola emitted a warning bark. Jiang Ning took out a flashlight and soon discovered a speedboat and rubber boat not far away. The transaction had stipulations. Old Gao's side could not exceed 6 people with 1 speedboat and 3 rubber boats. If the numbers exceeded that, it would be considered a violation and the transaction would be automatically cancelled. Jiang Ning nodded. The numbers were correct: 2 middle-aged men and 4 young guys, all holding iron rods, their expressions alert. The spotlight scanned the surrounding water surface, revealing no suspicious activity. The 1,500 pounds of fish were quite conspicuous, but the 500 pounds of dog food was heavy and did not stand out much. The Zhang father and son paddled the rubber boat closer, confirming it was indeed all dog food, signaling Hu Yixin and the others to come over. They weighed the goods and exchanged supplies. There were over 1,600 pounds of raw fish, but Old Gao only took 500 pounds of dog food. However, they also brought 20 cans of freeze-dried pet food, saying, "You can try this, and next time if you have goods you can also trade with cans." Father Zheng leaned towards the dog food, scolding Old Gao for being exceedingly cunning. Jiang Ning was quite pleased with this trade. The dog loved the stuff. Thus over 100 pounds of fish were exchanged for 20 freeze-dried cans. Old Gao was equally satisfied with the fish from Father Zheng. The dog food had already been regurgitated, and despite the over 1,600 pounds seeming plentiful, there were many families in the community leaving little for each. Father Zheng was cautious, asking, "How much do you need? What if we trade every 3 days for 2,000 pounds each time?" "That's not possible. If you want it, it has to be tomorrow or the day after. Once we miss this opportunity, there won't be another." The water from the Shan'ang reservoir was overflowing, causing many fish to drift away. Moreover, there was no telling when someone might discover the reservoir, so they needed to act decisively. With the entire community consuming fish, everyone felt free without the need to hide. Old Gao and the others discussed and agreed to continue trading, saying, "Tomorrow at dark it will still be here, or we will take as much as you have." Daylight was too conspicuous and nighttime was the safest. After the transaction, everyone retreated. Jiang Ning and his companions were particularly cautious, ensuring no one was following them before heading back to the community. With 500 pounds of dog food and supplies exchanged with the sharp-nosed monkeys, today's haul was substantial. However, after the excitement, a significant problem emerged. In the midst of trade, they forgot that the fishing device had run out of power. "What do we do now?" Father Zheng lamented anxiously. "We promised Old Gao and the others. We can't abandon the dog food that is within reach." Zhang Chao suggested, "What if we ask the sharp-nosed monkeys for a recharge?" This group was ruthless. A single charge required 200 pounds of fish as compensation. While they would give fish, the key was that if they saw the fishing device, it might be stolen, potentially revealing the location of the reservoir. Although they had been reliable so far in this apocalyptic world, human hearts were the most unpredictable. they hadn't attacked perhaps were just biding their time. Jiang Ning had no shortage of power sources, but there was no way to produce one. Hua Yishan spoke unexpectedly. "I'll figure out the charging issue, you don't need to worry about it." His aura commanded respect and no one dared to ask him how he would charge it. Not even the Zhang family nor 1803 would dare inquire. Even if they did, Hua Yishan wouldn't answer. People are like that, maintaining a sense of awe towards the mysterious. Hua Yishan was undoubtedly enigmatic. They understood well that curiosity kills the cat. Once spoken, their harmonious relationship could fracture, and they might even lose their lives. Despite 1803 usually being carefree, they were aware of their status and did not receive the same treatment from Hua Yishan as Jiang Ning did. Thus they would neither ask nor expose him. Consequently, the honorable yet arduous task was taken on by Hua Yishan. It was already late at night, but everyone maintained their vigilance, quietly transporting supplies upstairs barefoot. This time out, the Zhang family reaped the richest rewards, having obtained over 100 pounds of dog food along with dozens of pounds of rice and some crispy fish. If the family rationed their food, it could last them several months. Grandma Zhang was in inner turmoil, listening closely to the noises outside, quietly opening the door for her son and daughter-in-law. Upon learning they had received a generous share, she whispered, "The people on the 18th floor are truly kind. We must remember those who helped us. Oh, we cannot forget this kindness." "Mom, we are aware." The family did not rest, packing their items into several portions throughout the night, stashing them in the wardrobe's hidden compartments, the ceiling, and inside the range hood. With human hearts akin to tigers, these were life-saving supplies that could not be treated carelessly. Jiang Ning was the most relaxed, simply tossing items into the space. Zhang Weili stated, "And Ning, the three of us still have food. If Cola's dog food runs out, you can come and..." Brothers calculate accounts. Clearly, a Jiang Ning was not polite, replying, "Fine, I'll trade you things when the time comes." After closing the door, he took the dog into the space for a hot bath as the fishy smell was unbearable. The dog had entered several times and was now exceptionally calm. Upon finding the spot for the fish, its eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of so much food. It couldn't count, but it felt like a mountain had formed, enough to last forever with the one who scoops its poop. With endless fish to eat, Jiang Ning was equally satisfied, planning to deal with it slowly when he had more time. Exhausted from the day after their bath, the man and the dog enjoyed hot chicken soup, grinning at each other foolishly. Little Bai waddled over, quietly squatting beside Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning rubbed its round belly, estimating that it would have plenty of puppies in its second litter. The dog was annoyed at its competition for affection, quietly baring its teeth in threat. Once the pups were born, it would have a feast. Feeling exhausted, they left the house a bit later the next day. Liu replaced Zhang Chao while Zhang Weili continued to stay home with the baby, feeling anxious about not participating, as if she was receiving free meals. Unbeknownst to them, what method Hua Yishan used, the fishing device was fully charged, and although everyone was curious, no one had the courage to ask. To survive in the apocalypse, one must keep one's mouth shut. Old Gao's group announced they would take as much as possible today, ready to roll up their sleeves and work hard. Worried that Hua Yishan wouldn't manage, Jiang Ning decisively brought his own speedboat. The speedboat had an engine, and Father Zhang, concerned that the young girl might struggle with the load, offered to help her carry it while climbing. Jiang Ning accepted, and thus the Zhang family and Liu took turns carrying it over the mountains. Upon reaching the reservoir, they felt the water flow was even stronger than yesterday. As they worked the physically demanding tasks, they did not skimp on food, filling their stomachs before beginning. Especially for the Zhang family, eating meat made them feel less weak than before. They worked in groups. Hua Yishan and Zhang Ping operated the fishing device, while Jiang Ning and the others spread out to catch fish. Zhang Ping had made 2 fishing nets overnight, greatly improving their fishing efficiency. The dogs stared ominously at Zhang Ping. Dammy. The opportunity for the one scooping poop to steal the fish was gone. The dog's intimidating gaze made Zhang Ping shiver, and he asked Hua Yishan, "Why does it keep staring at me?" Hua Yishan was accustomed to it. "If you don't stare at it, how will you know it's staring at you?" Zhang Ping was left speechless. All right, focus on catching fish. With yesterday's experience, everyone was quick with their hands and feet, managing to catch nearly 2,000 pounds of fish in about 2 hours. Just as they were about to continue, Cola suddenly became ferocious, barking woof. It stared into the distance, its expression alert and fierce. Jiang Ning took out binoculars. Not good, someone is coming. A substantial number of people were approaching, around 20 to 30 of them, and they too had noticed the reservoir. There are people there fishing. What should we do? Mother Zhang immediately tensed. We've been discovered. Jiang Ning remained calm. Let them fish. Oh, we will fish. Carrying 2,000 pounds of fish running away was impossible. Soon they were rushing towards the reservoir, not only with a rubber boat, but also 2 speedboats. Upon closer inspection, there were at least 30 people, likely a team out looking for supplies. One speedboat led the way with over a dozen armed men aboard, some sporting tattoos, looking fierce, as they headed directly towards the center of the reservoir. Hua Yishan furrowed his brows slightly, bind the speedboat to the rubber boat. One speedboat tied to one rubber boat could certainly carry them away quickly. He opened his backpack, taking out a nail gun and tossed it to Jiang Ning catch. It was only Jiang Ning's quick reflexes that prevented it from falling into the water. The newcomers bore ill intentions, causing tension among others, especially the members of the Jiang family, who were visibly anxious, as they were all genteel people. But the apocalypse did not accommodate genteel folk, forcing them to pull out kitchen knives from their bags as the assault boat raced forward, the tattooed men howling, while others paddled their rubber boats closely behind. Upon seeing the bellop fish floating on the surface, the bags on Jiang Ning's boat filled with fish made everyone's eyes gleam with greed. After about 3 zhang, the assault boat came to a halt, the crew brandishing large knives, arrogantly shouting, "Leave the fish, the boat, and the dog, and we might let you live." The 2 women and 4 men, apart from the tall man who seemed a bit threatening, were all worthless. Jiang Ning asked, "It's all yours, but how do we leave?" "That's not our concern. If you have the ability, you can jump into the water and swim away. If you don't drown, consider yourselves lucky. Little sister, you're truly beautiful. If you make us comfortable, you can stay with us." Hearing their lascivious words, Hua Yixin frowned deeply while Jiang Ning remained unfazed. "So there's no room for negotiation. Stop the nonsense. If you don't want to live, leave your life behind, and I guarantee you'll have a good time tonight." Before he could finish, an arrow was lodged in his chest. He fell into the reservoir, arrow and all. Everyone was dumbfounded, looking at Hua Yixin, who held a crossbow with exceptionally sharp bamboo arrows. Jiang Ning was curious about how many weapons he had. Though he thought about it, he showed no hesitation, picking up the nail gun and firing several shots. He didn't shoot anyone but aimed at the assault boat. The assault boat began to leak air, and the 10 or so people standing on it panicked, stumbling and shouting, "Damn it, they have guns and arrows." Hua Yixin rarely struck, but when he did, it was deadly. He shot several arrows, each hitting the mark. The screams erupted as those who had been boasting moments ago fell into the bottomless reservoir. Survival is instinctual, and many floundered in the water, even lunging towards Jiang Ning and the others in a desperate bid for survival. 2 individuals lucky enough to evade the nail gun and crossbow managed to grab hold of the rope on the assault boat. Just as they were about to climb up, their hands were severed in an instant, plummeting into the water with a splash. They were momentarily stunned before letting out piercing screams. Faced with Jiang Ning, who wielded a tang sword and showed no fear as she cut down people, the 3 members of the Jiang family trembled in terror. Murder had occurred. Not just one, but an entire boat. They had no chance to retaliate, being entirely wiped out by Hua Yixin and Jiang Ning. It was cold, but usually they were easygoing and not one to hold grudges. Why had they suddenly turned into cold-blooded killers? Liu, accustomed to such sights, reassured the Jiang family, "It's fine, you'll get used to it." The entire assault boat was gone within just a few minutes. On the other assault boat, the originally murderous group was instantly stunned. The driver, an idiot, slammed the brakes, tossing several people into the water and nearly capsizing the boat. Damn it, these heartless beasts kill without blinking. The crowd was paralyzed with fear, momentarily daring not to approach, yet unwilling to leave empty-handed with so many fish in sight. Thus they sat in their rubber boats, attempting to encircle Jiang Ning and the others. What now? Zheng's mother was anxious. There were still over 20 of them, all armed. If they surrounded and attacked, their fewer numbers would pose a significant problem. Jiang Ning scanned them with binoculars, realizing that the people on the assault boat were likely a gang, while those on the rubber boats looked thin and hollowy, driven by a desperate hunger, forced to affiliate with the gang to survive. They had knives and clubs, but likely no guns. At this distance, the nail gun and crossbow would lose accuracy and power, losing the advantage of a surprise attack. Jiang Ning was not afraid of them charging. She feared a standoff where neither side attacked, making it worse. Evidently, things unfolded as she expected. The tattooed men dared not approach, but urged those in the rubber boats to do so. The people in the rubber boats were also terrified, but they were exhausted from hunger, slowly paddling closer. Hua Yixin said, "As long as they don't get close, there's no need to worry about them, keep fishing." Liu Yu and the others snapped back to reality, grabbing tools to fish for the fish in the water. The reservoir had been discovered, and today was their last chance to catch fish. They had to make the most of it. As for those troublemakers, they could deal with them after fishing. There was no need to waste time in a standoff. After the commotion, many fish had drifted away with the current, and the people in the rubber boats followed to catch them. I caught one, there's fish to eat." "I caught one too." Many people showed excited smiles, immediately gutting the fish and tearing into the flesh with their knives. The untreated fish meat was foul-smelling, but it was better than gnawing on leaves. Many couldn't resist eating it on the spot, savoring it as if it were a delicacy, even if their lips were smeared with fish scales or blood. Jiang Ning stood on the assault boat, her face composed as she watched them. Fishing continued, everyone focused on catching fish, while Jiang Ning stood guard with the nail gun. The modified nail gun could shoot up to 30 meters, but its power would diminish beyond 15 meters. Greed was insatiable. The group repeatedly tested the waters, not satisfied with catching the scattered fish nearby, wanting to move closer. Jiang Ning remained silent. When the first rubber boat entered the optimal range, she raised her hand and fired without hesitation. It didn't hit the heart but struck the shoulder. With the next shot, she aimed at the rubber boat. They were terrified and hurriedly retreated, no longer daring to approach. "Sister, please, we haven't eaten in days. Just let us catch a little, will you? Our kids at home are almost starving. You eat meat, and well, just have some broth, though we won't compete with you." Jiang Ning coldly replied, "Step back." No matter how they pleaded, Jiang Ning's heart was made of stone. They were reluctant, but had to step back, though there were still fish to catch. The current was strong and the mountain winds swirled, causing the fish stirred up by the ultrasonic waves to scatter with the waves. The rubber boats gradually dispersed. They no longer approached Jiang Ning and the others, but sought to catch some fish around. Slowly their harvest was not insignificant, with some quick hands already catching over 20 fish. Sometimes they got too close, but they would promptly withdraw to a safe distance. The tattooed men on the assault boat were frustrated with the disobedient group, but had no way to deal with them, ultimately having to follow suit in fishing. They were also pondering how to wait until they finished fishing before seizing the opportunity to strike. A lackey quietly asked, "Boss, should we call for backup?" The boss glared, "How do we call for help? We only have one assault boat. By the time we go and come back, it will be dark. Besides, those disobedient sheep have caught quite a bit. They might take the chance to escape. Let's wait until they go ashore, then we'll think of a way to rob them." Coincidentally, Jiang Ning also planned to go ashore to deal with them. The fish had been nearly caught, with fewer and fewer surfacing, while Hua Yishan and the others had netted almost 3,000 jin. Just then the fishing device ran out of power. The wind grew stronger, blowing the rubber boat away. Jiang Ning and the others managed to keep their speedboat from being blown off, despite the weight of the fish, but they struggled to stand steady on it. The lightweight rubber boats, when rowing against the wind, proved useless, as they drifted further away with the current. Jiang Ning frowned, sensing something was off with the water flow. It felt as if there was a force pulling them towards the reservoir's sluice gate. Hua Yishan noticed something was wrong as well, and instinctively looked towards Jiang Ning. Their eyes met, and they saw danger reflected in each other's pupils. "Run! Run!" They shouted simultaneously, grabbing the pull cord of the speedboat's engine. "Li, hold on tight." Jiang Ning quickly started the speedboat, heading in the opposite direction of the sluice gate. Liu, sitting in the rubber boat with Zhang Mu, almost got thrown out and clung tightly to the tether. Hua Yishan was no exception. The Zhang family father and son tightly held onto the fish bag. The two speedboats raced through the reservoir like they were in a race. "Big brother, they're getting away, let's chase them. Quick, don't let them escape, chase, chase, chase." As soon as the words left their mouths, a massive splash echoed from afar. It felt as if the sky had been punctured and torrents of floodwaters gushed out in an instant. Jiang Ning did not look back, racing against the floodwaters to buy time, steering towards the farthest direction. Liu couldn't help but glance back, seeing the horizon as if it had a large gap, with a relentless torrent surging towards it, carrying the power to destroy everything. The water level kept dropping as the speedboat surged forward through the waves. Finally, they reached the safety of the farthest point. The engine continued to run, resisting the pull of the floodwaters. Liu seized the opportunity to jump off, using hands and feet to climb ashore and wrap the speedboat's rope around a tree several times. The Zhang family did the same, tightly securing their rope to the tree, and together they dragged the speedboat and rubber boat ashore. Jiang Ning climbed up and took out binoculars to survey the distance. The reservoir had breached, and the accumulated floodwaters continuously poured out, the immense force resembling an invisible tentacle pulling the people in the rubber boat towards the breach. The flower-tattooed individuals, slow to react, fumbled to start their engine, but they could not withstand the massive pull of the flood, like a dying fish thrown onto a cutting board. Not just them, all the people trapped in the flood appeared insignificant against the forces of nature, desperately resisting and struggling, yet they were mercilessly swallowed in an instant. Zhang Mu's face turned pale, her body trembling, as she gasped for breath, watching the steadily dropping water level. On the surface, the struggling figures grew smaller and smaller, finally vanishing like black dots. More than 20 people gone just like that. If it weren't for the quick reactions of the two young men, they would have surely perished here today. The heart felt a lingering fear. Is there really a day when disasters end? Why is it so hard to stay alive? Jiang Ning said nothing, sitting down on the grass beside and taking out chocolate to replenish her energy. The dog came over, staring at her with eager eyes filled with longing. "Hey, give it some too." "It's toxic, you can't eat it," Jiang Ning warned, placing the chocolate under its nose. "Smell it, but you can never eat this." She was not joking. Dogs really should not eat chocolate, it could be fatal. Feeling neglected, the dog turned away in displeasure. Jiang Ning pulled out a steamed bun from her bag and stuffed it into its mouth. Liu was scared stiff, but also quite happy to have survived the disaster, not forgetting to take out his phone to snap pictures and record videos, eager to share them with his girlfriend later. Hua Yishan appeared lost in thought, gazing at the receding water level. 2 hours later the water surface finally calmed down and the water level had dropped by more than 10 meters. Liu climbed a tree to use the binoculars to survey the distance. Damn, the reservoir is connected to the outside. Hua Yishan climbed to the mountain peak, surveying the surrounding peaks and terrain. The terrain on the side of the reservoir's collapse is low and the water flows around the mountain, ultimately extending to the road outside. Jiang Ning pondered, can we follow the water flow out, avoiding the need to traverse the mountains to transport the fish? Theoretically, that was possible. Carrying over 3,000 jin of fish across mountains would be exhausting. The group decided to give it a try. The slope was gentle and they cooperatively pushed the speedboat into the water, slowly making their way with the current. After a few minutes they saw that the reservoir had been breached with a gap about 40 to 50 meters wide. At this moment the sky was heavily overcast and visibility around them began to blur. Jiang Ning kept an eye on their surroundings, but did not detect any traces of the previous group. Perhaps they had been completely swallowed by the flood, or perhaps they had miraculously survived, but had already left. Regardless of the outcome, she had not witnessed any of it. They arrived at the delivery location, but with time to spare the speedboat stopped in a calm area of the water, tying the rope to a tree. They turned off the lights and sat down to rest. After about an hour faint lights appeared in the distance and Kaylee became alert, barking woof. Jiang Ning covered the dog's mouth and took out the night vision binoculars. Though visibility was poor at night, she could still see Lao Gao, and the number of people was the same as the previous night, with the items on the speedboat covered with waterproof cloth. After waiting for about 15 minutes with no sign of any tailing personnel, Jiang Ning turned on the spotlight, making 5 clockwise circles, signaling for them to come over for the transaction. Lao Gao initially thought they hadn't come, not expecting the other party to be so vigilant. If they were ambushed. Remembering the delicious braised fish, boiled fish, grilled fish, and sauerkraut fish from last night, they salivated and quickly drove their speedboat over. 1 jin of dog food for 3 jin of fish was an incredible deal, considering they had swept up over 30,000 jin of dog food and had several hundred boxes of canned cat and dog food. Many residents requested to see if they could get more fish, wanting to find a way to store them and eat them intermittently with the dog food. Seeing the bags on their speedboat, Lao Gao's anxiety finally dissipated. The transaction went smoothly, exchanging 3,000 jin of fish for 1,000 jin of dog food, with over 200 jin left for themselves, as they would have no more fish to catch in the future. Old Zhang, don't request more for the next couple of days. I'll find you again in a few days. Each family was able to get a good amount of fish, enough to last several days. They couldn't just binge eat all at once, could they? Having nearly risked their lives for these fish, Zhang Fu thought that Lao Gao still wanted more. They had no way to get any more. Alright, if there's a demand, come find us. People's hearts are hard to read. If they knew this was the last transaction, who knows if they would have thought about ambushing us. Once Lao Gao left, Jiang Ning and the others began to divide the fish. The Zhang family received their fair share of both the dog food and raw fish were divided, and Jiang Ning ended up with nearly 200 jin of dog food and 8 fish. So stocking up on food for the dog was no easy task. It took 2 trips to get less than 300 jin, but it should last for a while. Returning to the 18th floor in the dark, Jiang Ning scrubbed with body wash for a long time before finally getting rid of the fishy smell on her body. Kaylee, sensing it was bath time, lay back in the tub and pushed the body wash towards Jiang Ning. Come on, help me wash. Jiang Ning twitched at the corners of her mouth. Did she adopt a dog or pick up an old man? Whatever, the one who scoops the poop has no dignity. The dog is the real master. Waking up naturally without having breakfast, Zhang Weili came over to knock on the door. And Ning, how do you plan to prepare your fish? Jiang Ning replied nonchalantly, I want to make pickled fish. I'll ask Granny Zhang about it later. 1803 got 2 portions, really too much to eat all at once. I thought about taking half of the fish to the market at the department store to exchange for some useful supplies. Jiang Ning wasn't interested in the commotion. I plan to take some cola back to the hillside villa to see if I can catch some rabbits or something. The reservoir collapse was too dangerous, and after exhausting Zheng Chao and Lu Yu these past 2 days, they didn't want to go. So she went to knock on the door of 1801. Hua Yishan agreed to go to the market, but only to take Dodo to gain some experience and let her confront the harsh realities of the outside world. Poor Zhang Weili had to stay behind to continue watching over the house. Just as she was about to leave, Granny Zhang came up to knock on the door, quietly asking if they were going to the 18th floor to dig wild kudzu root. Hitching a ride to the 18th floor, the Zhang family had acquired quite a bit of supplies, but who would complain about having too much? This time it was the heavens being merciful. There might not be another opportunity. The aged wild kudzu root was as thick as a tree root, and 10 pounds of roots might not yield even a pound of powder. Not only was digging exhausting, but breaking and washing the powder was also a dilemma. Kudzu root powder nourishes the skin, but its texture is like mush, not filling at all. With sufficient supplies on the 18th floor, no one wanted to participate in this unappealing project. There was no choice. The Zhang family had to handle it themselves. After breakfast, Jiang Ning set off with her dog. She drove the speedboat back to the reservoir and disembarked, climbing toward another mountain. On the other side of the mountain there was a dense bamboo grove which Jiang Ning had inadvertently discovered while observing with binoculars 2 days ago. The bamboo produced shoots in winter, commonly known as winter bamboo shoots, and it was precisely the season for them. Climbing along the mountain slope, as soon as she crossed the ridge, a large area of bamboo appeared before her eyes, with clumps of earth cracked and scattered by the emerging shoots, some even peeking out with pointed tops. Bamboo shoots, real bamboo shoots. Jiang Ning took out her binoculars to ensure no one was around before retrieving a hoe from her space, reminding her dog to keep watch. Swinging the hoe to dig, scrape, and scoop down. The shoots were very fresh, weighing about 3 to 4 pounds with their husks. Digging and digging nonstop. During this time the dog was being mischievous, helping her dig with its paws. Go away, be careful not to hurt your paws. Kola wouldn't listen, insisting on getting closer to the scooping area. Jiang Ning deliberately put on a stern face. Kola, be careful or I'll hit you. Only then did the dog obediently retreat to keep watch. Before long it dashed out. That's how a ma dog is, never resting for a moment, always ready to chase after small creatures. After a while the dog returned with a bloody object in its mouth. Goodness, a fat wild rabbit had several wounds on it. It must have been bitten hard. After cleaning the rabbit and shaking off the water, she tossed it into her space, throwing in 2 wild boar bones for it to gnaw on. Jiang Ning didn't slack off in her work. She picked up the hoe and swung it with all her might. Indeed, she had harvested all the bamboo shoots in that entire grove. Hundreds of pounds of shoots could make so many delicious dishes. Stir-fried bacon with fresh bamboo shoots, pickled with wild mountain peppers, bamboo shoots in chili oil, pickled sour bamboo shoots, and dried bamboo shoots. Just thinking about it made her mouth water. After resting for a moment, Jiang Ning took out an electric saw and began cutting down mature bamboo. Soon patches of old bamboo fell. With the extreme cold approaching, all the plants on the mountain would freeze to death, and it wouldn't be easy for them to grow back. After cutting down over 100 bamboo stalks and digging up a dozen old bamboo roots, she planned to plant them in her space during her free time. Not only bamboo, but she also pulled up wild grasses, wild fruit seedlings, and various herbs. Seeing that it was still early, she began to chop wood in the forest. Time was tight, so she didn't cut off the branches, but threw the whole trunks into her space, knowing that once dried the branches could still be used as firewood. She had cut down dozens of trees, and if it weren't for the darkness, Jiang Ning would have continued her efforts. Exhausted to the point of feeling like her body was falling apart, but knowing she had everything in her space made her feel immensely secure. She picked up half a bundle of firewood to make it look decent and returned with her dog in the speedboat. Just as she arrived at the 18th floor, Dodo opened the door and rushed over, proudly declaring, "Sister, I went to sell fish today." Jiang Ning opened the door to let her in. "Did you sell the fish?" Dodo sold 3 fish. Jiang Ning praised, "Wow, our Dodo is really amazing." Dodo wiggled her fingers, leaping with joy. "Brother praised me too." After changing out of her wet clothes, Jiang Ning searched for cartoons to entertain Dodo, but noticed scratches on her face. "What happened to your injury?" Dodo felt a bit wronged. "When I was eating candy, someone suddenly rushed over and snatched the candy from my mouth." Jiang Ning frowned. "The candy was taken away." "Yes, they pried it out from my mouth." Dodo's eyes were brimming with tears, unable to hold back her grievance. "That person's hands were so dirty and stinky, they even knocked me over." While saying this, she touched her bottom. "It hurt so much." "Where was your brother?" "He was watching from the side." Jiang Ning didn't understand, and then, "That person stuffed the candy into his mouth and my brother told me to snatch it back." Dodo didn't want to snatch it, but she also didn't want to make her brother angry, so she pounced to grab the candy. The boy wouldn't give it up and even raised his hand to hit Dodo. Angered, Dodo fought back and easily beat him up, leaving him with a bruised and swollen face. Having grown up, it was Dodo's first time hitting someone, and in the end, she pried the candy out from his mouth, handing over the saliva-covered candy to her brother. Hua Yishan didn't take it, but instead patted her head. "Dodo, you did great. In the future, you must protect your belongings and not let others bully you." Half understanding, feeling scared, she didn't expect to receive praise from her brother. "Remember, your brother can't protect you forever. If you don't protect yourself, not only will candy be taken away, but all the delicious foods will be snatched away too, and you'll end up like them, starving with a big head and a small body, dirty and smelly, begging on the streets." Although those children didn't want the disasters and the end of the world were merciless. Hua Yishan made Dodo look into the boy's eyes. The boy who had been beaten had red eyes, seemingly filled with self-hatred. Dodo couldn't understand clearly. He had stolen her candy, which was wrong. Why wasn't he admitting his mistake, and was so fierce? "Dodo, when people are starving to the brink of death, there is no right or wrong anymore. They think if they can overpower you, they can snatch things from your hands." Hua Yishan carried his sister away, patiently explaining to her, "Do you know why he was so fierce to you?" Dodo, "Because you have new clothes, good food to eat, and you're not starving while he has nothing, so he is jealous of you and wants to..." Brother, are all of them like that? As they entered the market, Dodo sensed many such eyes on her, making her inexplicably nervous and uneasy. Most of them are, but you can use the techniques your brother taught you to protect yourself, and no one will dare to bully you in the future. The first fight left a deep impact on Dodo's heart. She hugged Hui Yishan's neck, saying, "Brother, when Dodo grows up, I will protect you too." "Okay. Dodo will also protect sister, and there's Cola." "Alright." Next came selling fish. Hui Yishan taught her the ropes with hands and experience. Jiang Ning listened in silence for a long time. Teaching children was indeed simple and rough for Hui Yishan, but in this apocalyptic world where order had collapsed, adhering to the original principles of 5 disciplines and 4 beauties might actually harm Dodo. Your brother's teachings are not wrong." Jiang Ning asked curiously, "Dodo, have you ever been hungry or bullied?" Dodo lowered her head nervously, clutching her clothes. "It's okay, you don't have to say if you don't want to. When brother is not home, Dodo is so hungry, and the eldest uncle's brother bullies me, and the eldest aunt scolds me. Do you want to experience that again?" "No." Dodo shook her head vigorously, her voice tinged with tears. "Dodo doesn't want that." "Then remember that feeling. If anyone dares to treat you like that in the future, you must fight back. Don't be afraid, they can't beat you." "But the eldest aunt said the police uncles will take me away." "As long as you don't start trouble, the police uncles won't take you away." Jiang Ning comforted the little one today. After the fight, the police uncles didn't come to catch you, right? Upon hearing that the police didn't catch her, Dodo finally felt relieved. "I will listen to my brother and sister and not let others bully me in the future." Cola bared its teeth beside them. "Woof. Don't be timid, just do it." Jiang Ning tugged at its ear, no, encouraging Dodo to fight. However, Dodo had already been poisoned by the idea, clenching her little fists fiercely as she said, "Sister, fighting is so easy. In the future, whoever dares to bully me, I will fight them." In the past, she always felt inadequate, practicing so hard every day, yet unable to match even one of her brother's hands. Little did she know that after fighting with others today, she realized it wasn't that she was weak, but rather her brother was too powerful. The boy who snatched candy couldn't even withstand a single hit from her. Jiang Ning felt a bit of a headache over the two of them, and had to change the topic. "Dodo, what did you trade for the fish today?" Dodo answered immediately, "I traded for tools, learning textbooks, a skirt, and a headband." The pink rabbit-shaped fluffy headband was perched on Dodo's head, making her look especially cute. But she felt a bit guilty. "Sister, did we trade for 2 little fish?" "Brother Zhang Chao and Brother Liu both said we only exchanged for useless things." "No, as long as you think it's worth it, that's fine. Everyone's needs are different." Besides, Hui Yishan wasn't short on supplies. What they traded for in 1803 was much more practical: 2 bags of salt-dried vegetables, sanitary napkins, and a lighter. Zheng Weili also handed her a pack of sanitary napkins, saying, "In this apocalypse, having to deal with this every month is just a hassle." Jiang Ning, having a spacious area, declined. "I stocked up quite a bit during the last e-commerce festival and later found some more supplies. You keep them for yourself." Zheng Weili didn't hesitate. "Liu Yu and Zhang Chao are a bit addicted, thinking of going back tomorrow. Do you want—" "No, we'll stay at home for a few days. You can go out and have fun tomorrow. No need to take care of the kids anymore." Zheng Weili chuckled. "Then I won't hold back. A brief indulgence may be enjoyable, but prolonged laziness is bliss." I woke up past 10 and continued teaching Dodo math and language. After assigning her homework, Jiang Ning sat on the sofa and continued her DIY. Finally finishing the first constant temperature outfit for the dog, she called out, "Cola, come here." She specially chose black so it wouldn't get dirty easily. The extreme cold was harsh, so Jiang Ning made a one-piece constant temperature outfit, pulling the dog's tail out from the hole. She cut a hole at the back for it to relieve itself. Oh, it seemed she hadn't cut enough openings. Not wanting to put a diaper on the dog, she had to cut another hole. The black-faced Belgian Malinois looked like it had been pulled out from a coal mine. Dodo, being straightforward, exclaimed, "It's so ugly." Only realizing her mistake afterward, she quickly covered her mouth and looked at Jiang Ning with innocent eyes. "Sister, I didn't mean it." The dog, whose pride was hurt, bared its teeth and bit at the clothes, as if to say, "Human, get this ugly thing off me. It's ruining my majestic appearance." Jiang Ning hugged it and soothed, "No way, my Cola is the most handsome dog in the world." Dodo, who had misspoken, hastily remedied, "Cola is not ugly, he's even more handsome than my brother. The clothes sister made are beautiful. More handsome than the instructor." The dog's dark eyes blinked, turning to Jiang Ning. "Woof. Are you really not lying to the dog?" Jiang Ning patted its head. "I'm not lying, my dog is the cutest pup on the street." Only then did Cola feel happy, burrowing its head into her arms. "If I'm so cute, then make me another one." This time she chose a dark green fabric instead of black. While making the clothes, she observed the dog's reaction. Unfortunately, the dog's thick fur made it hard to feel the temperature change, so it showed no special response while wearing it. After finishing the second outfit, Jiang Ning used the leftover scraps to make something for the big gray and little white, which looked even uglier with patches here and there. It's not a beauty contest, it would have to do as long as it kept them alive. At noon, Hui Yishan came to pick up Dodo. Jiang Ning called out to him, pulling out a nail gun from her bag and handing it over. Almost forgot to return this to you. It's a gift for you. Jiang Ning was stunned. This was a life-saving tool. Was he really that generous? I modified it myself. I still have another one at home. Jiang Ning only had 200 bullets. Every shot was precious, and she wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary. She didn't expect him to show up to offer such help. But there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. What do you want to trade for it? Anything I have is fine. Food, wine, meat, cigarettes, medicine, he could take his pick. You've taught Dodo very well. She's already recognized quite a few characters. It's only fair to exchange teaching, especially since Cola's progress was even more significant with his rapidly strengthening physique and muscles, providing her with a sense of security. Jiang Ning reminded him to think again. Once this village was passed, there'd be no store left. Dodo wants to eat dumplings, but I don't know how to make them. Is it just this? Jiang Ning was stunned. Sister, I want to eat dumplings. Dodo looked up, her big watery eyes full of hope. Nothing beats dumplings. Since he gave her the nail gun, she would teach him the secret to making dumplings today. Unfortunately, kneading dough and rolling it out was a big project, and the dumpling wrappers she stocked up couldn't be taken out. However, Hua Yishan wasn't good at cooking but was quite handy. So it was time for dumpling making. The location shifted to 1801 and Jiang Ning rolled up her sleeves and asked, "Is your car's refrigerator still working? We can make more and freeze them. When Dodo wants to eat, you can just take them out and boil them." Sure. Thinking about stocking up some for herself, Jiang Ning specifically took 10 pounds of flour and mixed it with water for Hua Yishan to knead. Kneading dough is a laborious task, but for him it couldn't be easier. Jiang Ning returned home to harvest chives, pick scallions, and pull out celery, preparing to make pork and chive dumplings, pork mushroom and celery dumplings, and wood ear scallion and egg dumplings. 10 gin of flour is a lot. It feels like it would take half a day to finish. Hua Yishan was washing vegetables nearby while Jiang Ning used a manual meat grinder taken from her space to mix the filling. Once the dough was kneaded, she would teach him how to roll out the dumpling skins. No doubt Hua Yishan was skilled, but he had a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder, always feeling that the dumpling skins were not round enough. He somehow got a round copper piece to cut the dough into circles. Jiang Ning was speechless how meticulous. After mixing the filling, she started wrapping the dumplings, and Dodo excitedly ran over, "Sister, I want to make dumplings too." Children are playful, so Jiang Ning did not refuse and taught Dodo step by step. At first, Dodo's dumplings looked terrible. They either had torn skins or holes. Jiang Ning did not discourage her, saying, "Dodo is great. You're getting better and better. When they're cooked, we'll let your brother eat them." Hua Yishan looked speechless. Kalu was anxiously waiting nearby. Woof. Little Dodo's dumplings looked really ugly. His would definitely look better, but unfortunately he didn't have hands. Practice makes perfect. Dodo was not just playing. Her brother said that hard work leads to food, and she was there to help. Gradually, she grasped some techniques and finally wrapped a complete dumpling. "This one is for sister to eat." Hua Yishan asked, "Why not give it to your brother?" "Sister taught me how to wrap it. I'll give the second one to brother, then one to Kalu, and finally one for myself." With 2 people wrapping, their speed was still quite fast. By now it was past meal time. Jiang Ning put the dumplings that Dodo had messed up into the steamer and boiled 2 large plates of dumplings, saying, "Let's eat dumplings first, and we'll make the rest in the afternoon." The boiled dumplings were quickly ready, served with vinegar and soy sauce as condiments. The 3 of them and the dog dug in. The dough was well kneaded, chewy, and the filling was incredibly fresh. Biting into it released hot juice. Dodo stuck out her tongue from the heat. "Brother, sister, the dumplings are so delicious." Seeing her satisfied expression, Hua Yishan smiled knowingly. "I'll make them for you often from now on." "Thank you, brother." "Thank you, sister." The dog ate incredibly fast, finishing half a bowl quickly, then pushed the bowl over. "The one who scoops the poop needs more." Jiang Ning noticed that the dog was eating more and more. If it weren't for her stockpile of supplies, it would soon eat her out of house and home. Hua Yishan seemed to enjoy this as well, dipping his dumplings in vinegar and soy sauce, finishing a large bowl. He also devoured the steamed dumplings, mixing in some Laogan Ma for extra flavor. Indeed, men are gluttons. Jiang Ning couldn't help but wonder if they were truly eating the same pot of dumplings. After a hearty meal, they continued working. The dumpling skins were quickly rolled out and Hua Yishan helped wrap them. Surprisingly, his skills were even worse than Dodo's. Given the context of the nail gun, Jiang Ning was especially patient. "No, you need to be a little more dexterous with your fingers like this." Hua Yishan, whose fingers could not bend, asked, "Like this?" Teaching him hand by hand, yet he couldn't do it right. Each time he pinched one, it turned out wrong, and Jiang Ning felt helpless, wishing she could remove her brain and put it on his neck. He could shoot 100 paces with ease, yet he couldn't even wrap a dumpling properly. Despite his incompetence, he showed no embarrassment. In the end, even Dodo couldn't stand it and disdainfully said, "Brother, the dumplings you made are so ugly." Afraid he might feel hurt, she quickly added, "Sister, I'll teach brother." Hua Yishan squatted down, letting Dodo teach him his brother very stupid. Dodo gave him a kiss sweetly, saying not at all a brother is the best. Surprisingly, under the guidance of the little cotton-padded jacket, Hua Yishan actually learned. Jiang Ning, feeling her confidence shaken, thought, maybe I'm not qualified to be his teacher. To her surprise, with the right feeling, Hua Yishan improved rapidly, and the dumpling skins decreased at a visible rate. Sounds came from the corridor as Zheng Weili and others returned. Not finding Jiang Ning in 1802, they knocked on the door of 1801. Seeing the two making dumplings, they immediately became interested and came over to help after washing their hands. Dodo smoothly stepped back and played with Kulu in the living room. 1 gene of flour mixed with water yields 1.5 gene of dough, and each gene of dough can produce 70 dumplings. With the help of 1803, they finally made 1,000 dumplings. Jiang Ning set aside 300 dumplings to exchange for an equivalent amount of flour and meat for Hua Yishan. 1803 also wanted to wrap dumplings. Jiang Ning was too tired to help, so she lent the manual meat grinder to Zheng Weili and cut a large piece of frozen pork for them. After catching up on an hour of sleep, the intercom crackled. Jiang Ning, do you want to practice today? Yes. If you want to practice with the crossbow, you can come over earlier. When opportunity knocks, who would refuse? Jiang Ning quickly put on her shoes. I'll be right there. Although her cooking skills were lacking, he had no faults in other areas, and his archery skills were equally superb. Jiang Ning had participated in the archery club at school, so she had a bit of a foundation. Afraid the dog would cause trouble, she isolated it in 1803, while Dodo chased after it. Kulu, wait for me. Upon re-entering 1801, she noticed a wooden round target on the living room wall. Hua Yishan took out the crossbow. Its appearance was somewhat strange, but its lethality was undeniable. Jiang Ning curiously asked, did you make it yourself? This was dangerous equipment that ordinary people could not buy. Hua Yishan succinctly replied, I modified it. The subject was unwilling to elaborate, and Jiang Ning's probing would only be annoying. Hua Yishan retrieved bamboo arrows and explained the structure, aiming and shooting of the crossbow to her. Jiang Ning had a foundation, so she understood quickly. The living room was not spacious enough, so Hua Yishan led her to the corridor outside his room. After extending the shooting distance and loading a bamboo arrow, he stood behind Jiang Ning, saying, hold the bow with your right hand and aim. This brought them very close together. Especially when he aimed, his warm breath brushed against Jiang Ning's fair. Her body tingled and she instantly stiffened. Her heart raced as she could smell the faint scent of soap emanating from him. Were they too close? Jiang Ning was extremely uncomfortable and instinctively wanted to create some distance. Hua Yishan noticed her stiffness focus. Only then did Jiang Ning come back to her senses, shaking off her chaotic thoughts and concentrating on aiming. His warm hand slightly adjusted her arm, holding the crossbow just a little higher. She aimed and released the trigger. Whoosh, the bamboo arrow flew straight and landed firmly on the target. It hit the 7-ring a bit far from the bullseye. To hit the 7-ring right from the start is quite good. Hua Yishan encouraged her much better than Dodo. Thank you very much. Hua Yishan stood close by and guided her a few times. Seeing her move from the 7-ring to the 8.5 ring, indicating she had grasped the essential movements, he allowed her to practice more to gain experience. He sat on the sofa scrolling through his phone, his expression stern and serious, not knowing what he was looking at. At a glance, his profile was nearly perfect. Jiang Ning pulled her focus back and practiced calmly. After shooting over 20 arrows, one of them hit the bullseye. It was not something to be proud of, since the distance was too close. The hit rate would drop once the distance increased. She needed to quickly catch up to his level, aiming for the heart, just like that day when he stood on the speedboat. Half an hour later, Hua Yishan reminded her no need to exert too much force. Just practice for an hour a day and come over on time. With the big shot's words, Jiang Ning put away the crossbow. Her own house was not as spacious as 1801, making it even harder to move freely, so she did not hesitate. Next was the time for sparring close combat techniques. Jiang Ning helped lay out the non-slip mats and accidentally bumped into him while turning sorry. It's fine. Hua Yishan continued his movements. Without Khalid to interfere, Jiang Ning faced the relentless combat expert and found it quite challenging, being pressed down several times. After being suppressed for a while, Jiang Ning, with her strong desire to win, subconsciously feigned a move, plucking. Hua Yishan estimated the psychological shadow area was substantial, as his body involuntarily halted for a moment before being flipped to the ground by Jiang Ning. He pinned Hua Yishan down with his long legs and forcefully twisted his arm. The two bodies twisted into a knot, but Jiang Ning clearly had the upper hand. Hua Yishan was both amused and exasperated, surprisingly not launching a deadly counterattack. Not bad, even the master could be beaten to death by a flurry of wild punches. The despicable Jiang Ning awkwardly got up. Sorry I startled you. In a moment of excitement, she resorted to underhanded tactics again, feeling a bit ashamed. Continuing their practice, after 2 hours both were drenched in sweat. Jiang Ning's face was flushed and out of breath. Her body felt indescribably refreshing. The hungry Dodo came back holding a doll. Brother, sister, I'm hungry. What are we having for dinner tonight? Hua Yixin looked towards Jiang Ning. Could it be that she has to cook again? She thought of enjoying gourmet food with Kaylay. There was no way around it. Hua Yixin had given too much, and she felt embarrassed to refuse, yet she truly didn't want to cook dumplings. Not wanting to be poisoned by her brother's cooking skills, Dodo clapped her hands in approval. Great, great. The dumplings made by sister are the best. Dumplings can be prepared in 100 different ways. Boiled for lunch and pan-fried for dinner. Pan-fried dumplings, especially with chives, are the tastiest. Jiang Ning went back to change clothes and returned to teach Hua Yixin how to make pan-fried dumplings. I must say the pan-fried dumplings were incredibly fragrant. The crispy golden exterior was delightfully crunchy, filled with tender meat that burst with juice. It was on the 18th floor, and it was raining outside, otherwise there would have been trouble. Dodo ate until her corners of her mouth glistened with oil, proudly patting her little belly. Sister, look, I have a baby now. Hua Yixin's mouth twitched. A child's innocent words left Jiang Ning both amused and exasperated. It seemed he was going to give Dodo another lesson. After finishing the meal, Hua Yixin took the bowl from Jiang Ning's hands. I'll handle it. After checking Dodo's homework, Jiang Ning greeted them and left. Just as she opened the door, she bumped into Luyu coming out. Ning, come over to eat dumplings. No, I just ate my fill. Seeing the siblings enjoying their meal, she inadvertently overate herself. Luyu's gaze fell on 1801, then she inexplicably smiled. All right, if you want more, come over again. His eyes were a bit strange, leaving Jiang Ning confused yet feeling a bit guilty, probably thinking they were sneaking a meal without him. But with Hua Yixin not speaking up, she couldn't take the liberty to invite them over. However, the dumplings were indeed delicious. She should stock up on them when she has the chance. In the following days, she happily stayed at home. Reading, exercising, making clothes for the 3 little ones, all 10 little rabbits survived and were quite heavy to carry. She weighed them, the largest one was already 3 pounds, almost ready to be slaughtered. Xiaobai gave birth to a second batch, and it was even more impressive than the first with a full 12 kids. Unfortunately, the timing of their birth was bad, leaving little hope for survival. Granny Zheng's treatment was interrupted for a few days, but she continued with acupuncture. The good food increased their spirits significantly. She pulled out a bag containing about 3 pounds of white powder and excitedly whispered, Xiaojiang, this is wild kudzu powder. I specially brought it for you to try. This was life-saving material, and Jiang Ning was unwilling to accept it. Child, please accept it. This is our family's heartfelt gesture. Granny Zheng tightly grasped her hand. If it weren't for you giving Zheng Ping a chance, our whole family would have starved. Jiang Ning smiled. You first tell me what the matter is. If I can help, I can accept it later. Granny Zheng looked awkward. You are too straightforward, child. She was sincerely grateful, and she knew that the 18th floor had connections to exchange for food. The Zheng family had been digging wild kudzu roots these past few days, and Zheng Ping had made a grinder that could crush the chopped kudzu roots, producing kudzu powder through washing, estimated to yield over 100 pounds of powder. If the apocalypse hadn't come, it would definitely be a good thing. But now filling the stomach is the priority. Kudzu is nourishing and beautifying, yet it doesn't satisfy hunger. The Zheng family wanted to see if the 18th floor could help them exchange for grain. Jiang Ning thought for a moment. How do you plan to exchange it? 1 pound for 1 pound, what do you think? Jiang Ning didn't give a definite answer. I'll ask for you. Granny Zheng felt uncertain, probably thinking the hope was slim. If not, we could exchange for broken rice too. It seemed the Zheng family had some idea. Would they be willing to trade kudzu powder for new rice? In the current environment, only women who were wealthy and not short on food would consider it. After giving Granny Zheng acupuncture, Jiang Ning went back to prepare the kudzu powder. The taste of the powder was slightly sweet with a hint of bitterness and a bit of earthy smell. The taste was average, but it had functions such as clearing heat and detoxifying, generating fluids and relieving thirst, tonifying the kidney and spleen, calming the mind, clearing the heart and improving eyesight, lubricating the intestines and sobering up, making it a rare item in the apocalypse. With 3 pounds of kudzu powder, Jiang Ning didn't hold back, splitting it equally between 1801 and 1803, and also mentioned the Zhang family's grain exchange plan. Neither family was interested. Zhang Chao kept thinking about the fish that escaped from the reservoir. What a pity. The sharp-nosed monkey later came to us, saying he wanted another batch of fish, ordering 2,000 pounds all at once. Luyu also felt regretful. They should have channels to sell to the wealthy, otherwise who would dare to order such a large quantity. Hearing there were no fish left, the pain on their faces was evident, repeatedly reminding us to look for them next time there are fish. The next day, Jiang Ning told Granny Zheng that the other party agreed to exchange broken rice for kudzu powder, but the quality had to be guaranteed. She accepted this batch, as with the progression of the apocalypse, people's health would deteriorate, making it useful for nourishment. Granny Zheng was overjoyed. A few days later, the Jiang family prepared 100 pounds of wild kudzu powder and additionally gave Jiang Ning 5 pounds as a token of gratitude for her help. The Jiang father and son waited in a secluded corner outside the community with the wild kudzu powder. Jiang Ning sat in a rubber boat, moving the kudzu powder over, bringing Kaylay along to take a stroll outside. In a deserted area, she stored the kudzu powder in her space, exchanging it for the same weight of broken rice, and took her time walking the dog before returning. After her nap, she felt the rain had lessened significantly. Jiang Ning wasn't happy, instead her brows furrowed, estimating that extreme cold was coming. By evening the rain had become sparse, and the sky seemed to brighten a bit. In these 3 months, how many people had died in this desperate flood? Now it seemed like it was finally going to clear up. Looking at the sky outside, some were cheering in excitement while others were crying in despair. They all wished for this damned natural disaster to end as soon as possible. How she wished this was just a dream, waking up to a world thriving with prosperity, with family and friends still around. 1803 was also happy, but compared to others, she carried a heavier weight. Ning, do you really think it's over? When the typhoon ended, they were extremely excited, but then the floods came immediately. Now that the rain has stopped, what awaits them? Who knows? Jiang Ning looked pensive, touching her arm. Why do I feel like it's getting cold? It's already winter, it won't turn the south into the northeastern region, right? Pe, you have a mouth like a crow. Being teased by Jiang Ning smiled and did not argue. If it truly is a case of a crow's mouth, she sincerely hopes that the extreme cold never arrives. Observing quietly, she found Hua Yixin as cold and aloof as ever, his expression neither sad nor happy. Kaylay was a bit restless, unable to calm down after 4 hours of training, occasionally letting out soft whimpering sounds. Not knowing when the extreme cold would arrive, Jiang Ning prepared the electric blanket down comforter and quilt in advance. At night, she deliberately wore thermal clothing to sleep. The high-intensity training during the day had drained her energy. She initially planned to stay up late, but before long she fell into a deep sleep. Uncertain how long she had slept, she was awakened by Kaylay's noisy barking and the crackling sounds from the intercom. Jiang Ning opened her eyes, feeling the boat chilling cold, while a rabbit's sharp cries echoed in the room. Turning on the flashlight, she discovered over 20 rabbits huddled in Kaylay's doghouse, shivering uncontrollably. Jiang Ning. From the intercom came Hua Yixin's anxious voice. 2M here. Her lips were numb from the cold. He urged through the intercom, it's getting colder, hurry and put on some clothes. The air felt as sharp as a knife, making it difficult to speak. Jiang Ning rolled Kaylay and the bunch of rabbits into her space. As soon as she entered, warmth enveloped her. Her stiff limbs took a while to recover. She hurriedly found the clothes she had prepared earlier and put them on: thermal clothing, cashmere sweater, fur coat, several pairs of socks, snow boots, scarf, and warm mask. Squatting down, she dressed Kaylay in thermal clothing, cashmere sweater, and fur coat, then wrapped the 2 rabbits, big gray and little white, tightly like balls. The other rabbits were stuffed into a foam box lined with several layers of blankets. Their survival depended on fate. After doing all this, Jiang Ning did not forget to drink a large bowl of hot ginger soup, feeling the spiciness in her throat and stomach. Just as she exited the space, the loud knocking on the door nearly startled her ear off. Jiang Ning. The force was so strong that even the stainless steel door could hardly withstand it. I'm coming. As soon as she stepped out, the air was as cold as a knife and breathing and sent a piercing pain through her chest. Kaylay started coughing continuously, scratching his nose with his paws. Carrying the rabbit nest into the room, Jiang Ning hurried to open the door, only to find Hua Yixin kicking it. As soon as the door opened, an anxious voice came through. Jiang Ning, are you all right? Saying this, a piece of fur was tightly wrapped around her. Jiang Ning was taken aback, staring at Hua Yixin, who was wearing a military coat, feeling a moment of daze. But she quickly came back to her senses, saying, I'm fine, just got a bit frozen. It feels like my ears are deafened. It's good that you're fine. Hua Yixin fastened the buttons of the fur coat for her, then went to knock on door 1803. Door 1803 had already been startled awake by his kicking and was anxiously throwing on thick clothes. Got it. Wrapped in 2 pieces of fur, Jiang Ning successfully turned into a ball. Seeing her a bit dazed, Hua Yixin shook her shoulders seriously, saying, go back inside, immediately start a fire to warm up. Oh. Jiang Ning turned and returned to the room. Hua Yixin reminded her, don't lock the door. Jiang Ning didn't lock the door. Back in the room, she grabbed the kettle and saw door 1801 ajar. Quickly walking in, I made some ginger soup. You and Dodo should drink some to warm up. Dodo was curled up like a ball on the bed, her small face pale from the cold, unable to speak and shivering all over. Hua Yixin picked her up, pouring ginger soup into her mouth. Be careful, it's hot. After drinking a full bowl, Dodo finally came to her senses, pouting as if she were about to cry. Brother, don't cry, your tears will freeze and your face will get ruined. Jiang Ning poured him a bowl and hurriedly knocked on door 1803. The three of them scrambled, freezing hands and feet as they threw on clothes with blankets wrapped around them. With hands holding hot ginger soup, they trembled nonstop. Especially the single dog Zhang Chao, whose face had turned purple from the cold. Wearing fur coats and wrapped in quilts, everything that could be used to keep warm was piled on. The southern dogs trembled, feeling uncomfortable, as if their hearts were numb, only recovering after drinking several bowls of hot ginger soup. "Ah, Ning, you really have a crow's mouth." Jiang Chao, curled up on the sofa, chattered, his teeth from the cold. "If it weren't for you picking up 1,000,000, we would all have died tonight." Thick clothes, quilts, and other warmth-preserving items were all meant to squander cheap cash, yet unexpectedly saved their lives. Zheng Weili and Lu Yu were huddled together tightly. Her body warmed up relatively quickly, shivering as she went to start a fire for warmth. Seeing that the three were mostly fine, Jiang Ning felt relieved to leave. Noticing door 1801 was still open, she walked in again. "How is Dodo?" Hua Yixin was tending to the coal stove. "She is warmed up after drinking hot ginger soup." Dodo was curled up in the blankets, only her bright eyes visible. "Sister, I'm fine now." "How's Kayle?" "Woof." The dog that had been ignored finally found an opportunity to prove its strong physique, but unfortunately it was bundled too tightly and its muscles couldn't show. Seeing Kayle dressed in fur, Dodo's mood instantly lifted, and she reached out to stroke the black dog's face. The coal fire made the room much warmer. Jiang Ning stood up to leave, not forgetting to remind, the doors and windows shouldn't be sealed too tightly, leave a gap for ventilation. In her previous life, it had been terrifyingly cold, and some people accidentally sealed the room, going to report to the king of hell early. Hua Yixin made 2 coal stoves and handed one to Jiang Ning. "You should be careful too." Jiang Ning was taken aback, suddenly recalling that she was still wearing his fur coat, so she quickly took it off. "Keep it, I'm not as afraid of the cold as you are." No, aside from her hands, feet, and face, the rest of her body was not cold at all, but rather warm. It was probably the thermal clothing working its magic, feeling warm and comfortable. She observed the dog, estimating it had also recovered. Therefore she insisted on returning the coat to him. "Don't get yourself sick, a Dodo still needs your care." Hua Yixin did not refuse again, but insisted on giving her the coal stove. Unable to decline his kindness, Jiang Ning had to accept it. Everyone on the 18th floor survived, and she let out a long sigh of relief. Only then did she have the mood to pay attention to the commotion downstairs, as the noise did not seem small. Closing the 2 sets of doors, Jiang Ning hurried back to her room and took out the thermometer. Goodness, it was directly -19 degrees outside. In a city where the average winter temperature is above 15 degrees, and the historical lowest temperature has always been around 0, where down jackets can't be worn more than 3 times, the temperature suddenly dropped from 20 degrees to -19 degrees, a drop of nearly 40 degrees, definitely a major disaster. Even more terrifying than the cold is extreme hypothermia. The body loses heat rapidly in a short time, causing the core temperature to drop, leading to symptoms like shivering and heart-lung failure, and can ultimately result in death. Indeed, it is not the cold that causes mass deaths among humans, but extreme hypothermia. Many do not even get the chance to open their eyes and sleep endlessly in dreams. In fact, their dreams are beautiful. The rain has finally stopped, and the civilization of the city will be restored. Woof. Jiang Ning collected herself, taking out the power bank, electric heater, and electric blanket from the space. Not only does Jiang Ning have an electric blanket, but even the dog has one. A small piece was chosen for it and placed on the lazy sofa, plugged into the power bank, while 2 electric heaters were turned on, causing the room temperature to rise rapidly. De Hui and Xiao Bai sensed the warmth and climbed out of the foam box, rushing to the lazy sofa to compete with the dog for space. At a critical moment, the dog displayed its dominant demeanor, allowing them to nudge against its body, huddling together for warmth. Jiang Ning checked the foam box and found 2 large rabbits had died. They were probably scared to death. The others looked a bit wilted, while the recently born bunnies were still bewildered and knew nothing. De Hui and Xiao Bai seemed to have been toughened up by the cola, becoming particularly bold. With their fur providing warmth, they weren't frightened even when dressed, yet they paid no attention to their own offspring. Jiang Ning took the small ones and stuffed them onto Kayle's belly, then admonished, "The 2 you gave birth, so you must take responsibility for raising them." Kayle bared its teeth. "Did you hear that? Take good care of them. Tossing them away isn't acceptable." Despite the complaints, the dog didn't push away the dozens of pups working hard to nurse them. For the remaining large rabbits, Jiang Ning carried them to the bathroom and electrocuted them all, then tossed them into storage, planning to braise or make them spicy when time allowed. Whether they can be raised is one issue, but the key is the flavor. Back in the room, looking at the glowing charcoal fire, Jiang Ning felt a bit dazed. What did Hua Yixin mean? She almost broke down her door and even let go of her mink coat, providing a charcoal stove in return. This person had a stern face. Even when facing life and death, their brow didn't furrow, yet when they knocked on the door they were filled with urgency. Could it be that he was afraid she would freeze to death and no one would teach Dodo? Late at night feeling drowsy, she was even lazier to think. In the grand scheme of things, sleep was the most important, everything else could wait until tomorrow. Jiang Ning took off her coat and burrowed into the warm blanket, quickly drifting into a dream. In her past life, she had almost frozen to death, wrapping all her clothes around her. This time the blanket was as warm as spring, and she truly felt content. Cold weather easily made one drowsy, and even after lying in bed until 10 o'clock, she still didn't want to get up. The intercom crackled to life. "Jiang Ning, are you awake?" Jiang Ning reached out and replied, just woke up." Her voice was lazy and slightly nasal. Hua Yishan asked with concern, "Are you coming down with a cold?" "No, still in bed," Jiang Ning yawned. "How about you and Dodo?" "I've gotten up and am making breakfast for Dodo. Do you want some?" "No need, I'm not hungry yet. I'll just have lunch later." The dog jumped onto the bed, pawing at the intercom. Oh dear. The intercom was swiped aside. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, Kaylee is causing trouble." Jiang Ning quickly picked it up. "I won't talk to you anymore, just like that." Stay warm." After turning off the intercom, Jiang Ning wanted to scold the dog, but to her surprise it leaped up on the bed, spinning and jumping without rest. Then it crashed into Jiang Ning's arms. "You little rascal," Jiang Ning tugged at its mouth. "How can you be so naughty?" The dog burrowed into the blanket, its bright eyes looking at her, tilting its head adorably. Jiang Ning wrapped it in a blanket and stroked its head, saying, "Where were you during this time in your last life?" Everywhere was a frozen wasteland, and no one knew how many people had frozen to death. It was unimaginable how it had survived. Its skin had even frozen off, covered in sores. Jiang Ning didn't dare to recall that scene, her eyes moist as she said, "Kaylee, it won't happen in this life. I will make sure you have a good life." "Woo-woo. What's wrong with the one who cleans up?" Its paws pawed at her in comfort. "I'm fine, and you will be fine too." After lazing around until past 11, she got up to brush her teeth and wash her face. It was cold outside, and with many layers on, stepping in felt like sweating. Luckily, she didn't stay long, otherwise the alternating hot and cold would surely make her sick. The room had a heater, feeling as warm as spring, but opening the door was like facing a cold knife. The heater and power bank couldn't be taken out, but having the rabbit stay in her room wasn't right. After checking, one of the bunnies had honorably sacrificed itself. She cleaned up the other room, then took out a lazy sofa pad and electric blanket to move the rabbits over. At the same time, she didn't forget to remind the dog, "Kaylee, keep an eye on them. No chewing on the wires and no pooping or peeing on the electric blanket, otherwise I'll brace them." The dog indicated it understood, pinning Dahui down and showing its teeth. "Did you get that?" "Speak." She ventilated the room and then set up the charcoal stove in the living room. Holding a scorching rubber hot water bottle, Jiang Ning stood on the balcony gazing into the distance. Just yesterday the city was flooded, but overnight it had been frozen solid. Without the sound of rain, the surroundings were eerily quiet, as if even time had stopped. Even if she were to experience it again, Jiang Ning's heart was still filled with fear. Fortunately, the temperature didn't drop further, giving humanity a slight breather. However, 19 degrees was still a catastrophic disaster for the south, and her phone had already ceased to function. She closed the doors and windows, turned off the heater that had worked all night, and replaced it with 2 new ones to avoid overuse and damage. With the heater and charcoal stove, the living room finally had some warmth. In the cold weather, one should drink hot soup. Jiang Ning took out beef brisket and radish stew along with greens and rice, adding freeze-dried canned food to the dog's meal. Leaning against the heater, she enjoyed a delicious meal. After eating her fill, she didn't want to wash the dishes, tossing them into storage to wash later. She opened the window to disperse the smell and then cuddled the hot water bottle while flipping through a medical book. Zheng Weili knocked on the door to check and, satisfied to confirm they were still alive without even opening the door, eager to return to her warm bed. Zheng Chao had caught a cold but luckily had medicine by his side. Just as she was about to take a nap, the intercom buzzed. "Dodo isn't having class today. Does Kaylee want to exercise?" Jiang Ning respected the dog. "Kaylee, do you want to exercise?" Kaylee tilted its head and after a moment stood up. Woof. A day without running felt uncomfortable all over. Jiang Ning opened the door a crack, pushing the dog outside. "Go." Soon the sound of parkour echoed from the stairs. A bit worried about it, she thought for a moment and decided to go out. The dog's mink coat had been taken off and was now in Hua Yishan's hands. After running a few laps, he continued to take off the dog's cashmere sweater. By the end, even the thermal clothing was removed. Jiang Ning was a bit worried. "Isn't it cold for it?" Hua Yishan explained the Belgian Malinois can quickly adapt to various harsh environments. Covering them too much actually hinders their movement. Despite its short fur, it was very dense and provided excellent insulation. They get warm quickly when exercising, but the dog's sweat glands aren't that developed. Jiang Ning stood beside him with the hot water bottle, noticing that Hua Yishan wasn't bundled up, not even wearing his mink coat. "Aren't you cold?" "Cold." What to do then?" Considering the principle of reciprocity, she handed over the hot water bottle. "Here you go." Hua Yishan didn't take it, looking at her and asking, "What about you?" I still have another one. She had dozens stored in her space. Thank you, this can be used for Dodo. Well, whatever, at least she had expressed her goodwill. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door downstairs. Little Jiang, are you alright? Once again, it was He Xian's voice accompanied by a few men. Jiang Ning ignored them. He Xian continued to knock on the door while mumbling to the others. The person speaking had a hoarse voice, clearly suffering from a cold. Building manager, it seems like there's no response from the 18th floor. Could it be that something happened last night? If something really did happen, it would be quite a relief. He Jian thought to himself, but outwardly, he feigned concern, saying, don't talk nonsense. Little Jiang and the others are young and healthy, how could anything happen to them? If something did happen, we would need to look out for each other. Manager, you're just too kind. Didn't you see how the 18th floor treated us? You can't say that. We live in the same building, it's only right to look out for one another. Oh, it seems like there's some movement. They haven't died. His tone was tinged with disappointment as he thought that if the entire 18th floor perished, all the countless supplies would belong to them. Sorry to disappoint you, building manager, Jiang Ning said coldly, not only are we alive, but we're all doing quite well. The sudden voice made everyone exchange glances. After knocking for so long without a response, they were surprised to hear someone speak. This was quite awkward. He Jian reacted quickly, saying, look at what you're saying, little Jiang. We were just concerned. It's good to hear that you're fine. Rest assured, we will definitely outlive you. The conversation couldn't continue. He Jian was angry inside, but still wore a smiling facade, saying, it's good that nothing happened. If you encounter any difficulties, remember to tell me anytime. The few of them left reluctantly, feeling disgruntled. In this apocalypse, there were many like He Jian who would wish for the demise of others to scavenge their supplies. But they were just clowns, and neither of the two took it to heart. After training the dog, she put on her thermal clothing. She followed Hui Yishan's advice and removed the cashmere sweater, but kept the dog's mink coat as the weather needed time to transition. What about you? Hui Yishan asked, are we still going to practice today? Yes. Even the dog could persist, so she had no reason to slack off. She had to roll with the extreme cold. The anti-slip mat was frozen stiff, so Hui Yishan deliberately laid down a layer of cloth. There was a charcoal stove in the living room, but compared to Jiang Ning's, it was merely a low-end model and still quite cold. Jiang Ning took off her coat and started practicing with Hui Yishan. After half an hour, she began to break out in a hot sweat. The thermal socks were on the innermost layer, extremely smooth. During a collision, Jiang Ning stumbled back, unaware that her socks had slipped down, causing her to fall backwards. Hui Yishan reacted quickly and leaped forward. Her body landed on the anti-slip mat, and she was then struck down by Hui Yishan, her mouth hitting his face. With a muffled grunt, she felt the air in her lungs get compressed, and not only was she seeing stars, but she also felt her teeth rattle. With such a large figure pressing down on her, Hui Yishan hurriedly got up and helped her sit up, asking, are you okay? Jiang Ning then noticed that he was supporting the back of her head with his hand. I'm fine, and my feet slipped because of the sweat. Woof. In Daodu's room, Kailei heard the commotion and abruptly dashed out, biting Hui Yishan's clothes and pulling him back. Let go of her. Jiang Ning quickly intervened. Kailei. Regardless who told him to bully the one who scoops poop. Jiang Ning hurriedly pulled the dog away, saying, he didn't bully me, he saved me. Kailei didn't believe it. The dog turned its face away mercilessly while Hui Yishan wondered, does it have a grudge against me? No. Jiang Ning quickly explained, Kailei lacks a sense of security, and besides, dogs are protective of their owners. To avoid a conflict, she quickly embraced the dog and left. Back home, Kailei not only refused to admit wrongdoing, but also seemed indignant, as if accusing her of favoritism. How could that be? Jiang Ning coaxed the temperamental dog with jerky, saying, you're the one I care about the most. Training with the instructor is truly a workout for me because I want to become stronger to protect you. Lying to the dog. Kailei proudly turned its head away. Jiang Ning took off her thermal socks to prove her innocence, saying, why don't you try them on? They really slip. After saying that, she threw them at its face. Kailei twitched its mouth. It wasn't human, but the one who scoops poop was a real dog. Thankfully, it didn't stink. Kailei pounced on her, scratching her. Jiang Ning hugged it, stroking its head, saying, Kailei, you need to be a sensible dog and apologize to the instructor tomorrow, okay? If it weren't for him, my head would have been smashed. You would have lost your poop-scooping owner. The food stocked in the space you wouldn't get to eat, and you would have to continue wandering. Apologize. That's out of the question. The dog refused, looking utterly innocent, its paws resting on her shoulder. Woo. Woo. No, this is its home. It doesn't want to wander. Alright, teaching the dog to recognize its mistakes and apologize is also part of the instructor's task. Not wanting to disrupt their harmonious relationship, Jiang Ning decisively shifted the difficult task onto Hui Yishan. This was an exchange of tasks. A qualified instructor should not only train the dog physically, but also attend to its mental well-being. After dark, it was noticeably colder. Jiang Ning went to the balcony to check the temperature 21 degrees. The deadly harsh weather meant how many would inevitably lose sleep tonight or perhaps never open their eyes again. She drew the curtains in the living room, turned on the solar lights, and took out dinner from the space. Even with 3 heaters running, her hands and feet were still frozen, and the food cooled down especially quickly, becoming icy in no time. Lamb warms the body. Jiang Ning took out a lamb casserole and quickly shared it with Kaylay. Then she took out 2 servings of pig offal noodles, soaking Kaylay's portion in dog food, saying, "Eat, hurry up and eat." The loving dinner provided by the poopscooper was delicious for Kaylay, who gobbled it up, though it was a bit hot for its mouth. "Never mind, just eat." After finishing the pig offal noodles, her body felt warm. Jiang Ning went to another room to check on Big Gray and Little White. The two were in high spirits, but the baby bunnies were not doing well. Recently born with little fur, lacking parental care, one had already died. Rabbits are extremely cold resistant. A special breeds can survive in the Arctic. However, this was the South, yet they seemed to be adapting quickly. The newborn bunnies needed milk, so Jiang Ning stripped Little White of its mink coat and thermal clothing. She noticed that compared to yesterday's trembling, the two were much calmer today. It seems that animals adapt to natural disasters more quickly than humans. After feeding Little White, Jiang Ning continued to observe and found that it showed no signs of feeling cold or shivering, indicating that the rabbit fur was indeed warm. While the clothing was rendered useless, she took Timothy Hay from the space to let the two feast. Taking a hot shower in the space was simply exquisite. There was no way around it. A bathing was ingrained in Jiang Ning's DNA. Even in the coldest weather, she had to wash, otherwise she would feel uncomfortable all over. In summer, during the extreme heat and humidity, she might shower 3 times a day. There was no way around it. Even going to the bathroom would make her sweat profusely in the city, but now it had turned into a frozen place that could kill. Stepping out of the space, Little White still showed no discomfort and was nursing the baby bunnies. Jiang Ning decisively stripped Big Gray of its clothing as well. She didn't turn on the heater, allowing them to adapt for a while longer. In the cold, she crawled into bed, recording the latest available duration in the space. Close to 4 months of time had been accumulated, a total of 145 hours. In other words, she could stay in the space for 6 days. It wasn't easy. She nearly teared up. Danger lurked everywhere, and she had to muster all her strength to continue accumulating, hoping to one day retire in the space with Kaylay. Ka. Having slept too much during the day, she felt particularly energetic at night and continued to take stock of her space. The chili peppers, eggplants, and cucumbers in the garden had been harvested, while the grapes from the old vine were growing plump, shifting from green to dark red, and would likely be ready for picking in just over a month. In the first year, she had only harvested 10 bunches, which would amount to about 40 to 50 pounds once fully ripened. On a whim, not wanting to waste time going into the space, she attempted to pick one with her consciousness. Not expecting much, as she had never successfully harvested anything from the soil before, she was astonished when a red grape truly appeared in her hand. Filled with surprise and joy, she quickly attempted to pull up some vegetables. Surprisingly, she managed to pull up a few handfuls. However, it drained a lot of her consciousness, making her feel dizzy. If she could pick plants in the garden with her consciousness, could she also till the land for farming? After the dizziness subsided, she used her consciousness to control a hoe to till the soil. Her mind felt heavy, but she succeeded, albeit only maintaining it for a short while. Strangely, she had tried this before without any reaction. Now that she could succeed, could it be due to her persistence in exercising and strengthening her body? Jiang Ning was overjoyed to discover this new ability, realizing that her spiritual consciousness could also be trained. This would save time, allowing her to fully utilize her black soil garden. She planted corn, peanuts, sweet potatoes, soybeans, and mung beans, sowing everything she could. Thus, Jiang Ning practiced repeatedly until late at night, successfully tilling 5 square meters of land, feeling utterly exhausted as she collapsed onto her bed. Kaylay noticed something was off and leaned in to sniff around. Woof woof. Anxious, what was wrong with the one who scooped the poop? Jiang Ning shared her joy with Kaylay, saying, "Kaylay, our food supply can increase again. Are you happy?" Woof. Happy, excited, spinning in circles. The next day, she again overslept, using her consciousness to continue tilling the land, only getting up for breakfast after exhausting herself. Pulling back the curtains, she was astonished to find it was snowing outside. Snow in the southern coastal region was a rare sight, only visible during a natural disaster. The snow wasn't heavy, falling like tiny fragments that were hard to distinguish unless looked at closely. Jiang Ning frowned. In her past life, it had only been extreme cold, but now it was snowing. It was indeed different. The extreme cold had been life-threatening. Did they really have to face a snow disaster as well? If the water rose to the 6th floor, what if a snow disaster truly hit? Would they need to build even higher? Was the city really going to be buried alive? The thought was chilling. Just after finishing breakfast, there was a knock at the door. Room 1803 called for a meeting regarding the critical issue of water supply for the people. She had spent the previous day cooped up in the house warming herself by the fire. Today was even colder, but she could finally catch her breath. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu wrapped up tightly, their hands and feet still trembling. The water tower is frozen. What are we going to do for water? Jiang Ning had water in her space, so she had no worries. However, she couldn't say this, and had to feign a worried expression, saying, "Yeah, what should we do?" Zhang Chao wanted to scratch an itch, saying, "I didn't shower yesterday, and I feel uncomfortable all over." There was nothing to be done, and the habit formed from childhood wasn't something that could change overnight. He always felt unclean if he went a day without washing. Jiang Ning hurried to join in. "Me too, my scalp is itching." Even she, a walking encyclopedia of life hacks, couldn't think of a solution, and the group's attention instinctively turned to Hua Yishan. Hua Yishan, who was being cared for, remained silent. Dodo tugged at his sleeve, saying, "Brother, I want to shower too." Hua Yishan, the hope of the 18th floor, took a deep breath. "It seems like it has started snowing." "Yes, we can collect snow from the rooftop." Jiang Ning continued. "Why didn't we think of that?" The group quickly hurried to the rooftop. As the door opened, cold air rushed in, making it unbearable. Jiang Ning wrapped her face with a scarf and stepped outside. The weather was too cold, and the falling snowflakes had turned to ice. Suddenly her snow boots slipped. Seeing that the one who scooped poop was about to fall, Kayleigh dashed over, wanting to act as a cushion. Unexpectedly, someone was faster. A long arm reached out and steadied her waist. Kayleigh instantly fluffed up, glaring fiercely with its dog eyes. Damn, what was it to him? It was just a slight slip, and with Jiang Ning's reflexes, she could have easily steadied herself. However, she was taken by surprise as Kayleigh suddenly rushed over, colliding with Lu Yu. Caught off guard, Lu Yu slipped and fell hard. Though bundled up like a bear, he felt wronged. "Wife, someone is bullying me." What could Zhang Weili do? Kayleigh was a survival expert, and Hua Yishan was a powerhouse. Could she really hold them accountable? What was the big deal about a man falling? Bite the bullet and endure it. Not only was Lu Yu innocent, but so was Zhang Chao. He was half a step ahead of Hua Yishan, yet suddenly pushed aside, crashing into the doorframe. Just let it go, as long as a Ning is fine." Each person had their own feelings about Jiang Ning's fall. Even the usually strong-willed Zhang Weili felt a pang in her heart. Look at a Ning's man, then look at her own. Apart from that handsome face that was mesmerizing, the rest was hard to put into words. Hua Yishan, being a gentleman, steadied Jiang Ning and immediately withdrew his hand, saying, "Be careful." Jiang Ning didn't think much of it and replied, "Thank you." Woof. Kayleigh was frustrated, using its paws to dig at the snow, anxiously protesting. "Kayleigh, you should go back." Jiang Ning thought it was cold and was particularly concerned, but without a mask for Kayleigh, she couldn't filter the cold air. The one who scooped poop scolded it while Kayleigh ran around on the rooftop in protest. Zhang Chao complained, "Kayleigh, don't run around. We need to collect this snow and ice for water. We don't want to drink water that smells like your paws." Hearing this, Kayleigh sped up its running. They'll all drink my foot-washing water." The breed was prone to excitement, and when it got crazy, even a chain couldn't hold it back. Jiang Ning had to exert a lot of effort to chase it off the rooftop. The rooftop was large, and a thin layer of snow had frozen overnight, which could be collected by breaking it up with a shovel. After several months of rain, fearing that the rooftop might harbor too many bacteria, Lu Yu and Zhang Chao laid down several color steel sandwich panels. These were collected from an unfinished building meant to block water from collecting on the balcony, and several pieces remained that they hadn't expected to be useful. Divided into 2 sections, collecting snow and ice from the rooftop each day should suffice. Besides, the ice on the water tower could also be knocked down. Successfully solving the water issue, everyone was very happy. Indeed, sticking together had its benefits, pooling everyone's wisdom. As they closed the rooftop door, their hands and feet frozen, they went downstairs, where a loud banging sound was heard. Zhang Weili thought someone was again trying to target the 18th floor, her temper flaring uncontrollably. Realizing Kayleigh was calmly standing at the stair entrance, listening to the sound, she realized it was a misunderstanding. What were these brats up to again? After a trip to the rooftop, her ears felt like they were about to freeze off, buzzing with discomfort. After waiting for a while, her hearing finally returned to normal. Lu Yu had a pair of bog wires. They seemed to be prying the door. There seemed to be quite a few people. Jiang Ning's expression was serious. With a sudden drop in temperature the night before, many must have died. They are probably trying to pry open the doors of the deceased. This is too outrageous. Jiang Ning shrugged. There's nothing we can do. The dead must give way to the living. If I guess correctly, it is he, Jian, checking the number of survivors and organizing manpower to clear the belongings. Lu Yu felt helpless. After months of flooding, not only does every household lack food, some have even boiled their leather shoes to stave off hunger, and any furniture that could be burned has been chopped up. Even if we pry open the door, what can we find? There are still some things we can find. Although uncomfortable, no one could voice their criticism. He was lucky to have acquired some supplies. If his situation were the same as theirs, he might also resort to prying open the homes of the dead. As Ning said, the dead must give way to the living. Feeling depressed, he greeted everyone and went home to burrow under the blankets. After nearly freezing to death outside, he couldn't help but stick his hands against the electric heater. Little Bai was nursing her cubs while Da Hui was out looking for food, circling around Jiang Ning incessantly. Both seemed energetic, having received some grass and feed. Aside from the daily essential practice and archery, Jiang Ning was unwilling to go outside, either nestled in his blanket reading or using his consciousness to cultivate. Heaven seemed compassionate, finally creating about 100 square meters of tilled land, then digging small holes to plant corn seeds before covering them with soil. His spiritual energy was rapidly depleting, leaving him with a feeling of being hollowed out. Hungry, hurry and get a Snickers. 1803 was very proactive, sweeping the snow off the rooftop every day, not forgetting to bring down a portion for Jiang Ning and Hua Yishan. No one said anything, but everyone kept a mental tally. Their survival skills were not as strong as those of the two, and they had contributed more effort in searching for supplies, thus benefiting from the distribution of resources. Therefore, it was wise to do as much as one could. Jiang Ning had mentioned it several times, but 1803 never listened. They thought about taking turns clearing the snow on the rooftop, but they couldn't match the speed of the others, and each time they opened the door, the buckets filled with snow were already placed at the doorstep. Perhaps this would ease 1803's mind, so Jiang Ning did not stop him. There was no shortage of water in the space. After closing the door, he poured the ice and snow into the black soil garden, considering it equivalent to watering. Feeling guilty for wasting a friend's goodwill, Jiang Ning felt quite bad, but who would refuse something better? It truly felt wrong. The temperature had been dropping every day, sometimes noticeably, and sometimes not, until it unexpectedly reached 26 degrees. The downstairs was banging every day, and it took several days before it quieted down. From the sounds, it seemed even the 17th floor had been pried open. It was likely that many had perished. After all, this was the South, where neither the construction of houses nor the cold-resistant clothing could compare to the sturdiness of those from colder regions. That day there was another knock on the door downstairs, and it was Grandma Jiang. The weather was harsh, and she clearly was not there for acupuncture. Since they were old acquaintances, Grandma Jiang got straight to the point, saying, "Little Jiang, we have something to discuss with you." Seeing her looking worried and not in great spirits, Jiang Ning frowned and said, "Please go on." Grandma Jiang immediately broke down, gripping her hand tightly and choking out, "Little Jiang, you are truly our family's savior." If it weren't for Jiang Ning advising her to cover herself with a quilt after applying the medicinal alcohol, she would have frozen to death that night when the temperature suddenly dropped, and there would be no chance of waking up. Waking up frozen under her quilt, she shivered to knock on her son and daughter-in-law's door, immediately dressing her grandson in thick clothes. Waking up in time allowed her to avoid the grasp of the King of Hell. The Jiang family was not doomed to perish, but others were not so lucky. The floods had already claimed many lives, and this time even more had died. Having lived her whole life, she never expected that the southern winter, which was usually warm like spring, would drop to 26 degrees. Being coastal, it was already damp and cold, and with the floods reaching the 6th floor, the entire city felt as if it was enveloped in a cold storage. The community was quite old, and aside from students from the university town renting apartments, many residents were elderly or children. The entire apartment building, compared to before the typhoon, probably had only about 30 to 40 of its original occupants left. Typhoons, floods, extreme cold. What on earth is happening in this world? Jiang Ning did not take credit. "I merely provided suggestions regarding the illness. It was you who followed the medical advice and prepared well." Grandma Jiang did not see it that way, having specially brought a can of fermented black beans and pickled fish as a gift, saying, "This was prepared by my daughter-in-law. It's a specialty from my hometown. Please all try it." The can weighed about 3 to 4 pounds, which was quite generous. Jiang Ning had received quite a few canned fermented fish in his base, but Grandma Jiang was determined to stuff it in, nearly forcing it on him, and he had no choice but to accept. Seeing him accept it, Grandma Jiang continued to chat. "Our family has been lucky. Not only did we wake up, but we also haven't fallen ill from the cold. It seems the neighbor next door froze to death, several others have frostbite and illnesses, and that girl named Sue had the audacity to come knocking for medicine. Where would we get medicine from? It sounds like we're purposely withholding it. She's come several times already. Just yesterday, someone died supposedly from frostbite and fever. While it's tragic, what is it to pressure the Jiang family for medicine? Not to mention there is none. Even if there was, it must be saved to save one's own life. In this weather, it's no joke. A simple cold can be fatal." Jiang Ning frowned. Everyone else had died, yet Su Mengao was still alive. How resilient she was. Grandma Jiang wouldn't come up without a good reason. She sighed deeply, her expression filled with concern. "Little Jiang, I feel something is off. Something big is going to happen in this building." "What do you mean, huh?" He Jian is gathering the survivors to pry open the homes of the deceased, taking away their food, clothing, bedding, and wooden furniture. While this isn't too surprising, after all, everyone wants to survive. But He Jian is not acting like a decent person. He allocates resources based on favoritism. The men get more while the women receive half as much. If it weren't for the Jiang family surviving intact, they would also have been bullied. While men are stronger in prying doors, women are adept at finding things. Many supplies were hidden in unexpected places, all of which were discovered by the women. However, women are weaker and dare not resist. He Jian was stingy with the resources that should have been evenly distributed, with most of it landing in his hands, while the other men who took small benefits had no objections. This is not the worst part. He frequently associates with the heads of other apartment buildings and has connections with external criminal gangs. Yesterday, he took a few young girls out, giving 1 pound of grain for an hour, spending 5 hours playing around. They truly are a group of heartless beasts. The girl named Yu next door was returned in a near-death state, her pants covered in blood. She exchanged her body for 5 pounds of rice, and He Jian took half, leaving the remaining 2.5 pounds for several people. How much could she possibly eat? Jiang Ning was not surprised. After all, Yang Weizong had also advised her to exchange her body for benefits, only to be met with a rolling pin that left him bloodied. After that, he never dared to speak again. Unexpectedly, Yu Qingqing was foolish to the point of no return. Has Su Mengao gone out? No, but it will happen sooner or later. Grandma Zhang was not there just to gossip. She had heard some bad news. People from outside have come into Building 18 and 19 to collect protection grain. Every household must contribute, and if they can't produce it, they'll have to go find it or else. He Zion's close ties with these people likely meant nothing good. Protection grain. In the previous life, there was indeed a collection of protective grain, 3 caddies of grain per person every week, and the consequences of not being able to provide it were severe. Young men and women were taken out for entertainment, while middle-aged and elderly individuals sought ways to find supplies. Of course, if you're unhappy, you can leave. The next outcome is either freezing to death or starving to death. Such heinous acts are rampant, not only occurring in the Jinrong community, but everywhere. The government dispatched police to clear them out, but the criminals were well-informed, playing a game of hide and seek, either hiding in the survivors' homes or waiting for the police to leave before returning. It cannot be cleaned up. With the spring breeze, it grows back again. The ones who suffer the most are still the survivors. On the 17th floor, 2 households couldn't hold on. We want to move up to live in 1701, and another family also wants to move up. They want to squeeze into 1702, so I came up to ask. Jiang Ning understood the Zhang family wanted to be close for support. The house wasn't hers. Whether to live there or not had nothing to do with her, but she still had to say what needed to be said. Actually, you can live wherever you want, but you need to think carefully before moving. It's not just people from this building. People from other units are eyeing us. If they rush in, the people on the 17th floor will be the first to suffer. In these times, it's hard for everyone. I can only take care of myself. I can't look after others. The Zhang family indeed wanted protection, feeling that living next to the 18th floor would be relatively safe, as the outside was too chaotic. Jiang Ning spoke plainly, and Grandma Zhang chuckled awkwardly. Life and death are determined by fate. How could I let you young people protect me? Moving to the 17th floor is just for peace of mind. I won't trouble you. After exchanging pleasantries, Grandma Zhang got up to leave. When Jiang Ning opened the door to see her off downstairs, she found an envelope on the steps for Jiang Ning. It's finally here. Jiang Ning's expression was normal as she picked up the letter and put it in her pocket. Without even looking at it, she headed to 1803 to gather and shared Grandma Zhang's concerns. Hearing about He Zion's misdeeds, Zhang Weili was furious. This scoundrel, I'll kill him. Sister Zheng of society, ruthless and not many words. But this is a cannibalistic apocalypse. A killing one He Jian will only lead to countless more. Moreover, he didn't force the attractive men and women. It was a mutual agreement, each taking what they needed. What's urgent now is, what if the outside gang truly breaks in? Unlike the rabble downstairs, they are armed. Even if one group is dealt with, another will follow. Lu Yu and Zhang chaos faces changed. They didn't expect such chaos outside. Should we move? Jiang Ning asked. Where to move? Zhang Chao thought for a moment. How about the half-mountain villa? Putting aside the fact that the highest building there was already submerged to the 2nd floor, did they have bulletproof glass and multiple stainless steel doors? Even if they did, would others not break in? Zhang Weili gritted her teeth. No move. Whoever comes, I'll fight to the death with them. Moving out would be a quicker death. This was also Jiang Ning's choice. She absolutely would not move. Not in a hurry to express herself, her gaze fell on Hua Yixin. Hua Yixin had no expression. Living on the 17th floor isn't necessarily safer. If they insist on moving, it's fine. We can install a few more doors in the stairwell. If outsiders want to rush up, it won't be that easy. Zhang Chaos' expression was set. Yes, this is a fortress war. To reach the 18th floor, they must first storm the 17th. More layers of defense make counterattacks easier. Not moving means fighting to the death. Jiang Ning deeply agreed. It's probably useless. If they dare to come, we'll make them too afraid to come. Her words carried a murderous intent. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were startled. Was this still the Jiang Ning they knew? Cold and detached, as if she had crawled out from a pile of corpses, just looking at her sent chills down their spines. Woof. Kola stood beside Jiang Ning, baring its teeth, striking a pose, as if to say whoever is cowardly is a grandson, just do it. With a consensus reached, they each prepared. Jiang Ning closed the door and finally took out the envelope. I know your secret. If you want to keep it, meet at New City at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You cannot bring anyone, otherwise your secret will be exposed. The handwriting was messy, clearly forged. They didn't even dare to sign their name, and yet had the audacity to threaten her. Even by guessing with her toes, Jiang Ning knew who it was. New City is less than 2 kilometers from Jinrong Community, a shopping mall for eating, drinking, and entertainment, and now, most of it is buried in ice. It was now noon, and there was still time to make the appointment. It was too cold outside, as she needed enough energy to resist the extreme cold. Jiang Ning ate 2 bowls of fragrant rice, a portion of steamed ribs, and a serving of farmhouse stir-fried meat. Kola didn't want to eat dog food, staring at the ribs and drooling, its eyes weak and helpless, as if protesting to its owner discriminatory treatment. Jiang Ning admitted her mistake and immediately prepared a portion for it, swapping the farmhouse stir-fried meat for crispy fried fish, making the dog extremely happy. The flood was frozen, and although the outside was extremely cold, more people were venturing out to seek supplies. Not just food, but also firewood needed for warmth. As survivors began to move around, various crimes became more rampant, as some were even robbed before leaving the community. Some who had a hard time finding supplies would never see home again. Jiang Ning didn't want Kola to take risks, but the dog clung to the hem of her pants. It seemed to imply that if she disagreed, it wouldn't let her out. Oh, this is a threat. Jiang Ning had no choice but to put it in a temperature-regulating suit, then a protective outfit against cuts and stabbing. Any more and it would start a fuss. The instructor was right. The Mastiff could quickly adapt to any harsh environment. In just a few days, its adaptability was many times stronger than hers. She donned a temperature-regulating suit over a bulletproof vest and on top a polar cold-resistant outfit. Whether it was the temperature-regulating suit or the polar cold gear, her hands and feet were the only parts that weren't cold. Thinking of that threatening letter, Jiang Ning fetched a backpack to stuff Kola inside. Kola, born to love freedom, was determined not to get into the backpack. Jiang Ning had to coax it. We're going out to catch bad guys, but only I can go, otherwise our rations will be exposed, so you can only sneak into the village. What? Messing with its rations. That's just asking for trouble. The dog instantly fluffed up, willingly diving into the backpack. Come on, owner, zip it up. If no one dies today, this matter can't be resolved. By the way, the dog has grown stronger again. Carrying it on her back felt quite heavy. As she descended the stairs, the entire building was eerily silent, as if devoid of any life. Although the new city is only 2 kilometers away, the ice surface is treacherous and slippery, rendering the so-called snow boots useless. If someone were to chase her, she would not only be unable to run fast, but also prone to accidents. Jiang Ning took out ice skates from her backpack under the pretense of rummaging through it. The skates were slightly oversized, but with a few pairs of socks they fit perfectly. Jiang Ning had learned to skate, but as a southern girl she was not particularly skilled at it. Her clumsy body swayed unsteadily as she skated towards the exit of the community. Just as she was about to leave, 2 men suddenly burst out from Building 7, brandishing clubs and charging at her. It's her fault for being too eye-catching. The polar expedition gear was designed for rescue operations, and its bright colors stood out even in the overcast weather. The 2 men were bundled up, wearing all their clothes regardless of the season, with only their greedy eyes exposed. It was obvious they had set their sights on Jiang Ning's clothing and intended to rob her. Unfortunately, the skates slipped, and before they could reach Jiang Ning, they fell hard onto the ground, sprawling like a dog. By the time they got back up, there was no trace of her. Once she exited the community, she gradually regained her sense of skating and sped towards the new city on her ice skates. Along the way, she encountered several survivors who couldn't help but gaze enviously at her as she glided swiftly across the ice and snow. This was the South, and yet there were people so well equipped. Looking at how well they were living, then glancing back at her own disheveled appearance, she felt a growing sense of determination. The skating grew smoother, and soon she arrived at the new city. Jiang Ning changed back into her snow boots, took the dog out of her backpack, and headed towards the top floor of the commercial center. In just a few months, the once bustling commercial center had fallen silent, littered with debris, and even the walls bore splatters of blood. In this unfamiliar environment, the dog was particularly vigilant, leading the way to ensure there were no dangers before allowing Jiang Ning to follow. The new city only had 2 floors that remained above water, and Jiang Ning found a spot on the top floor that was both hidden and provided a good view of the surroundings. The roads and surrounding shops were completely submerged, and in the distance shadowy buildings stood vaguely above the water. Scanning with her binoculars, she did not detect any potential threats. The cold outside was unbearable, especially when sitting still. Each breath felt like it was numbing her heart. This cursed weather had to be at least -30 degrees, right? Jiang Ning took out a warm patch and stuck it to her feet, then hugged a hot water bottle for warmth, instructing the dog to keep watch around her as she prepared to enter seclusion for cultivation. It was still early, and the reason she had come out early was to see if those who threatened her had brought accomplices to monitor or ambush her. Jiang Ning nestled in a sheltered spot, using her consciousness to dig in her space, planning to plant some peanuts. The dog remained serious, vigilantly watching the surroundings, intent on finding and eliminating anyone attempting to steal her food. Feeling fatigued, Jiang Ning closed her eyes to rest or used the binoculars to observe. By 3 in the afternoon, there were no suspicious individuals around, not even a ghostly shadow. Jiang Ning was patient, and as it approached 4 o'clock, the dog emitted a low warning. Scanning with the binoculars, she noticed a shadow slowly moving across the snowy surface. Wrapped from head to toe, the figure's shape was indiscernible, but she could deduce who it was based on the direction it had come from. Jiang Ning glanced at her mechanical watch and then hid with the dog. Even while hiding, she remained vigilant, having the dog guard the perimeter. The shadow slowly climbed to the top floor, its eyes scanning warily. Upon seeing the empty surroundings, the person appeared bewildered. Jiang Ning smiled from her hidden spot, as if to say who would dare to stand her up. Let her wait slowly and see who would be the anxious one. In the freezing ice and snow, even wrapped in layers, it was useless. The biting cold air pierced through her body like invisible needles. Su Mengao was on the verge of fainting from the cold, but was unwilling to leave so easily. It was impossible. If Jiang Ning was not afraid of exposing her space, she wouldn't have come out so early. Thinking of how carefree she lived while she had to barter her body for food just to survive filled Su Mengao with rage. If she could obtain the jade pendant, she wouldn't have ended up in such a dire situation. Life had become unbearable. Yang Weizong was a weakling who relied on women, and despite having her as a girlfriend, he still slept with Yu Qingqing for food. After sleeping with others, he would push her off to other men in exchange for food. Just yesterday, he had even forced Yu Qingqing to go out with He Jian for work, all for 5 pounds of food, leaving her battered and bruised. While Yang Weizong feasted on the food brought back by Yu Qingqing, he felt no guilt whatsoever, even beginning to brainwash her. Next time we go out, it will surely be your turn. If she didn't agree, he would use the method of drugging Yu Qingqing on her. There was no escape. Su Mengao was filled with hatred, but also knew that without Yang Weizong and the others, her fate would be even worse. She couldn't endure this kind of life for a single day. She didn't want to play anymore. She truly didn't want to. She wanted to go home, sleep, eat delicious food, and have countless new dresses. How she wished this was a dream, and that she would wake up to find herself back in her original world. Unfortunately, it was a dream from which she would never awaken. Su Mengao wanted to cry, but feared that her tears would freeze her face. With no choice but to stubbornly wait in place, she anxiously awaited Jiang Ning's appearance. Jiang Ning took out her thermos to drink hot water, and when she saw Su Mengao shaking from the cold, she slowly walked out. Su Mengio's eyes sparkled with light. Jiang Ning. She knew that Jiang Ning would be afraid of exposing her. Looking at her brand new clothes and her confident, calm demeanor, then glancing down at her own ragged attire, cobbled together from the belongings of the deceased, made her feel disgusted and nauseated. She dreamed every night of those frozen corpses haunting her. At that moment, jealousy surged within her. If she possessed the space, Jiang Ning's life would belong to her. Intentionally leaving Yang Weizong and the others behind, she must succeed this time no matter what. Hearing Jiang Ning's familiar tone, it was as if she was greeting a close friend, and her audacity was beyond the norm. Is there something you need? With no outsiders around, Su Mengao decided not to pretend, directly threatening Jiang Ning. I know you have space. How did you know I have space? Jiang Ning asked curiously. That's none of your business, I just know. Since they were already meeting, Jiang Ning had no intention of pretending. I do have space, but so what? If others found out you have space with a mountain of resources inside, enough for them to live comfortably like before the apocalypse, what do you think would happen? So, Jiang Ning, I mean you no harm. I sincerely want to be friends with you. If you let me stay on the 18th floor, I will keep this secret for you. Just stay on the 18th floor. Su Mengao said confidently. You have so many resources in your space, it's only fair to share a bit with a friend, right? How much should I share? Knowing her stubborn nature, Su Mengao decided to take a step back. I'm not greedy. As long as I have enough to eat and drink, that's fine. First, stay on the 18th floor to gain Huishan's favor and protection. Once she was safe, it wouldn't be too late to seize the space later. Huishan had a gun, was handsome and capable. While she had space in her possession, she could certainly thrive in the man-eating apocalypse. At that time, anyone who had humiliated her would pay back tenfold. Jiang Ning was unaware of her beautiful thoughts. What if I refuse? The sweet dream shattered abruptly. Su Mingyao's nascent illusion dissolved into nothingness. Yet having dared to meet Jiang Ning, she had already devised her countermeasure. You possess so many supplies, what harm is there in sharing a portion with me? Better that than letting others discover them, swarm in and seize everything by force. You'd be dead before you knew it. Hearing her tone of unshakable entitlement, Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh. No, you misunderstand me entirely. I'm volatile by nature, impulsive in action, utterly reckless in consequence. I'd rather shatter like jade than endure as broken pottery. You came alone empty-handed, what threat could you possibly pose to me? Su Mingyao's heart lurched. Instantly wary, she bluffed defiantly, Jiang Ning, if I dared summon you here, rest assured, I have contingencies prepared. Lay so much as a hair on me and you'll never leave this place alive. Jiang Ning chuckled at the threat, like a cat toying with a dying mouse, her mood immeasurably lightened. To trade for a single pack of instant noodles, you've slept with 2 or 3 men. Don't tell me you've hired an underworld syndicate to lie in ambush all around us. Their fees are exorbitant. You'd have to work non-stop night and day for a full month just to cover their appearance. It wasn't prejudice against women, but the vast disparity between physical strength and bodily vulnerability forces many disadvantaged women to cling to men for survival, bartering dignity for the barest means to live. When survival itself hangs in the balance, who still clings to honor? Jiang Ning had witnessed it firsthand. A single pack of biscuits could buy a campus beauty, her posture yours to command. Do I hate it? Yes, fiercely. Does it wound me? Profoundly. Yet it remains a choice, voluntary. Should the campus beauty refuse, the campus prince would step in without hesitation. Exposed, Su Mingyao flushed with shame and fury. Jiang Ning, what gives you the right to swagger so arrogantly? It's only because you possess a spatial artifact. Without it you'd fare far worse than I do. That's merely cheating. You mistake cunning for true strength. With your looks you couldn't even barter for a pack of instant noodles. Apologies, I truly lack your talent. Spreading one's legs is open to anyone. In her past life, when her spatial artifact was stolen, she chose starvation over bargaining with demons. Su Mingyao, however, wielded the same artifact and still traded her body for supplies, even pilfering from those she exploited. This lifetime she'd simply sunk even lower. Was that cheating? No, it was merely the inevitable expression of character. Jiang Ning sneered. Let's be clear, who holds the power to choose right now? Su Mingyao gritted her teeth. Fine, I brought no one with me. But if I fail to return today, word of your spatial artifact will spread like wildfire. Is that so? Knowing full well her greed and self-interest, Jiang Ning felt no fear. Don't tell me you've confided in Yang Weizong or any of those men. Su Mingyao fell silent. Not only do they share you and you ching among themselves, they send you both out to trade. If you truly trusted them, you wouldn't have come here alone. Instead, they'd have surrounded me, outright threatening me to surrender the artifact. What Su Mingyao didn't know was that the space could not be seized. It remained inaccessible to all living beings unless she herself entered it. Yang Weizong was a selfish freeloader. Su Mingyao surpassed him in both ruthlessness and avarice. She coveted the artifact, but feared losing it the moment she claimed it. Thus telling Yang Weizong or the others was utterly unthinkable. Seeing through her, Su Mingyao exploded in humiliated rage. Jiang Ning, don't get too full of yourself. Dare you test me? By all means, Jiang Ning smiled. Let's test it. Su Mingyao's face hardened. Very well, let's see who wins. She dared not yield, not even a flicker of weakness, lest she lose everything. Back straight, she warned, you'll regret this. She turned sharply and strode away. Jiang Ning did not follow, only watched her go. Enraged, Su Mingyao clenched her teeth. Since Jiang Ning refused the olive branch, she'd expose her secret to all Foucheng. Then where indeed would Jiang Ning find refuge? To possess a treasure is to invite calamity. She would reduce Jiang Ning to a fugitive, hunted and homeless. Resolved, she quickened her pace down the stairs. Just as she reached the landing, a black shape lunged fiercely toward her. Woof. Already trembling with guilt and dread, Su Mingyao shrieked as something unseen crashed into her and instinctively recoiled backward. A sickening thrust, searing agony ripped through her. Gasping, she stared down at her chest. A razor-sharp blade pierced her from behind, gushing crimson blood. Who gave you the audacity to threaten me? A voice cold as glacial ice rang out behind her. Su Mingyao gaped, jaw straining, but no sound emerged. Her eyes widened in pure, uncomprehending shock. Jiang Ning had killed her. Whether you're transmigrated, novel-possessed, reborn, fast-traveling, or sister-bound, you've fallen this low yet still fancy yourself the chosen one. Or believe you own 9 lives. Jiang Ning gripped the hilt and twisted savagely, then wrenched the blade free. Blood cascaded steadily from its edge. Su Mingyao collapsed with a thud. Choking, she writhed, mouth gaping, eyes bulging grotesquely, skeletal fingers clawing feebly toward Jiang Ning. Heaven's path lies open, but you refused it. Hell has no gate, yet you stormed straight inside. Jiang Ning's gaze was frigid. In times of cataclysm, survival belongs to the fittest. You fixated instead on plundering others' stores. I can only escort you to the underworld. So, what if she knew of the space? Knowledge meant nothing without the power to seize it. As for what manner of being she was, Jiang Ning held no curiosity. It mattered little whether she matched any of the possibilities Jiang Ning had surmised. Only one thing mattered: eliminating the threat. The bitter cold coupled with massive blood loss swiftly stiffened Su Mingyao's corpse, though her eyes wide as bronze bells remained unblinking until the end. It wasn't yet 5 o'clock, but the sky leaden and heavy had already begun to darken. Jiang Ning lingered no longer. She descended the stairs carrying a can of cola. The dog, still simmering with unsatisfied fury, shot one last murderous glance back, then bounded after her. Slipping on her ice skates, Jiang Ning glided homeward. Cola sprinted ahead ecstatic. 2 legs couldn't match 4. The dog tore off at full speed, soon leaving its human far behind. No wonder it had been trained by Hua Yishan. The dog ran like lightning, poised, elegant, effortlessly radiant, the undisputed star of the entire street. Jiang Ning called out Cola. The dog skidded to an abrupt halt whirled and dashed back without hesitation. Woof. It circled its human several times, then surged forward again, vanishing into the dusk like a streak of wind. Dusk was descending, the most perilous hour of the day. The frozen river teemed with clusters of figures. Whether sizing up the dog or Jiang Ning herself, their gazes burned with hunger and ill intent. To be alone was to invite danger. A dog, plump, healthy, and radiating vitality in such extreme cold, ignited primal urges in many. Hands slipped beneath coats, gripping concealed weapons, and closed in rapidly on Cola. Quick, grab it. The 4-wheel drive was steady, while Kaylee moved with a devilish grace, darting and dodging, leaving them spinning in circles. They not only targeted the dog, but were ruthless enough to not spare Jiang Ning either. Instead of dodging, Jiang Ning accelerated towards them. The speed of skating was swift, while the man wielding a steel pipe, despite being in cotton shoes and slipping, did not give up on the hunt. Jiang Ning zipped past, brushing by the man before he could raise his steel pipe. With a thud, the man was sent flying, and even with a thick hat on his head, was still smashed by the golf club. He fell to the ground, his eyes wide open, blood gushing from his mouth, and soon he lost all breath. Without hesitation, Jiang Ning charged forward, swinging the golf club directly at either her or Kaylee. They were all highway robbers, surviving only to threaten others. After knocking a few heads, by the time the others encircling them realized something was wrong, the girl in the red extreme cold suit had already vanished from sight. They thought the fallen were merely slipping. Little did they know they had lost their lives. Upon checking, they found the skulls were cracked. A young girl, how could she be so fierce? Surprise and shock faded in an instant, and the living immediately began stripping the dead of their clothes, putting on the warm garments without a hint of hesitation, even though they still bore the warmth of the deceased. Starved and desperate, they looked at the dead with complex eyes, constantly swallowing saliva. Ultimately, they resisted the last line of their conscience and turned away with great difficulty. As for how long they could hold out, even they weren't sure. The dog became more excited as it ran, its long tongue hanging out. Looking back at the relentless pooper scooper chasing it, it suddenly slammed on the brakes. Come on, chase me. As Jiang Ning was about to catch up, the dog suddenly took off, running wildly again. The two of them, one human and one dog, chased each other back to the G-phone community. After a walk, the dog was full of energy, its posture graceful and muscles toned, giving off a shimmering appearance. Jiang Ning rewarded it with a piece of jerky and tidied up her things as she headed upstairs. As she reached the 12th floor, a staggering figure suddenly rushed out. She almost swung a knife, only to realize it was Yu Qingqing, her face pale with no trace of blood, looking like someone coated in lime powder. At a glance, Jiang Ning knew she didn't have long to live, lacking even a hint of vitality. It was unclear whether Yang Weizong was too good at coaxing or he thought that lying down for food was easy money. Earning 1 gene of grain per hour, she had exhausted herself for 5 genes, and not only was half taken by He Xian, but the rest also had to support Yang Weizong and others. Jiang Ning couldn't understand. Perhaps this was a symptom of being in a severe romantic stupor. Even after being reborn, she was grateful to have awakened in time in her previous life. Otherwise, she would likely be worse off than Yu Qingqing. Jiang Ning, save me, please save me. Yu Qingqing's voice was hoarse, her body swaying precariously, and the last flicker of light remained in her gray eyes. Jiang Ning asked, how can I save you? I am bleeding profusely and have a fever. Can you give me some medicine? I don't want to die yet. Yu Qingqing was unsteady, leaning against the stairs. Why are you looking for me? Jiang Ning's expression was indifferent. I haven't eaten a single grain of the food you earned. Whoever consumed the grain you earned, go ask them to rescue you. Don't say I have no medicine. Even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you. Why should I? Because you're pitiful. Because you're obsessed. Am not your parents, nor have I consumed or relied on you. Whoever harmed you, go find them. Pity won't work here. With that, she turned to walk upstairs. Yu Qingqing's lips trembled as she gasped for breath, calling out to Jiang Ning and not willing to accept this. I really regret it. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have given up the grain. Jiang Ning, please help me. I don't want to die like this and be thrown out the window by them. It seemed she was more aware than anyone that her death was inevitable. The thought of being drained dry was truly haunting. Jiang Ning paused, rummaged through her backpack, and handed her a packet of medicine containing several strong sleeping pills, saying, handle it as you see fit. Yu Qingqing clutched the medicine tightly, enduring the pain in her body as she hunched back towards 1202. How ironic it was that this was the house she rented and now they were waiting for her to die. If given a chance to start over, she would never have been foolish enough to reply in the group chat, bringing a pack of wolves in. She longed to go home to see her parents, her grandparents, to taste the meals they made. Unfortunately, there was no opportunity left. Indeed, there are no regret pills in this world. Clutching the medicine tightly, Yu Qingqing made a decision. Just as she reached the 18th floor, a knocking sound echoed in the corridor. Zheng Weili was practicing boxing, sweating profusely. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao were practicing with sticks, clumsy yet amusing, but their spirit to improve was commendable. Seeing her return, the two took the opportunity to slack off. Ning, did you go out? Yeah, took Kaylai for a walk. How was it outside? It was quite lively with road robbers everywhere. Lu Yu froze. Zhang Chao froze. It was so terrifying. Would they die if they went out? Ning, are you joking? Sooner or later they had to face it. Jiang Ning had no intention of hiding it, revealing the bloodstained golf club. What do you think? Lu Yu was so frightened that she hugged Zheng Weili, saying, honey, I'm scared. Zhang Chao had no one to hug and immediately turned serious. The calamity of the apocalypse turned ordinary people into demons, let alone those involved in darkness. Grandma Zheng's worries were not unfounded. It was only a matter of time before the 18th floor was targeted. They needed to become stronger quickly and not drag down the 18th floor. Let's continue practicing. Chao, we can do this. After changing clothes back in the room, just as they took off their bulletproof vests, the intercom crackled to life. Jiang Ning, do you want to spar today? Yes, it'll be there soon. Although Kaylai's training had been delayed today, this was no trouble for Hua Yishan. He dressed Dodo in thick clothes, shoes and socks, and put on a windproof and warm hat, saying, Dodo, keep an eye on Kaylai running laps on the stairs. Okay, brother. Having cocooned in bed all day, Dodo was incredibly happy to play with Kaylai now. After 2 hours of intense practice, Jiang Ning was exhausted, drenched in sweat, and panting heavily. This kind of fatigue was accompanied by a refreshing sense of satisfaction. Moreover, Jiang Ning also discovered that as her physical abilities improved, the time she could control her consciousness during the sowing of seeds also increased. Although it still felt like crawling at a snail's pace, it was developing towards a positive direction, and the future was promising. Hua Yishan emerged, taking over the instructor's duties from Dodo, and saw 1803, still sweating profusely during training. Surviving is not easy, especially as the target of others' disdain on the 18th floor. To preserve resources, even dogs are enhancing their combat skills, let alone humans. At this moment, he was somewhat moved. Do you want to learn crossbow shooting? The entire team at 1803 was shocked. Was 1801 speaking to them. Crossbow shooting. He wants to teach them crossbow shooting. Right. Wow, how exciting. My heart is about to jump out. Zhang Chao reacted quickly. Yes. In fact, they were already drooling with envy watching Hua Yishan teach Jiang Ning infiltration, reconnaissance techniques, and daily professional sparring. Hua Yishan, coming from a special police background, is professional in both attack and self-defense. Being taught just a couple of moves by him is more effective than a month of their own aimless training. Just look at Jiang Ning. When he teamed up with Lu Yu to fight her in their childhood, they suffered a crushing defeat, but they could still hold up against a few moves. Now she could knock them both down with a single punch. And then there's Kaylai, whose combat experience as a stray dog was already rich. Now receiving high-standard police dog training, it's no longer accurate to describe her as just eccentric. Yes, they were somewhat weak, but they still had their dignity. How could it be that they can't even compete with a dog? It's a disgrace, a shame. They had long been itching to kneel and beg Hua Yishan to take them as disciples, but lacked the courage to speak up. The reason is simple: his aura is too powerful, the kind that is overwhelmingly instant. Despite organizing teams to find resources, his personality is cold and distant, never wasting a word with "do not disturb" unless familiar etched on his forehead. People are different. Hua Yishan's treatment of Jiang Ning is special, which does not mean he will treat 1803 the same way. So even if they yearn for it in their hearts, no one dares to speak up, not even to Jiang Ning. Now he actually spoke up. Zhang Chao wanted to cry. Was this the chance to cling to a powerful ally? Lu Yu also felt like crying. Always being beaten by his wife, he wanted to learn a few powerful self-defense moves to impress her. Surprisingly, even Zheng Weili was moved. In terms of Sonda, she was absolutely confident in knocking Hua Yishan out, but what about other aspects? Now in this apocalyptic era, the world has turned survivors into demons. How hard can her fists be? Can they compare to others' crossbows? Can they match others' guns? Moreover, she has the ultimate dream of challenging Hua Yishan one day. The team at 1803 spoke in unison, and Hua Yishan nodded tomorrow. That night the two big men were so excited they couldn't sleep, secretly hiding in their blankets drinking beer. Chow, why do you think Hua Yishan suddenly changed his attitude? Rain, the 18th floor is now a piece of fat meat. No matter how strong he is, he can't have 3 heads and 6 arms. Besides, he has a sister to protect. Only if everyone on the 18th floor becomes stronger will he be at ease. Chow, we have to work hard. Rain, we need to catch up with Ning. The two brothers chatted and drank, accidentally going overboard and falling asleep. A piercing scream came from downstairs. Zheng Chao, awakened by the noise, cursed in annoyance. Damn, another dead person. Liu groggily got up. It's always death, it's really annoying. Where are you going? Looking for my wife. Zheng Chao, feeling stabbed in the heart, thought. Yes, he doesn't deserve a wife. Jiang Ning next door was also awakened. Hearing the sound coming from a few floors below, she turned over and went back to sleep. Kaylay listened at the door, confirming that there were no two-legged beasts trying to break in downstairs. She glanced at the shoveler sleeping on the bed and then happily lay down in her own nest. Early in the morning, the 17th floor was making loud noises. The dog was listening at the door from time to time, feeling a bit restless with an urge to fight. Jiang Ning opened the door and saw Zheng Chao and Liu practicing crossbow shooting in the hallway. Hua Yishan's teaching was fine, it was their talent that was the issue. Zheng Weili actually had talent, but her temper was explosive. What's wrong with you two? How many times do I have to teach you? You still can't hit the target. Kaylay can aim better than you. Jiang Ning almost burst out laughing. There's nothing to be done, different people excel in different areas. Zheng Weili, being strong and athletic, excels in movement speed and sensitivity compared to ordinary people, making it easy for her to grasp things. But for them, one is weak and sickly and the other is frail. Their athletic talent is worse than ordinary people. It's already impressive that they have persisted to this day. Hua Yishan is aloof and Zheng Weili is impatient. The situation for these two is indeed difficult. Let me give it a try. She had actually wanted to teach 1803 for a long time, but since Hua Yishan taught her, it was inappropriate to do so without his permission. They're a team, but who would lay their hearts bare to the other? Moreover, Hua Yishan's guard is no less than hers. She only got closer to him because she received the benefit of exchanging teaching with the two kids. In this apocalyptic era, geniuses for survival are few and far between. Most people are ordinary, like Zheng Chao and Liu Yu. Their ability to persevere is already commendable. On the 18th floor, now teamed up with the dog, Jiang Ning's mindset is no longer filled with the anxiety and panic she had upon her rebirth. However, Zheng Weili and the others are different. Their unease and fear are deepening, naturally leading to irritability. Jiang Ning approached, patiently teaching each action over and over again. A strict teacher does not necessarily raise exceptional students, but teacher Jiang has years of training experience and is quite effective with her students. Setting aside impatience, they rebuild their confidence. As training went on, Zheng Chao and Liu became more and more skilled and their aim improved. Zheng Weili thanked Jiang Ning. I've been losing a lot of hair lately and my temper is getting worse. Every time I lose my temper I feel guilty, but I can't control myself. Let me ask Zheng Chao later if there are any anxiety medications. Jiang Ning advised her. I remember we might have collected some. Just pay more attention to your emotions. Wait, are you saying I have anxiety disorder? Zheng Weili was surprised. Not just you, many people have this problem. Jiang Ning nodded. I had it at first too, but Kaylay cured me. No wonder I felt something was off. Even my period has become irregular. Zheng Weili sighed. Although she used to have a quick temper, her mindset was optimistic. Unlike now, where she is filled with negative energy every day. While they were chatting, a knocking sound came from downstairs. They were all familiar faces except for Grandma Zhang's family. There was also the family of the child who came last time for a stomach ache and the original residents of 1703. Listening to Jiang Ning's words, Grandma Zhang had been hesitating about whether to move, but the blood incident that happened next door last night scared her. In the morning, she and her family decisively moved out. Such a well-mannered and polite young girl, unfortunately, she didn't recognize the danger and let a wolf into the house, costing her own life. The most terrifying thing is when a weak, honest person goes mad. The food obtained by trading their body for it can no longer be enjoyed. In her madness, she put sleeping pills in the water and killed 2 with a kitchen knife. In the end, she was also killed in a frenzy, her body thrown out of the window. The room was filled with blood and the man holding the kitchen knife was frenzied, his eyes filled with a terrifying madness. Most likely, he had gone mad too. Grandma Zhang remembered him, the boy living on the 8th floor who was sunny and handsome with a welcoming smile, but unfortunately had a corrupt heart, relying on women to survive. Now one has gone out and never returned, and one was killed by his own hand. In the future, who will he rely on? Grandma Jiang has grown old, her heart unable to withstand the stress, and it isn't just him going mad in the apartment building. Thus she decisively moved to the 17th floor. Although the 18th floor had also seen bloodshed, it was more out of self-defense, a mindset far superior to others. The two families not only moved their belongings up, but also dismantled the stainless steel door, hoping to create a safe fortress like the 18th floor, arranging 3 doors on the staircase. However, they had no tools, so they knocked on the door to borrow from the 18th floor. Jiang Ning remained calm, looking at Hua Yixin and Zhang Chao. There were tools in the space, but they couldn't be taken out. Hua Yixin had a handheld impact drill, and 1803 had some acetylene for welding. Yet human nature is inherently selfish, and the fact that they decided to move to the 17th floor clearly indicated their intention to seek refuge. At this moment, extending a free olive branch could easily foster a sense of dependence. The 18th floor was not a savior. It was hard enough to protect itself, let alone shelter others. However, installing 3 more doors on the staircase was beneficial for the 18th floor as well. If someone were to charge up, it at least provided some buffer time. But while interacting with the 17th floor, they needed to maintain a sense of measure. The 18th floor communicated silently, quickly reaching a consensus. The impact drill is almost out of power, and there's not much acetylene left. Borrowing is fine, but when will you return it? As Jiang Ning's words fell, the other 2 families were left speechless. Grandma Jiang understood. Little girl, we need to take care of each other between floors. These 2 items are indeed a bit special. If we borrow them and can't return them right away, how about we offer other items as collateral? What do you think? Alright, you can discuss it. In the end, Grandma Jiang took out a bracelet, while the Su family, who had a child, offered a jade Buddha ornament, and 1703 provided a gold necklace. Jiang Ning accepted on behalf of the 18th floor, handing over the impact drill and acetylene to the 17th floor, and even sent Lu Yu and Zhang Chao to provide technical guidance, ensuring the doors were installed securely. Additionally, the 17th floor requested to access the rooftop for melting snow into water. The rooftop was communal, and since the 2 floors had reached a cooperative relationship, it would be unreasonable not to allow them to use it. However, each time they came up, they needed to open the door, which posed a risk to the 18th floor. Jiang Ning pondered. Every day at 4 p.m., only one person can come up. You all discuss who will be sent. Only one person could come up. The 17th floor felt uncomfortable, but given the stronger position of the 18th floor, they decided to assign the task to Zhang Ping. Once the staircase doors were installed, Lu Yu returned with 3 keys, saying from now on going out and coming back won't be easy. You'll need to pass through 6 checkpoints. Additionally, the 17th floor provided a skateboard, and Lu Yu decided to give them his 3 kilograms of iron nails, welding them onto the doors for extra security. Meanwhile, the Zhang family planned to go chop firewood tomorrow. In the extreme cold, they couldn't stay indoors without firewood. Despite having collected quite a bit earlier, it burned quickly from morning till night. Although they could still last for a while, the southern coastal areas had few forests, and all the furniture wood that could be burned in the urban area had been cleared out. The survivors could only go up the mountain to chop wood. There were mountains everywhere in the hillside villa area, but it was simply too far. Walking one day wasn't enough for a round trip. Recently it was Fengshan, and the swift took advantage while the slow fell behind. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao felt a surge of danger, wanting to hoard some supplies. Ning, are you going? Jiang Ning shrugged. I don't want to move. Let's talk about it in a few days. Hua Yixin also declined, refusing to go chop firewood. The entire 1803 team went out, and Lu Yu had somehow acquired a folding mechanical saw blade, eager to show off his skills. Kola wanted to go out and play, but the one cleaning up after it wouldn't allow it. In the morning, Jiang Ning stood on the balcony, watching the fully armed 1803 team head out. Dressed excessively, he couldn't recognize who was who. Suddenly, a few shadows dashed out from Building 8, fierce and menacing, attempting to snatch Lu Yu's military coat. The military coat had a mink fur lining, and Lu Yu couldn't let them succeed. He brandished a wooden stick embedded with rusty nails, engaging in a fierce fight, roaring in fury, "Come on, those not afraid of death, come." Damn it, they all bullied him, thinking he was easy to mess with. Jiang Ning stood on the balcony, unable to hold back a laugh. Lu Yu's physical abilities were the weakest on the 18th floor, but after months of rigorous training, he had improved remarkably. Just because he was at the bottom of the 18th floor didn't mean he couldn't fight when outside. Look, the sick rabbit was fiercely biting back. He struck fiercely, stunning the people from Building 8. Today was truly unfortunate, encountering someone so formidable right out the door. After being hit by a woman's 2 punches and sent flying, the crowd finally panicked. Run. It's those devils from the 18th floor. Damn it, they didn't check the calendar before going out. How did they provoke this pack of plague gods? No matter how good-tempered or optimistic one is, they can be pushed to the brink in a harsh apocalypse. Lu Yu fiercely took down several of them, feeling much better after releasing the pent-up frustration. Isn't it just fighting and killing? He could do that too. Watching 1803 leave, Jiang Ning returned to the living room for breakfast, having hot milk and bread. Cola's appetite was growing. After finishing the dog food, it wanted bread slices too. At first, she worried about it gaining weight being clumsy and inconvenient, but to her surprise it only gained muscle and not fat, its fur thick and smooth. Jiang Ning rubbed her belly, feeling closer to achieving her desired abs. Unable to sit still in the extreme cold, Hua Yishan cancelled Dodo's classes, giving Jiang Ning plenty of free time to read and practice, going to 1801 for sparring on schedule. Liu returned close to dark, cutting the felled trees to suitable lengths and binding them with hemp rope to drag back. The ice was too slippery, and he fell several times along the way, looking quite disheveled. The trees were frozen, but they were not completely dry, making them especially heavy to drag. Seeing him return safely, Jiang Ning opened the door to help, with Cola eagerly following, and Dodo, also not wanting to be left behind. Sister, wait for me. Cola, wait for me. She wore a red winter coat with 2 little buns on her head and her ears covered with soft fur, looking soft. The window at the staircase entrance was inconvenient to navigate, and there were no survivors in 702. Someone had smashed the living room window, making entry and exit much easier. Jiang Ning felt resistant in her heart, but 1803's firewood had just been dragged to the side, and she could only squeeze out of 702. Mentally prepared, she couldn't help but glance at the distance, where a pile of corpses lay in a mess. These were all corpses that had relatives coming to collect them, wanting to give their deceased family members the last dignity, while some with no social conscience simply tossed them downstairs. For example, Yang Weizong tossed Yu Qingqing and the few accomplices that Yu Qingqing had killed. It must be said that this bastard was truly lucky to have survived such a fate. The firewood was heavy, and they helped carry it back and forth several times. Cola bit on a short branch while Dodo chose a lighter one, both jumping and racing against each other. 2-wheel drive couldn't compete with 4-wheel drive, and Dodo even lost her earmuffs. On the last trip it was completely dark and the weather grew increasingly chilling. Jiang Ning pulled out a stone from the space and hurled it fiercely at Yang Weikong's window. After months of training, her arm strength was impressive, and with daily practice of crossbow shooting, aiming was no problem. With a loud crash, the glass shattered. Yang Weizong was likely not at home, as there was no reaction in the pitch blackness. Others heard the noise, but remained indifferent. In today's world, killing was as common as daily life, let alone breaking glass. As long as it didn't come knocking on their door, who cared who died? Returning upstairs, Zhang Weili wanted to take a few pieces of wood from Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning declined, saying, I have plenty of clothes and blankets, so I don't need firewood as quickly. You can take it back and store it. If I need it, I will chop it myself. Knowing her personality, Zhang Weili did not insist. Liu knocked on the door of room 1801, and everyone gathered again in room 1803. Good news. Many people went to Fengshan to chop wood today, and actually heard quite a few uplifting messages. The government is going to distribute supplies. Previously, due to floods, not only was it inconvenient for residents to travel, but many government departments were also paralyzed. Now with the floods turning to ice, although the weather is freezing, at least they can come and go freely. The government will distribute relief grain the day after tomorrow, once a week, 1 jin, about 0.5 kilograms each time. Residents can collect it at the original neighborhood committee locations with their ID cards. Receiving 1 jin of rice per week is indeed very little. The natural disaster came suddenly, and all supplies were submerged underwater. Even though the national grain reserves are stored in higher locations, how much could be moved in time given the combined power of typhoons and floods? Fengshan has millions of people. Even if more than half unfortunately perish, there would still be over 100,000 survivors. It is truly not easy to provide so much food. In addition to distributing relief grain, the government has announced job openings with thousands of positions available, ranging from technical researchers to grassroots corpse collection teams. The compensation is in food. Scarce technical research talents can earn 20 to 30 jins of grain per month, while basic laborers receive 5 jins per month, but are provided with lunch. Liu Yu joked, Ning, do you think we should apply for these jobs? It's up to you, I won't go. With no skills to offer, how can the laborers collecting corpses survive on just 5 jins of grain a month? However, with the weekly relief grain, they can barely get by. Liu was joking, and the task of the 18th floor was to guard their stronghold, not to earn the pitiful 5 jins. Room 1803 could manage with a little frugality for at least 2 years. The government has taken proactive measures, with various departments actively combating the disaster. Who knows, things might get better in the future. There's no need to risk their lives for this little grain. Moreover, earning a living does not guarantee one will survive to spend it. Thus, everyone on the 18th floor decided to relax and refuse to compete with others for jobs. When Jiang Ning left, she noticed Zhang Chao had an injury on his hand and couldn't help but ask, what happened? It's nothing serious. I was targeted by several groups while chopping trees in Fengshan. They not only wanted to steal our firewood but also our steel saw, but we managed to fend them off. It's too chaotic outside. It's dangerous even to go out alone. It's risky for 3 people to go together. A moment of inattention can lead to being schemed against. He and Louis were chopping wood while Jiang Weili kept watch, and they were still targeted. Jiang Ning wanted to say some comforting words, but didn't know what to say. After all, this was not only a norm, but would likely become increasingly brutal in the future. On the day of receiving relief grain, Zhang Chao came early to knock on the door. Jiang Ning didn't want to queue. You guys go first, I'll stay back to watch the house. So room 1803 went to the neighborhood committee early to line up. The resilience of humanity is far beyond imagination. Staying at home and not going out felt like the whole world had come to a standstill, filled with the silence of human death. However, when the relief grain was distributed, it was a sea of people everywhere. They left home in the morning and returned around 1 in the afternoon, pulling rice bags out from their thick clothing. The new rice mixed with broken rice could only be collected by the individual with an ID card to prevent others from fraudulently claiming it. The scene was chaotic, but with armed police standing guard, no one dared to cause trouble at the grain distribution point. However, danger lurked at a distance. Thieves were back in action, and there were those who cut bags and ran off. To collect more grain, human ingenuity knows no bounds. The few people in front of Jiang Weili brought out their 80-something-year-old mother, covered with several thick quilts and tightly wrapped. But just before receiving the grain, the old mother passed away. The family members cried at the scene, claiming the government's policy was to blame for the death of their long-lived elder. The uproar attracted many onlookers who murmured about the government's ruthlessness, supporting their demand for compensation. The grain distribution volunteers came over, lifted the quilts to check the old lady, who had already stiffened. Sorry, I used to work in a hospital. This elderly lady didn't just pass away, she has been dead for at least 24 hours. Such wickedness cannot be tolerated. The rioter's eligibility to collect grain is directly revoked. The rioter was about to shout, but unexpectedly faced a dark gun muzzle. This is not a peaceful era. The police really will shoot. Louis reminded Ning there are pickpockets and robbers everywhere now. Make sure to hide the grain you collect and never let others get close. There are some at the entrance of the community, but since both he and Zhang Chao are armed, they don't dare approach. Jiang Ning nodded, changed her clothes, and wanted to take Kaylee to room 1803, but it bit her pants and refused to let go, insisting on going out. No way, there are people outside who want to eat dog meat. Hearing they couldn't go out, Kaylee's bright eyes dimmed and it silently lowered its head. Jiang Ning squatted down and patted the dog's head to offer comfort. Dodo opened the door and ran out excitedly. Sister, let's go. Jiang Ning frowned and looked at Hua Yishan. You're taking Dodo out? Yes, just to see the outside world. It's fine, gaining experience and knowledge is not a bad thing. People need to mature, especially in the apocalypse, where early maturity is essential, or the consequences could be dire. In a moment, many people had thoughts, yet none dared to act. Holding her brother with one hand and her sister with the other, completely oblivious to the biting cold, she hopped around joyfully. After waiting for less than 20 minutes, it was their turn. They needed to fill in their ID information and address, and food would only be given after verification. Jiang Ning held a bag of flour, which wasn't much weight for a pound of grain. Seeing that both the instructor and Dodo had some cola, became anxious, looking around. Woo. Why can't I queue too? Jiang Ning laughed. You are a dog. There are no relief rations for you. Why shouldn't she get grain? Cola puffed up, glaring fiercely at the volunteer. I may be a dog, but you are not being humane. Encountering a beautiful dog, the volunteer's heart melted. She never expected such a good dog could be raised in this environment. Not only the volunteer was tempted, but even the police maintaining order couldn't help but steal several glances. Previously, their police force had a dog, but unfortunately, it was gone. Perhaps this was the charm of dogs, naturally making people feel close. After receiving their rations, each person took one back. Seeing Dodo carrying the grain, cola, who felt discriminated against, also wanted to grab the grain bag. Noticing it was sulking, Jiang Ning had no choice but to give the bag to the dog. With the grain bag in its mouth, Cola felt a bit better and matched Dodo's pace, barking woof. As they walked, two kids suddenly dashed towards Dodo, snatching the grain bag from her hands and running away. Dodo was pushed down, falling heavily onto the ice. Cola reacted swiftly, leaping towards the child, who grabbed the grain bag. The child was knocked over and the grain bag fell to the ground. Dodo didn't cry. She got up and rushed over to punch the grain thief. Humph, daring to take her things. One punch, two punches, hitting the child's face, making him scream in pain. With the dog helping her, Dodo not only beat the kids up fiercely, but also retrieved the grain bag, her cheeks flushed with anger. If you dare to take my stuff again, I'll beat you to death. Hua Yishan watched the scene unfold without intervening. Jiang Ning couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder Dodo was brought out. It turned out to be an entrapment tactic. What are you doing? A woman in a cotton coat rushed over, shouting arrogantly, They are just kids, how can you bully them like this? Is there no justice left? Hua Yixin remained silent, his cold gaze fixed on her. Unfortunately, the woman was oblivious, continuing to scold, even rushing to grab Dodo, but was frightened back by Cola baring its teeth. Oh, even dogs bully people now, everyone come and judge. Jiang Ning stepped forward and kicked. The woman fell to the ground, just about to throw a fit when suddenly a sharp knife appeared at her neck. It seems no one is a child here since you incited them to come out and snatch things. Don't blame us for teaching you a lesson. Adults often don't guard against children, and many parents exploit this loophole, letting their kids engage in petty crimes. Even if caught on the spot, they can just say the kids didn't understand and the adults shouldn't take it seriously. If the child is hurt, they can even use it to extort. Don't ask why. She knew. She had experienced it in her past life, and not just once. What incitement! You are truly malicious. The child didn't do it on purpose. The woman glared fiercely. Your daughter and the dog beat my son like this. If you don't give an explanation today, don't blame me for calling the police. Before she finished, Jiang Ning stabbed forward. She didn't stab her heart, but instead thrust the knife from her waist, slicing upwards. The thick cotton coat was pierced, and the cotton inside spilled out. The woman's face turned pale in fear, collapsing onto the ground. If you don't teach your child well, I won't just be stabbing clothes so easily. The woman struggled to speak, unable to utter a word, while the two children trembled in fear. Dodo picked up the grain bag from the ground, looking at Hua Yixin with both anxiety and anticipation. Brother, I won. Hua Yixin patted her head. Yes, your reactions are quite quick. This situation was not uncommon, as seeing the woman and her children subdued, Jiang Ning did not linger, and the group headed towards the neighborhood. The two dogs led the way while Hua Yixin and Jiang Ning followed behind. He asked, are we going to cut bamboo tomorrow? Jiang Ning was puzzled. A bamboo doesn't burn well. We need to make 3 more crossbows. Of bamboo arrows are consumables and need to be prepared in advance. Taking precautions, Jiang Ning had no objections, no problem. Hua Yixin wanted to continue speaking, but unexpectedly Cola suddenly broke free from the leash, nearly tripping Dodo. Cola remembered the owner's teachings: sneak into the village, quietly avoid those with guns. Tucking its tail and shrugging its shoulders, it stealthily walked in another direction. Having spent time together, Jiang Ning instantly recognized this as a sign that the dog was about to attack. Jiang Ning was puzzled and looked in its direction. In the distance there were many people, all dressed warmly, making it hard to recognize anyone. Taking out binoculars to inspect one by one, she unexpectedly discovered a familiar face. You and Dodo head back first. I have something to discuss with Cola. After saying this, Jiang Ning ignored Hua Yixin and hurried to catch up with the dog. The dog kept a low profile while Jiang Ning wrapped her face so only her eyes were visible, following the two men at a safe distance. Avoiding the crowd, they crossed the street and entered an abandoned office building. A glint of excitement flickered in Cola's eyes as it stealthily climbed the stairs, not forgetting to look back at Jiang Ning. Hurry up, owner. Jiang Ning was not in a hurry. She observed her surroundings as she ascended. Upon reaching the top floor, she didn't need to worry about a thing. The key-nosed dog led the way. Inside the office, filthy sounds could be heard. Jiang Ning quietly stood by the window and saw one person pinned to the table. Cola's eyes widened, ready to charge in. Jiang Ning covered its ears and eyes. Don't look, it's too dirty. About 2 minutes later, just as the excited one was about to engage in a final battle, a sharp knife suddenly pierced through his chest. He let out a painful sound. Yang Weizong was completely unaware, tightly gripping his own hands. He regretted it, truly regretted it. Had he known this was the end of the world, he would never have confessed to Su Mingyao, thus Jiang Ning wouldn't have given up. He could have lived on the 18th floor, become one of them, enjoying lavish meals without worrying about supplies, and never would have sold himself for a pound of grain, becoming a tool for others' amusement. In just a few months, all those who attended his birthday party had died. Su Mingyao died, Yu Qingqing died along with the Jian and the others. But he didn't want to die. How could he make Jiang Ning love him again?